My name is Lin Luo, yes. I was reborn and returned to that green impossible high school era. I thought this was a chance for God to give me to make a comeback, and I had already begun to fantasize about developing a phenomenal app that surpasses TikTok, becoming a new generation of technology upstart, and making it onto the Wall Street list of gods. Unfortunately, I soon discovered that this rebirth was a little bit wrong. Because the rules of this world have completely changed. 30 years ago, space cracks suddenly appeared on the Earth, and countless strange and powerful creatures from other worlds poured out of the cracks. They invaded frantically and brought unprecedented destruction. Conventional weapons are almost ineffective against them, and only the most extreme, mushroom cloud, can barely counter them. However, if they are used frequently, the Earth will sooner or later be riddled with holes and devastated. After years of hard fighting, humans finally forced back most of the alien races and tried to counterattack the alien world through space cracks, but ended up in a miserable defeat. It is said that the magnetic field, gravity, and even all kinds of strange laws that cannot be explained by science, electronic equipment is completely ineffective, and humans can only rely on their physical body and willpower. At that time, the warriors were born. They used their bodies as blades and their wills as shields. The strong ones could even knock down buildings with their bare hands. They were invulnerable to swords and guns, almost like myths. In order to cope with this new era, humans have developed a special instrument that can measure each person's physique and source power, and comprehensively assess their combat power. As for me, the test results are source power value 5, combat power value 5, and physical fitness, just SOSO. In this era, when the source of energy fills the air, everyone is more or less unconsciously absorbing the energy of the universe. The higher the source of energy, the stronger the physique, and the greater the chance of becoming a warrior. But 5 combat waste, like me, was destined to only be able to work on an assembly line after graduating from high school, or work in an electronics factory making screws. I had nothing to do with being passionate or strong. At that moment, I doubted my life. What's the point of being reborn? Is it just to make me useless again? I started drinking to drown my sorrows. But in that confused moment, I suddenly saw a translucent projection screen appear in front of me. Just like the status panel in the game, there are only 3 simple lines of text on it: source value 5, points 5, combat power 5. At this time, in a remote bar. "Classmate, what's wrong with you?" The bar owner stared at me. I had just taken a sip of beer when my whole body seemed to be paused and I stood there in a daze. "There's absolutely no problem with this beer. It can't be poisoned." The bar owner was so anxious that he could hardly speak clearly. But the next second, I suddenly raised my head and laughed wildly. "Ah ha 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 ha. That's right. System." I knew that as a reborn person, there was no way I didn't have a cheat code. The boss was completely dumbfounded, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Could he really have drunk too much? I didn't bother to pay attention to his expression that looked like, "Are you crazy?" And so I hummed a tune and walked home in brisk steps. Leiyuan, number 25, lane 25. My single-family house is located here. It is not very big, only about 70 square meters and 4 stories high. It is more than enough for a family of 3. My parents haven't gotten off work yet, and the house is quiet. I returned to my room, sat on the floor and took a deep breath, trying to calm my excitement. My hands were still shaking slightly. Just as I thought about it, the familiar translucent blue interface appeared before my eyes again. A row of 555 came into view. "Do you think you are a number 5 battery?" The corner of my mouth twitched, and I couldn't help but complain. But apart from this string of numbers, there seemed to be no other information on the system panel. No experience bar, no upgrade prompt. I whispered, "Upgrade the system?" However, after a while, there was no response. Could it be that I can only activate it by drinking beer? An idea suddenly occurred to me. Looking back, it seems that the system suddenly emerged when I was drinking beer. I looked at the bottle of beer next to me and poured another one into my mouth. No reaction? I frowned and drank another glass. Still no reaction. It wasn't until I finished the whole bottle of beer that I realized that this system didn't really need to be driven by alcohol. I patted my forehead and focused my attention on the system interface. The source power value is 5, the same as the previous physical examination results. The combat power is barely passing. Then, what is this points for? I calmed down and carefully analyzed the system's contents. Could it be used for a lottery? As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt box popped up on the system interface. Do you want to spend 5 points to participate in the lottery? My eyes suddenly widened. Draw a lottery! Come on! I nodded yes, without hesitation. The interface instantly changed into a rapidly spinning big turntable, which dazzled me. But I still noticed the small words below the turntable. Consume 5 points to draw 100% garbage. What the hell? Isn't this a blatant trick on me? Ding! The turntable stopped. Congratulations, you have won a portion of garbage. Along with the prompt sound, a black shadow fell from the sky. Bang! A black broken pot smashed in front of me. I stared at the pot, my expression frozen. What a piece of rubbish! I was concentrating on studying the system and didn't notice the door was quietly pushed open and a figure approached silently. Lin Luo! A sudden scream exploded in my ears, and my heart almost stopped beating. I turned around and saw a familiar girl standing in front of me. She had 2 ponytails and a slightly chubby face, but she was incredibly pretty and was smiling slyly. You Celia! My ears were still buzzing, so I raised my hand and hit her on the head. This girl is my distant cousin, 2 years younger than me. When she was a child, she lived in my house for several years because her parents were abroad. Later, when I went to college, she was taken abroad and I hardly saw her again. Stupid Lin Luo! She hugged her head, jumped back a step, and pouted. Then, she glanced around and noticed a broken pot on the floor. Why did you put a broken pot in the room? You idiot! Why don't you call me cousin? Why did you come to my house? I looked at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She was wearing a fashionable school uniform, a stand-up collar top and a short skirt, looking like a youthful campus girl. But the mountaineering bag on her back looked a bit out of place. Of course I'm here to live here, she said confidently. I was specially approved to transfer to Lianqing High School. From now on, we are classmates. I was stunned, somewhat unable to believe it. My impression is that she only had some talent in art, and her grades were terrible. She didn't get into number 1 middle school because her scores were not high enough. Is it true? I asked curiously. Xiao Yu ranked in the top 10 in the grade last month, and her source power value has reached 25, so she will be admitted to the Warrior Academy. A familiar voice came from the door. It was my father's voice. Dad, Mom? I saw my parents walk into the room and was a little dazed for a moment. They looked much younger than in their previous lives, with thick black hair and full of energy, totally different from the gray-haired people in their memories. I suppressed my excitement and asked, Dad, you said her energy value is 25? Lin Dong nodded. Yes, number 1 middle school has a special training class for warriors. In order to provide Xiaoya with a better environment, I transferred here. My head buzzed. The Warrior Academy is not something that anyone can enter. Not only must your energy and combat power meet the standards, but your academic performance must also be good. Last year, only about 30 people in Lianqing were admitted to the Warrior Academy. It is said that the admission score is 35. Yu Xiaoya is already 25 years old. According to the pace of the special training class, she will reach 35 in 2 years. It is not a dream at all. I swallowed and a word silently popped up in my mind. It's very stressful. Yu Xiaoya moved into the Lin family, and since that day, my life has completely lost its peace. Her existence is like an invisible mountain of pressure pressing on my heart. Mom, was I picked up by you? I spoke sadly while eating my meal, watching my mother busy preparing Yu Xiaoya's favorite dishes. Xiaoya, eat more. Xiao Yan seemed not to hear my question and directly picked up a fragrant roast goose leg for Xiaoya. Yu Xiaoya raised her eyebrows at me smugly, and I was so angry that I glared at her secretly. Why can't you learn more from Xiao Yu? You just play all day long. You can't get into the Warrior Academy, and it's hard for you to go to university. My mother's nagging voice swept over me like a machine gun, so I had no choice but to turn my grief and anger into appetite and eat as much as I could to save my life. Someone else's child suddenly moved into my house, and is so outstanding. This feeling is really. I want to cry, but I can't. On Sunday night, I didn't have to go to the evening class. I lay on the bed, and with a thought, the system panel appeared in front of me. Source power 5.0. Combat power 5. There are only 3 lines of text in the upper left corner of the interface, and the right side and bottom are all blank. I guess these places will unlock more functions in the future, but how are the points calculated? Is it calculated based on the source power and combat power? Although I still don't quite understand it, I can feel that this system is the key to my counterattack. Otherwise, I might really be a bad guy for the rest of my life. What are you doing sneaking around? I saw Yusuya suddenly appear at the door, looking left and right in my room like a little detective. Hee, I'm here to give you a gift. She smiled guiltily, as if she was afraid that I would give her a slap if we disagreed. Then she pulled out a small black box from behind her back. There is also an exquisite circular pattern engraved on the lid of the box. Jiyuan pill? My pupils shrank. As a novice who had just studied the information of warriors, I knew this thing. The legendary high-level elixir that can directly increase the source power value is very rare. How is it? Are you scared? Here it is for you. Yusuya raised her little face with an expression that said, "Come and worship me." I don't want to. I shook my head. Huh? Why? She widened her eyes as if she couldn't believe that I would refuse, and the expression of, "You should be so moved that tears flowed," on her face gradually solidified. It's too expensive. Keep it for yourself, I said seriously. I really can't afford a GUN pill that costs 100,000 yuan. She also needs to increase her source of energy. Why should I receive this reward when I have no contribution? I've eaten a lot of it. Don't you know that the effect of this stuff will diminish? She pouted, with a look of, "Why are you so stupid? Since you don't want to take it, I'll feed it to Wakai next door." The image of the slobbering bulldog licking the pill instantly popped up in my mind, and my unhappiness index skyrocketed. I'll lend it to you, I compromised. After all, with her personality, she might really do such a thing. Okay, if you don't become stronger, I won't dare introduce any girls to you. She had an expression that said, "You're hopeless," and muttered to herself. I didn't say anything. I just looked at the heavy little box in my hand and said silently in my heart, "Thank you." She was right, the GUN pill was most effective when used for the first time. Before becoming a warrior, there is an upper limit to your source power. The closer you are to the upper limit, the harder it is to improve. My family is ordinary, and a pill that costs 100,000 is almost a huge sum of money. My parents have long given up hope that I will be admitted to the Warrior Academy. How could I ask them to invest in something so, almost hopeless? Therefore, Yusuya's GUN pill is of extraordinary significance. After she left, I opened the lid of the box and a faint scent of sandalwood spread out. On the brocade, a thumb-sized brown pill lay quietly. I hesitated for a second before putting it in my mouth. It melted in my mouth, bitter with a hint of spiciness. The medicinal power rushed into the body almost instantly, and a stream of burning source energy quickly spread from the dantian. Ah! I opened my eyes wide, my whole body felt like it was burning on fire, and every cell in my body was beating. In the corridor, Mother Xiaoyan was walking upstairs with a fruit plate. Seeing Yusuya squatting outside the door, she asked curiously, "Why did your brother lock the door again?" "My brother is in seclusion," she answered obediently. After a full hour, I collapsed to the ground, sweating and panting. This GUN pill is really potent. My clothes were soaked, my body was sticky and hot. I propped myself up and stood up, and used my mind to call up the system interface again. Source power 9.0, combat power 7. A 4-point increase, almost doubled. And the drug effect lasts for 3 days. I might be able to reach 10 in one go. The energy in my body surged, and I felt lighter and stronger than ever before. I grinned, grabbed my clothes and headed for a hot shower. The next morning, I woke up early. Just came down. Xiaoya went out a long time ago. Mother Xiaoyan glared at me with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. I just smiled, walked to the dining table, and saw a bowl of hot egg noodles, which were obviously just cooked. Delicious! Since I started working, I have hardly eaten noodles made by my mother. Today, when I took a bite of it, I felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Eat slowly, be careful of the heat, Xiao Yan reminded me while cleaning the floor. After breakfast, I walked out of the house and stretched myself. The morning sun shone on my face, bringing a comfortable warmth. This feeling is really good. No matter how the puppy Wakai next to me barked, I didn't care and walked slowly towards the school. Yesterday's events were still reverberating in my mind. The system appeared when I went to buy beer. Could it be that I could earn points by spending money? After all, I spent $5. Huh! In a flash, the system panel appeared in front of me again, and I couldn't help but show a surprised expression. When I passed the bar, I hesitated for a moment, and finally spent another $5 to buy a bottle of beer. Phew, it looks like the beer should be fine. The bar owner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched me walk out of the store. Back at school, I sat in the classroom, and the beer in front of me made me think deeply. The beer endorsed by the second-level warrior Zhou Chao tastes good. My deskmate Li Qi saw me in a daze and couldn't help but ask with concern. I smiled slightly and came back to my senses. Yeah. I spent another $5 today, but my points still remained at 0. How can I get these points? I was full of doubts. You took the GUN pill? Squad leader Li Rui passed by me and suddenly spoke with an incredible expression on his face. Impossible? Zhang Tao in the front row also turned around and looked at me in surprise. GUN pill, a rare pill that costs 100,000 each, is a luxury that is almost unaffordable for ordinary families. Li Rui added in a serious tone. After taking the GUN pill, your body will emit a faint sandalwood scent within 3 days, which is especially obvious when you take it for the first time. Oh? It seems like you are quite capable. Dong Wei interrupted with a hint of contempt in his tone. I have eaten dozens of them, and they are all like this. Dong Wei's words attracted the attention of the people around him. Zhang Tao and Li Qi almost wanted to strangle him to death. It's great to have money, even pigs can become extraordinary. Yes, I ate one, I admitted a little embarrassedly. Hearing this answer, the students around him all looked envious. Even though I won't pass the exam after eating it, at least it can improve my physical fitness, right? Zhang Tao couldn't help but say, his eyes full of envy. I was speechless. This guy never considers the consequences of his words. Although his source power had increased after taking the GUN pill, it was still difficult to enter the Warrior Academy. At this moment, my system panel suddenly updated. Envy from Zhang Tao, points +5. Envy from Li Qi, points +5. Envy from Qin Shaolin, points +5. Seeing this, I stood up excitedly. Fuck! What are you doing? You scared me. Li Qi, Zhang Tao and Dong Wei were all shocked. Well, nothing. I sat back in my seat awkwardly, realizing that I was too excited. If you want to make a final push, you can go to the martial arts training class with us after school. Maybe there is still a chance. Li Rui comforted me. Yeah. I nodded, full of anticipation for this special training class. Morning reading began, but my mind was still on that mysterious system. There is actually such an operation, I murmured in a low voice, and some information appeared on the system panel again. Envy from Zhang Xiyu, points +5. Surprise from Lin Dong, points +1. Surprise from Xiao Yan, points +1. It turns out that other people's surprise and envy can also bring me points. There is a time marked next to these messages. Zhang Xiaoyu's envy was exactly the time when I bought beer when I went home last night. Xiao Yan and Lin Dong's surprise came this morning. Now, I have 27 points. However, the system accumulates points so slowly that the chance of drawing good things is very slim. After the morning reading, when I was waiting for the teacher to come to class, the corner of my eye involuntarily glanced at my deskmate Li Qi. Li Qi is not interested in the Warrior Academy. Dong Wei has an unusual family background, and Zhang Tao. Hey, Zhang Tao. I tapped Zhang Tao's shoulder. What's wrong? Zhang Tao turned his head curiously. My source power value is almost over 10, I said seriously. Is this true? Zhang Tao's eyes widened, obviously surprised. I quietly said proudly, Well, I tested it this morning. However, even with 10 points of source power, it is still unlikely to be admitted to the Warrior Academy, Zhang Tao said with some regret. I was secretly delighted in my heart, because my source power value was only 5 before, and suddenly it increased to 10. Although Zhang Tao was a little jealous, he couldn't hide the complexity in his eyes. Jealousy from Zhang Tao, points plus 5. Jealousy can actually increase points? I was stunned. In the afternoon class, the news that I had taken the GUN pill spread quickly in the class. The surprise and envy of some classmates helped me gain a lot of points. My points increased so fast today. When the class was over, I looked down at the system panel and saw that I had reached 237 points. I was full of anticipation. On a daily basis, my parents work in the town and usually don't come home until the evening, so I usually have lunch in the school cafeteria. Hey, you look different. After taking a GUN pill, your whole spirit and energy seem to be different. Yang Tong looked at me while eating, with a little surprise in his tone. It's just that the source power value has increased a little, I answered modestly. To test your source power, you usually have to go to high-end pharmacies, and you have to pay for each test. But with the system, I can easily see my source power value, 11. I am still 24 points away from reaching the admission requirement of Warrior Academy. I have to work harder in the remaining year. As for the academic subjects, I am quite confident. Do you want to go to the internet cafe to play for a while? Yang Tong patted my shoulder with a sly smile. I'm not going. I want to see the squad leader and the others training. Now, I'm not that interested in games. Okay then. Yang Tong shrugged, didn't insist, turned and walked towards the internet cafe. He thought I was just excited because I ate the GUN pill and didn't pay attention to the real Warrior Academy. After all, how could it be so easy to get into the Warrior Academy? In the gymnasium of Lianqing No. 1 Middle School, many students are busy in self-organized training. Not everyone can enter a real martial arts training class. Only the most outstanding students are eligible. Although the school tacitly allows students to train in the gymnasium, only a very small number of students can be admitted to the Warrior Academy with extraordinary talents or special resources. Hey, you're here? Class monitor Li Rui was teaching several students boxing. When he saw me come in, he stopped. Yeah. I glanced around and saw that the students in the gym were divided into several small groups, and students from each class were training spontaneously. For those students who have the opportunity to enter the Warrior Academy, they either have a good family background and can rely on elixirs to force their way in, or they are gifted. When they saw me come in, the classmates around me didn't react much. After all, I had only taken a GUN pill, and the increase in source power was limited. Students who are under 18 years old and have not become warriors cannot be exposed to the real martial arts training methods of warriors, Li Rui said. But we can start with the basic footwork, such as the basic kung fu, such as the horse stance, so let's start from here. Horse stance is the basic skill of traditional martial arts, and every Chinese is familiar with it. Okay. I nodded. At present, practicing boxing doesn't make much sense to me. After all, once I become a warrior, I can learn and master exclusive martial arts through martial arts cards. Martial arts cards are said to be a special material from another world that can record the insights and training methods of martial arts directly on the cards. Other martial artists can use them to quickly absorb this knowledge and greatly improve their learning efficiency. I tried to practice the horse stance, with my legs slightly bent, toes facing forward, hands clasped at my waist, and eyes looking forward. Not bad, you're getting the shape. Li Rui smiled, and then gave serious instructions. But the distance between your steps is too large. Try to reduce the distance between your 2 feet to 3 feet, and squat lower. Remember to keep your chest up, and don't bend over. Under Li Rui's guidance, I slowly stood in a standard horse stance. But after standing in this standard horse stance for a short time, I felt my legs go weak and my forehead started to sweat. I was really tired. The students next to them, however, looked much more relaxed. Their source power values were all high, their physical fitness was better, they had practiced for a long time, and they were already accustomed to this basic training. I really can't hold on any longer. I finally couldn't help it and sat on the ground gasping for breath. It's like this at the beginning of training. Li Rui looked at me and said with a smile. Now, what we can do, besides horse stance, is some basic boxing and kicking routines. But we don't need to practice boxing in depth at the moment. After all, once we become warriors, martial arts cards will be our main martial arts. Li Rui's source power value has reached 29, which is not far from the standard of 30. He is very stable in horse stance and has good boxing and kicking skills. His classmates respect him very much. That kid Dong Wei isn't here again. During the break in horse stance practice, a boy named Sun Qian suddenly said. That kid has a mine at home, and he can improve to the passing line by eating the Jiyuan pill. His friend Zhao Dongong also said, with a little envy in his eyes. Being able to reach the passing line directly by taking elixirs is truly admirable. That kind of person is useless, Zhou Min whispered. She was the only girl, with short hair, a well-proportioned figure, and a healthy wheat-colored skin. Even if you force your way into the warrior academy, if you can't fully utilize the source power to strengthen your physique and temper your body, you'll just be a person with treasures that you can't dig out. Everyone nodded silently. At this time, a short boy in the class suddenly asked, Zhou Min, I heard that your brother became a martial artist 2 years ago. Can you tell me what kind of martial arts he practiced? The other students also held their breath, their eyes full of curiosity. It is rumored that the strength of a warrior is related to his special training method, which allows the warrior to use the source force and absorb the cosmic energy in the air. Although these are all speculations on the internet, the actual training method is strictly confidential. Qianjin, shut up! Li Rui's face changed and he shouted sternly. It is strictly forbidden to spread the cultivation method to others. It is a serious violation of the law to spread it privately before entering the warrior academy. Have you forgotten that in February of this year, 2 students practiced secretly, which resulted in their meridians being broken? Li Rui's tone became even harsher. Hearing Li Rui's words, Qian Zheng's face turned pale instantly. I'm sorry. He apologized quickly. This is the first time I see Li Rui so serious. It seems that this martial artist's training method is really kept secret. At this moment, I subconsciously checked the system interface and found some new information on the right side. Horse stance, 13/100. Plus. I was stunned by this row of numbers. Could it be that the progress I saw was because I had just practiced horse stance, so these numbers appeared? 13 out of 100, should it indicate practice progress or experience? Does the plus sign next to it mean that it can be improved? I hesitated for a moment, then something moved me and I gently clicked the plus sign. 14/100. It can be improved. I saw that my score went from 237 to 236. It turns out that the progress is improved by using the points. After thinking for a while, I decided to spend the points without hesitation and increase this number to the maximum. After all, there is no instruction manual for this system, and I can only rely on myself to explore everything. Horse stance, experienced. I stood up and took up the horse stance again. Unlike the previous clumsiness, this time I felt as steady as a rock, and my movements became unusually skilled. Oh, your horse stance is pretty good, Li Rui said with some surprise. Surprise from Li Rui, points +5. Different from the awkwardness just now I feel that my steadiness when doing horse stance is almost impeccable. I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in my heart. It turned out that the changes brought about by this proficient state were so obvious. When other students turned to practice other steps, they didn't pay much attention to me. After all, in their eyes, I was just taking the Jiyuan pill, excited for a while, and would give up after a few days. Soon, the lunch break was over. Perhaps it was the effect of the Jiyuan pill, I felt full of energy. Just as school was about to end in the afternoon, a loud noise suddenly broke the silence, and the whole sky seemed to be illuminated. A blinding light flashed across the sky, and students ran out of the corridor and looked outside. I stood on the corridor wall, my eyes wide open, staring at the dazzling golden light, my heart filled with shock. At this moment, a black shadow emerged from the light and approached me quickly. What is this? My eyes widened instantly, trying to figure out its true appearance, but the monster pounced in front of me almost instantly. It was not a bird, but a creature similar to an ancient pterosaur. Its huge eyes had vertical pupils, and its long and narrow mouth opened, revealing a row of sharp teeth, which was frightening. I was stunned for a moment, and my body seemed to be frozen, unable to move. At the critical moment, a flash of cold light flashed, and the pterosaur-like monster was split in half on the spot. Blue blood splashed all over me and even dripped onto my cheeks. Ah! The students screamed in horror, some even fainted, and the entire campus was in chaos. My heartbeat was accelerating, and the scene was still replaying in my mind. I was almost bitten to death by it. My legs were so weak, but I held onto the wall with both hands and looked at the ground subconsciously. A man in a special black uniform appeared in my sight, holding a long knife with a flashing cold light in his hand. His eyes were grim and murderous intent flashed on the blade of his sword. He stood beside the monster's body that was split in half, calmly observing the situation around him. Others also arrived one after another, and they quickly carried the monster's body away. My mind was in a mess. Was that man the one who chopped me down just now? His speed of jumping to the 4th floor was simply shocking. Is everyone okay? No one is hurt? The class teacher Hanli hurried over with obvious anxiety on her face. Some students who fainted from fright have been sent to the infirmary, while other students are pale and still in shock. Half an hour later, things calmed down a little. I changed into my new school uniform and returned to my seat. How many times have I told you not to go and watch the fun casually? If it weren't for Captain Wu from the SWAT team who arrived in time. Han Li's voice was a little heavy, and she stopped abruptly. She didn't continue talking. Apparently some of the things she said were too serious to continue. Zhou Tian and Lin Xiaoyu have woken up and are fine. Students who have been contaminated with the blood of strange beasts don't need to worry. The police station has confirmed that this kind of blood will not spread the virus. We will take you to the hospital for examination later. Han Li continued to comfort everyone. Many students breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. By the way, Teacher Han, how did this strange beast suddenly appear? Dong Wei asked curiously. Although he had not seen the monster up close, his curiosity was still strong. This? I'm not too sure. It should be an accident. Han Li's face changed slightly, and she seemed a little uneasy, but she still tried to appear calm. The Lianqing government didn't provide any detailed information. I'm afraid they are the only ones who know more, she whispered. At the same time, Lianqing's top management also fell into emergency response. How could this happen? Creatures from another dimension actually managed to escape and almost attacked the students in the school. Magistrate Dong asked angrily. No, it's not our fault. A middle-aged man explained hurriedly. The dimensional rift in Tianan City suddenly opened, so we rushed to deal with it, but some strange beasts still escaped. At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and a man in black uniform walked in. He had sharp eyes and a long knife gleaming with cold light on his back. Captain Wu! Prefect Dong and others stood up one after another. It has been handled, Captain Wu said calmly. Thank you for your hard work. Prefect Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Why do these extra-dimensional cracks appear so frequently recently? Captain Wu frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. Will there be any virus in the blood of this strange beast? I whispered to myself. My eyes fell on the arm that had just been splashed, and I felt uneasy. After all, the scene just now still made me feel uncomfortable. Students who were splashed with the blood of strange beasts followed Dr. Qin to the hospital for a checkup. Just then, a middle-aged man in a white coat walked into the classroom door. He whispered a few words with the head teacher Hanli, and then Hanli turned to us and said, 5 other classmates, and I quickly stood up and followed the doctor to the door. Follow me. Dr. Qin glanced at us and then walked out. We followed closely behind him. You said we will be okay, right? Zhang Tao asked nervously. He was standing next to me just now and was also splashed with the blood of the strange beast. I'm not sure. I shook my head. According to the information learned in biology class, the blood of exotic animals may indeed carry viral infections, although the possibility is not high. Soon, we got on a medical vehicle and headed straight to Lianqing People's Hospital. After a series of examinations, all that remains is to wait patiently for the results. I seemed relatively calm, but Zhang Tao and the others seemed a little uneasy. The test results are out. Everyone is fine and their energy levels have not been affected. Soon, Dr. Qin came over with the test report, took off his mask, and said to us with a smile. John Tao and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the checklists in their hands. Hey, look everyone! We did a source power test and found that my source power has increased to 7. John Tao looked at the number on the report in surprise, immediately attracting a lot of envious glances. The rest of the students couldn't help but look down at their own results. They all had subtle expressions and seemed a little disappointed their source power values had not changed at all. What about you? John Tao looked at me, his eyes full of curiosity. The news that I had taken the GUN pill had already spread in the class. Well, it should be 13. I smiled and said lightly. Surprise from Xiao Xiufei, points plus 5. Surprise from Zhang Tao, points plus 5. Surprise from Su Ning, points plus 5. Surprise from Sun Jing, points plus 5. Shock from Tian Chao, points plus 10. Huh! I wasn't surprised by the prompts in front of me, but when I saw the last one, I was shocked to find that I got 10 points. I couldn't help but glance sideways at the little fat boy named Tian Chao, only to see that he had his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open, obviously shocked by my source power value. The effect of this GUN pill is really good. I am tempted and want to buy one, Zhang Tao said with emotion, and other students nodded in agreement. After all, my source power value increased from 5 points to 13, which is a significant increase. Just then, a deep voice came from the door. Are all the students okay? When I heard this, I was startled and looked up. The man was wearing a black uniform, with a calm demeanor and a tall stature. He had a long knife on his back, and the sheath exuded a sharp aura. He was Captain Wu of the SWAT team. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that he cut the strange beast in half with one sword. Captain Wu! Zhang Tao said in a low voice, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The other students also looked at Captain Wu. They had seen his heroic figure on the news, and now seeing him up close, one can imagine how excited they were. Students, I'm sorry to scare you. Captain Wu came over after talking to Dr. Qin for a few words. He forced a smile on his face, but the weak smile made people feel a little unnatural. It's okay, it's okay. Zhang Tao and others quickly shook their heads, indicating that they were not affected. I have read your inspection report. Don't worry, the blood of the alien beast will not cause infection and does not contain any virus. Just clean it up. Captain Wu spoke in a steady tone, his eyes swept across us, stopped at me, and suddenly said, Have you taken the GUN pill recently? I nodded, feeling confused. The effect of the GUN pill can be seen in the physical examination. Could it be that he noticed me because of this? Do you want to become a warrior? Captain Wu hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. The GUN pill is very expensive. For an ordinary student like me, why would I spend money to buy this medicine unless I have a strong desire to become a warrior? I nodded firmly, a determination in my eyes that could not be ignored. The source value is 13. The effect of the medicine is still there. It should be able to break through to around 14. Captain Wu smiled, with a hint of encouragement in his tone. In another year, if you work hard, you may be able to enter the Warrior Academy. I was delighted and made up my mind secretly. I have some books and notes from when I took the martial arts exam. You can come to me if you need them. There was a familiar light in Captain Wu's eyes, as if he saw his struggling self back then. Can I get it now? I asked subconsciously, with a glimmer of anticipation in my eyes. Captain Wu was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to be so direct. Okay. He smiled awkwardly, and then took me to get the information. Zhang Tao and others looked extremely envious. After all, these were Captain Wu's notes when he was admitted to the Warrior Academy. I enjoyed their envious looks and was secretly happy. Sometimes, being thick-skinned can bring you a lot of benefits. Okay, you guys take a rest first. I'll go say hello to the class teacher. Captain Wu said to Zhang Tao and others, then turned and walked towards me. Amid everyone's envious gazes, I followed him out of the hospital. Captain Wu lives not far from the hospital, in a nearby residential area. He rummaged around for a while and pulled out a thick stack of books and notes. Although they were covered in dust, they were still valuable information. These are the materials I used back then. Although they are a bit old, they are still very practical, Captain Wu said as he handed them to me. Thank you, Captain Wu. I thanked him sincerely. This information is of great significance to me, especially since I just came to this world. It's okay. You can lend it to others if you don't need it in the future, Captain Wu said with a smile, seeming quite straightforward. By the way, Captain Wu, can you teach me some basic steps of a warrior? I asked, full of anticipation. I can do the horse stance now, I said as I squatted down and stood in the horse stance steadily. Huh! Captain Wu thought it was a little funny at first, but when I took a firm stance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How long have you been learning? Chapter 8 won the prize. I started learning yesterday, Lin Luo said a little embarrassedly. Although he had improved his horse stance to a proficient level through the system, it seemed a bit like showing off his skills in front of Captain Wu. Not bad. Captain Wu paused, then spoke out. Started learning yesterday? This boy is not very honest. His horse stance skills must have been practiced for at least a decade, right? Captain Wu thought that Lin Luo just had the mentality of a child and wanted to show off his achievements, so he didn't say much. Oh. Lin Luo nodded slightly, feeling a little depressed. After all, Lin Luo didn't ask for too much since he was using the system to force his skills to proficiency. By the way, Captain Wu, can you teach me other steps? Lin Luo thought about it and spoke out loud. According to Li Rui, there are other types of steps. Horse stance is a basic stance. Well, I can teach you when I have time. Right now, time is running out. Captain Wu did not lie. As the captain of Lianqing's special police force, he indeed had a lot of things to deal with. And something like this happened today, and he still has to go back and make a report. As long as you tell me these steps, I can practice them myself when I get home. Lin Luo thought about it and spoke out loud. Practicing martial arts is not something that can be accomplished overnight, especially the basic steps, which will be very important in the future. Captain Wu wanted to say something, but when he looked at Lin Luo's eyes, he suddenly felt like he was seeing his former self. Forget it. If you try to figure it out on your own, you might not be able to learn it well. Just wait and see. This is a lunge. As soon as Captain Wu finished speaking, he bent his front legs and straightened his back legs. Lin Luo couldn't help but nod secretly as he looked at his textbook-like posture. It turned out that warriors were strong. Moreover, Captain Wu is a third-level warrior, and Lin Luo can vaguely feel the powerful aura he exudes. The basic steps of warriors are the same as those in traditional martial arts, which are bow stance, horse stance, empty stance, prone stance, and rest stance. After all, there is no training method for martial artists yet. After learning the basic steps, it can provide a good foundation for future practice. These are the 5 basic steps. Learning these basic steps is to increase the strength and speed of your legs, and to make your legs more flexible and stable. Captain Wu even released the horse stance once and then said to Lin Luo, Okay, thank you, Captain Wu. Then I won't bother you anymore and will go back first. After reading it through, Lin Luo smiled, then carried the books and materials and prepared to go back. Captain Wu was startled, then smiled helplessly. This kid. He didn't think too much about it. There was still a year left, and it was almost impossible for Lin Luo's source power value to reach 35 from the current 13. I just saw the test report and found out that Lin Luo took the GUN pill. For some reason, I wanted to give you a reminder. Because it took him only 1 year to improve his source power value from 12 points to the level that could be admitted to the Warrior Academy. But that's because... As if he was thinking of the past, Captain Wu's expression changed slightly. Hoo-hoo. He quickly ran back home and arrived at his room. Lin Luo looked a little out of breath. There was a thick stack of books, and it was still 2 or 3 kilometers from Captain Wu's residence to my home, so I couldn't help feeling a little tired. I think there will be... Lin Luo forced himself to suppress his excitement, and then with a thought, the system interface appeared. Looking closely, I could clearly see the extra words. Horse stance, proficient. Lung step 0/100 plus. Empty step 0/100 plus. Prostrate 0/100 plus. Rest 0/100 plus. Looking at these words, Lin Luo was also immediately surprised. It turned out to be just as I thought. Once I learned it, it would be displayed in the system. But the points are only 211 now. Looking at his current points, Lin Luo felt a little depressed. This is simply not enough now. After thinking about it, I decided to improve one of the lung steps to a proficient level first. It is still early now, and Lin Luo continues to practice the 5 steps in the room. It's true, this type of walking seems simple, but if you do it for a little longer, you will feel very tired. By evening, Lin Luo was lying on the ground, feeling as if his legs were filled with lead. "Hey, Lin Luo, what are you doing lying on the floor?" A little head poked in from the doorway and looked at Lin Luo, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, and couldn't help but speak curiously. "What can I do?" Lin Luo glared at Yusiya speechlessly. Last time, it was because of her nonsense that her father suddenly told her to be moderate. "Cut!" Yusiya curled her lips. "I'm going to take a shower, stupid Lin Luo, don't peek." "Who cares?" Lin Luo glared at her helplessly, then closed his door and locked it. With a thought, he looked at his system interface again and found that except for the horse stance and bow stance, which he had already mastered, the experience progress of the other 3 stances had only increased by 1 point. After an entire afternoon of practice, I only gained 1 point? When I was practicing horse stance before, the increase was not so small. Lin Luo's face was full of black lines. I didn't pay attention to all this at the moment, and silently said in my mind, "Lottery. Please select the points you want to spend for the draw." At this time, a row of words appeared on the system interface. Below these words there are 2 options, 5 and 50. I spent 5 points on the lottery before, but what I got was garbage. If I consume 50 now, it shouldn't be garbage again. Lin Luo hesitated a little, but then he thought about it and gritted his teeth. Directly choose to spend 50 points to participate in the lottery. At this moment, the system interface instantly turned into a large roulette wheel and began to spin slowly. When I took a closer look, I found that the turntable had 12 grids. Except for 1 grid with a very small word, primary item, the other 11 grids were all marked with garbage. Looking at this scene, Lin Luo was a little speechless. "It's good that it's not all garbage," then Lin Luo said in a self-consoling way. Soon, the turntable began to turn slowly. Lin Luo opened his eyes wide and stared at the turntable. The turntable started to slow down from its original crazy rotation. The pointer seemed to be pointing at the squares on the turntable with the word garbage written on them. Lin Luo sighed helplessly. After all, the chance of transferring to something usable was too low. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the primary medicine, Jiyuan pill." But just when Lin Luo was feeling depressed, the cold synthetic voice of the machine made his whole body tremble. "Won the prize." Chapter 9 Summary. Just show off. "Do you want to withdraw now?" At this time, the cold voice of the system came out again. "Yes." Lin Luo also became excited at this time. I originally thought it was garbage again, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Jiyuan pill. At this moment, with a flash of dazzling light, a ceramic bottle fell from the sky. Lin Luo subconsciously caught the ceramic bottle. "One bottle?" Looking at the ceramic bottle in his hand, Lin Luo was stunned. "Isn't what this system calls 1 portion, just 1? Without thinking too much, Lin Luo opened the bottle cap and poured a few drops of liquid into his palm. 3 Jiyuan pills fell into the palm of his hand. "The so-called 1 serving actually contains 3 pills." Lin Luo's eyes widened, with an indescribable look of joy on his face. People often say that warriors are made of money, and this is true. Just like Dong Wei, the rich 2nd generation, he ate so much Jiyuan pills that he didn't even know how much he had. "Call." Lin Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After putting 2 of them into the ceramic bottle, Lin Luo held one of them with a somewhat complicated expression. "This one is worth 100,000. Thinking back to my previous life, if I wanted to earn 100,000 yuan, I wouldn't know how long I would have to carry bricks to save enough money. But after becoming a warrior, all of this will pay off." Thinking of this, Lin Luo directly swallowed the Jiyuan pill. Although the medicinal effect of Jiyuan pill will evaporate within 3 days after taking it. But in fact, it is most effective on the first day. If you take it every day, the effect will be better. However, few families can afford it. Just after taking the GUN pill, Lin Luo felt a very cool feeling spread throughout his body. Soon, the cool feeling turned into burning sensation. But compared to the burning sensation when I first took it, it has been reduced a lot. The effect of the medicine should not be as strong as the first time, Lin Luo said to himself. Moreover, the absorption capacity of GUN pills also depends on each person's physique. After reaching a certain critical point, the amount will no longer increase. Call. Picking up the books he had brought back from Captain Wu today, Lin Luo blew gently to blow away the dust on them. Basic Warrior Steps. After flipping through it casually for a few times, Lin Luo looked at other books, most of which were information about warriors and the historical origins of human warriors. The rest are basic boxing and leg techniques, as well as Captain Wu's notes. You don't need to rush to practice these, just master all the basic steps first. After all, the basics are the most important. Lin Luo, who has lived 2 lives, is still able to remain patient. Just when Lin Luo was about to put these books in order and put them on the desk, he saw a book at the bottom with a cover that looked like the martial arts secrets on TV. What's this? Lin Luo vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he subconsciously took out the book and took a look at it. On the cover there were 3 flamboyantly written characters. The Art of Cultivation. Cultivation technique? Is it a martial artist's cultivation technique? Looking at this thing, Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly. When he subconsciously wanted to open it and read it, Lin Luo stopped what he was doing. My current source of strength is not enough, so it's useless to look at this thing. Moreover, if I practice rashly, it will cause irreversible consequences. After calming down, Lin Luo continued to practice basic steps, and then did sit-ups and push-ups. My body is not strong enough now, so it is very appropriate for me to do these basic exercises. Hey Lin Luo, you seem to be in good spirits these past 2 days. Early the next morning, Yuxiaya was sitting at the dining table eating noodles. Looking at Lin Luo, who was in great spirits, she seemed a little curious. Of course, I will soon enter the warrior class, Lin Luo said as he ate the noodles that his mother Xiaoyan prepared for him. I want another bowl. After quickly finishing a bowl of noodles, Lin Luo said to his mother Xiaoyan. I'm quite edible today. Xiaoyan took Lin Luo's bowl and prepared to fill a bowl of noodles for Lin Luo from the pot. As the saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. Xiaoyan is quite happy. Hey stupid Lin Luo, what's your source power value now? Do you want to go to the pharmacy to test it? At this time, Yuxiaya whispered to Lin Luo who was sitting opposite her. I'll go out and take a look later, Lin Luo said casually. In fact, because of the system, Lin Luo can now clearly see that his source power value has reached 18. Although it is not as much as the first time I took it, it is still very good. After breakfast, the two walked out of the house together. Some larger pharmacies not only sell Jiyuan Dan, but also have source power testers. It's free to test. Arriving at a large chain drugstore that had already opened early, Yuxiaya couldn't wait to go and take a look with Lin Luo. Let me help you take a look, Yuxiaya said a little excitedly. Then he took an instrument that looked like a blood pressure meter and asked Lin Luo to put his arm on it. An auntie in white clothes next to them looked at Lin Luo and Yuxiaya's actions and couldn't help but smile. There are many students who come to test their source power, but most of them have only average value. But soon, looking at the numbers floating on the machine, the aunt's eyes showed surprise. Actually, there are 18. 18? Yuxiaya was also stunned at this time, because he had heard that Lin Luo's original source power value seemed to be 5. Even if you take the Jiyuan pill, the effect wouldn't be so obvious, right? Surprise from Zhang Mei, points plus 5. Shock from Yuxiaya, points plus 10. Not bad, I got 15 points. Lin Luo felt a little happy. Now the points are too few, so I have to find a way to get them quickly. Maybe my physique is more likely to absorb the Jiyuan pill. Lin Luo made up an excuse. Is that so? Yuxiaya was a little confused. But this is too exaggerated, right? The two left the pharmacy and quickly returned to the school. Lin Luo, did you really go to Captain Wu's place yesterday? As soon as Lin Luo returned to his seat, Zhang Tao turned around and spoke to Lin Luo. His eyes were full of curiosity. Zhang Tao is a big mouth. After his publicity about what happened yesterday, it seems that all the classmates in the class know about it. The students in the class pretended not to care, but they all pricked up their ears. Well, Captain Wu taught me a few things casually and gave me some of the materials he studied at the time. Lin Luo pretended to be nonchalant and deliberately spoke a little louder. Shock from Zhang Tao points +10. Envy from Zhang Tao points +5. At this moment, Lin Luo also opened his eyes wide, because reminders of earning points kept appearing in front of him. Most of the students in the class contributed a lot of points to Lin Luo. In just a short moment, from 15 o'clock this morning, it became 325 o'clock. What's the use of this? Without enough source power, everything is in vain. Seeing that the classmates around him were looking at Lin Luo with envy, Dong Wei at the table in front of him curled his lips and said disapprovingly. The students around him also agreed with what Dong Wei said. No matter how good the learning materials are or how powerful the warriors are, if you don't have enough source power, you won't even be qualified to become a warrior. Yeah, I don't have enough energy right now. Lin Luo deliberately showed a look of regret. You're only 18 now. You won't have a chance until you're 35. As Lin Luo spoke, he felt that his words were a bit pretentious. There is no way, it is this broken system that forces him to show off so that he can get points more easily. Shock from Dong Wei, points +20. From. At this moment, Lin Luo received many reminders of gaining points. What surprised Lin Luo was that the fat guy Dong Wei actually contributed 20 points to him. Is the effect of this Juyuan pill so strong? My desk mate Li Qi always looked like he was oblivious to the world outside and focused on reading the books of sages. Now he looked at Lin Luo in disbelief. Many classmates around stared at Lin Luo. If this Juyuan pill is so effective, they are a little agitated. After all, Lin Luo, whose original source power value was 5, has now increased to 18. It's okay. I'm said to have a body type that absorbs easily, which is why I have such an obvious effect. Lin Luo spoke nonsense. Easy to absorb. I heard that some warriors can completely absorb the medicinal effects after taking elixirs. Tang Chang, who was sitting at the back table, stood up excitedly. Bro, you scared me. Lin Luo looked at Tang Chang, who was extremely excited behind him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. However, his words did allow Lin Luo to gain a batch of points. But most of them were just envious and surprised, and the points added were not much. I looked at the system interface, and saw that the points had increased to 730 early in the morning. Delicious. It seems that I still have to pretend to be cool. Lin Luo, I heard that your source power value has reached 18? After the first class monitor Li Rui came to Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded. Yes, it seems that your physique is very sensitive to elixirs. If possible, I suggest you talk to your family and take 1 or 2 more Juyuan pills. It's only been a short while since the start of the school year, and there's still a good chance that I'll get a score of 30 or above before the college entrance exam. Li Rui said seriously. Well, I'll talk to my family. Lin Luo smiled. If I could get so many points every day, not to mention reaching a source power value of over 30, it would be possible for me to become a warrior before the college entrance examination. Remember to come for the training at noon. Li Rui patted Lin Luo on the shoulder and smiled. There were complicated expressions in Yang Tong and Zhang Tao's eyes. At the beginning, everyone had a source power value of 5 or 6 points, and no one could laugh at anyone else. Now Lin Luo has reached this level in a short time. Lin Luo, someone is looking for you. Chapter 10. Here comes the troublemaker. At this moment, a boy standing at the door spoke to Lin Luo. Is someone looking for me? Lin Luo was stunned. It seemed that he didn't have many friends in his memory. However, Lin Luo left his seat and walked out at this time. Are you Lin Luo? As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw 2 tall boys standing in the corridor. Seeing Lin Luo coming out, they looked at him with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Because Lin Luo didn't look strong, but rather seemed a little thin. "What's wrong?" Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and spoke lightly. "I'm Zhang Jiqiang from Class 1, and he's Dong Rui. I heard that Captain Wu gave you a lot of study materials?" The tall man who called himself Zhang Jiqiang also went straight to the point. "Then what?" Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, because he already had a rough idea of what they wanted to do with him. "You can't become a warrior anyway, so why not just give us the information?" Dong Rui snorted coldly at this time and looked at Lin Luo with burning eyes. "Captain Wu is the most powerful warrior in Lianqing. His notes are like treasures to students like them who want to enter the warrior academy." 100,000, how about that? Zhang Jiqiang looked at Lin Luo, who seemed unwilling, and immediately raised a finger. 100,000 is not a small amount for a student. He also specifically inquired about Lin Luo's background and found out that his parents only worked in a township public institution. "Besides, the two of us are bound to become warriors. If you have any problems in the future, we can help you." You stared at Lin Luo, as if you felt that there was no possibility that Lin Luo would refuse. "If there's nothing else, you can leave." When Lin Luo spoke, he ignored the two of them and turned to walk into his class. These two people are simply mentally retarded. Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui's faces became extremely ugly at this time. "I just took a Juyuan pill and increased my energy. Do you really think you are someone important?" Dong Rui looked at Zhang Jiqiang beside him. "He'll regret it." Zhang Jiqiang felt that the students around him were looking at him with mocking eyes, and his face became even gloomier. The fists in both hands were clenched at this time. "Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui from Class 1 are both top students. It is said that their energy value has reached 28. Why are they looking for you?" Zhang Tao, who is always gossipy, looked at Lin Luo and said, "What can I do? Of course, I will ask for the study materials given by Captain Wu," Lin Luo said indifferently. However, the source power values of these two people actually reached 28, which was beyond Lin Luo's expectations. "It must have been spread by someone with too many mouths. This is a bit troublesome." Zhang Tao was stunned, then looked a little worried. Hearing his words, Lin Luo's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, "You are the big mouth in our class." Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Wei both come from wealthy families and are quite arrogant. Lin Luo, you should be careful. Dong Wei was playing the game, chicken eating, on his phone while speaking. Lin Luo had nothing to fear. According to the novel script, weren't these people here just to slap him in the face? Maybe you can even gain some points by then. When he thought of this, Lin Luo felt a little happy. At noon, as usual, I went to the cafeteria to eat with Yang Tong and Zhang Tao. "Lin Luo, I think you still have a chance, but we don't." Yang Tong ate his lunch in big mouthfuls while muttering to himself. "Yeah, maybe we can succeed in the counterattack." Zhang Tao took a bite of his favorite fried eggplant, but for some reason, it felt a bit bland. "Zhang Tao, you have good grades. If you can get into a good university in the future, you will definitely be able to do well." Lin Luo could understand their thoughts and said with a smile. "And I heard that warriors have to go to another world to fight. Many people died last year." After Yang Tong finished sweeping the food off the plate, he patted his belly and said. Zhang Tao was also relieved. After thinking about it, he realized that not being able to be a warrior was actually a kind of alternative happiness. After dinner, Lin Luo still went to the gymnasium. "Lin Luo, your source power value has reached 18? Is this true?" Zhou Min took a leave of absence this morning, and now seeing Lin Luo, she said with a little disbelief. "It's only been 2 days and the source power value has increased from 5 to 18. This is too exaggerated. This guy has a body type that easily absorbs." Zhao Dongong said with great envy. Envy from Zhao Dongong, points +5. Envy from Zhou Min, points +5. Envy from Qianjing, points +5. Envy from Sun Kai, points +5. Just after arriving here, these 4 classmates in the class added 20 points to Lin Luo's score, which made Lin Luo feel very satisfied. "Now my points have reached 750. While they were warming up and chatting, Lin Luo looked at the other 3-step types on the system interface and directly used 300 points to increase the remaining 3-step types to the maximum level. At this moment, the 5 basic steps have been completely mastered. Why hasn't the monitor come for so long today? Zhao Dongdong was a little confused. Because Li Rui usually arrives very early, never so late, and it's already 1:30. Maybe there is something. Let's practice it ourselves first. Zhou Min spoke up. Huh! Lin Luo, have you learned all the basic steps? At the same time, Qianjing saw that the 5 basic steps were being switched back and forth, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because Lin Luo's movements now seemed very skillful, and his legs seemed to be rooted in the ground. Just looking at them with the naked eye, they seemed very stable. The seemingly thin legs seemed to be full of strength. It's okay. Lin Luo smiled. Now that he had mastered all 5 steps to a proficient level, it was as if he had been practicing them for many years. The conversion is also very smooth. Lin Luo, I doubt whether you have practiced before. Zhou Min couldn't help but speak out as he watched this scene. Her brother, who had become a formal warrior, had taught him basic steps, but it seemed that none of his steps were as steady as Lin Luo's. Maybe it's talent. Lin Luo seemed very modest. Good talent. There was envy in everyone's eyes. Seeing that he had gained another 20 points, Lin Luo's eyes were filled with joy. Another lottery tonight? Squad leader, why are you here just now? At the same time, Li Rui walked in from the door. Chapter 11, Soul-Enriching Pill. Li Rui's expression seemed a little different from usual. He came closer and sighed. My homeroom teacher wants me to go to the martial arts special training class. After entering the martial arts special training class, he had to go to the teaching building on the west side for classes, and he couldn't come here during lunchtime. That's great. If you enter the martial arts training class and add your grades as class leader, you will definitely be able to enter the Warrior Academy. Zhou Min and others smiled, with envy in their eyes. It's just that I won't be able to teach you anymore, Li Rui said with a bit of guilt. After all, it was he who led everyone to training in the first place. Now he suddenly left on his own, which was a bit unreasonable. It's okay, we will train well ourselves. Zhao Dongdong also spoke up. Although they said so, they were reluctant in their hearts. Li Rui knows a lot. After all, his father is a warrior in Lianqing. It is very good to have Li Rui leading them in training. It is said that the number of students in the martial arts class will increase in the near future. Everyone should train well, and we can see each other in the martial arts class then. Li Rui took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and smiled. Li Rui, the monitor of Class 16, is going to transfer to the martial arts special training class. This news still surprised many students. Class 16 is an ordinary class. I didn't expect that someone would be able to enter the martial arts special training class. Humph, my energy value is already 30, and you won't let me in. Dong Wei was sitting in his seat at this time, holding snacks and speaking with a little dissatisfaction. When Lin Luo heard his words, he couldn't help but frown. This fat guy relied on his family's wealth and took countless GUN pills to increase his source power value to 30 points. Although Lin Luo still doesn't know what the source power value is used for, it probably won't have any effect if he just forcibly increases it by taking pills like he is doing now. Especially Dong Wei, who has almost no actual combat ability. What's the point of you going there? You won't train. Zhao Dongdong, who was sitting next to him, heard Dong Wei's words and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Dong Wei glared at him and continued to stuff potato chips into his mouth. Because of the departure of squad leader Li Rui, the mentality of Zhao Dongdong and others who originally wanted to enter the Warrior Academy changed a little. The other warriors who knew they had no hope of being admitted to the Warrior Academy also focused on their academic studies at this time. After all, the college entrance examination is less than a year away. Lin Luo, who used to have very good academic performance, was able to master the senior high school questions again quickly after just reviewing them again. You don't have to worry about your academic performance, the only thing left is martial arts. Lin Luo now understands that in order to be admitted to the Warrior Academy, besides having good academic performance, one must also be familiar with the cultural history of warriors. Then comes the most important source power test. After returning home in the evening, Lin Luo took the information he got from Captain Wu and began to read it. After you have mastered the 5 basic steps, the next step is to learn the basic hand shapes, which are often referred to as palm, fist, and hook. Just like before, after some study, a row of words appeared on the system interface. But compared to the previous ones, this time, something seems to have changed. Basic hand shape palm, fist, hook, 5/300 plus. Basic steps, bow, horse, servant, empty, rest, proficient. Well, this is much more pleasing to the eye. Lin Luo looked at the obvious changes in the system's layout and nodded approvingly. Now that he already had 770 points, Lin Luo did not hesitate and spent 295 points to directly increase the basic hand shape to proficient. After you are proficient in the basic hand shapes and basic step shapes, you can practice the 5-step boxing. Among the information provided by Captain Wu, there is the method of practicing the 5-step boxing. The 5-step boxing here is different from the 5-step boxing routine on Earth in the previous life. It has been truly improved through actual combat. Based on basic hand shape and basic step shape, it can exert considerable lethality. If it were an ordinary person, it might not be so easy to practice on his own, but after Lin Luo practiced a little according to the information recorded in the material and checked the system, he clearly found a row of new words. 5-step fist 0/500 plus. So many points? Moreover, I just practiced for so long, but I didn't make any progress at all. I am speechless. I just used up 295 points, and now my total points are only 475. However, 5-step fist requires 500 points to continue to increase. What should I do? Lin Luo thought about it for a moment and decided to draw the lottery first. 5-step fist, you can practice it slowly by yourself, but with so many points now, you may not be able to draw good things. And I still have 2 Juyuan pills. After taking each pill one by one, Lin Luo felt refreshed. The burning sensation also became weaker. The drug's effectiveness is decreasing. Lin Luo muttered to himself a little helplessly. With a thought, he clicked on the points on the system interface, and the lottery option immediately appeared. Below is a reminder of the points needed to win the lottery, 5, 50, 2 options. I now have 475 points, why is this still an option? According to this option rule, does it take 500 points for a new option to appear? It's such a bummer. Lin Luo cursed inwardly. After a little hesitation, I decided to spend 50 points to participate in the lottery. After all, there is still a small chance of getting a reward. Just like before, after spending 50 points, a turntable appeared. The turntable was still divided into 12 grids. Only the smaller grid had rewards, and the rest were garbage. Soon the turntable started turning. Stop! When he was about to move to the box where he would get the reward, Lin Luo quickly recited to himself. Bite! Congratulations to the host for drawing a piece of garbage. With a flash of white light, a few pieces of torn cardboard fell down. Continue! Lin Luo gritted his teeth and chose to continue drawing the lottery. He still had 425 points, and could draw 8 more times. He just couldn't believe that he couldn't win the reward after 8 tries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a piece of garbage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a piece of garbage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a piece of garbage. As the system's prompts sounded one after another, all kinds of garbage piled up on the ground. Lin Luo was already a little bit tearful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the primary reward, spiritual pill. Did you win something? I was so engrossed in the lottery just now that I didn't pay attention. Unexpectedly, I actually won something. Chapter 12 5-Step Boxing. Looking at the ceramic bottle that appeared in his hand, Lin Luo's face was also filled with surprise. It actually improves your mental strength. Looking at the introduction of the system, Lin Luo muttered to himself. At this time, Lin Luo also discovered that a new row of words appeared on the system panel. Mental strength 5. But what the hell is this 5 points of mental power? Why is it still 5 points? People with strong mental powers can clearly perceive the things around them and have very strong perception. Legend has it that the mental powers of those wise men are extremely strong. In other words, strong mental strength seems to improve intelligence to a certain extent. Originally, Lin Luo thought that there would be 3 soul-nourishing pills in this small ceramic bottle, but unexpectedly, there was only 1. Although he was a little depressed, Lin Luo hesitated for a moment and swallowed the soul-nourishing pill directly. Unlike the Jiyuan pill, as soon as Lin Luo swallowed the Yunshin pill, he felt a chill rushing straight to his head. The whole head feels very comfortable at this time. After a while, the cold feeling gradually disappeared. Looking carefully, the mental power displayed on the system has now become 8 points. A total of 3 points were added. I don't know if this Yunshin pill will have the same effect as the Jiyuan pill within 3 days. Lin Luo, feeling his mind was clear at this time, continued to practice according to the information he got back from Captain Wu. After mastering the basic hand and step shapes, it was not too difficult for Lin Luo to practice. Not sure if it was because of his improved mental strength or other reasons, but Lin Luo now felt that his speed in learning the 5-step fist seemed to have increased. Some movements that were more difficult to understand also became smoother. Lin Luo, have you switched to collecting junk now? Just as Lin Luo was practicing the 5-step boxing with sweat pouring down his face, a crisp sound came from the door. Knock on the door before entering. Lin Luo glanced at Yusuya at the door and glared at her. I was just practicing the 5-step boxing and didn't notice her come in. However, after looking at the junk in his room, Lin Luo still had a headache. This lottery is such a rip-off. I only won once out of 8. Are you practicing the 5-step boxing? Yusuya ignored the garbage on the ground at this time, but spoke to Lin Luo curiously. When she just came in, she seemed to be watching the movements that Lin Luo was practicing, which were very similar to the 5-step boxing that she was learning now. Now that she has seen it, there is nothing to hide. If you haven't practiced the basic hand and footwork well, and you rashly practice the 5-step boxing, you may end up ruining yourself. Although Yusuya looked a little fierce, her tone was full of worry. Although the 5-step boxing is a basic boxing technique, it is an improved practical boxing technique. It is still very dangerous to practice it by yourself without guidance. It's not that exaggerated, Lin Luo said indifferently. He now feels that his brain has become much more useful, and there shouldn't be any mistakes if he practices according to the material. And after I find a way to gain another batch of points tomorrow, I will just use the points to max it out and practice until I am proficient. Let's go to the martial arts hall to practice. At this time, Yusuya pulled Lin Luo outside. What are you going to do at the Budokan? Lin Luo said helplessly as she pulled his clothes. The martial arts halls in this world are high-consumption places. Although there are martial artists offering coaching there, it is also very expensive. I got a VIP card, it's free. As if knowing what Lin Luo was thinking, Yusuya raised her little head proudly. Lin Luo's mouth twitched. This little rich woman. Mom and Dad, Xiaoye and I are going to the martial arts hall. Walking downstairs, Lin Luo spoke up when he saw his parents just coming back. Oh, I heard that Xiaoye goes to the martial arts hall to practice every night. You kid, take good care of your sister. Xiaoyan didn't think much about it and instructed Lin Luo. Father Lin Dong seemed to have the same idea. Lin Luo's face was full of black lines. It turns out that they have never thought about their sons practicing martial arts. Humph, wait until I become a warrior and see how shocked you all are. As he walked out, Lin Luo curled his lips. The martial arts hall here is not too far away. After walking about a kilometer, we arrived at a martial arts hall with a very impressive decoration. The exterior of the Budokan looks ancient, but the interior is very modern. Seeing Yusuya take out a diamond card and hand it to the front desk, Lin Luo was even more upset. Yusuya, this little rich woman, seems to have also applied for a diamond membership card. Looking at the words behind the reception desk that required a deposit of 1 million to get a diamond membership card, Lin Luo felt deeply his own poverty. Come on, let's go in. Yusuya pulled Lin Luo inside. Come on, keep pushing. Drink. As soon as I walked in, I saw a very spacious space with a special wooden floor. Many young men and women, led by a strong man, were practicing horse stance punching. A warrior. Lin Luo looked at the man and clearly felt the powerful aura emanating from his body. Obviously different from ordinary people. Xiao Yu, you're here? At the same time, a pleasant voice came from the other side. Lin Luo subconsciously turned his head and looked over there, and saw a woman with a great figure wearing a tight sportswear. Well, he's my brother. I brought him here to practice together. Yu Xiaoya pointed at Lin Luo and said, and her eyes signaled to Lin Luo, as if to say, call your brother in front of outsiders to give you face. Hello, I'm Yi Jihan, the training teacher at the martial arts hall here. She smiled and stretched out her hand to Lin Luo. My name is Lin Luo. Lin Luo also came to his senses at this time and shook hands with her. It feels warm to the touch, but seems a little rough. Needless to say, this is the mark left by years of practice. Lin Luo politely let go of his hand. This idiot is practicing the 5-step boxing at home. I'm afraid he might have problems. Teacher Yi, please teach him. Yu Xiaoya glared at Lin Luo deliberately. You practiced on your own before? Yi Jihan spoke in a gentle voice and looked at Lin Luo. Well, I just practiced it casually. Lin Luo felt a little embarrassed. Looking at Yu Xiaoya's little head next to him, he wanted to slap her hard. Yu Xiaoya seemed to sense something and subconsciously covered her little head. But he quickly reacted and felt that his actions were a bit embarrassing. He immediately put his hands on his hips and stared at Lin Luo with wide eyes. Okay, let me see how you do it and then help you correct any mistakes. Yi Jihan nodded slightly. Lin Luo took a deep breath. I don't know if it's because of the Yunshin pill I took, or if it's psychological factors, but I feel like the practice method of the 5-step fist that I saw in the information has been engraved in my mind. At this moment, Lin Luo moved his body and began to perform the 5-step boxing. Yi Jihan, who had been watching Lin Luo's actions and wanted to help Lin Luo correct himself, now showed a look of surprise in her eyes. Although Lin Luo's movements were awkward, it must be said that there was nothing wrong with them. Very standard. Chapter 13. Who gives whom military training? Surprise from Yi Jihan, points +5. When Lin Luo received the reminder that he had earned points, the corners of his mouth curled up. Adding the remaining 25 points from tonight, there are now a total of 30 points. He did it very standardly? Yu Xiaoya widened her eyes and said in disbelief. Surprise from Yu Xiaoya, points +5. It's 35 o'clock. Lin Luo was quite pleased. This time he had accumulated enough points and directly improved the 5-step fist to the proficient level. Well, it's very stiff, but it's very standard. Yi Jihan nodded slightly. That's what I said. How could I make a mistake? Lin Luo said to Yu Xiaoya proudly. Looking at Lin Luo's expression, Yu Xiaoya's cheeks puffed up with anger. You have been practicing for a few years, right? You are quite proficient in the basic steps and hand positions. Although Lin Luo's 5-step boxing was a bit stiff just now, it can be seen from his steps and hand shapes that he has a certain foundation. I've only been practicing for a short while, Lin Luo said subconsciously. Yi Jihan was slightly startled, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. What she disliked most was the kind of people who pretended to be very talented and powerful. Teacher Yi, please teach me the 5-step boxing now. Yu Xiaoya spoke at this time. Well, I just learned from the course. I'm going to register first and come over later. Yi Jihan nodded slightly. Is it beautiful? Looking at Yi Jihan's leaving back, Yu Xiaoya whispered to Lin Luo. It's okay. Lin Luo coughed. Do you want me to find you a chance to pick her up? Yu Xiaoya said in a mischievous way into Lin Luo's ear. Bang. As soon as she said this, Lin Luo gave her a slap on the face. What are you thinking about? Study first. Lin Luo glared at Yu Xiaoya and said righteously. Stupid Lin Luo, just prepare to be a single dog for the rest of your life and marry your right hand. Yu Xiaoya covered her little head and said a little angrily. Yu Xiaoya! That's too harsh. Yu Xiaoya looked at Lin Luo reaching out his hand and was about to slap her a few times. She immediately stuck out her tongue and ran to the other side. Lin Luo looked at this scene and smiled helplessly. Forget it, just ignore her. The environment here is really good, much more spacious than my own room, and I can practice more freely. Thinking about the steps of the 5-step boxing in his mind, Lin Luo slowly began to practice boxing. With the basic steps and hand shapes, I gradually became more skilled from my original difficulty. Lin Luo, you practice here by yourself. I'm going to practice with teacher Yi over there. Soon Yu Xiaoya's voice came from the other side. No! Lin Luo responded casually and continued practicing. After practicing here, Lin Luo felt that his proficiency seemed to be constantly improving. Sure enough, after mastering the basic steps and basic hand shapes, practicing this 5-step boxing will achieve twice the result with half the effort. TSK, isn't this the boy named Lin? Just as Lin Luo was practicing the 5-step boxing, a discordant voice came from not far away. Lin Luo subconsciously glanced over there and saw a familiar figure. Dong Rui from Class 1. He was wearing a white martial arts uniform and just walked in from the door over there with a few young men, and they discovered Lin Luo who was here. Because of what happened yesterday, Dong Rui now looks at Lin Luo with great displeasure. Lin Luo ignored him and continued to perform his 5-step boxing. Having lived 2 lives, his state of mind is much better than these high school students. I'm telling you, this is the waste whose source power value was 5 and whose combat power was also 5. Seeing that Lin Luo ignored him, Dong Rui suddenly felt as if he had lost face. He pointed at Lin Luo and spoke disdainfully to the men around him. TSK, why is he practicing in this martial arts gym? Hearing Dong Rui's words, the men also showed a mocking look. They have heard of the scum with combat power 5. I guess after spending all your money to eat a Jiyuan pill, you think you can become a warrior? It's ridiculous. Dong Rui said coldly. He was still jealous in his heart because Lin Luo obtained Captain Wu's notes. Jealousy from Dong Rui, points +5. Lin Luo, who had completely ignored them, raised his eyebrows after receiving the information from the system. Now I seem to be quite short of points. He glanced at those people out of the corner of his eye. For some reason, Lin Luo seemed to be able to sense the strength of these people, which didn't seem to be very strong. What are you looking at? A man looked at Lin Luo with eyes that suddenly became extremely ferocious. Look at the garbage. Lin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. Fight to get points. What did you say? The man was startled, then clenched his hands into fists. I mean, you guys are all losers. Lin Luo glanced at Dong Rui and others, spread his hands and said. Dong Rui widened his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. This loser from Class 16 actually dares to call himself a loser? Shock from Dong Rui, points +10. Huh! Points increased? Lin Luo received the prompt from the system and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Sun Zhuang, take care of him! Dong Rui came back to his senses at this time, staring at Lin Luo over there with a sinister look in his eyes. TSK, you seem quite powerful, let's have a competition. The man called Sun Zhuang showed a grim smile at this time, and clenched his hands into fists, making a crackling sound of joints rubbing against each other. Call. Lin Luo looked at him coming over and took a deep breath. For warriors, actual combat is the most important thing. Bring it on. Lin Luo has already made a gesture. What a show-off. Let Sun Zhuang give him a good military training. Looking at Lin Luo's actions, Dong Rui disagreed. At the same time, Sun Zhuang was waving his fists and attacking Lin Luo directly like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Looking at this scene, Lin Luo curled his lips. His attack was just like a fight between gangsters. Lin Luo slightly tilted his body to avoid his punch. Before he could react, he lunged forward and punched him. Bang! The punch hit his abdomen, making a dull sound. Sun Zhuang opened his eyes wide, feeling as if his internal organs were about to explode. His whole body trembled and then he fell directly to the ground, curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Shock from Dong Rui, points +10. Shock from Deng Chan, points +10. Dong Rui and others were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Chapter 14 Actual Combat. With just one move, Lin Luo knocked Sun Zhuang down. How is this possible? Dong Rei's eyes were still full of disbelief. Lin Luo was relieved, even though his source power was very low before, and he became a laughingstock. But what no one knows is that the speed of his reaction nerves is indeed slightly higher than that of ordinary people. When God closes a door for you, He will definitely open a window for you. Of course, except for some unlucky people whose windows will be nailed shut by God. Coupled with the practice in the past few days, Lin Luo was not surprised that Sun Zhuang was able to kill with one strike when he was careless. Now the points have accumulated to 100. Want to give it a try? Lin Luo looked at Dong Rui at this time and hooked his finger. Court death! How could Dong Rui tolerate Lin Luo's provocation? At this time, he was so angry that he rushed towards Lin Luo. But Dong Rui is different from the young man just now. After all, this guy is from Class 1, and according to his source power value, he should be transferred to the martial arts special training class soon. There is still some strength. Now Lin Luo doesn't know the specific function of the source power value, but it is certain that the higher the source power value, the stronger the body. At this moment, Dong Rui threw a punch, and Lin Luo was caught off guard and was hit directly on the shoulder, and he took a few steps back. It hurts a little. Come again! However, Lin Luo did not feel afraid, but instead felt a little excited. Just like he had easily accepted this world of warriors from the beginning. It seems that deep down, Lin Luo has an unusual interest in martial arts. When Dong Rui heard Lin Luo's words, a ferocious look appeared on his face and he continued to attack Lin Luo. Lin Luo also based on the basics he had learned in the past few days, and tried to apply the 5-step boxing he had just practiced in actual combat. Damn it! At the beginning, Dong Rui kept beating Lin Luo, which was very refreshing. But gradually, he found that Lin Luo was like a dogskin plaster. Keep sticking to him and attacking. Lin Luo's face was already bruised and swollen, but his hands did not stop moving at all. From parrying Dong Rui's attacks at the beginning, he began to take the initiative to attack. Lin Luo was extremely skilled in basic steps, his lower body was very stable, and his steps were swaying. Just then, Lin Luo, who was originally being beaten, punched him on the bridge of his nose with his backhand. Dong Rui felt the warm liquid flowing out of his nose and was about to cry. From the beginning, Lin Luo's attacks became more and more rhythmic, and he had already been hit by several punches. Get out of here! Dong Rui kicked out with a whip-like kick with a hint of wailing, and was about to kick Lin Luo in the side of the abdomen. But Lin Luo was becoming more and more experienced at this time. He blocked the attack with his left hand and punched out with his right hand. It hit Dong Rui directly on the cheek. Dong Rui was beaten so hard that he saw stars, his body was shaking and he fell to the back. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out, mixed with a few white teeth that fell out. My teeth! One of Dong Rui's cheeks had swollen like a pig's head, and he saw that several of his teeth had fallen out. At this moment, my heart was a little broken and I finally couldn't help crying out loud. Am I too harsh? Lin Luo looked at Dong Rui crying like a bullied girl, and suddenly he had the illusion that he was a bad person. What's wrong? At the same time, the tall and strong martial arts instructor who I saw when I first entered here walked over. Teacher Fu, he hits people. One of the boys named Fu Xiong who was with Dong Rui pointed at Lin Luo and said. Fu Xiong looked at Dong Rui and frowned immediately. Dong Rui's family is quite wealthy, and he spent a lot of money here. How did you get in? And Lin Luo seemed to be a stranger. My sister brought me in, Lin Luo said directly. The feeling of the battle just now is still a bit unsatisfied. Although Dong Rui knows a lot of moves, it is obvious that his actual combat skills are not that good. So, you're not a student here, right? Fu Xiong's voice turned cold. He beat up my students in our martial arts hall. Fu Xiong looked at Lin Luo with cold eyes. At this moment, Lin Luo felt a chill at his bones. At this moment, the body seemed to begin to tremble slightly. I want to move, but I can't. This is a kind of power that Lin Luo seems unable to resist. But Lin Luo clenched his teeth, his eyes revealing an extremely stubborn look. He, Lin Luo, would not fall down under the oppression of such power. Fu Xiong frowned, and his body seemed to continue to emit some kind of terrifying pressure. Damn it! But this terrifying feeling of oppression was so strong that Lin Luo's legs bent slightly. Fu Xiong's brows were already frowning at this time. Just when he was about to take action, a voice came from the other side. Fu Xiong, stop! Fu Xiong looked to the side, saw Yi Jihan's figure, and immediately smiled. Jihan. Call me Teacher Yi. Yi Jihan walked over and said with a cold face. You can really use your power on an ordinary student. Fu Xiong's expression seemed a little unnatural at this time. He calmed down and smiled. This kid just hit someone casually, so I'm teaching him a lesson. Brother, are you okay? Yu Xiaoya also ran over at this time, holding Lin Luo's arm, looking very worried. Why are you calling me brother now? Lin Luo laughed teasingly. Stupid Lin Luo! When Yu Xiaoya heard Lin Luo's words, she couldn't help but glared at Lin Luo fiercely. But seeing Lin Luo's bruised face and nose, he felt a little distressed. I'm fine. Lin Luo shook his head. That terrifying feeling of oppression has disappeared. My whole body suddenly felt comfortable. Let's go, take these two to the medical room first. At this time, Fu Xiong looked at Deng Chang and others, and asked them to help Dong Rui and Sun Zhuang leave. When he left, he turned around and gave Lin Luo a vicious look. Fu Xiong is a protective person. Are you okay? At this time, Yi Jihan looked at Lin Luo. Fine. Lin Luo shook his head. Dong Rui and Sun Zhuang, did you beat them? Yi Jihan hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak out. These two have been training in the martial arts hall here for some time, and their own source power values are not low. They want to spar with me, so I just play around with them. Lin Luo said casually. Yi Jihan was a little speechless. He just played around and knocked out a lot of the other person's teeth. Xiao Yu, take your brother back to treat his wound first. Yi Jihan felt a little headache and said to Yu Xiaoya helplessly. Looking at Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya's backs as they left, Yi Jihan couldn't help but feel puzzled. It seems that he has just started learning the 5-step boxing, but he actually beat Sun Zhuang and Dong Rui. Chapter 15 Parents' Shock. At this time, Lin Luo, who had just walked out, received a system prompt. Surprise from Yi Jihan, points +5. Now my points have reached 105 again. Lin Luo, did you knock down those two guys just now? Yu Xiaoya spoke out curiously at this time. Sun Zhuang and Dong Rui looked quite strong, but they were knocked down by Lin Luo. Is it a paper tiger? Hee, they are just some students who only know how to show off. Lin Luo deliberately pretended to be proud. Just as I started talking, the wound on my cheek got moved and it hurts a little. You talk like you're so great. Yu Xiaoya curled her lips. The two of them returned to the doorstep and talked, and Lin Luo swallowed secretly. The wound on my face isn't obvious, is it? Now I have a swollen cheek. Will I get beaten when I go back? Is it possible that you don't go home? Yu Xiaoya seemed to be gloating. Lin Luo's cheeks now really look like a pig's head. It is estimated that it will take several days to completely disappear. Lin Luo glared at Yu Xiaoya fiercely, took a deep breath, and walked into the house. Xiao Yu, who is this? As soon as she walked into the door, Mother Xiaoyan looked at Lin Luo next to Yu Xiaoya and spoke subconsciously. I am your son. When Lin Luo heard what his mother said, he felt like crying but had no tears. He is Lin Luo. At this time, Yu Xiaoya also forced herself to hold back her smile, and her cheeks were puffy. Xiaoyan came to her senses at this moment, and her eyes widened. You mean your source power has reached 20? At this time, Father Lin Dong and Mother Xiaoyan were both in the hall. They didn't care that Lin Luo's cheeks were beaten like a pig's head, and looked at Lin Luo seriously. Lin Luo felt like he was attending a trial. Well, I went to the pharmacy and tested it. Lin Luo said a little vaguely. After swallowing another Jiyuan pill tonight, Lin Luo's source power value has reached 20. It is estimated that after tomorrow, it will reach 21 or even 22. So, I have a chance to be admitted to the Warrior Academy. Lin Dong said a little excitedly at this time. In this world, The Warrior Academy is equivalent to the former Tsinghua University and Peking University, and is the best academy in the country. Moreover, the identity of a warrior is much better than that of a civil servant. If you had known that the Jiyuan pill was so effective, you should have bought it for your son a long time ago. Xiaoyan glared at Lin Dong at this time, and then looked at Yu Xiaoya gratefully. Xiaoya, thank you so much. You are half my parents, and I treat Lin Luo as my own brother. Don't say that. Yu Xiaoya's face turned slightly red. It's my brother! When Lin Luo heard a word in Yu Xiaoya's words, he immediately glared at her. Yu Xiaoya made a face at Lin Luo. You've grown wings, haven't you? Talk like that. Xiaoyan glared at Lin Luo while saying this, which immediately made Lin Luo timid. Since your energy value has reached 20, let's prepare and buy you 2 or 3 more energy-gathering pills. Maybe you can really be admitted to the Warrior Academy. Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Although my family is not very rich, we still have some savings. If you have a chance to get into the Warrior Academy, this amount of money is nothing. No. Lin Luo shook his head. Don't mess around. Your father can still afford this little bit of money. Lin Dong frowned. No, I met Captain Wu last time. Lin Luo quickly made up an excuse and adapted. What happened to Captain Wu that day? Such a big thing, why didn't you tell us? Luckily, no one was hurt. When Xiaoyan heard Lin Luo say that the strange beast actually rushed to the school, her heart was lifted. Captain Wu actually gave you the study materials. Lin Dong also looked a little bit unbelieving at this time. This is real. I'll show it to you later. There's also Captain Wu's signed note on it. Lin Luo said seriously. Yu Xiaoya's eyes lit up at this time, and she seemed to be planning something. Captain Wu is very optimistic about me and said that he will sponsor me for Jiyu and Dan in a while. Lin Luo continued to make up stories. Real? Lin Dong and Xiaoyan were a little suspicious, staring at Lin Luo, as if they wanted to see something from Lin Luo's face. Of course it's true. Every year the city provides financial aid to talented students whose families are not well off. I just happened to be selected. Lin Luo spoke so eloquently that he almost believed it himself. I think I've heard of it. Lin Dong also nodded slightly at this time. Xiaoyan looked carefully and saw that Lin Luo didn't even blink, so he probably wasn't lying. Lin Luo laughed in his heart at this moment. He later found out in his previous life that his mother Xiaoyan would always observe his eyes to see if he was lying. Because he tends to blink faster when he lies. Then you have to thank Captain Wu. He is such a noble man. Xiaoyan had already believed Lin Luo's words at this time, and couldn't help but sigh. No, we have to pay a visit to express our gratitude. Mom, I'm a special police captain. I have to go out and complete missions frequently. How can I have time? When Lin Luo heard what his mother said, he was startled and spoke quickly. If it really happened, then my lie would be exposed. Lin Luo is right. Lin Dong also nodded at this time. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I will thank Captain Wu very much. Lin Luo continued at this time. After finally fooling his parents, Lin Luo returned to his room panting. Lin Luo, you just lied, didn't you? Yu Xiaoya stretched her head out and looked at Lin Luo, who entered her room from the door. Of course it's true. Otherwise, do you think I have 100,000 yuan to buy Jiyuan pills? Lin Luo glared at her. Last time you said Captain Wu gave you the information, but you didn't say he would help you apply for the funding. Yu Xiaoya still had a look of suspicion on her face. Believe it or not. Lin Luo curled his lips. If I continue to pester her, there is a possibility that this girl will see through my flaws. Elder brother! Yu Xiaoya walked in at this time and suddenly said sweetly. I'm getting goosebumps. Tell me what's going on. Lin Luo pretended to feel a chill. Yu Xiaoya was so angry that her teeth were itching. I want to borrow your information. She pointed to the documents that Lin Luo had placed on the table. Lin Luo feels like a completely different person these days. His progress is so rapid that Yu Xiaoya even feels pressured. Take it. Take it all. Lin Luo said indifferently. Since he got the materials, he has been reading them in class and has almost finished them during this period. Apart from Captain Wu's notes and experiences which are relatively useful, other teaching materials are quite common. Chapter 16: The Role of Source Power. After Yusuya returned to her room, Lin Luo cleaned up the garbage on the floor and immediately lay down on his bed. Worn out. I just got 20 points from my parents. Adding to the original 105 points, I now have 125 points. Huh! What surprised Lin Luo was that his experience progress in 5-step fist had actually improved. 5-step boxing 10/500. Could it be because I fought with Dong Rui in the martial arts hall tonight, which improved my proficiency? If I could master this 5-step boxing technique directly, my actual combat capability would probably be further enhanced. However, thinking of the pressure that Fu Xiong brought to him tonight, Lin Luo's face turned cold. He took out his cell phone and started searching for information online. There is a lot of information about warriors on the internet, but very little of it is truly useful. The reason is that all the real information related to warriors can only be found on a special, Warrior Alliance, website. This website can only be logged in after becoming a formal warrior. However, Lin Luo still found some information on some small websites. After becoming a warrior, you can control your own source of power. When the source of power in the body is released, ordinary people will feel extremely strong pressure. A powerful warrior can directly cooperate with his mental power to kill an ordinary person silently. Many people commented under this post saying that this person was bragging and exaggerating. But Lin Luo felt that it should be true. Today, facing the former warrior Fu Xiong, he really felt the strong malice and various negative emotions, as if they were about to crush him. It seems that only after becoming a warrior can one control one's own source of power. Source power cannot just have a numerical value like it does now without any other functions, Lin Luo said secretly. Because of the battle with Dong Rui, Lin Luo felt a little pain in his body that night. My muscles are a bit sore from being pulled. Even though these basic steps and boxing techniques can be learned directly through the system, one's own body will not change. Some are just muscle memory. You still need to exercise to become stronger. That night, Lin Luo slept very soundly, but due to his good biological clock habits, he still woke up around 6:30 in the morning. Morning. Just as I opened the door and went out, Yusuya also came out, yawning. He also has 2 panda eyes, which makes him look very funny. How did you turn into a panda? Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm trying to study. When Yusuya heard Lin Luo's laughter, she couldn't help but glare at him. She was now stimulated by Lin Luo. She had been reading the information for most of last night. How much is your source power? Lin Luo said casually as he walked towards the lobby on the first floor. Humph, this genius girl is already 28. Speaking of this, Yusuya became proud. In the past few days, the source power value has increased by 3 points. Yes, I guess it will take me a few days to catch up with you. Lin Luo shook his head and sighed at this time. Lin Luo! This is so infuriating. It's only been a short time, and he has gone from having a source power of 5 to now being able to catch up with this genius beauty. Don't be too envious of me. Lin Luo smiled and reached out to rub Yusuya's head. You messed up my hair! Yusuya was a little angry. What hairstyle can you have? After breakfast, Yusuya left angrily because someone messed up her hair. Lin Luo walked on the familiar streets, and felt that the air seemed to be emitting a faint fragrance. Lin Luo, why did you become like this? As soon as I returned to the classroom, several classmates saw this scene and were stunned. Although the swelling on Lin Luo's face had subsided a lot, he still looked a little bruised and swollen. Nothing. I beat up Dong Rui from class 1 last night. Lin Luo said casually. Beat up Dong Rui from class 1? Lin Luo, you are just bragging. I'm afraid you got beaten up by someone. Xiao Shifei couldn't help but speak out when he heard Lin Luo's words. Although Lin Luo obtained Captain Wu's notes, these materials were only of some help in martial arts. Could it be possible that by reading some information, he could beat up Dong Rui from class 1 who was said to be joining the martial arts class soon? This is too exaggerated. I heard that Dong-Rui was beaten by a student at Qingyang Martial Arts Hall last night, Zhao Dongdong said with a complicated expression. He has a friend who trains at the martial arts hall, so he knows a little about what happened last night. No way. The students around were all surprised at this time. Lin Luo, did you really beat Dong-Rui? The fat man Dong-Wei had just drunk a sip of soy milk and turned to look at Lin Luo behind him. Do I have to lie to you? If you don't believe me, go ask him later. Lin Luo spread his hands. Shock from Dong-Wei, points plus 10. Shock from Zhao Lili, points plus 10. At this moment, the people around him contributed 200 points to Lin Luo. Ha ha ha, so cool. Lin Luo was surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm. Ha ha, those pretentious guys in Class 1, I've wanted to beat them up for a long time. Dong-Wei laughed as if he had beaten Dong-Rui up. By the way, Lin Luo, what is your current source power value? At this time, Zhang Tao also turned around and looked at Lin Luo, who was sitting at the table behind him. The source power value is probably around 23. Lin Luo pretended to speak casually. 23. Zhang Tao's eyes widened as if he was frightened. Indeed, although the source power value of 23 is not as good as that of squad leader Li Rui, Lin Luo's source power value increased from 5 to 25 in just a few days. Because Lin Luo deliberately spoke a little louder, the students around him were also dumbfounded. The source power value has reached 23. Lin Luo, I really envy your physique. Some students couldn't help but speak out at this time. Obviously, they all thought that Lin Luo had the so-called easy-to-absorb physique. Seeing the various reminders of points earned due to their shock, surprise, and envy, Lin Luo's heart was already beaming with joy. I'm sorry everyone, I didn't mean to attack you, it was the system that forced me to do this. Lin Luo, get out here! Just as the second class was over, an angry shout was heard outside the classroom. Chapter 17, Competition Appointment. Hearing the sound coming from outside, Lin Luo raised his eyebrows. This voice sounds a little familiar. It's Zhang Jiqiang. At this time, Zhang Tao trotted over from the back door and whispered to Lin Luo. Ignore him. How dare he come into our class and cause trouble? Hearing Zhang Tao's words, Lin Luo stood up immediately. I'll go and take a look. Lin Luo. Zhang Tao was stunned. At this time, Lin Luo had already walked out. Zhang Jiqiang was looking very aggressive at this time, and it seemed that he was bringing a few people from the first squad with him. What's up? I'm very busy. Lin Luo walked out, stretched, and glanced at them casually. Looking at Lin Luo's attitude at this time, Zhang Jiqiang's face became even uglier. Lin Luo, don't be too proud. Last night at the martial arts hall, you thought you were so great because you used some dirty tricks to beat Dong-Rui? Zhang Jiqiang said in a deep voice. Even if this guy obtained Captain Wu's notes, he couldn't improve so much in a short period of time. Even Dong-Rui is no match for him. I heard that Sun Zhuang was knocked down by his punch. This is a joke. Oh, I'm here for revenge. Lin Luo smiled faintly. I beat him up because he was a dirty man. But I didn't use any dirty tricks. He was just too weak. You can't beat them all by yourself, so you want to come together now, right? Having said that, Lin Luo glanced at the people in Group 1 and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Arrogant. Too arrogant. The men in Class 1 were staring at Lin Luo with hatred in their eyes. Let's go to the martial arts hall again tonight. Do you dare to have a fight? Zhang Jiqiang stared at Lin Luo. Dong-Rui was beaten badly last night. I heard that all his teeth were broken. He is still in the dentistry to fix his teeth. I don't know if he can fix them. I don't dare go. Lin Luo shook his head. Are you scared? A boy next to Zhang Jiqiang said coldly at this time. They are Class 1, the top class. I was actually provoked by someone from Class 16. I am indeed scared. Lin Luo sighed. The classmates around him couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Lin Luo's words. But that's true, Zhang Jiqiang's source power value is said to be almost the same as Li Rui's, and he will soon be going to a special martial arts training class. If you go against him, nothing good will come of it. Waste. The boy next to Zhang Jiqiang sneered when he heard Lin Luo's words. I'm afraid you guys are going to do something tricky. If the little ones can't beat them, call the big ones. Lin Luo said, shaking his head. Isn't that the case with those plots in online novels? They beat the younger ones and then the older ones, which can add up to a lot of words. What do you mean? Zhang Jiqiang's face suddenly darkened when he heard Lin Luo's words. What do you mean? Don't you know? Last night, after I beat up your good friend Dong Rui, his teacher Fu Xiong used his martial arts power to put pressure on me. When Lin Luo said this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. This Fu Xiong, relying on his skills as a warrior, actually used the release of his source power to intimidate himself. Nonsense! As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, Zhang Jiqiang shouted angrily. That's right! A warrior would deal with you! You think too highly of yourself! The students in Class 1 also spoke up at this time. There was disbelief in their eyes. I don't want to argue with you. I can compete with you this week on Sunday night. Not tonight. I didn't come to evening study last night, and my homeroom teacher called the roll. Lin Luo spread his hands helplessly. Then we'll meet at the martial arts hall on Sunday night. The bell for class just rang at this time. Zhang Jiqiang said something and left with the students from Class 1. How arrogant! Do you really think that our Class 16 can come and go as they please? Zhang Tao looked at this scene and couldn't help but say. How about you keep them here? Lin Luo glanced at him. Ahem, I'd better forget it. Zhang Tao said a little embarrassedly. But Lin Luo, do you really want to compete with Zhang Jiqiang? As he walked into the classroom, Yang Tong couldn't help but speak. Of course, we'll go when we say we're going, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Luo didn't care. Otherwise, how can you earn points? It should shock many people that I was able to defeat Zhang Jiqiang, right? Especially those students in Class 1. Originally, many people in the class didn't believe that Lin Luo could beat Dong Rui. However, Zhang Jiqiang's arrival just now made them believe it. While they were shocked, Lin Luo's points also increased significantly. It has increased to 525. Lin Luo did not hesitate at all and directly spent 490 points to increase the 5-step fist to proficient. Now that I have mastered the basic steps and basic boxing techniques, I will draw the next points first. Smoke some good stuff first. Jiyuan pill, if I take one more tonight, it will be completely gone. However, what made Lin Luo feel a little unbelievable was that he seemed to have the kind of easy-to-absorb physique that he had fooled others about. After taking only the third Jiyuan pill, his source power value has already reached 23. At noon, Lin Luo still went to the gym to exercise. Alas, the monitor has gone to the martial arts class, and there is no one to teach us. Zhao Dongnong said as he casually practiced the basic steps. You haven't even mastered the basic steps yet, and you still want the squad leader to teach you the 5-step boxing? Qianjing couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard what Zhao Dongnong said. Zhao Dongdong's face suddenly turned red. At this time, he looked towards Lin Luo and found that Lin Luo was constantly doing push-ups, pull-ups and other physical training here. I didn't practice basic steps or hand shapes anymore. Lin Luo actually beat up Dong Rui. Do you think it was because of Captain Wu's notes? At this time, Zhao Dongnong whispered to Qianxing and Sun Kai beside him. It's possible. Qianxing and Sun Kai looked at Lin Luo over there, and then started discussing in a low voice. Otherwise, how could it be possible that Lin Luo's strength became so strong in such a short period of time? Dong Rui's family is well off, but he has gone to the martial arts hall for training. Call. After Lin Luo finished several sets of pull-ups, he was sweating all over. Zhou Min. Lin Luo glanced at Zhou Min, who was practicing the 5-step boxing not far away, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. What's wrong? Zhou Min stopped and looked at Lin Luo curiously. These days, Lin Luo seemed like a different person. He went from being an insignificant figure in the class to being the focus of everyone's attention. And, if you look closely, Lin Luo is still a little handsome. Zhou Min? Lin Luo looked at Zhou Min with a strange look on his face, and couldn't help but speak again. What happened? Zhou Min also came back to his senses at this time, his face slightly red. But because her skin is naturally wheat-colored, it is not very noticeable at this time. I want to ask, do I need to have a source of strength of 35 or above before I can learn the martial arts training techniques? Chapter 18, First Practice. Lin Luo looked at Zhou Min seriously. Because Lin Luo could never forget the source of power that Fu Xiong used on him that night. He didn't want to endure this kind of situation where he had no way to resist again. Zhou Min's brother is a warrior, maybe she knows something. I don't know either, but in previous years, the requirement for admission to the Warrior Academy was that the source power value must be above 35. Only students who passed the Warrior Academy would have a mentor teach them the special training techniques for warriors. Zhou Min didn't think much and spoke directly. There is another method, which is taught by martial artists in martial arts halls. However, it is said that there are very few martial arts halls that are qualified to do this. Our martial arts hall in Lianqing is not allowed to do this. Lin Luo frowned slightly at this time. He had a book about cultivation techniques, but because he was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and get into trouble, Lin Luo did not dare to read it. But after what happened last night, Lin Luo couldn't help it anymore. Lin Luo, you don't want to practice on your own, do you? Zhou Min seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly at this time. Most of the cultivation techniques uploaded on the internet are fake. Last time, 2 people in our grade. Don't worry, I'm just asking casually. I won't joke about my future. Before Zhou Min could finish her words, Lin Luo interrupted her with a smile. That's good. Zhou Min also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. After school in the evening, Lin Luo quickly returned to his room. After putting down his school bag, Lin Luo opened his drawer. From under some notebooks in the drawer, Lin Luo took out the book with Cultivation Techniques written on the cover. Holding the book in both hands, Lin Luo sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at it with a little hesitation. The system should be able to help me learn. Lin Luo took a deep breath at this time, and then opened the cultivation technique. It is recommended to practice under the guidance of a specialist. These black words gave Lin Luo a special feeling, just like the reminder in some martial arts novels before. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself. Lin Luo felt a chill and continued to turn the pages of the book. Soon, you can clearly see the pictures of human bodies inside. There are many words below. Since the opening of the alien space rift, the cosmic energy on Earth has become increasingly dense. Many people have cosmic energy in their bodies that they absorb unconsciously, but some are weak and some are strong. We call the energy contained in our body's source power. The foundation of becoming a warrior is to learn how to mobilize the energy in your body and how to use it, so that it can fully refine your flesh, blood, bones, and even cells. Looking at these words, Lin Luo's breathing became rapid. The body was trembling slightly. It was a tremor of excitement. It doesn't say here that the source power value must be above 35 before you can practice. It may be that there are too many people applying for the Warrior Academy, and there are not enough tutors, so there is a threshold. After all, the higher the source power value, the stronger the plasticity. Lin Luo muttered to himself as he looked at this cultivation technique. Let's try it. Looking at those steps of cultivation, Lin Luo felt his mind become clear. It seemed as if all the steps of cultivation were memorized by myself. Lin Luo took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Relax your whole body. Use the body's sensing ability to sense the source power in your body. Generally speaking, the higher the source power value of a warrior, the easier it is for him to sense the source power in his body. No wonder the source force value is required to be high, it is just for the induction at the beginning. Because of taking the soul-nourishing pill, it seems that my mental strength is stronger than that of ordinary people, and my sensitivity is also significantly stronger. Following the steps written in the book, after a while, Lin Luo could clearly feel that there were some indescribable things like gas and liquid in his arms and legs, flowing back and forth in his body's meridians. They move very slowly and seem to have a coexistent relationship with their bodies. It will not affect your body, nor will it cause harm or help to your body. These should be my source of strength. The second step is to try to manipulate these source forces, try to control them, and slowly release them from the pores of various parts of the body. Soon, as Lin Luo tried, these source forces began to be controlled by Lin Luo. Then it differentiates to every part of the body. In this step, you must be extremely careful and keep everything balanced. If you are not careful, you will cause irreparable damage to your body. The more tense the moment, the calmer Lin Luo becomes. Soon, he controlled these source forces and distributed them to various parts of the body. At this moment, every part of the body has a very thin source of energy. Come out! Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly. The source of power from all parts of the body burst out directly. Ha! At this moment, Lin Luo clearly felt that there was a faint energy flow surrounding his entire body. Is this the source of power? The source of power was released and appeared, like a transparent protective film. It seems that it is not too difficult. Lin Luo also breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of surprise on his face. However, Lin Luo did not feel proud at this time, and continued to practice according to the instructions of practice technique. These source forces were released at this time and surrounded the surface of his body, but they did not dissipate. It's a very strange feeling. Lin Luo took a deep breath at this time, continued to sit cross-legged, and then began to slowly absorb the released source power into his body. According to the cultivation technique, the upper limit of the source power value can be increased by absorbing the cosmic energy in the air, that is, source energy. However, because the energy on Earth is so low, it is far less effective than elixirs like the Gyuan pill. Therefore, a powerful warrior must have spent countless amounts of money. It is difficult to raise the upper limit of the source power value, but as long as it is raised, the source power that can be stored in my body will be increased accordingly. Moreover, the source of power can temper one's skin, bones, and even cells. But it is too difficult to temper bones or cells. That is something only high-level warriors can do. What I can do now is to use the source of power to temper my skin and flesh. However, before tempering your skin and flesh, you must first learn to control the source of energy in your body. Now Lin Luo feels that he is becoming more and more interested in this cultivation technique. The next practice will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 19: Tempering the Flesh. That whole night, Lin Luo was immersed in the surprises brought by the cultivation technique, constantly trying to mobilize and use the source of energy in the body. However, because the current source power is too little, although he can release it and let these source powers form special energy flow on his body, it seems that he still cannot achieve the same as Fu Xiong, who can directly use source power to pressure others. It's dawn! As a faint ray of sunlight came in, Lin Luo yawned, stretched his hands, and then slowly stood up. After not sleeping for a night, I don't seem to be too tired. After checking the system panel, he found that after taking the last Gyuan pill in the middle of the night, his source power value had reached 25. When you reach the age of 25, it seems that it is not so easy to improve yourself. Now is the time to spend money. 35 points are not enough for the lottery. I still want to find a way to get some points. As he thought about it, the system word displayed in front of him disappeared. After washing up, Lin Luo went downstairs. Yu Xiuya was already eating the tomato and egg noodles prepared by her mother Xiaoyan. What were you doing locked up in your room last night? Looking at Lin Luo's figure, Yu Xiuya stopped talking and looked at Lin Luo curiously. Review, Lin Luo said perfunctorily. Without waiting for Yu Xiuya to speak again, Lin Luo continued. My source power value seems to have reached 25. So soon? When Yu Xiuya heard his words, her eyes widened. Surprise from Yu Xiuya, points plus 5. Lin Luo was a little depressed at this time. Yu Xiuya didn't seem surprised now as the points were only so few. Lin Luo, what are you talking about? Xiao Yin brought another bowl of cooked egg noodles to Lin Luo and said curiously. Oh, when I came back yesterday evening, I went to the pharmacy to test it, and it seems that the source power value has reached 25. Lin Luo said casually. Real? Xiao Yin was shocked, but a look of surprise appeared on her face. Shock from Xiao Yin, points plus 10. The total points added up to 50. Lin Luo smiled slightly. From this point of view, there is actually some hope for me to be admitted to the Warrior Academy. No, I'm going to ask your dad to buy you 2 or 3 GUN pills so that you can get into the Warrior Academy, Xiaoyan said excitedly. After all, the martial arts academy of this era is more valuable than Tsinghua University and Peking University in the past. Mom, no need. I've already been awarded the funding quota, and the effect of taking the GUN pill now is not very obvious. There's no need. Lin Luo quickly spoke out. You can get it through a lottery. There is no need to let your family spend all the money they have saved for so many years just to buy these 2 or 3 GUN pills. I see. Only then did Xiaoyan come to her senses. However, he obviously had some doubts about the amount of funding that Lin Luo had mentioned before. Can my son really get this funding? You still think I'm lying to you, otherwise how could I have raised my source power to 25? Lin Luo's words easily dispelled his mother Xiaoyan's doubts. Lin Luo has been much more low-key these days. If you want to fully master this cultivation technique, you still need a lot of time to practice. Soon, it was Saturday night. The total points are only 350. The points I earn these days are relatively small, only 350 points in total. Lin Luo continued to sit cross-legged in his room. Through the practice in the past few days, Lin Luo has been able to control the source of power in his body. The source power value has increased a little in the past few days and has reached 26. I haven't taken the GUN pill these days, so it's very difficult to increase my source power. Try it first, use the source of power to temper your skin and flesh. With this in mind, he followed the method described in the practice technique, and began to control the thin source of power in his body and transfer it to his hands. If you want to temper your bones, the current source of strength is not enough, and it is also very slow. But it should be possible to temper the skin and flesh. Soon, the source of power was transferred to the palms of both hands. Under Lin Luo's control, these source forces began to penetrate into the flesh and skin of his hands through the meridians. It hurts. This is different from releasing the source force, but rather dispersing the source force and infiltrating it into one's own flesh and blood and the epidermis of the skin. It was as if thousands of needles were constantly piercing his flesh and blood. Lin Luo felt extremely intense pain. Oh shit, why does it hurt so much? If Lin Luo had not seen the notes written by Captain Wu in the book, Cultivation Techniques, which explained the pain of tempering, he would have almost thought that he was practicing wrongly. Soon, the capillaries in the palms began to rupture, and bloodstains could be clearly seen on the skin on the palms and backs of the hands. Call. Lin Luo was a little out of breath, but he still endured the severe pain, controlled the source of power, and continued to stimulate and temper the flesh and blood of his fist. Time passed by minute, and although my hands felt extremely painful, the pain gradually began to ease. The first time was a little painful, but once my flesh and skin became stronger and adapted to the tempering, it would be much better. Throughout the entire night, Lin Luo continued to temper himself according to the steps described in the cultivation technique. Lin Luo didn't even know when he fell asleep. It's dawn! Looking at the faint light outside the window, Lin Luo rubbed his sleepy eyes. The fingers of both hands moved, and a tingling sensation came over me. I clenched my fists, and I don't know if it was an illusion, but the strength of my hands became a little stronger. Try! He stood up and punched the wall of his room. Bang! Suddenly a dull sound was heard. No pain. Lin Luo's eyes showed surprise. The skin of my hands seemed to have become much tougher. If the bones can be tempered into iron, then the strength of the body will become even more terrifying. As expected, high-level warriors do look like humanoid machines. He carefully felt the source of energy in his body. After a whole night of tempering, the limited source of energy in his body had been completely consumed. Now it has only recovered a little. The display of the system panel has also changed a little. Source power, January 28th. The upper limit is now 28 points, but only 1 point is stored in the body. The source of power in the body is to temper one's body through cultivation techniques. Otherwise, these source powers would just be stored in one's body, which would not have much effect on improving one's physical strength. I looked at the time. It's 6:30. First, use the cultivation technique to absorb the energy in the air and restore your source of strength. Chapter 20: Optimizable Cultivation Techniques. About half an hour later, Lin Luo opened his eyes again after hearing his mother calling him to get up. I have only recovered 5 points of source power. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. No wonder the book, Cultivation Techniques, recommends tempering the skin and flesh first. Because just tempering the skin and flesh is so slow, if you want to temper the bones, the source of power required will probably be even more. The source power in my body is too low now, far from enough. Huh! But at this moment, Lin Luo saw the option of Cultivation Technique appear on the system panel. But it didn't exist before. That's why Lin Luo could only learn this cultivation technique slowly by himself. Cultivation technique can be optimized. What does it mean to be optimizable? Lin Luo muttered to himself with a bit of curiosity. After clicking it with the mind, the options popped up immediately. Do you want to consume 1,000 points for optimization? 1,000 points! Lin Luo was so upset. This system was too cruel. The points required were so high. Do I have to go crazy and act stupid to get points? This is ridiculous. It's better to pretend. Because of the special training in the martial arts class recently, Yusiaya goes back to school early every day to start morning training. Lin Luo was walking alone on the street and came to a house that was being demolished. Lin Luo looked around and saw that there was no one around. After a slight hesitation, he walked straight in. Now his skin and flesh are as hardened as if he has practiced boxing for many years, and they are very firm. If the source power is released, it will cover the fist. Under the coverage of source power, the attack and defense of the fist can be improved as the source power becomes stronger. This is also one of the reasons why warriors are so powerful. Because the internal energy is not very high now, Lin Luo can only control the source power to cover his right fist. Very thin. Then let's give it a try. Looking at the wall in front of him, Lin Luo took a deep breath. Lunge and punch. Boom. This full-strength punch hit the wall, and immediately an extremely loud noise broke out. The place where the fist hit was directly dented, and cracks appeared all around it. Lin Luo was also shocked when he saw this scene. I didn't expect that the power of my punch would be so huge. The bones have not been tempered yet. As long as the source power becomes stronger, and even the bones are tempered, it is really possible to knock down the entire house with one punch. Warriors, so scary! With a look of surprise, Lin Luo quickly left here and rushed to the school. Lin Luo, are you really going to fight Zhang Jiqiang tomorrow night? Zhang Tao spoke directly to Lin Luo as soon as he saw Lin Luo sitting down in his seat. Lin Luo nodded slightly. It is said that Zhang Jiqiang started practicing the basics very early. And I often go to the martial arts hall to train. Zhang Tao couldn't help but remind. Don't worry, he is no match for me. Lin Luo is full of confidence. Now that I have mastered the art of cultivation, the skin and flesh of my fist have been tempered and become much tougher. It's a pity we can't go in and see. Yang Tong also came over and sighed. He looked at Lin Luo with envy in his eyes. Not only him, but also several students next to him. Some time ago, Lin Luo was a loser with a source power value of only 5. Now, not only has his source power value increased so much, but he can also fight with top students in the class like Zhang Jiqiang. The envy of these people added dozens of points to Lin Luo, and now the accumulated points reach 415. But it is still far from enough. Defeat Zhang Jiqiang and then publicize it. I guess the entire senior class will be shocked. After all, Zhang Jiqiang is more well known than Dong Rui. Dong Wei, can you do me a favor? At this time, Lin Luo tapped Dong Wei's shoulder with a ballpoint pen. Dong Wei had just returned to the classroom and was sitting in his seat. What can I do for you? Dong Wei drank a sip of the fat house happy water, turned around and said curiously. Can you help me promote the fight with Zhang Jiqiang tomorrow night? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Dong Wei is very active in the school's forums and some QQ groups, and knows a lot of people. Boy, do you really want to fight Zhang Jiqiang? Dong Wei said a little excitedly. I've disliked him for a long time. No problem. I'll help you spread the word so that the entire senior class will know about it. After taking a sip of Coke, Dong Wei continued. But are you really sure? If you lose, not only will you be embarrassed, but our class 16 will also be embarrassed. Certainly, Lin Luo said confidently. Lin Luo, you haven't practiced the basic steps recently. At noon, Zhao Dongdong and others saw Lin Luo continuing to practice push-ups and pull-ups, and they couldn't help but become curious. Because Lin Luo has not practiced basic steps or 5-step boxing in the past 2 days. Well, I've learned it. Lin Luo smiled, and after warming up, he began to stretch his ligaments. He brags loudly. Just then, a voice came from the side. He Xiong from Class 2 is a tall and strong man. I see you've only been here for a few days. Do you really think that the basics are so easy to practice? He Xiong sneered disdainfully. Lin Luo, ignore him. Zhou Min frowned. He Xiong from Class 2, his brother is also a martial artist. Not only does he know the authentic basics, he is also good at the 5-step boxing. But he is quite arrogant. Lin Luo? Are you the Lin Luo who will fight Zhang Jiqiang tomorrow night? After hearing Zhou Min's words, He Xiong also became a little curious. He is Lin Luo. At this time, the students who were practicing in the gym all looked towards Lin Luo. His eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. Surprise from He Xiong, points +5. From Lin Luo widened his eyes. 275. A full 275 points increased. I didn't expect that so many points would be added. It seems that Dong Wei's propaganda is effective. Looking at He Xiong at this moment, Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. A bad idea came to mind. It doesn't look that good. With his weak arms and legs, can he beat Zhang Jiqiang? He Xiong looked at Lin Luo and shook his head. Lin Luo doesn't look strong, in contrast, he's a little thin. Not much. With my little arms and legs, I can beat all of you. Do you believe it? Lin Luo twisted his neck, slowly stood up, smiled, and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Oh? Shall we try it? He Xiong clenched his hands into fists, making crisp, crackling sounds. Lin Luo! Zhou Min wanted to stop it at this time. He Xiong is not only strong, but also has practiced other fighting techniques. Very hard to hit. Chapter 21, Points Skyrocket. Are you serious? He Xiong gave a sinister smile, and stared at Lin Luo. Lin Luo's words just now were a naked provocation to him. Certainly. Lin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. Very good. Then let's have a sparring match. He Xiong snorted coldly. Soon, the two of them were standing in an open area nearby. Many students around also gathered around at this time. Many students pointed fingers at Lin Luo. After all, before today, many people didn't know Lin Luo. This is too crazy. He actually wants to fight with He Xiong. Some students watched this scene and couldn't help but shook their heads secretly. It is said that He Xiong has qualified for the martial arts special training class and will be preparing to go there soon. It's simply courting death. Bring it on. Lin Luo looked at the students around him in the gymnasium, all looking at him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He hooked his finger at He Xiong. Snort! He Xiong snorted coldly, moved his body, and rushed directly towards Lin Luo. He swung his right hand and was about to punch Lin Luo. Lin Luo stood where he was, without dodging at all. Clench your right fist tightly. It directly collided with He Xiong's fist. Bang! As the two fists collided, a dull sound suddenly erupted. He Xiong felt as if his fist had hit a steel plate, and a sharp pain came immediately. It hurts so much. Without waiting for He Xiong to continue attacking, Lin Luo directly kicked him with a whip kick. He Xiong's face changed and he quickly used his arms to block in front of himself. Block Lin Luo's attack. However, this powerful impact still caused He Xiong to take a few steps back. The students around were shocked when they saw this scene, and all of them showed expressions of extreme shock. Damn it! He Xiong was also a little angry at this time. He roared and continued to attack Lin Luo. However, Lin Luo, who had already mastered the basic steps, kept moving his legs and dodged He Xiong's attack flexibly. At this time, Lin Luo was becoming more and more excited. He was completely immersed in this battle. The next moment, He Xiong, who was already extremely annoyed by Lin Luo, attacked with another punch. Lin Luo used his left hand to pull back his right hand that was punching him, moved his legs, and his right hand went straight through his crotch and flew him away over his shoulder in an instant. Bang! As He Xiong's body fell to the ground, there was a dull sound. The students around couldn't help but tremble. This is too painful. I'm sorry, I think I was a little too harsh. Lin Luo came to his senses at this time, looked at He Xiong lying on the ground, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. When the fight just started, Lin Luo was completely immersed in the joy of combat. According to the practical skills learned before, He Xiong was knocked down easily. Moreover, it seemed that because he had already mastered the cultivation technique, and knew how to control the source of power in his body, his combat power had become much stronger. I actually lost. He Xiong endured the severe pain in his body and slowly got up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Luo, when did you become so strong? Zhao Dongdong and other classmates were also stunned at this time. Ahem, it's almost time for class. I'm leaving now. Lin Luo looked around and found that no teacher came over here, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He Xiong was beaten half to death by him, but if a teacher came, he would be in trouble. Captain Wu's notes, are they so powerful? Qianjing looked at Lin Luo's leaving back and couldn't help muttering to himself. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Lin Luo, who had just started practicing, suddenly became so powerful. Even He Xiong was defeated by him. At this time, He Xiong left here in a daze. He only remembered that he was easily knocked down by Lin Luo just now and completely forgot about the pain in his body. This is so cool. Lin Luo walked out with his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Because after the battle just ended, the students around were shocked that Lin Luo defeated He Xiong. The points increased by 425. Now all the points added up are 1115. These points are increasing too fast. Calm down, calm down. After the victory in the battle with Zhang Jiqiang tomorrow night, I think we will be able to gain a lot of points. Lin Luo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. When the class just started in the afternoon, most of the students in the senior year started discussing it. Did you know? Lin Luo from class 16 fought against He Xiong in the gymnasium and actually beat He Xiong down. As the matter continued to ferment, Lin Luo, sitting in the classroom, kept receiving reminders of earning points. Seeing his points skyrocketing, Lin Luo was so excited that he felt a little numb. This point has increased too much. Now, it has risen to 5,255. When he returned home in the evening and entered his room, Lin Luo closed the door. I reached out and touched my heart, and felt it beating very loudly. Points, lots of points. Calm down, calm down. Lin Luo, who was originally as excited as if he had won a lottery worth tens of millions, took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. First, optimize the cultivation technique. After thinking about it, Lin Luo directly spent 1,000 points to optimize the cultivation technique. As soon as the points were used up, Lin Luo could clearly feel that there was a lot more information in his mind. Is this the optimized cultivation technique? Looking at the extra information in his mind, Lin Luo's eyes showed surprise. The optimized cultivation technique is obviously much better than what he learned from books. Especially the speed of absorbing cosmic energy in the air and converting it into source power in the body seems to be faster than the previous cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Lin Luo sat down cross-legged. Practice according to the new practice technique you have acquired now. Soon, the energy in the surrounding air began to be absorbed by Lin Luo's body. It slowly entered Lin Luo's body through his pores. About an hour later, Lin Luo felt that his source power had been fully restored. Lin Luo, it's time to eat! Just when Lin Luo wanted to continue, he heard the voice of his mother Xiaoyan. Here it comes! My father Lin Dong has been very busy recently, and has to work overtime at night. Lin Luo, I heard that you beat down a boy who was going to join the martial arts class. Chapter 22 Another Lottery. Yu Xiaoya had already sat at the dining table. Seeing Lin Luo coming over, she immediately spoke excitedly. You had a fight? As soon as Yu Xiaoya finished speaking, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed, and she glared at Lin Luo. I don't. Lin Luo quickly spoke up. It's just that we had a training session at the gym at noon, and a classmate and I had a sparring match, but it wasn't a fight. Xiao Yan was relieved when she heard Lin Luo's words, but she still warned Lin Luo. No fighting, do you hear me? No, Lin Luo said helplessly. Yu Xiaoya watched Xiao Yan continue to cook. Her eyes suddenly turned, and she whispered to Lin Luo. Did you really beat that guy up? Nonsense. Lin Luo glared at her, but did not hide anything. You know, many people in our senior special training class have heard about this and are very curious about you. Yu Xiaoya continued to speak at this time. This year, Lianqing Middle School has had a special martial arts training class starting from the first grade. Those who can enter the special martial arts training class are undoubtedly those with higher source power values and better talents. Why should I be curious? He's just a little more handsome. Lin Luo spread his hands. Yu Xiaoya looked at Lin Luo with an expression as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person. But you look better than those boys, a little handsome. Yu Xiaoya held her little chin, stared at Lin Luo, nodded and spoke. Lin Luo's skin is indeed fair, and he looks quite handsome. Let me tell you something. Lin Luo suddenly whispered at this time. What's wrong? Seeing that Lin Luo's expression suddenly became serious, Yu Xiaoya also became a little curious. Tomorrow night, I plan to fight with another student who is going to the senior third-level martial arts class at your martial arts hall. Is this true? As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, Yu Xiaoya's eyes widened. Lin Luo had a fight with someone at noon today. Will he have another fight tomorrow? What's true or false? Mother Xiao Yan brought out a plate of fried broccoli with garlic. Nothing. Lin Luo made a careless move and got away with it. I almost got beaten up last time at the martial arts hall. This time I have to go there to fight against others, and I think I will really get beaten up. Lin Luo winked at Yu Xiaoya, indicating that he would talk to her later. Who are you going to fight? Are you fighting over a beautiful woman? A sadistic love triangle. Yu Xiaoya, who followed him back to the room, was now burning with gossip. You think too much. Lin Luo's face was full of black lines. Didn't I beat up Dong Rui? His friend wanted to ask him to take the lead and deal with me. Lin Luo briefly explained the matter. Oh. Yu Xiaoya, who was originally very interested, suddenly felt a little bored. What are you expecting? Lin Luo looked at Yu Xiaoya's expression and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. I'll go with you tomorrow night, but Fu Xiong. As Yu Xiaoya spoke, there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Fu Xiong is a petty person. Last time, he relied on the fact that he is a warrior to attack Lin Luo, who is not a warrior. This time when he goes there again, he always feels that Lin Luo will be targeted. It doesn't matter. He can't do any tricks. Lin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. Now, except for his relatively low source power value, he can be said to have already taken the steps to become a warrior. Because he has already learned the cultivation technique. After Yu Xiaoya went back to her room, Lin Luo closed the door. With a thought, the system interface appeared in front of him again. Because 1,000 points were consumed for optimization, Lin Luo now only has 4,255 points left. Now the basics learned have been improved to proficiency, and the training techniques have also been optimized. The remaining points can be used for the lottery. I clicked on the points with my mind, and a row of words suddenly appeared. Do you want to use points 5, 50, 500, 5,000 to participate in the lucky draw? There are 4 levels of points lottery. 5,000 is impossible, and the 50% chance of winning an item is not high either. You can try the 500 one. Thinking of this, Lin Luo directly chose to spend 500 points to draw the lottery. Looking at the long-missed big turntable, Lin Luo was also a little excited. Chapter 23, Dagger, Martial Arts, Butterfly Dance. There are things in all 6 grids! At this moment, as the big turntable appeared, Lin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Now the turntable is evenly divided into 12 grids. Except for 6 grids showing garbage, the other 6 grids contain things. However, the things displayed in the grid were a bit blurry, and Lin Luo didn't know what they were. At worst, there will be GUN pills, Lin Luo said to himself. Stop! Watching the turntable spinning wildly, Lin Luo immediately called for a stop. As the turntable slowly began to stop, Lin Luo's heart began to pound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of garbage. Bang! Seeing several bags of garbage filled with rotten eggs falling down, Lin Luo suddenly felt like he was screwed. 50% of the time, I missed it. Lin Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I just don't believe it. Anyway, the remaining points can support me to draw 7 more times. I smoked them all. Congratulations to the host for winning the primary weapon. Congratulations to the host for winning the garbage prize. Congratulations to the host for winning the garbage prize. Congratulations to the host for winning the primary elixir. Congratulations to the host for winning the primary martial arts card. Congratulations to the host for winning the primary elixir. Congratulations to the host for winning the running shoes. Lin Luo looked at the information continuously coming from the system, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. There are 8 draws in total, with a 50% chance of 3 draws being rubbish. It's okay. Lin Luo comforted himself. Soon garbage fell down in front of eyes. There were also 2 ceramic bottles, a pair of brand new white running shoes, and 2 rectangular black sandalwood boxes. 1 bottle of Yunshin pill and 1 bottle of GUN pill? Looking at the pills in the 2 ceramic bottles, Lin Luo's eyes showed surprise. There are 3 GUN pills and only 1 Yunshin pill. But Lin Luo really wanted this soul-nourishing pill. After all, after using one, it seemed that my brain became much better. Although the pair of white running shoes seemed to be made of special material, they were just shoes after all and did not have much appeal to Lin Luo. After disposing of the garbage in the corner and putting away the shoes, Lin Luo sat on the ground and looked at the 2 rectangular black sandalwood boxes. Both of these black sandalwood boxes have a bit of weight to them. One of them is much heavier, while the other is relatively lighter. Try a light one first. This light ebony box is relatively small. As Lin Luo slowly opened it, he could see a green card inside. Bronze Martial Skill Card. Looking at this card, Lin Luo's face also showed surprise. During this period of time, Lin Luo has already learned most of the knowledge about warriors. This kind of card contains some martial arts skills. A powerful warrior can inject his understanding of martial arts directly into this card through source power. Other warriors can communicate with the martial arts cards through their own source power and extract the information in the martial arts cards. Generally, martial arts cards are divided into 5 levels according to their strength. Bronze, silver, gold, which are slightly more common. Platinum and diamond martial arts cards are said to be only available for practice by high-level warriors, and they are rarely seen for sale in the market. Butterfly Dance. In the middle of the front of this bronze martial arts card, there are 2 words written in a flamboyant style. Below the words is a translucent pattern of a figure holding a dagger in an attacking posture. Dagger-type martial arts! But I don't seem to have a dagger. Lin Luo, who was originally a little disappointed, suddenly thought of something and quickly opened another ebony box that looked slightly larger. Inside, there was a dagger. The elementary martial arts skill I just acquired is actually a dagger. I don't know if it was given by the system or if it was just luck. The surface of this dagger is light silver, and its shape is a bit like a small sword. It feels quite heavy when held in the hand. Just scratched the wall slightly and it actually left a deep scratch. So sharp? Lin Luo was a little surprised. Although Lin Luo prefers weapons with big swings, like the Fang Tian Hua Ji. But now it seems to be okay to use this small and exquisite dagger. According to the information, as long as I put this martial arts card on my forehead and mobilize my own source power into this martial arts card, it should be alright. When Lin Luo placed the bronze martial arts card on his forehead with his right hand, he suddenly discovered that the card seemed to have some special suction power. It was directly stuck on his forehead. I'll try. Lin Luo sat down cross-legged and talked to himself. Now he has almost mastered the cultivation technique. And what we are learning now is optimized. This optimized practice not only increases the absorption of source power. Even controlling the source of power has become a lot easier. Soon, Lin Luo controlled the source power in his body and flowed it to his forehead. Use the source communication martial arts card. As the source power was released from the pores on the forehead, the moment it touched the martial arts card, this martial arts card suddenly began to emit a faint light. A powerful force was instantly released from the martial arts card and entered his mind. Lin Luo's eyes widened and his pupils shrank slightly. I felt a sharp pain in my head. It's like something was forced into me. Huff! After several minutes, Lin Luo began to sweat profusely and gasp for breath. The bronze martial arts card that was originally attached to his forehead also fell to the ground. There were also many cracks on the card. It's useless anymore. I see. After the pain in his head slowly disappeared, Lin Luo had a complete set of methods to practice this martial art in his mind. This martial skill is Butterfly Dance, a set of elementary dagger-type martial skills. After successfully practicing it, fighting will be like the dance of a butterfly. Not only is the attack gorgeous, but it is also extremely flexible. Hit, stab, pick, cut, and tie. These are the basic uses of the dagger, and you must learn them all. Lin Luo had a headache at this time. Getting started with a weapon is not an easy task. Although all the methods of practice have been imprinted in my mind, it is as if I have learned this martial art myself. However, the body does not have muscle memory, so it still needs to be practiced slowly. Lin Luo took a deep breath, holding the dagger in his hand, and began to practice in the room. The next day, when Lin Luo just returned to school, he was called out by his homeroom teacher Hanli for questioning. Lin Luo! Why haven't you come to evening classes these past few days? Hanli looked at the evening study assessment form for the past few days and frowned immediately. If you skip evening classes again without a reason, I will notify your parents. Standing in the corridor, some students passed by from time to time. Some students saw this scene and showed a gloating look. I've been practicing recently. Chapter 24, Increased Mental Strength. Lin Luo spoke to Hanli in a serious tone. Practice? What do you practice? Hanli was stunned. Oh, I'm preparing for the entrance exam to the Warrior Academy, so I've been practicing some basic boxing routines at night lately. Without waiting for Hanli to speak, Lin Luo continued. My current source power value is 28. 28. Hanli was about to say something, but when she heard Lin Luo's words, she was stunned. Shock from Hanli, points plus 10. Lin Luo, tell me the truth, is everything you said true? After Hanli calmed down, she continued to speak. Certainly. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Come, follow me to the school infirmary. Hanli quickly said to Lin Luo. It's a big deal that there is another student with such a high source power value in this class. I went to the school clinic and started measuring with special instruments. Source power value is 30. Looking at the source power value displayed above, Hanli was completely dumbfounded. The middle-aged man in a white coat standing nearby also widened his eyes. He knew that Hanli was the head teacher of Class 16, and this student was naturally a student of Class 16. There is actually a student with a source power value of 30? Shock from Zhang Aigua, points plus 10. Yesterday, only 255 points were left, and now it has become 275 points. This ordinary machine has errors in measurement. I'm only about 28. Lin Luo spoke up. Last night, he took another Jiyuan pill, but the effect was obviously not as good. There is almost no increase. But the drug effect has not been fully absorbed yet, and it is still possible to increase to 29. Well, measure it again. Zhang Aigua nodded slightly at this time. Lin Luo was right. The measuring instruments they had here, as well as those in the pharmacy, were all ordinary ones, which would have an error of 2 or 3 points. After several measurements, Han Li finally believed that Lin Luo's source power value had reached 28 points. Teacher Han, I want to practice at home in the evening instead of attending evening classes. Is that okay? On the way back to the teaching building, Lin Luo said to Han Li, who was still in shock. Yes, yes. Han Li also came back to her senses at this time and spoke immediately. The head teachers of the senior year classes are all very busy, and she didn't pay attention to what happened in the past few days. At this moment, Lin Luo, a student with a source power value of 5, suddenly became a student with a source power value of 28. It was as shocking as a student who was at the bottom of the class suddenly getting the first place in the exam. By the way, Lin Luo, I'm going to practice with the head teacher of the martial arts class and let you in. When Lin Luo walked to the classroom door, Han Li suddenly thought of something. Lin Luo nodded slightly. It is said that in the martial arts class, there are martial artists hired by the school to teach. Although I have Captain Wu's notes and the help of the system, I can study carefully. But Lin Luo also wanted to see what was different about the training there. Lin Luo, your homeroom teacher wants you to join the martial arts class? As soon as Lin Luo returned to his seat, Zhang Tao turned around and looked at Lin Luo behind him. It's morning reading time now, but no teacher has come yet. She said she would help me apply. Lin Luo spread his hands helplessly. Martial arts class, not bad. Desk mate Li Qi looked at Lin Luo, nodded, and continued his morning reading. Compared to martial arts, he seems to be more interested in reading. Damn it! Han Li is so unfair. She won't even let me go to the martial arts class even though I have 30 points of energy. At this time, Dong Wei put down the fat house happy water in his hand and said dissatisfiedly, I heard that you were afraid of the hard training and didn't want to go. When Zhang Tao heard what his deskmate said, he couldn't help but make a joke. Shut up. Dong Wei glared at him a little angrily. Anyway, my energy value can meet the standard, so I just need to get better grades when the time comes. Dong Wei muttered. The training in the martial arts class is indeed very hard. By the way, Lin Luo, I have helped you solve the problem you mentioned, and I have already publicized it. Dong Wei seemed to have thought of something at this time and chuckled. Are you sure you can beat Zhang Jiqiang? Dong Wei was still very curious. Although I heard that Lin Luo defeated He Xiong, Zhang Jiqiang seems to be stronger than He Xiong. Moreover, that martial arts hall is Zhang Jiqiang's territory. Certainly. Lin Luo raised the corners of his mouth, full of confidence. I want to go see it, too, but unfortunately we can't just go into the martial arts hall. Zhang Tao sighed. If you want to go, why don't you let me take you there? Dong Wei curled his lips. Real? When Zhang Tao heard Dong Wei's words, he immediately became energetic. Nonsense, my dad also invested some money in that martial arts hall and has shares. Dong Wei snorted. Lin Luo's mouth couldn't help but twitch at this moment. This fat guy is showing off his wealth invisibly again. Today is Sunday, and as usual, we have a holiday in the afternoon, and no classes. Only over 400 points. After Lin Luo returned home, he looked at the 455 points displayed on the system interface, and couldn't help but sigh. This morning, the points contributed by the students were a bit less. After all, the excitement about defeating He Xiong had passed, and they had also slowly begun to accept Lin Luo's improved strength, so the points they had earned were not many. But we can gain some points tonight. When Lin Luo thought of this, his eyes narrowed slightly. As long as it's over after tonight, I estimate that the points will skyrocket. At this time, I looked at the right side of the system interface. Bronze Martial Arts, Butterfly Dance, Beginner Plus. I clicked the plus button with my mind, and a system prompt suddenly appeared. Do you want to spend 1,000 points to upgrade this martial art to proficiency? 1,000 points is not too much. Even if you want to master a bronze martial art, you can't just practice it in a day or two. But I don't have enough points now. Lin Luo sighed helplessly, picked up the soul-nourishing pill in the drawer, thought about it, and put it directly into his mouth. I only took the Jiyuan pill last night, and haven't taken the Yunshin pill yet. Thinking of the benefits that the soul-enhancing pill had brought him before, Lin Luo's face also had a hint of anticipation. Just after taking this soul-nourishing pill, The effect was similar to the last time, and I felt a cool sensation in my mind. Very comfortable feeling. It seems that after taking the Yunshin pill, the effect will be seen within a short period of time, and the effect will be absorbed within a short period of time, unlike the GUN pill. Hey, 2 points have been added. I looked at the mental power on the system interface, and it had become 10 points. The last time it increased by 3 points, this time it increased by 2, and it is indeed getting less and less. Lin Luo was going to compete with Zhang Jiqiang tonight, so he did not rest at this time. Instead, he continued to practice with his dagger. Chapter 25, Return to the Martial Arts Hall. Because the memory information extracted from the martial arts card is contained in his mind. So now it is very easy for Lin Luo to practice. By the evening, Lin Luo was sweating all over. I took a hot bath and lay down on the bed to rest for a while. After practicing this afternoon, I still felt very tired. After dinner, Lin Luo and Yusuya walked out of the house directly. Hey, there's something interesting to watch tonight. Yusuya seemed very excited. Look at your head. Lin Luo looked at Yusuya's excited expression and couldn't help but tap her head gently with his hand. Stupid Lin Luo, you won't grow taller if you knock your head. After being hit on the head by Lin Luo, Yusuya immediately moved away from Lin Luo, covered her head with her hands, and stared at Lin Luo. You can't grow tall anyway. Lin Luo curled his lips. Be careful or I'll beat you up. Yusuya bared her fangs and claws, acting ferociously. Lin Luo was not afraid of Yusuya's paper tiger-like behavior at all. Go directly to the Budokan. Wait for me. Yusuya saw Lin Luo walking in front, and then she quickly caught up with him. The two walked to the front desk of the martial arts hall entrance. Yusuya took out her VIP card and looked at Lin Luo proudly. It seemed to be saying, look, only I can bring him in. Entering the martial arts hall again, Lin Luo thought of what happened last time and couldn't help but take a deep breath. That time, even if Fu Xiong used his source power to suppress him, nothing should have happened to him. Because I have already learned the art of cultivation. As soon as I walked in, I could clearly see a lot of warriors around, training in that extremely spacious venue. And in the area on the right, there are already many boys and girls there, seemingly waiting for something. Here I come. Their eyes all looked towards this entrance. That person is Lin Luo from class 16? It doesn't look that good. And brought a girl with him. The men and women here also started discussing at this time. These are all students from Lianqing Middle School. Because of tonight's competition, they all used various connections to come in and watch it up close. And among them, Zhang Jiqiang also stepped out. Brother Jiqiang, that kid is here. A tall and strong man next to him whispered in his ear. The other men who had been with Dong Rui before also appeared here. Zhang Jiqiang nodded slightly. Now he was wearing a thin and loose white combat suit, and he had just finished warming up. Is that Zhang Jiqiang? Yusuya looked over there at this time and spoke to Lin Luo in a low voice. Lin Luo nodded slightly. This guy has a lot of supporters. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have any supporters at all. Yusuya said proudly. It seems, what Yusuya said makes sense. Then should I thank you? Lin Luo curled his lips. Of course. You can treat me to a meal of crayfish later and thank me properly. Yusuya kept nagging. Lin Luo! At this moment, behind the group of people, two men waved to Lin Luo who was walking over. Looking closely, aren't they Dong Wei and Zhang Tao? Hey, wait for me. At this time, Yang Tong's figure also appeared behind. Why are you here? Looking at the appearance of these three people, Lin Luo was surprised. Of course I brought them both in. My dad has shares here. Dong Wei said proudly. Sharp. Lin Luo looked at the fat guy Dong Wei and the corners of his mouth twitched. This guy really has a mind at home. After my promotion, if there weren't a rule prohibiting casual entry, I think the entire senior class would have come here tonight to watch. Dong Wei seemed very proud. But there are quite a few people coming now. Zhang Tao and Yang Tong laughed bitterly. They also didn't expect that so many people would want to watch the competition. And it seemed that those who came were all here to support Zhang Jiqiang. You're finally here. At the same time, Zhang Jiqiang also came over. Dong Wei and others stood behind Lin Luo. Well, are you ready to accept defeat? Lin Luo smiled. Hearing Lin Luo's arrogant words, the 20 or so men and women behind him showed shock on their faces. The people in Class 16 are so confident and arrogant. At this time, Lin Luo was receiving the points prompted by the system, and he couldn't help but feel very happy. An increase of more than 200 points. He Xiong, I've defeated him before. Zhang Jiqiang snorted coldly at this time. His meaning is clear. Although Lin Luo defeated He Xiong, he was also defeated by Zhang Jiqiang. This guy could have taken a martial arts class a long time ago, but he refused to go. Dong Wei was also beside Lin Luo, reminding him at this time. Source power value, estimated to be over 30. Hearing Dong Wei's words, Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. I originally thought that Zhang Jiqiang was just average, but from this perspective, this guy seems to have some strength. However, Lin Luo was not afraid, but rather a little excited. He wanted to see how strong Zhang Jiqiang was. Bring it on! Lin Luo moved his neck and smiled faintly. At this time, both of them stood in the front position. Lin Luo, kill him for me! Yu Xiaoya said excitedly at this time. Hearing Yu Xiaoya's words, Lin Luo's brow was immediately filled with black lines. Xiao Yu! At this time, Yi Jihan also walked out from the other side and happened to see Yu Xiaoya. Teacher Yi. Yu Xiaoya turned around and saw Yi Jihan walking over. Yi Jihan was still the same as Lin Luo had seen a few days ago. With a ponytail and wearing tight sportswear, she looks heroic. The one who wants to compete with Zhang Jiqiang is your brother? She looked at Lin Luo, who was about to start fighting, and couldn't help but show surprise. Yes. Yu Xiaoya nodded. Yi Jihan felt a little headache. Last time, Lin Luo beat up Sun Zhuang and Dong Rui. This time, I want to compete with Zhang Jiqiang again. Zhang Jiqiang's ability is not better than that of ordinary students. Yi Jihan stared at Yu Xiaoya and said seriously. I know. But my brother has become a lot stronger recently. Yu Xiaoya is full of confidence. Yi Jihan looked at Yu Xiaoya's expression and couldn't help but shake her head secretly. Zhang Jiqiang is truly not comparable to ordinary students because he... Chapter 26 I give up. Lin Luo, you will know next. Your strength is far different from mine. As soon as Zhang Jiqiang finished speaking, he kicked the ground with his legs and rushed directly towards Lin Luo. Lunge and punch. Lin Luo looked at this scene, sneered, moved his feet, and dodged to the side. I don't know if it's because of the increase in mental strength. He felt that his brain was indeed working much better than before. After dodging his punch, Lin Luo moved his center of gravity forward and kicked sideways with his right leg. The look in Zhang Jiqiang's eyes changed slightly, and he directly used his left arm to block it. Bang! As the legs and arms collided with each other, a dull sound was heard. It hurts a little. Although Zhang Jiqiang blocked Lin Luo's attack, he still felt a little pain. Lin Luo didn't stop at all and punched out with his left fist. Hit Zhang Jiqiang's cheek directly. Zhang Jiqiang was so shocked that he subconsciously dodged backwards. Lin Luo took advantage of the victory and continued to apply the basic steps and 5-step boxing perfectly in actual combat. Captain Wu's notes are quite useful. Because in addition to the basic 5-step boxing practice methods, there are also insights into actual combat. The students who were watching the fight nearby, as well as Dong Wei and others, all had expressions of shock in their eyes. Zhang Jiqiang seems to be being beaten by Lin Luo? This is totally different from the picture they imagined. How many years has this kid been practicing the 5-step boxing? Yi Jihan looked at this scene and couldn't help but be shocked. Because Lin Luo is now using the 5-step fist so skillfully. Combined with the basic steps, the lower body is extremely stable. Coupled with his constant attacks, Zhang Jiqiang didn't even have a chance to fight back. Roll! At the same time, Zhang Jiqiang, who had been suppressed and constantly resisting Lin Luo's attacks, finally became angry and humiliated. He roared, and a powerful force suddenly burst out from his body. Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, the body was directly pushed back. Zhang Jiqiang has to be serious. Several students from Class 1 also came. At first, they felt a little depressed when they saw Zhang Jiqiang being beaten. Now looking at Zhang Jiqiang, who seemed to be about to launch a counterattack, they couldn't help but get excited. Is this Captain Wu's combat notes? It's quite impressive. Zhang Jiqiang looked at Lin Luo, who had just been repelled by him, and said in a cold voice. When Lin Luo heard his words, he felt neither amused nor helpless. This guy, did he really think that he would become so much stronger after reading Captain Wu's notes? Well, he seemed to really think so. But now Lin Luo gave him a completely different feeling. It seemed like there was a sudden strong feeling of discomfort. This feeling of discomfort is a bit similar to the previous time when facing Fu Xiong. Source power. Zhang Jiqiang is able to control the release of the source power in his body. Moreover, some of the source power he controlled rushed straight towards Lin Luo. Although the source force is very weak, the impact of this source force will make ordinary people feel extremely uncomfortable. If Lin Luo had not learned to control the source power in his body today, he would definitely feel extremely uncomfortable. But, as the source power in Lin Luo's body was mobilized, these source forces were released instantly. It was like forming an energy film that covered Lin Luo's entire body. That feeling of discomfort disappeared without a trace in an instant. You! Zhang Jiqiang looked at the scene in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. Lin Luo, why do you seem like nothing happened? Could it be that he also... No, it's impossible. It's not that easy for this guy to get access to cultivation techniques. Even if one comes into contact with the cultivation technique, it is still extremely difficult to practice it. It took him a long time from sensing to controlling the source of energy in his body. Not to mention the subsequent use of source power to temper the body. Zhang Jiqiang only treated it as food for himself. At this time, he controlled the source of power in his body and released it. A thin film of energy also forms on one's body. Under such circumstances, the energy film formed by these source forces can give his body a certain defensive capability. Take that! Zhang Jiqiang shouted loudly, and attacked Lin Luo like a storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Luo kept moving, blocking his attack with his arms while continuing to punch back at Zhang Jiqiang. But now Lin Luo's fist hit Zhang Jiqiang's body, but it obviously did not cause any injury to Zhang Jiqiang. Zhang Jiqiang, doesn't it hurt? Yu Xia couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the scene in front of her. Yi Jihan looked at this scene and of course understood what was going on. The source force is released to form an energy film-like existence, which greatly enhances the body's defensive energy. Lin Luo's fist was not powerful enough to break the defense. But what made Yi Jihan feel strange was that Lin Luo blocked Zhang Jiqiang's swift attack and didn't seem to be injured. Moreover, this kid also has source force fluctuations. He also learned the cultivation technique? You are a warrior too, Zhang Jiqiang said while fighting with Lin Luo. As long as you have learned the cultivation technique, and are familiar with the release and control of the basic source of power, you can be called a warrior. Of course, he is only the weakest first-level warrior. What do you think? Lin Luo did not directly answer Zhang Jiqiang's words. At this time, a punch hit Zhang Jiqiang's shoulder. Even with the protection of source power, Zhang Jiqiang still felt the pain and took a few steps back. At this time, Lin Luo continued to sprint forward and punched with a bow stance. Zhang Jiqiang's face changed, and he also punched and attacked at the same time. But when his fist collided with Lin Luo's, he suddenly felt like his fist had hit a steel plate. It hurt so much that tears came out. His body was also knocked back a few steps. Ah! He roared, and at this moment his left fist continued to attack Lin Luo. Lin Luo reacted quickly and kicked his leg, instantly grabbing his left back with both hands. He turned his body, facing his chest, and suddenly pulled his left arm hard, and threw him over his shoulder, sending Zhang Jiqiang to the ground. Bang! At this moment, the entire ground made a dull sound. There were tears in Zhang Jiqiang's eyes. It hurts so much. Did I win? Lin Luo pressed his collarbone with his left hand and waved his right fist, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I. Zhang Jiqian watched Lin Luo's left fist shaking in front of him. His eyes fixed on his teeth, and his body suddenly went cold. He doesn't want to be beaten so that his teeth are gone. I give up! Chapter 27, January Appointment. Zhang Jiqian quickly spoke up at this time. He had seen Dong Rui's miserable state with all his teeth knocked out, and he didn't want to become like that himself. Well then, I win. Lin Luo grinned and stood up. At this time, Zhang Jiqian still felt severe pain all over his body. After hearing Lin Luo's words, although his face looked extremely ugly, he had to admit it. He was indeed no match for Lin Luo. Captain Wu's notes, are they really that powerful? Zhang Jiqian was still lying on the ground, looking at the ceiling, as if he had suffered a great blow. Ha ha ha, Lin Luo, that's awesome! Dong Wei also laughed out loud at this time. Your brother, did he really only start practicing a while ago? Yi Jihan couldn't help but speak to Yusuya. Yes, his energy value was only 5 at the beginning. It was only until I gave him a Juyuan pill that his energy value reached 18. Yusuya nodded slightly. Thinking about it now, it is indeed a bit unbelievable. Yi Jihan was now completely shocked. As if he was frozen in place, he stood there. The other students who came to watch the battle also held their breath, not daring to breathe. Lin Luo is really that strong. During the battle just now, the series of attacks really opened their eyes. Shock from Zhang Yihan, points plus 10. Shock from Tang Chan, points plus 10. At this time, Lin Luo continued to receive news about gaining points, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Lin Luo, you are too strong! Yang Tong and Zhang Tao looked at Lin Luo coming back, and they also spoke out excitedly. The scene of the two of them fighting just now made him feel his blood boiling. But after the excitement, they felt a little depressed. Because Lin Luo's source power value was lower than theirs before. Unexpectedly, such earth-shaking changes seemed to have taken place in such a short period of time. Jiqian, are you okay? At this moment, Fu Xiong came over and helped Zhang Jiqian up. Teacher Fu, I'm fine. At this time, Zhang Jiqian felt that the pain in his body was slowly disappearing. Is this kid also a quasi-warrior? Fu Xiong continued to speak. Although Zhang Jiqian has mastered the method of controlling source power, his skin has not been tempered yet, and he is not yet a true warrior. Not even a first-level warrior. It should be. Zhang Jiqian stood up at this time, thinking of the battle just now, and nodded slightly. Fu Xiong frowned. How is this possible? The last time, this kid was clearly unable to resist the pressure of the source power that he released. Now I can actually control my own source of power? Is there someone teaching him the art of cultivation behind his back? No, even if someone teaches him now, with this kid's source power level, it should be impossible for him to sense the existence of source power. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Fu Xiong looked at Lin Luo behind him. The body's source of energy is released. These source forces rushed straight towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo seemed to sense something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The body's source of energy is subconsciously dispersed to various parts of the body and bursts out directly from the pores. But my body still feels a little uncomfortable. It was as if someone was staring at me with extreme malice. Turning around and looking back, he could clearly see Fu Xiong's figure over there. The second time. Lin Luo looked at Fu Xiong and raised 2 fingers. Snort! Fu Xiong snorted coldly, and his expression turned ugly. Lin Luo is indeed able to control his own source power, so now he is not affected by the pressure of his own source power. A teacher at a martial arts gym is using his power to fight me. It's hilarious. At this time, Lin Luo looked at Fu Xiong with a sneer. Fu Xiong's face became even gloomier after listening to Lin Luo's straightforward words. But in the current situation, he couldn't do anything to Lin Luo at all. If you haven't become a formal warrior yet, hee. Fu Xiong stared at Lin Luo, a hint of ferocity flashing across his eyes. His meaning was very clear, that is, Lin Luo was not a warrior and was not qualified for him to take action. 1 month later, I will be here to fight you. Do you dare? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, everyone around him looked shocked. Lin Luo, stop talking nonsense. Yusuya quickly pulled Lin Luo's arm at this time. This Fu Xiong is at least a first-rank warrior. Lin Luo has no chance of winning if he wants to fight him. Don't worry, 1 month from now, I will definitely be able to become a warrior. Lin Luo is full of confidence. Because he has now learned the cultivation techniques, and has begun to temper his skin and flesh. Even with the help of the system, 1 month is too slow to become a real warrior. Ha ha ha, this joke is not funny. Fu Xiong laughed a few times. The next moment, his smile faded, he stared at Lin Luo and asked coldly. Are you sure? Certainly. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Okay, let's wait and see. Fu Xiong laughed out of anger. Xiao Yu, I'm going to go back first. You can practice first. Lin Luo said to Yusuya. Okay. Yusuya thought about it, then nodded slightly. Yi Jihan watched Lin Luo prepare to leave and wanted to say something, but Dong Wei and the others had already walked out with Lin Luo. Ha ha, the number of replies on the forum has exceeded 100. Dong Wei was holding his phone at this time and spoke excitedly. What response amount? Lin Luo listened to Dong Wei's words beside him and couldn't help but speak out curiously. That's the video of you fighting with Zhang Jiqiang. I've already filmed it and uploaded it to our school forum. Dong Wei shook the phone screen towards Lin Luo. Dong Wei, you are quite fast. Zhang Tao and Yang Tong also looked surprised at this time. Lin Luo stood there at this time, his eyes suddenly widened. The whole person seemed to be frightened and didn't move at all. Lin Luo? Dong Wei and others only noticed Lin Luo's abnormality at this time, and waved their hands in front of Lin Luo. Ha! Lin Luo suddenly burst into laughter. Because at this time, Lin Luo continued to receive a large amount of news about gaining points. As the news of his victory over Zhang Jiqiang spread, a large number of people were shocked. This is much more points than what was obtained by defeating He Xiong. I didn't expect that Zhang Jiqiang was so impressive. Looking at the points on the system panel that were constantly rising wildly, Lin Luo felt a little numb. Come on, I'll treat you guys to a midnight snack. Lin Luo was in a good mood and laughed at Dong Wei and others. Chapter 28 Crisis Emerges. After having supper, Lin Luo returned home and found that his parents were not at home. Looks like you went out to play? Lin Luo didn't care and went straight back to his room. At this moment, Lin Luo's heartbeat quickened significantly. It's like winning the lottery. This score is too terrifying. Lin Luo looked at the system panel at this time, and found that his points had increased to more than 8,000. And it's still increasing. Your shock, envy, jealousy and surprise can all be converted into points. Most people were shocked, but there were also many people who were envious and jealous. Moreover, after being shocked, some people felt envious and jealous, and helped Lin Luo gain many points. It's so cool! Lin Luo clenched his hands. Lin Luo directly consumed 1,000 points and upgraded the martial art, butterfly dance, to a proficient state. Not long after he consumed 1,000 points, Lin Luo's points increased to 8,000. Draw a prize! After taking a Jiyuan pill, Lin Luo prepared to spend 5,000 points to draw 10 prizes first. 5,000 per time feels a bit extravagant, and Lin Luo still can't bear to spend it. Next time I will try again when I have tens of thousands of points. Soon, the familiar big turntable appeared before my eyes again. Of the 12 grids, half are garbage and the rest are useful. Exactly the same as before. Lin Luo clicked frantically to consume points to draw the lottery, and soon, he had completed 10 consecutive draws. 4 pieces of garbage, a warrior vest, a crossbow, 4 bottles of elixirs. Lin Luo muttered to himself. Still clean the garbage into the corner, and take it out tomorrow. The warrior vest is white and seems to be made of special material. It feels very comfortable. And it's also very elastic. Throwing the vest on the bed, Lin Luo looked at the crossbow again. The outside of this crossbow is black and feels like cold metal to the touch. It also comes with 5 arrows. Lin Luo thought about it, then took an arrow, placed it on the crossbow, pointed it towards the wall, and pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! The arrow flew out of the crossbow in an instant, and the tip of the arrow directly hit the wall. Fuck! Looking at this scene, Lin Luo's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. This crossbow looks pretty powerful. In this era, guns are still banned, and it is said that in the other world, guns have lost their effectiveness, and many people use bows and crossbows. This crossbow is not big and can be put in a backpack for self-defense. 2 bottles of Jiyuan pills, the remaining 2 bottles are Sulian pills? Putting the 2 bottles of Jiyuan Dan on the ground, Lin Luo couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he looked at the other 2 bottles of pills in special ceramic bottles. Just now I thought it should be the soul-enhancing pill, but unexpectedly, it turned out not to be. The tempering pill is said to be a pill that increases the speed of tempering the body. Lin Luo looked at the 2 bottles of tempering pills and talked to himself. I opened the bottle cap and took a look. There were 3 in each ceramic bottle. Same as Jiyuan Dan. Just give me a bottle of soul-enriching pill. Lin Luo felt a little bit sorry. Because of the soul-nourishing pill, Lin Luo felt that it could make his brain better. After putting everything away, Lin Luo held one of the bottles of quenching pills and sat cross-legged on the ground. The source of power in the body has now reached the upper limit of 29. The effect of the Jiyuan pill is becoming less and less obvious now. I should take 1 quenching pill, but it won't have much effect, right? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Luo directly took the 3 tempering pills in the bottle. Just like taking the Jiyuan pill, a burning sensation seemed to suddenly come from the dantian in the body. As Lin Luo took a deep breath, the source power in the air began to be absorbed into his body. Controlling the source of power, it flows towards his hands. This time, I have to use up this source of energy to temper my arms. It seemed that because he had swallowed the tempering pill, Lin Luo was able to temper the flesh of his arms much faster at this time. But the tingling sensation still made Lin Luo's scalp tingle. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Now my physical body is still too weak. Therefore, the pain is obvious during the tempering process. As long as the skin and flesh all over the body are tempered once, it will probably be much better. Lin Luo clenched his teeth, absorbing the source power into his body while controlling the source power in his body to temper the flesh and blood on his arms. The speed of quenching is surprisingly fast at this moment. In just 1 hour, Lin Luo had completed the tempering of the flesh and blood in his arms. Huff! However, just after tempering his arms, Lin Luo also lay on the ground panting. It is really tiring to absorb the source of energy and temper the body at the same time. Moreover, the severe pain was a little too much for Lin Luo to bear. It would be great if the system could use points to refine directly, Lin Luo said to himself. Boom! Just when Lin Luo had rested for a while, a loud noise suddenly erupted. What's that sound? Hearing this loud noise, Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly. With a somersault, the whole person jumped up. When I opened the window of the room and looked outside, I could clearly see a beam of fire in the distance. Now Lin Luo felt that his eyesight had improved a lot. Looking from a distance, he could vaguely see several black figures in the firelight. What's this? Could it be a strange beast? Thinking of the scene when he saw the strange beast up close at school, Lin Luo's heart began to beat wildly. The blood seemed to boil at this moment. He wants to go and see again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo put on the warrior vest and the pair of white shoes. He was carrying a backpack and put the crossbow into it. Lin Luo opened the door directly and walked out of his room. Walked quickly towards the area where the explosion occurred. Lin Luo felt like his adrenaline was surging at this time. Running on the street at a very fast speed. Strange beasts. There must be strange beasts appearing there. Moreover, it is very likely that space cracks will appear. These are things that I have only seen in materials, but I will soon be able to see them in reality. How can I not be excited? Evacuate this way, evacuate this way! When we ran to the front, we saw many soldiers evacuating the crowd. The fire over there has made people here feel burning. Go home quickly, it's dangerous here! A soldier saw Lin Luo standing here, walked over immediately and shouted at Lin Luo. I'm leaving now. Lin Luo looked at the soldier holding the gun, with surprise in his eyes. And behind, there were other special police cars driving towards this side. The alert seems to be getting stricter. Chapter 29, Strange Beasts Attack. Something really happened. Lin Luo walked back a bit, then quickly went around to the other side. He climbed up the wall of a house and jumped across the courtyard to the other side. There is a noticeable burning sensation all around. The place where the explosion occurred was obviously very close to here. And it seems that the residents here have already begun to be evacuated. Prick! Just as Lin Luo was moving forward carefully, a strange and harsh sound suddenly came from the front. What's this? Lin Luo saw a black shadow flying towards him from the front. Lin Luo, who had a quick reaction, dodged by turning his head. But there was a stinging sensation on his cheek. He subconsciously reached out and touched his cheek, and saw blood already flowing out. Lin Luo's face changed, he turned around suddenly, and pulled out the dagger from his waist in an instant. The creature that just passed by his ear rushed over again. Under the light of the street lamp, Lin Luo could clearly see the creature. This is a bird-like creature, but the strange thing is that its body is dark gold. The body is also twice the size of an average bird. The wings were like two sharp metal blades, and the corners seemed to have a hint of cold light under the reflection of the light. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, my head would have been cut open. Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly, and he stabbed it directly with the dagger in his hand. This strange bird seemed to sense the danger. The moment it rushed over, it twisted its body and dodged. Moreover, when this strange bird dodged, it turned around and flew back. Its small mouth opened, revealing two golden fangs that looked a little scary. The dagger in Lin Luo's hand kept dancing, and coordinated with his footwork, he quickly attacked the strange bird like a fluttering butterfly. The monster had no way to get close to Lin Luo's body, and the next moment, its body was cut by a dagger. As if feeling the pain, it let out a shrill scream. Just fly directly to the other side. Snort! Lin Luo snorted coldly. The dagger in his hand seemed as flexible as his own hand. He took advantage of the bird's slower reaction and stabbed it directly towards the place where the bird dodged. Some dark red blood splattered out. The neck of this strange bird was directly cut off. The whole body fell to the ground. Call! Only then did Lin Luo breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for my quick reaction, I would have definitely been bitten by this damn thing if I had fought like this. And this bird-like creature seems to have toxins. At this time, Lin Luo clearly felt that half of his cheeks seemed to have become numb. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, loud gunshots were heard from the front. Let's fight. Looking at the corpse of the creature on the ground, Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, and then threw it directly into his backpack. He took out the crossbow and put the dagger back into the scabbard hanging at his waist. As he walked carefully forward, Lin Luo discovered several corpses on the ground. There were fangs on those corpses, as if some creature had sucked all the blood out of their bodies. Looking at this scene, Lin Luo's face turned a little pale. He also held the crossbow tightly in his hand. This was the first time he looked at someone who had just died at such a close distance. This tragic situation made Lin Luo feel a little uncomfortable. Was it the strange bird I just killed that did this? Looking at the wounds on their bodies, they clearly matched the fangs of that strange bird creature. Alien creatures are too terrifying for ordinary humans. The wings of that strange bird just now were as sharp as blades and could not be touched by hands at all. It seemed that no one noticed this side. Lin Luo thought about it, gritted his teeth, and continued to walk forward. There seemed to be a faint light appearing in the front. What's this? And at this moment Lin Luo clearly felt that the closer he got to this side, the stronger the energy in the air seemed to become. Damn it! These are bloodthirsty birds, we must not let them enter the city! Captain Wu was wearing a black special police uniform and holding a sharp knife in his hand. With a fierce swing of his sword, 5 or 6 blood-red bird-like creatures were cut in half. At this time, the special police and soldiers also began to shoot at the bloodthirsty birds flying over with guns. Some warriors, holding various weapons, also began to surround and attack the mutated bird creatures. It seems, retreated. At this moment, a soldier looked at the bloodthirsty birds that were originally overwhelming, and it seemed that many of them disappeared in an instant. He couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Captain Wu was visibly stunned when he saw this scene. Indeed, no living creatures came out of the space crack in front of them that was emitting purple light. Roar! And at this moment, a huge roar came from the other side. There's another dimensional rift? Captain Wu's face changed drastically. The space crack here was discovered by them as soon as it appeared. Now there are strange beasts appearing, and it is obvious that they came from another place. He held the sword in his hand and ran to the other side. Damn! At the same time, Lin Luo just walked over there and saw a huge dimensional crack. Moreover, there was a huge head that came out directly from this dimensional crack. The monster's head looks like a wolf's, but it has a large number of spikes on it, and its pupils are blood red. Lin Luo's body trembled slightly. Facing such a terrifying creature at such a close distance, he was a little overwhelmed to react for a moment. Bang! The next moment, its huge claws stretched out from inside. Lin Luo's body shook, and he reacted instantly. He held the crossbow and shot directly at the eyes of the strange beast. Lin Luo had never used a crossbow, so it was not possible to shoot accurately at a long distance. But now the eyes of this strange beast are very big, and the distance is too close. The arrow directly pierced the strange beast's eyes. His blood-red eyes instantly looked like a punctured water-filled balloon. Roar! An even louder roar was heard. Lin Luo felt like his eardrums were about to burst. Moreover, at this moment, its huge body had already crawled out most of the way, and its sharp claws were about to slap Lin Luo. Chapter 30: First Visit to a Different World. Finished. At this critical moment, Lin Luo felt his body being taken away. Boom! The claws of this strange beast slammed directly on the ground where Lin Luo had just been, and an extremely loud noise suddenly erupted. It's you, kid! As soon as Captain Wu rescued Lin Luo and put him down on the other side, he saw Lin Luo's figure clearly and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Captain Wu? Lin Luo also reacted at this time and his eyes widened. A third-level exotic beast, a blood-eyed mad wolf. Damn it, a thing like this actually appeared. Captain Wu looked over there and saw that the strange beast had already run over from the dimensional crack over there. This creature, which he called the blood-eyed mad wolf, was as big as a cow. It pulled out the arrow that had pierced its eyeball, and looked towards Lin Luo and Captain Wu with its other blood-red eye. Roar! Another huge roar was heard, and the surrounding windows were instantly shattered. No, we can't fight here. Captain Wu's face turned ugly when he saw this scene. This monster is also at the third level and is extremely destructive. If it runs to the other side, the consequences will be disastrous. And at this moment, the blood-eyed wolf has already rushed over. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite Lin Luo. Captain Wu looked at this scene, lifted Lin Luo's clothes on the back with his left hand, and jumped directly to the back. At this time, the soldiers and special police also rushed over. They held the guns in the book and shot directly at the blood-eyed wolf. Bang, bang, bang. But this bullet had no way of penetrating the body of the blood-eyed wolf. Its skin is really tough. Shoot its eyes, they can explode. Lin Luo, who was carried by Captain Wu and jumped to the back, shouted loudly at this time. This scene seemed like something that would only happen in a big movie. It appeared before his eyes at this moment, making Lin Luo feel a little excited. Did you shoot its left eye just now? Captain Wu clearly saw the left eye of the blood-eyed wolf, which had just pulled out a small arrow. When seeing the crossbow in Lin Luo's hand, everything is self-evident. Yes. Lin Luo did not deny it. At this time, after being strafed by the armed soldiers and special police, the blood-eyed wolf still did not suffer too much damage. And at this time, its body pounced directly forward. Although its body was huge, its speed was a bit outrageous. All the soldiers and special police were swept away by its tail. It used its left paw to block its vision, and with its right paw, it slapped away all the people in front of it. Go straight to Lin Luo. It seems like it wants to take revenge on you. Captain Wu looked at the blood-eyed wolf rushing over, then glanced at Lin Luo, seeming to be thinking about something. Roar. The blood-eyed wolf stared at Lin Luo and roared. It was obvious that Lin Luo had just shot out one of its eyes, and now it was seeking revenge on Lin Luo. It ignored Captain Wu and grabbed Lin Luo, who was beside Captain Wu, with its claws. Captain Wu lifted Lin Luo up like a chicken and jumped directly to the other side. Although he is a third-level warrior, it is not so easy to deal with the same third-level monster. A potential warrior? Moreover, Captain Wu also clearly felt that Lin Luo's body was already wrapped in source power. There is no other way. In such a dangerous situation, having source power can also improve one's defense. Very good! Captain Wu laughed loudly, and the next moment, he threw Lin Luo out. Captain Wu, you! Lin Luo's eyes widened at this time. The whole person was thrown out by Captain Wu in an instant. Captain Wu also rushed out directly, arriving in front of Lin Luo before him and grabbing Lin Luo's body. The blood-eyed wolf suddenly pounced on nothing, and the entire ground shook at this moment. Captain Wu, can you please not play such thrilling games next time? At this time, Lin Luo was held by Captain Wu to steady his body, and he felt his legs trembling slightly. No, because it's coming again. Captain Wu looked at the blood-eyed wolf over there. At this time, it turned around and rushed towards Lin Luo again. Listen, if we fight here now, not only will I not be able to take care of you, but if I unfortunately die in battle, the entire Lianqing will be in big trouble. The only chance now is to fight inside the dimensional rift. Captain Wu has already sent the support message just now, and now we have to wait for the support to arrive. Be careful, and after you go in, find a place to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the blood-eyed wolf rushing over and threw Lin Luo directly into the space crack. He wanted to watch this bloodthirsty wolf chase Lin Luo back to that other dimension. Lin Luo opened his eyes wide and saw himself passing through a passage full of light. In the next moment, as the scenery in front of him changed, he suddenly found that he had arrived in a wilderness. This is the other world. Lin Luo's eyes widened, and he clearly felt that breathing was a bit difficult. The crossbow in his hand also sank suddenly. It is said that the gravity in the other world is about twice that of the Earth, and it turns out to be true. Lin Luo gritted his teeth, endured the discomfort, and ran directly towards the reverse slope in front. The body lies directly there. The grass here grows very densely and tall, and it is not easy to be found after lying down. At this time, Captain Wu on Earth saw the blood-eyed wolf, which was indeed chasing Lin Luo and rushing directly into the dimensional rift. Very good! Captain Wu clenched the sword in his hand and rushed in. Roar! As soon as the blood-eyed wolf walked in, it let out a loud roar. Lin Luo covered his ears. Looking up slowly, he saw the blood-eyed wolf chasing after him in the distance. You really hold a grudge? Lin Luo couldn't help but talk to himself. At this moment, the blood-eyed wolf seemed to sense something, and its nose was sniffing the ground, as if it was coming towards him. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo's face changed drastically. At the same time, Captain Wu also rushed in. The moment he rushed in, he swung the sword in his hand directly into the air and attacked the blood-eyed wolf. Bang! The blood-eyed wolf blocked the attack with his arms. But the power of Captain Wu's knife was so terrifying that it directly cut into its arm. Blue blood also splattered out instantly. Lin Luo was also shocked when he saw this scene. Even bullets couldn't penetrate its body, but this sword actually cut into it. Chapter 31, That Arrow. But at this time, Captain Wu's face became extremely ugly. Because he found that his sword was stuck in the arm muscles of the strange beast. There was no way to split its arm bones. Even if I want to pull out the sword now, I can't. The blood-eyed wolf roared and was about to grab Captain Wu with its other claw. Damn it! When Captain Wu saw this scene, his body's energy suddenly burst out. The source of power was transferred to the sword, and the sword was pulled out instantly. But his body was still photographed by the strange beast. The whole body flew out and hit the ground heavily behind. This strange beast is too terrifying. Looking at this scene, Lin Luo's eyes were filled with shock. In this strange world, Captain Wu's speed obviously slowed down a bit, but the strange beast didn't seem to be greatly affected. At this moment, It moved quickly and headed straight towards the place where Captain Wu had just flown out. Lin Luo's eyes changed slightly. After thinking about it for a moment, he carefully ran over there. The crossbow in his hand is already loaded with arrows. Boom! Just as Lin Luo was running forward with his body bent, the entire ground made a loud noise. The surrounding ground also began to shake violently. This is... Captain Wu, who had just flown out, has already jumped up, holding his sword, and slashed at the blood-eyed wolf over there. When the sword chopped in the air, a huge green translucent sword shadow suddenly appeared. It directly hit the head of the blood-eyed wolf. There was a small crack on the head of the blood-eyed wolf, and its limbs were sunk into the ground. Die! Captain Wu jumped in the air, his sword continuing to dance in the air as his body slowly descended. The huge sword shadow continued to charge towards the blood-eyed wolf. The blood-eyed wolf let out a huge roar, and used its front legs to block its head, constantly resisting these terrifying attacks. Is this a martial art? Lin Luo looked at this scene and clenched the crossbow tightly in his hands. Using the source power and transferring it to your weapon can make the weapon's attack more powerful. It was not known whether Captain Wu was talking to himself or trying to give Lin Luo a warning, but he roared while attacking the blood-eyed wolf. Boom, boom, boom. The huge shadow of his sword cut deep cracks on the ground. Lin Luo's eyesight is very good, and he was even more shocked when he saw this scene. Is this the strength of a third-level warrior? However, using this martial art seems to consume a lot of energy. At this time, as Captain Wu's body landed on the ground, the huge shadow of the sword also disappeared. Roar! The blood-eyed wolf let out another extremely loud roar, and some purple blood flowed out of its head. There are also scars of varying depths on the arms. Although it looked very embarrassed, overall, this blood-eyed wolf did not suffer any fatal injuries. There was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of Captain Wu's mouth, which was obviously the internal injury caused by being knocked away just now. But with this scar, he no longer cared so much. He continued to rush forward with the sword in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The sword and the claws of the blood-eyed wolf collided with each other, making a loud noise and seeming to emit fire. This giant beast is as big as a cow, but its speed is not slow at all. The man and the beast continued to fight each other, and loud noises continued to be heard. Although Captain Wu's physical strength seems to be quite strong, the claws of this blood-eyed wolf are too sharp. At this time, Captain Wu's body was covered with bloody scratches. Red blood also continued to flow. Ah! Captain Wu roared loudly at this time, clenched his hands to fight, and continued to fight frantically with the blood-eyed wolf. Lin Luo was still very close to that place at this time. The sound caused by the battle between the man and the beast seemed to echo in Lin Luo's ears, making his ears a little painful. The skin and flesh of this strange beast are really too thick. Although the sword caused a lot of injuries to it, it still couldn't split its body in half. If this continues, Captain Wu will also be in danger. Now Lin Luo's body is very close to that place. He didn't come any closer at this time. He had no way to deal with this level of battle. Going up there would mean committing suicide. However, looking at the other eye of the blood-eyed wolf, Lin Luo, holding the crossbow in his hand, had an idea. At this distance, the crossbow doesn't have enough power. Although the eyes of this strange beast are a weakness, it is possible for it to react and resist. There is only one chance. As long as Captain Wu can shoot its other eye and make it burst, his chances of winning will be much greater. Transferring the source power to the weapon can make the weapon stronger. Recalling what Captain Wu had just said, Lin Luo looked at the crossbow in his hand. If the source power is transferred to the crossbow, will the power of the crossbow be even stronger? Thinking of this, Lin Luo's hand holding the crossbow trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed his body. He aimed the crossbow at the eyes of the blood-eyed wolf who was fighting with Captain Wu. However, during the battle between the blood-eyed wolf and Captain Wu, its body was constantly moving, making it extremely difficult to shoot it. What to do? Captain Wu, whose body was covered in blood, roared angrily at this moment, and with the sword in both hands, he actually cut off the right claw of the blood-eyed wolf. Roar! The blood-eyed wolf let out a wail. The other claw instantly slapped towards Captain Wu's head. It's time! Lin Luo, who had been aiming at something not far away for a very long time, suddenly had his pupils shrunken. The source of energy in the whole body is released instantly. Then they converged on the crossbow. Bang! As Lin Luo pulled the trigger, the arrow flew out directly, making a sound of breaking through the air. The blood-eyed wolf became crazy because its right limb was cut off and didn't notice anything. Captain Wu had just used up all his strength to cut off the wolf's right limb, and he no longer had the strength to dodge the attack of this wild wolf. But at this moment, he saw a flash of cold light out of the corner of his eye. Bang! In the next moment, the other eyeglass of this bloodline wolf was shot off. At this moment, it retracted its claws that were about to strike out and covered its eyes. This is Chapter 32, Captain Wu is shocked. Although Captain Wu was extremely shocked by the scene at this moment, he did not think much about it at this time. These few seconds had allowed him to recover some strength. Without any hesitation, he held the sword in his hand and continued to attack the blood-eyed wolf. There were already many wounds on the blood-eyed wolf's body. At this time, Captain Wu continued to chop madly along the original wound. Its other claw was also chopped off at this moment. Purple blood splattered all over Captain Wu. It mixed with the red blood on Captain Wu's body. The blood-eyed wolf howled and roared madly. Open your mouth wide and bite wildly at the surroundings. But at this time Captain Wu jumped directly to the back. Now that it has lost its eyes and arms, it is no longer a threat. Captain Wu took a deep breath at this time, and started practicing his technique, absorbing the rich energy in the surrounding air. The energy in the air here is more than twice that of the outside world. Practicing here will lead to much faster progress than practicing on Earth. But correspondingly, the dangers here are much greater than on Earth. After recovering a lot of source power, Captain Wu held the sword in his hand, and the source power was also transferred to the blade of the sword. With a leap, he rushed again to the place where the blood-eyed wolf was lying on the ground and struggling continuously. The sword went straight through its eyes and pierced its entire head. The blood-eyed wolf trembled for a long time, and finally fell down, without any sound. Bang! At this time, Captain Wu also fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. He now felt that all the strength in his body had been completely consumed. Come here! Lin Luo, who was approaching cautiously, immediately heard Captain Wu's words. Discovered? Lin Luo hesitated for just a moment, and then trotted over. This strange beast should be dead. Captain Wu, you're awesome! Lin Luo walked up to him, and gave him a thumbs up. Stop giving me that crap! Captain Wu glared at Lin Luo helplessly. Help me take out the powder in my pocket and sprinkle it on the wounds on my body. Oh. Lin Luo nodded slightly and took out some khaki powder from the pocket of his combat uniform. As the powder was sprinkled on his wound, the bleeding slowly stopped. Is everything all right? Lin Luo said. Nothing. Captain Wu shook his head and slowly stood up. Did you shoot that arrow just now? At this moment, he was looking at Lin Luo. That arrow just now was really crucial. If the blood-eyed wolf's eyes had not been shot blind, it is very likely that he would have been beaten to death by the blood-eyed wolf. Yes. Lin Luo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The original power is transmitted to the weapon, and the power has really become much stronger. Speaking of this, Lin Luo seemed a little excited. Just now, I tried to release the energy in my body and gather it on this crossbow. Unexpectedly, the power unleashed by this crossbow was more than 3 times stronger. Therefore, the arrow was shot at such a fast speed that the blood-eyed wolf had no time to react. You transferred the energy of your body to the weapon. Captain Wu opened his eyes wide at this time and spoke in disbelief. Yes, didn't you just say that? Use the source power and transfer it to your weapon to make the weapon's attack more powerful. As Lin Luo spoke, he repeated what he had just said using Captain Wu's weapon. Captain Wu was a little speechless at this time. Sometimes he liked to say such words during a battle. It was like he was talking to himself to boost his morale, but Lin Luo didn't expect that he actually did it. This is something that requires at least a first-level warrior to be able to do. This kid's skin and flesh haven't been fully tempered yet, so he should only be considered a quasi-warrior. Is this difficult? Lin Luo looked at Captain Wu's expression and couldn't help but speak out curiously. Originally he thought it would be difficult to do, but just now, he had a feeling that he could do it in one go. Ahem, it's not difficult. Captain Wu's expression changed slightly, and then he spoke. I didn't expect you to become a quasi-warrior so quickly. Captain Wu looked at Lin Luo with a complicated expression at this time. At the beginning, when he gave the information to Lin Luo, he didn't think it would be of any use to Lin Luo. After all, the source power value of 18 is not high, it can even be said to be very low. Haha, thanks to Captain Wu for his cultivation technique. Lin Luo just shut up when he said this. Because Captain Wu obviously didn't know that the information he gave him actually included cultivation techniques. Wait, what did you just say? But it was too late now. Captain Wu had obviously grasped some key words. I accidentally gave you the training technique? Captain Wu quickly spoke up. Anyone who wants to become a warrior will be tempted to practice this cultivation technique when they see it. However, if you practice without the guidance of a professional, big problems will definitely arise. Yes. Lin Luo spoke weakly at this time. Without someone to guide me, I can't practice. Will. Just as Captain Wu was about to say something sternly, his eyes suddenly widened. Because he now realized that Lin Luo seemed to be a quasi-warrior. Quasi-warriors, that is, beginners in the art of cultivation, must learn the most basic, and also the most difficult, skills of sensing and controlling source power. I have learned, Lin Xiu said helplessly. Captain Wu looked at Lin Luo for a while as if he were a monster, and couldn't help but ask. Did you learn it by yourself? Lin Luo didn't hide it. What is your current source power value? Captain Wu felt extremely shocked at this time and couldn't help but continue speaking. It seems like 29. Captain Wu was speechless. It seemed like just a few days ago, this kid was still an ordinary boy and just started taking GUN pills. Now, I have become a quasi-warrior. This is not as fast as riding a rocket, right? Shock from Wu Guiqiang, points plus 10. Shock from Wu Guiqiang, points plus 10. Lin Luo couldn't help but widen his eyes as he received the information from the system. How shocked is Captain Wu? Let's not talk about it for now. Come with me and get the body of this strange beast back first. Captain Wu seemed to have thought of something at this time and said to Lin Luo. Good. After untying it, Captain Wu quickly processed the body of the strange beast like a butcher cutting up an ox. Then he took out some compressed black bags from his pocket and put all the bones and flesh directly into them. The two men held up the big black bag filled with the flesh and blood of the strange beast, and walked directly through the dimensional crack and went in again. Chapter 33 Warrior Certificate. The moment the body enters this space channel, it seems as if there is a special sense of weightlessness. Soon, Lin Luo found himself back on Earth again. At this moment, he felt a dazzling light in front of his eyes, which made Lin Luo narrow his eyes slightly. If you look closely, you can clearly see many soldiers with guns standing here and surrounding the place. Captain Wu! Some soldiers looked at Captain Wu and spoke excitedly. It's okay, the beast has been killed. Captain Wu grinned. After hearing his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If such a powerful beast were to fight in the city, it would be a real disaster for ordinary people. Some military personnel and soldiers looked at Lin Luo behind them with doubts in their eyes. Could it be that he is the reinforcement that Captain Wu called for? And Lin Luo looks a little too young. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Being watched by so many armed soldiers made Lin Luo, who had hardly experienced any big scenes, feel a little scalp tingling. But when Lin Luo received the reminder from the system that he had earned points, his eyes widened. Wow, so many points! There were at least 100 soldiers here at this moment, and they all seemed shocked at his own existence. Moreover, the news of his victory over Zhang Jiqiang seemed to have started to ferment, and points were constantly being earned, which had now increased to more than 8,000. It's about to break 9,000 again. Send someone to carry back the corpse of the third-level alien beast first. At this time, Captain Wu picked up the big black bag containing the blood-eyed wolf with both hands and threw it on the ground on the other side. Lin Luo felt that he no longer needed to help carry this thing, and his body felt a lot more relaxed. Although Captain Wu shared most of the gravity, the body of this ghost thing was really too heavy. Yes. When the soldiers heard Captain Wu's words, they drove a car over from the other side, and several people carried the body away. Lin Luo looked at the corpse in the big black bag, and there was a hint of heat in his eyes. It is said that the meat of exotic animals is very rich in protein and crispy. Their skin can be made into leather armor, and their bones can be used to refine weapons. This one can be sold for quite a bit of money. Lin Luo, come back to the unit with me. Captain Wu glanced at Lin Luo and spoke. Is he a quasi-warrior? When they arrived at the government unit, Captain Wu had already cleaned the blood off his body and his entire body was wrapped in gauze. In the office over there, a staff member opened his eyes wide and looked at Lin Luo, who was sitting not far away and peeking, and was extremely shocked. Lin Luo looks to be around 16 or 17 years old, which is too young. That's right. If it weren't for this kid, I guess I might not be able to come back. Captain Wu grinned and patted the man on the shoulder. Thank you for your help, Lao Tan. Fine. The middle-aged man called Lao Tan shook his head. Lin Luo, follow Lao Tan. I'm going to take care of something first, and we'll be back soon. Captain Wu walked towards Lin Luo and said with a smile. Oh. Lin Luo looked at the man called Lao Tan by Captain Wu. The man looked to be in his 30s, with gray hair on his temples. As Captain Wu left, Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards him. Lin Luo, right? Come with me. Old Tan looked at Lin Luo, then took a stack of documents and said to Lin Luo. Good. Lin Luo seemed a little strange, but still followed him. Going to the back, there is a larger room. There are various measuring instruments inside. Measure your height and weight first. Old Tan said to Lin Luo. Good. Lin Luo already had a rough idea of what to do at this time. Is it to measure your own information and then enter it into the government system? Soon, after a series of measurements, his height, weight, source power, and other data were all entered. How far have you tempered your skin and flesh? Old Tan spoke up as he was typing information into his computer. Both arms. Old Tan nodded slightly. The power of warriors is very great. Even if you are a quasi-warrior, ordinary people are no match for you. To ensure safety, all warriors above the quasi-warrior level must enter their information in the bureau. Old Tan spoke as he input the information. Lin Luo was not surprised at all, he had already guessed it. Originally, according to the situation on the other side, you are not yet able to obtain a true warrior certificate in your current condition. You must at least wait until your entire body of flesh is tempered. However, considering your meritorious service today, I will issue you the warrior certificate in advance. As Old Tan spoke, he stamped a seal on a notebook. Then he put it together and handed it to Lin Luo. Keep it, your first-level warrior certificate. Warrior certificate? Lin Luo looked at the warrior certificate handed over by Old Tan, and his eyes widened slightly. This warrior certificate is about the same size as the old university student ID card, but the cover is the same color as the passport. There were 3 large gold-plated characters on it, which read, Warrior Certificate. When you open it, you can see a blue background photo of yourself with your birth date and other information written on it. There is also a line of eye-catching words below, First-Level Warrior. With a warrior certificate, you can ride public transportation for free and you don't have to queue up to buy tickets when traveling. There are also some social benefits that can be enjoyed. But at the same time, there are certain obligations that need to be fulfilled. You will know these after you log on to the Warrior Alliance website. Old Tan looked at Lin Luo at this time and spoke solemnly. The website Warrior Alliance is an official website. Not only can you find information that cannot be found on many other websites, but you can also accept missions or purchase special products. Just to log into this website, you need an account. The account number is your ID number, and the password is on your Warrior ID. You can change it after logging in. Old Tan seemed to know what Lin Luo was thinking and spoke at this time. Okay, thanks. Lin Luo nodded slightly, looking at the warrior certificate, feeling happy in his heart. Tonight, I seem to have truly entered the world of warriors. Chapter 34 Dark Gold Bird King. By the way, Lao Tan, is it so easy to certify a warrior here? Walking out of the office at this time, Lin Luo said to Tan Yongqiang. Old Tan's full name is Tan Yongqiang. He is a second-level warrior. He is responsible for certifying prospective warriors and warriors in the police station. Only quasi-warriors or first-level warriors can be certified here. When Tan Yongqiang heard Lin Luo calling him Old Tan just like Wu Guiqiang did, he immediately glared at Lin Luo. High-level warriors need to be certified in a higher-level city, and if you hadn't performed meritorious service tonight, I wouldn't have made an exception and asked you to take it seriously early. When he said this, there was still a hint of surprise in Tan Yongqiang's eyes. Is this kid really that strong? Wu Guiqiang said that without his help, they would not have come back alive. Oh, I see. Lin Luo nodded. Otherwise, I would have thought that if you just authenticated it, you could still create a 9th-level warrior. Lin Luo muttered to himself. Tan Yongqiang was very upset. He glanced at the crossbow in Lin Luo's hand and said meaningfully, "The crossbow you are holding is under control, but you will be detained. I have become a warrior, this thing should be fine, right?" Lin Luo waved the warrior certificate in his hand and smiled. He is familiar with the regulations, and he wants to scare me? No way. When Old Tan heard Lin Luo's words, his face suddenly turned dark. I originally wanted to scare this kid. By the way, Lao Tan, what should we do with the dimensional rift next? Lin Luo was sitting on a seat nearby at this time and spoke out curiously. 2 dimensional cracks appeared tonight. Fortunately, not many strange beasts appeared. The people in the surrounding areas should be evacuated, and then a metal isolation layer will be built to seal off the surrounding area. When Tan Yongqiang talked about business, his expression became serious. Can the skin and bones of that strange beast be used as good materials? Lin Luo continued to speak. That's right. This time we killed a 3rd-level alien beast. Its flesh and blood can be used as a tonic, and its bones can be used to forge weapons. Tan Yongqiang seemed a little excited at this time. A 3rd-level monster is difficult to deal with even for an ordinary 3rd-level warrior. Especially in a small city like Lianqing, level 3 is already considered top-notch. I participated in the killing, so do I have a share in this? Lin Luo took advantage of the opportunity and spoke quickly. It must be handed over to the state. Tan Yongqiang said calmly. Lin Luo's eyes widened. He helped kill the 3rd-level alien beast, but he didn't get anything in return. Ha ha ha, you thought it was what you saw in a certain online drama. Tan Yongqiang looked at Lin Luo's deflated expression and burst out laughing. Lin Luo reacted and immediately glared at him. Don't worry, this was killed by Captain Wu. Captain Wu can dispose of the things. You helped a little, so there should be a lot. Tan Yongqiang patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. Nailed it? At the same time, Captain Wu also walked out from outside. Nailed it. Tan Yongqiang nodded. Let's go, the evolved beast has been processed, let's roast it tonight. Wu Guiqiang laughed heartily, walked over and patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. Lin Luo looked at Wu Guiqiang at this time and seemed a little surprised. It seemed that Wu Guiqiang became much more cheerful after the battle. Walking out from the outside and reaching the open space on the other side, there were already many bonfires. Many military and police officers have already arrived. Soon, basins of washed and cut animal meat were carried to the surrounding fires. Is everyone here? Wu Guiqiang looked around at this time. The SWAT captain in this world is different from the previous one. He has great power and is the strongest in the city. Hearing Wu Guiqiang's words, the special police and soldiers all looked in his direction. Today, 2 extra-dimensional rifts appeared in our city. They have been completely controlled. Thank you all for your hard work. It's not hard. Hearing Captain Wu's words, everyone shouted loudly. But this time, 8 civilians and 37 military and police officers died. When Captain Wu said this, his eyes turned slightly red. Among the military and police officers who died this time, some were very young, and some were about to retire. However, after receiving the mission, they all participated in the battle without hesitation. If these strange beasts are not blocked and are allowed to rush out, it will be a disaster for ordinary people. Lin Luo listened to Captain Wu's words and felt the oppressive atmosphere around him, and her eyes turned slightly red. There is a saying that goes, there is no such thing as a peaceful life, but there are people who carry the burden for you. Many people believe that there are endless treasures on the other side of the dimensional rift, and want to become warriors. However, becoming a warrior does not seem to be as good as they imagined. Rights and obligations go hand in hand. I won't say any more. Let's enjoy the exotic beast meat tonight. While Lin Luo was stunned, Wu Guiqiang continued to speak loudly. The body of this strange beast is really huge, bigger than a cow, and it has extremely rich meat. Lin Luo, you help me kill this strange beast. You can also give me some suggestions on how to deal with it. Do you have any objection to me doing this? Wu Guiqiang spoke to Lin Luo at this time. No problem. Lin Luo shook his head. Haha, very good. Just, can I take it back? It is said that the meat of exotic beasts is very good for humans. At this time, Lin Luo thought of his parents and Yu Xiaoye first. Of course. Captain Wu was startled, then laughed. By the way, Captain Wu, are the meats of those bird-like beasts also useful? While Lin Luo was eating the meat of the strange beast, he seemed to have thought of something. Of course, those are bloodthirsty birds. Although they are not even at the first level, they are rare and can be used to make medicine. Captain Wu nodded slightly, and then said with a little regret. It would be great if we could kill the dark gold bird king. That's a good thing. Can it be sold? Haha, it's great to be able to sell so much. Tan Yongqiang, who was standing by, heard Lin Luo's words and raised 3 fingers. 30,000? Lin Luo's eyelids twitched. 3 million. Tan Yongqiang said with a grin, as if he was ignorant. 3 million? Lin Luo widened his eyes. Then I'm rich, right? 3 million. In my previous life, I would never have dared to think about it. You got rich? What else do you want to say? Tan Yongqiang curled his lips. Wait, you're not. Captain Wu also came back to his senses at this time and looked at Lin Luo with wide eyes. You see, this is just not. Chapter 35, A 1 in a Million Genius? At this time, Lin Luo took out the golden bird corpse from the backpack. It seemed to have been in the backpack for too long, and a strange smell could be clearly smelled. It smells a bit bad. It really is the corpse of the dark gold bird king. Tan Yongqiang couldn't help but open his eyes wide when he saw the scene in front of him. Even Captain Wu was stunned for a moment. Shock from Tan Yongqiang, points plus 10. Surprise from Wu Guiqiang, points plus 10. You killed him? Captain Wu was slightly surprised, then looked at Lin Luo and spoke. Yeah, I encountered it when I came here. There is nothing to hide. Wow, this is a good thing that can be used to make high-level elixirs. Wu Guiqiang grinned at this time. Since you killed it, it belongs to you. What are you going to do with it? He stared at Lin Luo. I heard it can be sold. Lin Luo spoke weakly. Of course, the Warrior Alliance will recycle it. But we don't have a Warrior Alliance hall in Lianqing. We need to go to the superior city, Qingqing. If you trust me, I happen to be going there to give a presentation tomorrow, and I can help you sell it. Wu Guiqiang said. That's troublesome. Lin Luo directly handed the body of the dark gold bird king to Wu Guiqiang. Who taught you, kid? Tan Yongqiang couldn't help but speak out at this time. Lin Luo is only 17 years old, but he is already a quasi-warrior. Captain Wu also looked towards Lin Luo at this time. He was also very curious about how Lin Luo knew that. Some time ago, he was just an ordinary person with a source power value of 18 points. Now he has become a quasi-warrior, and Lin Luo said that he learned the basics by himself after reading the training techniques that were given to him unintentionally. But Captain Wu didn't really believe it. Without someone's guidance, it would not be easy to sense the source of power. Besides, Lin Luo's source power value is not high. Maybe I am a 1 in a million genius, haha. Lin Luo said in an exaggerated manner. Hee hee. Captain Wu and Tan Yongqiang's mouths twitched. However, they now also feel that there must be a powerful warrior guiding Lin Luo behind him, otherwise, it would be impossible. Let's eat first, Captain Wu said. At this time, Lin Luo looked at the exotic beast meat skewered on the long bamboo skewer in his hand. It seemed to be almost cooked. There was a meaty aroma coming from it, which seemed to smell quite good. Is this thing really edible? Lin Luo saw that Wu Guiqiang and Tan Yongqiang had already started to eat, so Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, and then took a bite. Lin Luo's eyes widened slightly. It seemed like it was quite delicious. The meat is chewy when you bite it. Although there is no seasoning, it seems to have a special natural flavor. As he swallowed a few pieces of the exotic beast's meat, Lin Luo clearly felt his whole body becoming warm. It was as if there was some special power that digested it within his body. Your warrior certificate is bound to a bank account. Send the account number to my phone. I will transfer the money to you after I sell the dark gold bird king's corpse for you. When Lin Luo had almost finished eating the strange meat and was about to leave, Wu Guiqiang spoke to Lin Luo. Good. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Just now, he had exchanged mobile phone numbers with Captain Wu. Holding 3 skewers of roasted exotic beast meat in his hand, he headed back home. This kid may have a high-level warrior guiding him. Tan Yongqiang stood beside Captain Wu, looked at Lin Luo who was leaving, and spoke. Captain Wu also nodded. Soon, as Lin Luo again carefully opened the door with the key, he found his parents still in the hall. Lin Luo! Where have you been? Xiao Yan looked at Lin Luo who appeared, with surprise in her eyes, and then she spoke sternly. Do you know how worried your mother and I are about you? Lin Dong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Luo was safe and sound. Nothing, I just met Captain Wu, and because I was on the special funding list, he gave me a GUN pill. Lin Luo started talking nonsense. Real? A look of suspicion appeared on Xiao Yan's face. I heard that alien creatures appeared in the XC area tonight, and many people died. Lin Dong said with a serious expression at this time. After hearing the news, he hurried home, wanting everyone to pay attention to safety at all times. However, when I got home, I found that Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya were not there. Oh, Captain Wu said the matter has been resolved and there is nothing more to worry about. Lin Luo nodded and continued speaking. Squeak. At this time, the door was opened again. Eh? Lin Luo, did you just come back too? Yu Xiaoya, who had just poked her head in, looked at the backpack on Lin Luo's back and couldn't help but speak out curiously. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Xiao Yan saw Yu Xiaoya coming back and immediately relaxed completely. Just now they were about to go out to look for Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya. I don't know what happened for a while ago, the signal seemed to have become much weaker and I couldn't make any calls at all. Now it has returned to normal. Of course I'm not hurt. Yu Xiaoya smiled. By the way, uncle and aunt, you may not know that Lin Luo is now a quasi-warrior. Yu Xiaoya seemed to have thought of something at this time, and her face turned red with excitement. What did you say? Xiao Yan and Lin Dong felt as if they had heard it wrongly. Shock from Xiao Yan, points plus 10. Shock from Lin Dong, points plus 10. Although a quasi-warrior has not yet reached the level of a real warrior, it is still a very shocking thing. That's impossible. At this time, Lin Dong was looking at Lin Luo in front of him. Not long ago, his son's physical examination revealed that his source power value was only 5, and his comprehensive combat power assessment was also only 5. At that time, I was afraid that he would be sad, so I comforted him. Now he actually said that Lin Luo has become a quasi-warrior. This is simply like a fantasy. Lin Dong's shock points plus 10, plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Lin Luo received the system's prompt at this time, and his eyes widened. How shocked was my father? He actually gave 50 or 60 shock points. Xiao Yu, are you kidding me? Xiao Yan also looked at Yu Xiaoya at this time and said in disbelief. Really? My teacher said that Lin Luo has definitely reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. He even beat Zhang Jiqiang tonight. Yu Xiaoya nodded and said seriously. Lin Luo had a headache. Originally, he didn't want to say it so quickly. After all, it has only been a few days and he has become a quasi-warrior. Chapter 36, Fooling, and Continuing to Fool. Zhang Jiqiang, is he the student in your school who is very good at studying and gave a speech at the opening ceremony? Xiao Yan has a good memory. She seemed to have thought of something at this moment, and looked at Lin Luo. Is this true? Lin Dong is now completely confused. Looking at his son in front of him, he has no other solution like before. This guy with tiny arms and legs has now become a quasi-warrior? If you don't believe me, just take a look. Yusuya saw that they still couldn't believe it, so she took out her mobile phone and quickly found a video. This is a video shot by Dong way before, and it has now been spread almost everywhere among the students of Lianxing Middle School. Xiao Yan and Lin Dong's eyes widened as they watched their son's graceful movements in the video. Are you really my son? Xiao Yan looked at Lin Luo and couldn't help but speak out. Mom! What are you talking about? When Lin Luo heard Xiao Yan's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Lin Dong's neck turned red with excitement. Nowadays, who doesn't hope that their children will have a bright future? Becoming a warrior is undoubtedly the most promising path. Hurry up, go prepare some soda and food so we can celebrate. After Lin Dong calmed down from his excitement, he quickly spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded, and when she was about to prepare, Lin Luo quickly stopped her. Dad, Mom, no need. Lin Luo smiled helplessly, then took out the 3 big skewers of barbecue that were in the bag in his hand. We'll eat this. Eating too much barbecue is not good, it can cause cancer. Mother Xiao Yan looked at the big kebab and spoke subconsciously. Hey, what kind of meat is this? Yusuya sniffed and clearly smelled a special scent. It seems quite fragrant. This is not ordinary meat, it is the meat of an exotic beast. Lin Luo looked at his parents and Yusuya mysteriously. Exotic beast meat. As soon as he said this, his parents and Yusuya were stunned. Well, Captain Wu killed a powerful alien beast and gave me some of it. Lin Luo concealed the fact that he participated in the battle because he didn't want his parents to worry. Try it. Lin Luo handed 1 string each to his parents and Yusuya. They have also heard of the so-called exotic beast meat, which is more expensive than the meat of any creature on Earth. It is said to be very nutritious. You eat it. At this time, Lin Dong and Xiao Yan still gave the meat to Lin Luo. Since this was obviously a rare thing, they still wanted Lin Luo to enjoy it. It's okay. I just had a big meal at Captain Wu's place. As he spoke, Lin Luo patted his slightly bloated belly. Captain Wu, I'm so nice to you. Yusuya was feeling envious at this moment. Looking at the golden roasted exotic beast meat in her hand, she took a bite without hesitation. It's quite delicious. After chewing for a few times, Yusuya's eyes lit up slightly. This? Lin Dong and Xiao Yan also looked at each other at this time. Eat quickly, your son has made me want to vomit after eating so much. Lin Luo said exaggeratedly. At this time, Lin Dong and Xiao Yan also started eating. After eating it, their eyes immediately widened. This meat is so delicious, it seems like I have never eaten such delicious meat. After eating the barbecue skewers, the parents and Yusuya lay down on the sofa, feeling so full that they didn't want to move. This exotic beast meat doesn't look particularly big per string, but the energy it contains is so strong that it makes them feel very bloated. Lin Luo, we will find an opportunity in a few days to pay a proper visit to thank Captain Wu. We should be grateful as human beings. Xiao Yan said to Lin Luo at this time. Mom, I told you it's not necessary. Captain Wu is very busy. Besides, if we go to his house, people might think we want to bribe him or something if they don't know. Lin Luo felt a bit overwhelmed and spoke quickly. Lin Dong also nodded slightly, feeling that what Lin Luo said made some sense. By the way, I heard that it's not that easy to become a quasi-warrior. How did you become one? Lin Dong looked at Lin Luo at this time and couldn't help but speak out. Although I don't know much about the world of warriors, I have heard that some rich kids who keep taking GUN pills are still unable to become quasi-warriors or warriors so quickly. But Lin Luo, it seems like he just started practicing some time ago, and now he has become a warrior? Captain Wu said that I seem to have a physique that can easily absorb energy. 1 GUN pill is equivalent to 3 for others. Lin Luo continued to make up stories at this time. Just keep fooling around. Envy from Yusuya, points +5, +5, +5, +5. Yu Xiaoya very much agreed with this point. Because Lin Luo had taken a GUN pill before, his source strength increased from 5 to 18. And I have good talent. I can be considered a genius. This is all thanks to my dear parents. Lin Luo continued to talk flowery words. Don't brag about yourself, kid. When Xiao Yan heard Lin Luo's words, although she was happy at this time, she still glared at Lin Luo. After finally dealing with his parents, Lin Luo walked up the stairs. Stupid Lin Luo, are Captain Wu's notes really that useful? Yu Xiaoya followed Lin Luo upstairs at this time and couldn't help but speak out. Lin Luo's progress now is too exaggerated. Although Yu Xiaoya is happy for him, she also feels a sense of urgency. Of course, you saw it, didn't you? Lin Luo said as a matter of course. But after reading it, I still can't find a way to immediately upgrade to a quasi-warrior. Yu Xiaoya was a little distressed. How much is your source power worth now? Lin Luo thought about it then spoke. 29. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoya looked a little proud. It's okay. What do you mean it's okay? Yu Xiaoya widened her eyes. Before, Lin Luo was at the level of 5 source power. Now, for myself with a source power value of 29, I actually say it's okay. She was really pissed off. When you reach 30, I will tell you how to become a quasi-warrior. Lin Luo said mysteriously. Real? Yu Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Certainly. But my backpack is a little dirty, and I have some clothes that I haven't washed yet, so I may not be able to spare that much time. Lin Luo shook his head and spoke in a pretentious manner. I'll help you wash it, Yu Xiaoya said quickly. After tricking Yu Xiaoya into helping him wash his school bag and clothes, Lin Luo returned to his room. Although he kept receiving reminders of earning points, Lin Luo had not yet seen how many points he had accumulated. It should be 10,000, right? Chapter 37, Winning the Grand Prize. Lin Luo thought so, and then subconsciously checked his system panel. Looking at his system panel, Lin Luo's eyes suddenly widened. 10,000, 15,000. Lin Luo looked at the 15,000 points above with shock in his eyes. This is too much. Calm down, calm down. Lin Luo took a deep breath at this time and forced himself to calm down. There is a message box in the system, which contains a lot of shocking messages about increasing points with unfamiliar names. There were some people Lin Luo had some impression of, they were people from school. It should be because the video of my victory over Zhang Jiqiang was released, which led to a large number of students knowing about it, and brought me points. Although the points increased a lot, Lin Luo was a little depressed that Zhang Jiqiang was only famous among the third-year students, and was not well known among the first and second-year students. Otherwise, my points would probably increase even more. Now that my points are still increasing, how should I spend them? Basic step type, proficient plus. Basic hand shape, skilled plus. 5-step boxing, proficient plus. If you take a closer look at this time, you will find that on the system interface, a plus sign suddenly appears on these basics that you have already mastered. Huh! Looking at this scene, Lin Luo's eyes were full of surprise. Could it be that these basics can still be cultivated? Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, then clicked the plus behind basic step type with his mind. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to reach perfect mastery? Soon, Lin Luo received a prompt from the system. Fuck! Looking at the system prompt, Lin Luo couldn't help but curse inwardly. To upgrade to perfect mastery, it actually requires 10,000 points. I only have around 15,000 points. Forget it, forget it. After thinking about it, Lin Luo still felt reluctant. Let's try the lottery. Lin Luo thought about it for a moment, then entered the lottery interface in the system. This time, Lin Luo spent 5,000 points to participate in the lottery. He wanted to give it a try. What could he get by spending 5,000 points to draw a lottery? Soon, as the system deducted 5,000 points, Lin Luo could clearly see the familiar big turntable appear again. Only this time, the turntable turned into 13 grids. And in one of the boxes, you can clearly see 2 words, Grand Prize. Big prize? Haha, you're trying to trick me. Lin Luo sneered at this time. This system can even draw garbage, and it has no purpose to deceive him with a big prize. Anyway, I'll just try this time. Lin Luo muttered to himself, and the next moment, the big turntable began to spin wildly. Stop! After turning for a while, Lin Luo immediately called for a stop. Anyway, there was something on every grid of the turntable, so Lin Luo didn't think much about it. Soon, as Lin Luo shouted stop, the big turntable slowly stopped. Watching the pointer move across each grid on the turntable, Lin Luo was also a little excited. What can you get with 5,000 points? No way! At this time, the turntable has slowly begun to stop, and the pointer seems to be pointing to the grand prize. Bite! Congratulations to the host for winning the grand prize! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Rapid Growth set. Big prize. I won the big prize. Lin Luo was extremely excited at this time. This crappy system had given him garbage draws so many times, but he didn't expect that this time. He seemed to have won the grand prize. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Lin Luo discovered that a large gift box-like interface appeared on the system interface. What's this? Lin Luo looked at this scene with a little curiosity. With a subconscious click of the mind, the gift box slowly opened. Fast growth suit has been activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 21 GUN pills, 3 Yinshin pills, and 12 quenching pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial skill card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weapon. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the battle suit. As the prompt sounds came one after another, Lin Luo could clearly see 7 bottles of GUN pills, 3 bottles of Yinshin pills, and 4 bottles of quenching pills appearing in front of him. At this time, the system interface changed and a weapon selection interface appeared. Is this the freedom to choose the weapon you want? Lin Luo looked at the selection interface with surprise in his eyes. There are many weapon options on the interface. Although the sword is very elegant to use, it is not very useful in real combat, right? Lin Luo looked at the sword displayed on the interface at this moment, and was a little hesitant. After all, having seen such huge monsters, if you want to kill them, it is better to use more powerful weapons. However, there seems to be a lot of sword practitioners in this world, and those who are powerful can cause great damage. As for knives, Lin Luo doesn't like them very much either. Points for something special. After a careful look, there were also things like meteor hammer and blood guillotine, which made Lin Luo frown. The gun is pretty good. There are many types of weapons. When Lin Luo saw the gun, his eyes suddenly lit up. During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhao Zilong held a spear and went in and out 7 times, admired by many passionate men. Lin Luo, who had already decided to use a gun, saw another weapon that surprised him the next moment. Fang Tianhua Ji! Is there really such a weapon? Lin Luo was surprised at this moment, but also excited inside. He likes this kind of big and powerful weapon the most. Moreover, among the 3 kingdoms, Lu Bu, who had the strongest martial arts, used this kind of weapon. Just choose this one. Lin Luo clicked with his mind, and saw the system entered the next interface. In the top middle of the next interface, it says Martial Arts Selection. There are a large number of martial arts names below. It seems that all of them are martial arts specifically used for Fang Tianhuaji. There are so many martial arts that it's dizzying to look at. Soon, Lin Luo saw a martial art called Unparalleled Strike, and chose it without hesitation. Next, it is the choice of combat uniforms, of which there are many styles. In the world of warriors, there are special combat uniforms, which are very suitable for combat. It not only has good elasticity, but also has a certain defensive effect. Lin Luo chose a black combat uniform, which looked mysterious. As Lin Luo finished making his choices, a long ebony box fell directly to the ground. Boom! The entire ground shook at this moment. The martial arts cards and combat uniforms also fell to the ground. Lin Luo, what's wrong? At this time, there were knocks on the door. It was Yu Xiaoye's voice. Nothing, I was just practicing. Tell Mom and Dad that nothing is wrong. Lin Luo quickly spoke up. Chapter 38 New Weapon, Fang Tianhua Ji. After sending Yu Xiaoyou away, Lin Luo put the martial arts card and combat uniform aside. He looked at the long ebony box with excitement in his eyes. This ebony box is very heavy. After Lin Luo opened it with a little force, he could clearly see the weapons inside the ebony box. It is indeed the Fang Tianhua Ji. Moreover, this Fang Tianhua Ji is divided into two halves. Can be assembled. It's not that troublesome this way. Lin Luo actually felt relieved when he saw this, otherwise the Fang Tianhua Ji was too big. The tip of the gun was very sharp, and under the white light, it seemed to be shining coldly. There are two crescent-shaped blades connected to the gun head on both sides. They are all very sharp. Lin Luo subconsciously reached out and touched it, and immediately felt a stinging pain, and blood flowed out immediately. So sharp. At this time, Lin Luo was also frightened. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger, and an inch shorter means an inch more dangerous. This kind of weapon, as long as it is used well, is still quite advantageous. But at the same time, the requirements for users are also very high. If you want to be able to use it, you probably don't know how many years of practice it will take. But Lin Luo, who has a system, doesn't care about these. But this is too heavy. Lin Luo took out the Fang Tianhua Ji with great effort at this time, and just as he assembled it, he was already out of breath. This weight is really too heavy. This Fang Tianhua Ji weighs at least 100 pounds. I can't dance at all. No. After swinging it a few times, Lin Luo could no longer hold on and simply put the Fang Tianhua Ji in the corner. Inside the ebony box that contained the Fang Tianhua Ji, there was also a bronze martial arts card. This is the basic usage of halberd weapons. Lin Luo took out the martial arts card and sat down cross-legged. He placed the martial arts card on his forehead. Soon, as the source power was released, it flowed out from his forehead and was transferred to the martial arts card. The martial arts card then emitted a faint light. Soon, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. Lin Luo instantly understood all the basic uses of the halberd. But since there is no muscle memory, you still need to practice on your own. After carefully looking at the system, I saw a row of words. Basic halberd technique 0/1000 plus. This proficiency requirement is really high. Lin Luo looked at this 0/1000 and couldn't help but secretly complain. Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, then directly spent 1,000 points to increase it to the proficiency level. My arm strength is not enough. Is there any way to increase my arm strength? Lin Luo felt a little helpless at this time. Just now, I was inspired to use this Fang Tianhua Ji, but now that I think about it, I am still too young. This thing is not so easy to use. It seems that we have to do arm strength training starting today. Lin Luo spoke to himself. After swallowing 1 Juyuan pill and 1 Yunshin pill, Lin Luo continued to swallow 3 quenching pills, then sat down cross-legged and began to practice cultivation technique. As the cultivation technique starts to work, while absorbing the energy from the air, Lin Luo controlled the source of power in his body and tempered it in his legs. Because this was the first time that his legs were tempered, Lin Luo could clearly feel the severe pain. The pain made him break out in cold sweats. But Lin Luo still gritted his teeth and continued to persevere. Now we need to temper the skin and flesh of the whole body once, and then temper it a second time. No one knew how much time had passed. As the sky turned pale, Lin Luo woke up. Today is Monday, but I have to go to school. The skin and flesh of the legs have been completely tempered successfully. I can temper the skin and flesh of the torso tonight. Lin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. He took a deep breath and continued to practice his cultivation technique, quickly absorbing the energy around him, replenishing the source of energy that was lost due to the tempering of his legs last night, and entering his body. Because Lin Luo's cultivation technique has been systematically optimized, the source of energy that had been consumed in his body has been restored to most of its original state very quickly. And Lin Luo's source power limit has reached 31. Chapter 39 Gifted. I still need to improve my arm strength as soon as possible. Lin Luo spoke as he walked downstairs carrying a crossbody backpack. Even though their father hadn't gotten up yet, their mother Xiao Yan had already prepared breakfast for them early. I don't know if it's because he ate the exotic beast meat, but Lin Luo looks pretty good. Lin Luo, your exotic beast meat seems to be of some use. Yusuya walked downstairs yawning, and when she saw Lin Luo sitting at the dining table, she immediately perked up. Yeah? Lin Luo smiled. Well, I feel like I've become stronger. Yusuya waved her arms in an exaggerated tone. By the way, when will you tell me how to improve quickly? Yusuya seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then whispered in Lin Luo's ear. Tonight, come back tonight and I'll teach you. Lin Luo has now completely mastered the optimized cultivation technique. If this practice technique is taught to Yusuya, her future practice speed will be greatly improved. However, it seems that I haven't had time to wash the clothes I took off last night. Lin Luo sighed. I'll help you wash it. Yusuya stared at Lin Luo, feeling so angry that her teeth were itching. But there must be a reason why Lin Luo was able to improve his strength so quickly. She was still looking forward to what Lin Luo would teach her tonight. Could it be the secret method that Captain Wu kept privately? After breakfast, Lin Luo rushed straight back to school. As soon as he walked to the school gate, Lin Luo found that some students were pointing at him from time to time. Envy from Jiang Kaitong, points +5. Surprise from Qing Xinhua, points +5. From. At this time, Lin Luo was constantly receiving system prompts about the points he had earned, which made Lin Luo slightly surprised. The points started to stop increasing after last night. But after waking up, the points started to increase slightly again. Now the points seem to have increased to around 10,000, but overall, it is still too little. Not enough, far from enough. The prize for the 5,000 level lottery is only enough for 2 draws. The more he understood the horror of the strange beasts in the other dimensional world, the more Lin Luo wanted to improve his strength. Lin Luo! You actually beat Zhang Jiqiang! As soon as he returned to the classroom, some classmates around him rushed up and spoke to Lin Luo excitedly. The video from last night has spread almost throughout the entire senior year, and now many people know about Lin Luo's existence. Especially after knowing that Lin Luo had a source power value of 5 some time ago, these people were even more shocked. Lin Luo, what on earth did you do? Zhou Min was also among them at this time, and said in disbelief. She knew Zhang Jiqiang's strength, which was much stronger than He Xiong. When Lin Luo defeated He Xiong, he was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, even Zhang Jiqiang was defeated by Lin Luo. And looking at Lin Luo's performance in the video, it was really perfect, and the foundation seemed extremely solid. But it was just a while ago that Lin Luo started to practice horse stance. Zhou Min already felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. Could it be Captain Wu's notes? Before Lin Luo could say anything, a student couldn't help but speak up. Lin Luo obtained Captain Wu's information and notes, and many people knew about it. After all, Captain Wu is the most powerful warrior in Lianqing and is still respected by everyone. As soon as he said this, everyone around him held his breath, and dozens of pairs of eyes looked at him. Being stared at by so many eyes, Lin Luo felt a little scalp tingling. If a mere note is so powerful, can everyone in our city become a warrior? Lin Luo said helplessly. After hearing Lin Luo's words, the students around him came to their senses at this time. Yes, no matter how good the notes are, one still has to practice according to the rules. At most, one can gain experience in practice and avoid detours. It is impossible to grow so fast and so powerful like Lin Luo. Captain Wu said that my physique and talent are very good, and I have a physique that can absorb things easily, so my learning speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. Lin Luo spoke seriously at this time. Very good talent. The students around were shocked when they heard Lin Luo's words. Then his eyes were filled with envy. There was no special expression on Lin Luo's face, but he was very happy when he received the information that he had gained points. This time, another 200 or 300 points were earned. Lin Luo, come out for a moment. During the morning reading time, the head teacher Hanli walked to the door and waved to Lin Luo. Lin Luo was slightly startled, then put down his book and walked out. The sound of reading in the classroom gradually weakened. They watched the scene, their hearts filled with curiosity. Class teacher, why did you ask Lin Luo to go out? Lin Luo, what is your source power value now? Han Li spoke as she took Lin Luo towards the office. I think I'm 31. 31? Han Li was stunned. She was already very proud of the fact that there was a Li Rui in her class. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo seemed to be even more evil. His source power value was now 31. Teacher, what are we going to do? Although Lin Luo now vaguely guessed something, he still spoke out. I've applied for you to join the martial arts class. The teacher over there said he wanted to see you. Han Li spoke up. There was still a look of joy on her face. With 31 source power points, there was still about a year left. By then, Lin Luo, if nothing unexpected happens, will definitely be able to exceed 35 source power points. Moreover, Lin Luo's academic performance was also very good, so admission to the Warrior Academy was almost a sure thing. This undoubtedly made her look proud. Teacher Yang, he's here. Han Li walked to the door of an office and spoke to a middle-aged man who was standing with his back to them. Oh? When the middle-aged man heard Han Li's words, he turned around and looked at Lin Luo. As soon as the middle-aged man looked over, Lin Luo instinctively released his source power, covering his entire body. Warrior! This middle-aged man is a real warrior. Very good. Seeing that Lin Luo defended against the pressure of his own source power in an instant, he immediately smiled. Teacher Han, please go back first. I'll talk to Lin Luo first. The middle-aged man smiled at this time. Good. Han Li nodded, then looked at Lin Luo and left. Lin Luo, not bad, not bad. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Luo and nodded continuously. Chapter 40, 3 million earnings. It's not a good idea to directly release the source power to suppress a high school student. Lin Luo looked at him and spoke lightly. Feel sorry. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Please introduce yourself, Yang Jia. Lin Luo. Hearing his words, Lin Luo spoke in neither humble nor arrogant manner. I'm really a little curious, do you really have a body type that absorbs easily? Yang Jia looked at Lin Luo and spoke. There was also doubt in his eyes. According to the information he had collected, Lin Luo's source power had only recently begun to increase rapidly. And the improvement is too fast. He had never seen such a freak before. Captain Wu said that I have a body type that absorbs easily. Lin Luo said seriously. Yang Jia nodded slightly. The source power contained in a Jiyuan pill is actually quite rich. It is not easy for ordinary people to fully absorb the drug, and a lot of the drug effects are lost before being absorbed. But some people are very sensitive to elixirs and can absorb most of the medicinal effects. And Lin Luo may be able to absorb the medicinal effects 100%. Thinking of this, Yang Jia's eyes were filled with envy. Envy from Yang Jia, points plus 5. This guy actually contributed 5 points to himself. Unfortunately, with only 5 points now, Lin is a little disappointed. Being able to master the source of power already puts you in the realm of a quasi-warrior. Did Captain Wu teach you this? Yang Jia stared at Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled and didn't explain anything. If you say too much at this time, it will only make him think too much and make him believe that your guess is true. Come on, let's test your source power first. At this time, Yang Jia took out a machine and began to test the upper limit of Lin Luo's body's source power. 31. Looking at the measurement results, surprise appeared in his eyes again. It was higher than he had heard. Is this kid's source power limit increasing every day? Well, you have been accepted into the martial arts class. You will start attending classes tomorrow. Yang Jia said to Lin Luo seriously. Lin Luo nodded slightly, as if it was something he had expected. Yang Jia looked at Lin Luo's calm expression and suddenly felt a little helpless. This kid always makes him feel that he is not an ordinary student. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to class. Lin Luo continued to speak. Okay, tomorrow morning, remember to report to the martial arts class you know. I know where it is. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Lin Luo nodded and left. This kid. Yang Jia shook his head, feeling a bit amused. Maybe it's because I just used the source of pressure directly, which made him angry? Indeed, because of the previous incident in which Fu Xiong used source power to pressure him, Lin Luo was very sensitive to this. Lin Luo, what does the head teacher want you to do? As soon as they returned to their seats, Dong Wei and Zhang Tao turned around and spoke to Lin Luo. The morning reading has not yet ended, but the noises around have become much weaker. Many students pricked up their ears, wanting to hear Lin Luo's answer. Well, the martial arts teacher wants me to report to the martial arts class tomorrow. Lin Luo spoke directly. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, the sounds of reading around him became weaker. The monitor has left. I didn't expect that you, Lin Luo, would also go to the martial arts class. Zhang Tao sighed at this time. He didn't know what his mood was now. Some time ago, Lin Luo was just like himself, with extremely low source power value. Unexpectedly, he has become like this now. Envy from Zhang Tao points +5. From. At this time, you are receiving a lot of reminders to earn points. And at this moment, Lin Luo suddenly felt his cell phone vibrating. I took out my phone and saw the notification sound of 3 million in deposit. Chapter 41. Log into the Warrior Alliance website. 3 million? Lin Luo looked at the text message sent on his mobile phone. The first feeling is how to deceive information. But in the next moment, he quickly calmed down. Because what is shown here is my Warrior bank account number, and I seem to have seen it somewhere. Lin Luo looked at the students around him. After experiencing the surprise just now, the students around him no longer stared at Lin Luo. Lin Luo carefully took out his warrior certificate from his backpack. He carefully opened the warrior certificate and took a look. The bank account number bound to it was exactly the same as the one on his phone. By the way, when I applied for the warrior certificate, Tan Yongqiang also asked me to bind a mobile phone to it. Is it just for receiving text messages? I have already disposed of the body of the purple-winged bat king for you. The total cost is 3 million. Soon, Wu Guiqiang's message also came. Lin Luo looked at this message and immediately held his breath. It really is 3 million. Lin Luo was so excited that his body began to tremble slightly. He has never seen so much money in his 2 lifetimes combined. Calm down. As long as you become stronger and stronger, go to the dimensional rift to kill more powerful beasts, and then sell the corpses of the beasts. Won't you be able to earn more RMB? Thinking of this, Lin Luo calmed down. After taking a deep breath, Lin Luo began to practice his cultivation technique. The optimized cultivation technique is different from the general cultivation technique. Even while sitting in the seat, one can enter the cultivation state. However, compared to the state of complete meditation, this is obviously much slower. But it doesn't matter. For Lin Luo, he is already very familiar with the knowledge in the textbooks. He just needs to review it before the college entrance examination. The math teacher in the first class frowned when he saw Lin Luo standing straight with his eyes closed. He originally wanted to remind Lin Luo not to sleep in class, but then he seemed to have thought of something and shook his head and gave up. Lin Luo, have you heard that Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui have transferred to another school? After the 3rd class in the morning, Yang Tong seemed to have heard some news and immediately ran to Lin Luo's seat excitedly. Transfer to another school? Lin Luo came back to his senses from his cultivation and was also surprised. Yeah, I just heard about it too. Yang Tong nodded. No way, these two are really going to transfer schools? When the students around heard Yang Tong's words, they were all stunned. As expected. Dong Wei said while shaking his head. While drinking the fat otaku happy water, he said, Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui are both people who care about their reputation. You beat them both up. How can they still have the face to continue to come to school now? That's all? Zhang Tao was a little confused. You don't understand the world of the rich second generation. Dong Wei glanced at Zhang Tao, continued to drink his coke, and a look of relief suddenly appeared on his face. Zhang Tao was very upset, but he had no way to refute anything. It is said that Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui's families are not ordinary families. Lin Luo, now you have really become a celebrity in the 3rd grade. I guess in a while, the 2nd and 1st graders will all know your name. Yang Tong sighed at this time. If it was before, he still felt a little jealous, but now all he had left was pure envy. Envy from Yang Tong, points +5, +5, +5. 30 points added. It seems that being too strong is not a good thing. Lin Luo also sighed in a pretentious manner at this time. The students around him opened their eyes wide when they heard his words. This is so forced. Shock from Zhao Dongdong, points +10. Shock from Zhang Xinxue, points +10. From. At this time, the reminder of gaining points in my mind kept ringing. I'm not trying to show off, it's the system that forces me to do this. In order to gain points quickly, there is no other way. At noon, Lin Luo was still practicing in the gym. However, I didn't practice the basics anymore, but instead practiced arm strength. The most important thing now is to quickly increase the arm strength, otherwise he won't be able to wield his Fang Tianhua Ji. However, the most effective way to increase arm strength is to use source power to temper your arm muscles. But now that the first tempering has been completed, if you want to temper it a second time, you still have to temper your whole body first. Otherwise, there could be big problems. In the afternoon, Lin Luo still did not listen to the class seriously, but continued to practice in class. It seemed that he had taken the soul-nourishing pill. As his mental strength grew, his brain seemed to become more and more sharp. The textbook knowledge for senior high school students was no problem at all for Lin Luo. It's just that the speed of practice in class is still too inefficient. If I could go to another dimension to practice. Thinking of the thick source of energy in the air over there, Lin Luo's eyes brightened slightly. When I got home, my parents usually didn't come back so soon, and Yu Xiaoya hadn't returned home yet either. Lin Luo went to the study, turned on the computer, and started entering the website address. Soon, the 4 big words, Warrior Alliance, appeared on the web page. I clicked the mouse and a login interface suddenly appeared on the left. You will be prompted to enter your ID number and password. Lin Luo did not hesitate, and directly entered his ID number and the password in his warrior certificate. I clicked Login, and it immediately displayed Login successful. Welcome to the Warrior Alliance for the first time. Would you like to change the initial password? Lin Luo thought about it for a moment, and then changed the password. Soon, I entered a web page that looked like a forum. Looking at the displayed content, Lin Luo's eyes lit up. As it is said on the internet, on the Warrior Alliance website, you can find all kinds of information that cannot be found on the internet. There is also an official warrior mall on it. I clicked in and took a look, and was surprised to find that there were martial arts cards, combat uniforms, weapons and various materials for sale. Diamond martial skill cards, 10 billion! Lin Luo browsed through it casually and found the most advanced martial arts, which were diamond martial arts cards. There is only one copy for sale in this online store, but the price is ridiculously expensive. The series of zeros at the end made Lin Luo a little dizzy. After a closer look, I found that this mall has almost all kinds of weapons. Moreover, weapons are marked with 9 levels, which seem to be from strong to weak, level 1 to level 9. But now the Warrior Alliance store only sells the first 6 levels of weapons. Level 1 weapons all cost at least 10,000 or 20,000, but there are only 2 level 6 weapons currently, both of which are swords, and the price tag starts at tens of billions. Who can afford this? Chapter 42, Becoming a Warrior. Lin Luo was speechless when he saw the things sold in the mall. No wonder warriors are said to be expensive, these things are really too expensive. Juyuan Dan is also sold there, and costs 100,000 per pill. However, when Lin Luo searched for the soul-enhancing pill, he found that it didn't exist. No way. Lin Luo was a little surprised. Why were there no soul-enhancing pills for sale? I continued searching and found that tempering pills were also for sale, also priced at 100,000 each. It's really too expensive. Lin Luo was secretly shocked. This 100,000 is the price of a low-grade tempering pill. A mid-level product costs 1 million, but a top-level product costs 10 million. Lin Luo continued to look and his eyes suddenly widened. General elixirs have 3 grades, high, medium, and low. It is said that the efficacy of medium-grade and low-grade medicines differs by more than 10 times. I don't have many tempering pills. If I want to quickly complete the first tempering of my body, it's still not enough. And the middle-grade refining pills seem to be much more powerful, at least 10 times more powerful than the lower-grade ones. How about buying one and trying it out? Lin Luo spoke to himself at this time. After a slight hesitation, I added the item to the shopping cart just like shopping on Taobao. Then enter your address and choose to pay, and the computer camera will turn on automatically. Face verification successful. Soon, a prompt appeared on the computer. The next moment, the prompt, purchase successful, appeared. Is that it? After a closer look, I clicked the wallet button and it showed a balance of 2 million. Soon, I received a notification on my mobile phone that the deduction was successful. 1 million! Just like that, 1 million was spent. Lin Luo lay in the chair, muttering to himself. But I don't know when it will be delivered. Lin Luo, come down and cook! Just as Lin Luo continued browsing the website, he heard Yu Xiaoye's voice. What to cook? After Lin Luo logged out, he went downstairs and saw her taking some purchased vegetables and placing them in the kitchen. Uncle and Aunt said they had to attend a colleague's son's wedding and would not be back for dinner tonight, so they asked us to take care of it ourselves. Yu Xiaoye looked up at Lin Luo, who was walking down, and glared at him. They didn't tell me. Lin Luo curled his lips. Stop talking nonsense and come cook. Here it comes. Here it comes. Because his parents are sometimes not at home, Lin Luo has learned to cook for himself. Some home-cooked meals are not a problem. Are you going to the martial arts hall tonight? Lin Luo casually fried 2 dishes, and after cooking the rice, he and Yu Xiaoye sat at the dining table. Yes. Yu Xiaoye nodded while eating. I heard that Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui transferred to Qingqing? Ahem, I don't know either. Are you really going to fight Fu Xiong then? That's called a competition. Lin Luo corrected her words. Tisk, let's fight. Yu Xiaoye sneered at Lin Luo's way of addressing her. Are you really sure? Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoye seemed a little worried. Of course. Haven't you heard that I'm a martial arts genius? Lin Luo said proudly. You're a genius. Yu Xiaoye looked at Lin Luo's smug look and became so angry that her teeth were itching. But I still want to thank you for giving me the Jiyuan pill. What do you want? I'll give it to you. Lin Luo was in high spirits at this time. No need for brother or anything like that, it's so disgusting. Yu Xiaoye showed a look of disgust on her face. But he still moved closer to Lin Luo and whispered, Anything is fine? What do you want? Lin Luo said curiously. You're on good terms with Captain Wu, can you go get some bones of the exotic beasts from him? Yu Xiaoye rolled her eyes and whispered. What do you want the bones of strange beasts for? Lin Luo was a little curious. The bones of exotic beasts are very hard and are generally used to make weapons. But the manufacturing process is difficult and most people don't know how to do it. I didn't see it being sold in any warrior store, but I saw someone buying it. I'll tell you, don't tell anyone else. Yu Xiaoye seemed a little embarrassed at this time. It was the first time that Lin Luo saw her with this expression, and he was extremely curious. I want to be a blacksmith. Yu Xiaoye's face turned slightly red. Forger? It seems quite difficult. A blacksmith is a profession that specializes in forging weapons for warriors. It is said that it is also difficult to get started. Okay, leave it to me, your big brother. When I have time, I will go to the other dimension and kill a strange beast and bring it back. Lin Luo said with a solemn vow. Tisk, listen to your bragging. That night, Lin Luo directly took 3 Jiyuan pills, 1 Yunshin pill, and 3 quenching pills. If you take too much Jiyuan Dan at one time, the energy will be too abundant and may cause damage to your body. Today's source power limit has increased by 2 points, and now it has become 33 points. Lin Luo was quite satisfied with this progress. The mental strength has now reached 12 points. It is estimated that if it continues to increase, it will become more and more difficult, much more difficult than increasing the upper limit of source power. At this time, as Lin Luo controlled his source power to temper the flesh of his torso, the tingling sensation came again. It hurts so much. Moreover, after taking 3 tempering pills, the tempering speed was greatly accelerated. With the previous tempering experience, Lin Luo's tempering now went very smoothly. Lin Luo! Lin Luo! I don't know how much time had passed, but Lin Luo heard knocks on his door. Call. Lin Luo took a deep breath and then recovered from his cultivation state. The time is now around 11 o'clock. In a short period of time, Lin Luo has tempered the skin and flesh around his torso. This was not only because he had swallowed 3 GUN pills, but also because he had become more and more proficient in using source power for tempering. What's wrong? At this time, Lin Luo stood up and opened the door, saying helplessly. Yu Xiaoya seemed to have just returned from the martial arts hall, and her body was covered in sweat. You said you would teach me how to improve quickly. Yu Xiaoya widened her eyes and stared at Lin Luo and spoke. What is your current source power value? Lin Luo looked at Yu Xiaoya. 32. Yu Xiaoya said proudly. She had been hit hard by Lin Luo during this period, so she had been practicing very hard, and would also take the GUN pill tomorrow. Good. So, do you want to become a warrior? Lin Luo spoke with a serious look at this time. Because I used points to optimize the cultivation technique, the optimized cultivation technique was imprinted in my mind. Moreover, this optimized practice technique is easier to practice than the previous one. Chapter 43, Teaching. Become a real warrior? When Yu Xiaoya heard Lin Luo's words, her eyes suddenly widened. You mean? I already know how to practice. Lin Luo seemed to know what Yu Xiaoya wanted to say, and nodded slightly at this time. No, teacher said that if the source power is not enough, it is difficult to sense the source power, and without special guidance, it is easy to have problems. Yu Xiaoya shook her head at this time. What you said was an ordinary practice technique. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Luo's lips. Ordinary training technique? Isn't it yours? Yu Xiaoya curled her lips. Of course not. Lin Luo continued to keep the secret. Mine is a newly optimized cultivation technique. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yu Xiaoya was completely shocked this time and her eyes widened. Are you telling the truth? Newly optimized training technique? Then she became excited. Sure. Lin Luo covered her mouth, then said mysteriously. This is a secret. It can't be spread around casually. Yu Xiaoya widened her eyes and nodded. Damn Lin Luo, you're suffocating me. As Lin Luo released the hand that was covering his mouth, Yu Xiaoya began to breathe in deep gulps of air. The optimized cultivation technique you mentioned, was it taught to you by Captain Wu? Yu Xiaoya looked around and then spoke to Lin Luo in a low voice. Lin Luo was startled, then followed her words with a serious look on his face. Well, this is a secret. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. My mouth is shut. Lin Luo nodded slightly, then asked Yu Xiaoya to sit down cross-legged. He slowly taught Yu Xiaoya the cultivation techniques that he had already fully learned. The source of energy in Yu Xiaoya's body has reached 31 points, which is higher than her original level. Logically speaking, you should be able to feel the presence of the source of power very quickly. But an hour passed and Yu Xiaoya still couldn't sense the existence of source power in her body. Who, Lin Luo, are you kidding me? Yu Xiaoya widened her eyes and said breathlessly. At this time, she began to sweat again. Alas, you have poor talent, otherwise you would have sensed it long ago. Lin Luo curled his lips, pretended to be helpless, and rubbed his eyebrows. I'm not bad at all. Yu Xiaoya's cheeks were puffy with anger. At this time, she continued to sense the source of power in her heart according to what Lin Luo had just said. This time, not long after, Yu Xiaoya opened her eyes wide with a look of surprise on her face. I seem to sense the source of power. Real. Lin Luo was also surprised at this time. The fact that I can sense the source of power so easily should be related to my mental power. The higher the mental power, the stronger the perception ability. Generally speaking, even if the source power value is above 35, it is not easy to sense the source power for the first time. But Yu Xiaoya still did it. Try it. Control the source of energy you sense and distribute it evenly throughout your body. Lin Luo continued to speak at this time. Time quickly came to midnight, and just when Lin Luo was feeling a little sleepy, Yuxiaya's surprised voice rang out. Ha ha ha! I can release my source power! Yuxiaya stood up from her sitting position and spoke excitedly. When Lin Luo heard her words, he also perked up. After feeling it carefully, one can clearly feel that Yuxiaya has already controlled the source of power in her body, and it is bursting out from every pore. These source forces form a thin film of energy that covers the surface of the body. When the source power is released, the source power in the body will appear like an energy film, covering the surface of the body, which can provide a certain degree of protection for the body. Lin Luo spoke at this time. And in this state, you can use your source power to burst out directly and impact the opponent, which will cause a certain amount of source power pressure on the opponent. At that time, I was treated like this by Fu Xiong, and I felt very uncomfortable. Lin Luo spoke at this time. Yuxiaya rolled her eyes, revealing a cunning look. The source of power in the body suddenly changed from being like an energy film to bursting out like gas. You learned it so quickly, not bad. Lin Luo sensed this and immediately nodded approvingly. How are you okay? Yuxiaya looked at Lin Luo, who looked as if nothing had happened, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Nonsense, I am a warrior who can control the source of power. Can your little tricks still work on me? Lin Luo said proudly. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Yuxiaya. What are you going to do? Yuxiaya looked at this scene and took a few steps back, feeling guilty. What do you think? You dare to use the source force on me, you are so brave! Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Lin Luo gave Yuxiaya a few slaps. Yuxiaya covered her head with her hands at this moment, staring at Lin Luo, angry but not daring to speak. If looks could kill, Lin Luo would have been killed dozens of times. Okay, that's all for today. You should practice first and gain complete control over your source power. At this time, Lin Luo yawned and stretched. I have been practicing even at night these days, and I am indeed a little sleepy. Okay. Just when Yuxiaya turned around and was about to leave, she saw a black sandalwood box. What is this? Looking at the big box standing in the corner, Yuxiaya's eyes were filled with surprise. You can't mess with this thing. Looking at Yuxiaya's actions, Lin Luo spoke immediately. Why? Yuxiaya's eyes were full of curiosity. Then he rolled his eyes and smiled mysteriously. I know what's inside. Put your head on! Lin Luo subconsciously wanted to give Yuxiaya a slap on the face, but Yuxiaya reacted quickly and stepped back, covering her head. Lin Luo, you just feel guilty. I'm going to tell my uncle and aunt. Hearing Yuxiaya's words, Lin Luo suddenly felt a headache. It's already midnight. I guess my parents should have come back and fallen asleep by now. Because their room was on the second floor and Lin Luo was on the fourth floor, he had been teaching Yuxiaya to practice, and didn't pay attention. I'm afraid of you. This is a weapon. Chapter 44. He is Lin Luo. Arms? Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yuxiaya suddenly became energetic, and her eyes brightened slightly. I want to see it. Yuxiaya seemed to have an extraordinary interest in weapons, so she moved them away at this time. This is too heavy. She tried hard with both hands, but there was no way she could lift the ebony box. You have such weak arms and legs, just let me do it. Lin Luo's mouth curled up slightly. Tisk, I'll let you come. Yuxiaya glared at Lin Luo. Lin Luo walked over, exerted force with both hands, lifted up the upright ebony box, and slowly placed it on the ground. Because it is now the middle of the night, I am afraid that the noise will be too loud and disturb my parents' rest. Call. After finally putting it completely on the ground, Lin Luo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My hands are a little sore. You're that strong now? Yuxiaya's eyes were full of surprise at this time. Just now she felt like it was a piece of steel plate, and there was no way she could lift it at all. But Lin Luo was able to move it at this time. Shock from Yuxiaya, points plus 10. This is the power you gain after tempering your arms. Tempering the arm? Let's talk about it after you have mastered the source of power. Lin Luo spoke at this time. Quick, open it and take a look. Yuxiaya didn't think much about it at this time, and spoke while looking at the ebony box that was placed on the ground. Okay. Lin Luo said helplessly. He never knew that this girl was so interested in weapons. Is this a work of art? As the ebony box was opened, a flash of cold light instantly reflected in her eyes. Looking at the Fang Tian Hua Ji that was broken into 2 pieces in the ebony box, Yu Xiaoya covered her mouth. This is a sharp weapon, Lin Luo said seriously. This Fang Tian Hua Ji is extremely sharp, and it is no exaggeration to say that it can cut through iron like mud. Great, and it can be assembled. Yu Xiaoya's eyes were almost filled with surprise at this moment, and her eyes were almost full of hearts. He reached out to take out the Fang Tian Hua Ji and take a closer look at it. But as she exerted all her strength, she slowly took out the weapon little by little. Bang! The next moment, he fell right back in. Fortunately, it was filled with thick brocade, so no noise was made. Huff! Yu Xiaoya was panting at this time. She just thought it was because the ebony box was too heavy, but now it seems that it was the weapons inside, which were super heavy. Your little arms and legs, can you use them? Looking at Lin Luo laughing secretly, Yu Xiaoya snorted at this time. Of course I can. Lin Luo smiled. Alright, now that we've looked at the weapons, let's go back. At this time, Lin Luo pushed Yu Xiaoya out of the door. Yu Xiaoya looked at the weapon with some reluctance at this time, then walked outside. Captain Wu is so good to you, Yu Xiaoya muttered before going out. In her opinion, both the cultivation technique and the weapon were given to Lin Luo by Captain Wu. Lin Luo smiled and didn't say much. It's best if she thinks so. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to explain it myself. Let's try it. After closing his door and looking at the Fang Tian Hua Ji on the ground, Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, and then assembled the weapon. The source of power was released at this time, and then gathered at the hands. At this moment, due to the influence of the source force, the strength of Lin Luo's hands was also rapidly increasing. Holding the Fang Tian Hua Ji in both hands, he started dancing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Because I mastered the basic halberd techniques. So now when the Fang Tian Hua Ji was swung, there was a burst of sound of breaking through the air. Bang! But in the next moment, Lin Luo accidentally cut off a corner of the cabinet. Seeing this scene, Lin Luo suddenly felt a terrible headache. My current room is still too small. I need to find a better place to practice. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. From this day on, Lin Luo will go to the martial arts special training class. Miss, let me take you to the martial arts class. The two were walking on the way to school, and Yu Xiaoya spoke proudly. Lin Luo looked at the complacent Yu Xiaoya and curled his lips. I still need you to lead me. Of course, you haven't even been to a martial arts class yet. Yu Xiaoya was confident and justified. By the way, Lin Luo, I feel that I can now almost control the source of my body's energy. When will you teach me how to temper my body? As if she thought of something at this moment, Yu Xiaoya quickly walked to Lin Luo's side and whispered. It's still early. Wait until you can fully control the source of your body's energy. Lin Luo yawned. I didn't sleep much the whole night, and now I feel a little sleepy. Walking into the school gate, Lin Luo looked at the familiar teaching building with a little reluctance. From today on, I don't have to go to class anymore. Xiao Yu! Just as Lin Luo was slightly stunned, a crisp voice came from the other side. Lin Luo turned around and looked over there, and could clearly see several young girls jogging over there. Xiao Yu, why did you come with a boy today? Could it be your boyfriend? One of the girls with a ponytail looked at Lin Luo beside Yu Xiaoya, and couldn't help but joked. I won't date such an idiot boyfriend. Yu Xiaoya glanced at Lin Luo and then said with disdain. Stupid Lin Luo, he doesn't know how to praise others, and he always hits his own head. He's going to never grow taller. She had heard enough from old people that if you get hit on the head too much, you won't grow tall. He is my brother. Brother? Another little girl widened her eyes and spoke out curiously. But she felt confused again, because Yu Xiaoya obviously didn't look very similar to Lin Luo. Look at how he looks, and you'll know he's not. Yu Xiaoya continued to insult Lin Luo. Lin Luo looked at this scene and immediately frowned. I tell you, he is Lin Luo. After Yu Xiaoye insulted Lin Luo a few times, she immediately spoke solemnly. You are Lin Luo! Shock from Zhao Xueme, points plus 10. Shock from Ma Yeye, points plus 10. Shock from Huang Qiuqian, points plus 10. Shock from Xia Jixue, points plus 10. At this time, Lin Luo also received a reminder that he had earned points. Chapter 45 Martial Arts Class. I am Lin Luo. Lin Luo was also a little puzzled at this time. Is he so shocked? You are the Lin Luo who forced Dong Rui and Zhang Jiqiang to drop out of school. The girl wearing frameless glasses was called Zhao Xueme. At this moment, she pointed at Lin Luo and spoke excitedly. I didn't force them. After hearing their words, Lin Luo was speechless. How come I feel like a bad person out of nowhere? I watched the video of your fight with Zhang Jiqiang. Your 5-step punch is so powerful. I heard that you have a special relationship with Captain Wu. Why did he teach you so much? You guys don't have any PY transactions, do you? At this time, the chattering of these little girls became more and more outrageous, making Lin Luo frown. Lin, Senior Lin, if I have something I don't know in the future, can I ask you for help? One of the girls, who was pretty and charming, had a slightly red face and spoke to Lin Luo in a low voice. Lin Luo now knows that this girl's name is Xia Jixue. She is really good looking. It is rare to find someone with such good looks in a martial arts class. Of course. However, Lin Luo now has the mentality of an adult, so he didn't think too much about it, and just smiled generously and heartily. Wow, Xia Jixue, you're so proactive! Zhao Xueme spoke out exaggeratedly at this time. You, don't talk nonsense. Xia Jixue's face was very red at this time. Don't bully Jixue. You know she's thin-skinned. Yu Xiaoye glared at the other little girls at this time. Okay. Zhao Xueme and the others made faces and stopped joking. You guys go first, I'll take this idiot to the senior 3rd level martial arts class. After Yu Xiaoye sent away a few of her friends, she and Lin Luo continued walking towards the other side of the campus. Are these all your classmates? Lin Luo said casually. Yeah, isn't it beautiful? Yu Xiaoye smiled at this time. Should I introduce you to it? Yu Xiaoye rolled her eyes and then spoke to Lin Luo. Puff. When Lin Luo heard his words, he almost stumbled and fell. Speak properly. Lin Luo pretended to glare at her. What is this little girl thinking about all day long? TSK, you just say one thing and mean another. Lin Luo couldn't help it at this time, and gave Yu Xiaoye a slap on the face. Finally she calmed down for a while. Hey, the senior 3rd year martial arts class is over there. I'm going back first. Damn Lin Luo! Yu Xiaoye touched her little head, glared at Lin Luo, and trotted to the other side. There is an independent classroom hidden under the trees in front. It covers a large area. On a small sign at the door, it was written, Senior Level 3 Martial Arts Special Training Class. As Lin Luo walked over, he suddenly discovered that there were already many classmates playing and fighting in the classroom. They watched Lin Luo walk in, and all their eyes turned towards Lin Luo. Hi. Lin Luo was a little embarrassed, and didn't know what to say. Did you go to the wrong place? One of the tall and strong boys glanced at Lin Luo, and spoke lightly. Although this person was wearing the uniform of Lianqing High School, his whole aura looked different from that of ordinary students. Isn't this the senior 3rd level martial arts class? I guess I'm in the right place, right? Lin Luo smiled. The boy glanced at Lin Luo and found that he seemed familiar. Lin Luo! Are you the Lin Luo who defeated Zhang Jiqiang? At this time, some other students seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise. My name is Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded slightly at this time. Shock from Wu Ho, points plus 10. Shock from Dong Lai Lai, points plus 10. From. As soon as Lin Luo revealed his name, he immediately received a lot of notifications about earning points. Now my frown is so loud? After Lin Luo received those points, he was a little bit amused and helpless. I didn't expect you to come to the martial arts class. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Ho, and you can call me Monkey. One of the tall and thin men said excitedly at this time. It was like meeting an idol. He is Lin Luo. Several girls in the martial arts class looked at Lin Luo and started whispering to each other. The tall boy just now frowned and stared at Lin Luo. Can you really beat Zhang Jiqiang? Did you do something? Zhang Jiqiang was already quite capable, but because the school had just started, he had not yet reported to the martial arts class. Now he was actually defeated by Lin Luo, and he even transferred to another school. He still couldn't believe it. Zhang Li, haven't you seen the video? Zhang Jiqiang is indeed no match for Lin Luo. At this time, Marquis Wu curled his lips and said, I don't believe it. Zhang Li snorted coldly and looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo didn't look very strong. To him, they were just small arms and legs. Even if he could practice the 5-step boxing well, his physical strength would definitely not be that good. Let's compete. I want to see if you are qualified to enter the martial arts class. Zhang Li stood in front of Lin Luo. Zhang Li, stop messing around! Some boys frowned when they heard Zhang Li's words. Zhang Li has always been rather carefree in class. If he is dissatisfied with someone, he will definitely speak it out. Forget it. Lin Luo smiled. To him now, the students in the martial arts class who have not yet learned the training techniques are like young children. Even if they all attack together, I can easily knock them down. Defeat Dongrui, Hixiong, Zhang Jiqiang. In my opinion, maybe the reputation is not worthy of it. When Zhang Li heard Lin Luo's words, he thought Lin Luo was scared, so he sneered and said. The other students were a little disappointed when they heard Lin Luo's direct refusal. Could it be that you are really scared? There are still a few minutes left before class starts. At this time, Lin Luo looked towards Marquis Wu. 3 minutes left. Wu Ho looked at his watch at this time and spoke directly. Well, that's enough. Come on, then. Lin Luo waved at Zhang Li. The space in the front of the classroom is big enough and more than enough. Furious! Hearing Lin Luo's words, Zhang Li's face turned ugly. He actually said he could get rid of himself in 3 minutes? What a joke! Chapter 46, Instant Kill. Come on, or class will start soon. Lin Luo spread his hands at this time. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Zhang Li clenched his hands into fists. The fingers clenched tightly, and there was a crackling sound from the joints rubbing against each other. Court death! He growled, raised his hand and hit Lin Luo. Lin Luo looked at this scene, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up. There were so many flaws in Zhang Li's attack, it was just like a fight between gangsters. Lin Luo stood there without moving. When his fist was about to hit his cheek, he raised his hand and grabbed his fist. Zhang Li looked at this scene and his expression suddenly changed. He felt that his fist was as if it was clamped tightly by an iron clamp and he couldn't move at all. Before he could make any further move, Lin Luo raised his leg and swept his calf. Bang! Zhang Ting's entire body fell directly to the ground. It happened in a flash, in just a short moment. The students around looked at this scene, their eyes filled with shock. In just a short moment, Zhang Ting was knocked to the ground. Super shock from Wu Ho, points plus 100. After receiving the system prompt at this time, Lin Luo couldn't help but be surprised. Super shocked? Is there still such a thing? When he looked over, Wu Ho's eyes were wide open and his mouth was so wide open that it seemed like an apple could be stuffed in. Ding ling ling ling. At the same time, the class bell rang outside the door. Okay, class is about to start. Lin Luo smiled. Brother Luo, come here, there's a vacant seat. By this time, Marquis Wu had recovered from his shock and quickly spoke to Lin Luo. Lawless. The two boys helped Zhang Li up and looked at Wu Ho over there, glaring at him fiercely. Phew, I'm almost late. At the same time, a familiar figure ran in from the door. Lin Luo! When he walked towards the back seat, he happened to see Lin Luo sitting next to Marquis Wu, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Surprise from Li Rui, points plus 5. He had heard about what had happened to Lin Luo in the past few days, but he did not expect that Lin Luo would actually come to the martial arts class. Squad leader. Lin Luo looked at Li Rui's figure and smiled immediately. I didn't expect you to come to the martial arts class. Li Rui smiled. It's time to go to class. Let's talk after class. As he spoke, Li Rui returned to his seat. How do you know he is the monitor of our martial arts class? Lord Wu, who was standing by, was a little surprised. Oh, he was originally the monitor of our class. Is he the monitor now? Lin Luo was a little surprised. Yes, the monitor was just elected a few days ago. Wu Ho nodded. Soon, at this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in from the door. Stand up! Seeing the teacher coming in, Li Rui immediately stood up and spoke in a full-bodied voice. Hello, teacher! The students around also stood up at this time. The same goes for Lin Luo. This is our warrior history teacher. His name is Han Guodong. Marquis Wu introduced him in a low voice to Lin Luo beside him. Sit down. Han Guodong glanced at the students and nodded. With a quick glance, he could clearly see Lin Luo's figure. Oh? This is the new student? Why don't you introduce yourself? Han Guodong adjusted his black-framed glasses and spoke lightly. Hearing his words, Lin Luo also stood up at this time, without any nervousness. Hello, teacher and classmates. My name is Lin Luo, and I used to be a student in class 16. Lin Luo looked around, then looked at Han Guodong and said, I heard that you've been in the limelight recently. Although your hand and foot skills are okay, you still need to study the history of warriors. Sit down. After tapping Lin Luo lightly, he waved his hand. Lin Luo also sat down at this time. From today on, Lin Luo officially started taking classes in the martial arts class. In the morning classes, we learn about the history of martial arts, and in the afternoon we have group training to practice basic footwork and boxing techniques. In the afternoon, we studied cultural subjects, and some martial artists who made rapid progress began to practice the 5-step boxing. The time is very tight. Lin Luo had been in the martial arts class for a few days and felt a little bored. During this period of time, the Jiyuan pill, quenching pill and Yunshin pill have all been taken. The mental strength reached 15 points, and the source power value reached 38 points. The entire body, except for the skin and flesh on the head, has been tempered. The skin and flesh of the head are said to be the most difficult to temper. We still have to wait for the return of the mid-grade tempering pills before we can temper them. That night, Lin Luo recovered from the state of tempering, stood up, and spoke to himself. Lin Luo had just tempered his neck, and now the skin and flesh on his neck had become much tougher. If an ordinary person wants to cut his own neck with a knife, he can probably only break a layer of skin at most, right? Lin Luo wiped his neck and thought to himself. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Lin Luo felt his cell phone start to vibrate. Who's calling at this late hour? Lin Luo was startled, then subconsciously picked up the phone on the table and took a look, only to find that the caller was an unfamiliar number. But there is a telephone logo on it, which reads, Warrior Alliance. It's finally here. Lin Luo's eyes also showed surprise at this time. Last time I bought a mid-grade tempering pill from the Warrior Alliance Mall, and it has only just been delivered after such a long time. Hello? Hello, are you Mr. Lin Luo? Yes. The mid-grade tempering pills you ordered from the Warrior Alliance online store have arrived. Would it be convenient for you to come downstairs and sign for them now? Well, wait a minute, I'll be right down. As Lin Luo spoke, he looked out the window and was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It's already midnight. But my parents are sleeping very soundly and they probably won't wake up. At this time, Lin Luo tiptoed down and quickly came downstairs. After carefully opening the door, he could clearly see the figure of a man in black uniform. There is the logo of the Warrior Alliance on the man's clothes. Hello, Mr. Lin Luo, right? The man spoke to Lin Luo at this time. Yes. Lin Luo nodded slightly. He could clearly feel that this person was extraordinary. There is a special aura, which seems to be only felt from Captain Wu. This is a 3rd-level warrior. Sorry, because Lianqing doesn't have a branch, the delivery speed is a little slow. Fine. Please sign your name. He handed a box to Lin Luo and spoke. Lin Luo nodded slightly and signed his name on the box. Is that all right? Okay, bye. The man smiled, then left and disappeared into the darkness. The mid-grade tempering pill has finally arrived. Chapter 47, Full Body Tempering Completed. After Lin Luo returned to his room and opened the box, he could see a round black pill inside a special plastic box. When Lin Luo opened the package and took it out, he could smell a faint scent like sandalwood. "This is $1,000,000. Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh. "Now I just need to temper the surface skin and flesh of my head, and my whole body will be tempered. This is also the most dangerous step. Most warriors have to prepare a lot of tempering pills before they dare to temper themselves. After all, after taking the tempering pill, tempering is not only easier, but also has a certain protective effect." Lin Luo took a deep breath and swallowed the tempering pill directly. As soon as Lin Luo swallowed it, he directly controlled the source of power in his body and began to gather it towards his head. Although Lin Luo's control ability has become stronger and stronger due to the continuous improvement of his mental power. However, it is still very dangerous to temper the skin and flesh of the brain now. If you are not careful, you will become mentally retarded. Lin Luo didn't dare to relax at all at this time. He kept controlling the surge of source power, and then used the source power to temper the skin and flesh of his head. As soon as he started tempering, Lin Luo felt a sharp pain in his cheeks and scalp. Lin Luo endured the severe pain and did not let himself panic. Because once the pain causes your brain to shut down, you're doomed. I don't know if it was because of the influence of the quenching pill, although there were dangers in the process, but in the end, the quenching was completed. I am now a true first-level warrior. After the tempering was completed, Lin Luo wiped his head and seemed to feel that his skin and flesh had become stronger. It was already dawn. Lin Luo went to his room to take a hot bath, then prepared to go downstairs to have breakfast, and then returned to school. After finishing classes on Sunday morning, Lin Luozhen and Wu Ho walked together. "Haha, Lin Luo, Zhangli won't dare to provoke you again now." As Wu Ho walked, he laughed out loud. These days Zhangli still wanted to challenge Lin Luo, but was easily defeated by Lin Luo. He probably knew that he was no match for Lin Luo, so he stopped overestimating himself. "By the way, how's the thing I asked you to do going?" Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something at this time, and then spoke out. "Found it. There is a large abandoned area on the outskirts of the city to the west. We can go there to practice." Wu Ho looked around and then spoke in a low voice. "Okay, I'll come see you after dinner." Lin Luo nodded. "As soon as I returned home, I saw Yu Xiaoya lying on the sofa, watching Balala the Witch on TV comfortably. When Lin Luo saw this scene, he was immediately furious. "Lin Luo! Cook quickly, I'm hungry!" Yu Xiaoya heard the door open, her eyes fixed on the TV screen, and spoke without turning her head. "No." Lin Luo curled his lips and looked towards the kitchen. Yu Xiaoya had already bought all the vegetables. After making 2 simple dishes, we started eating. "Lin Luo, do you want to go play with us this afternoon?" After Yu Xiaoya was full, she patted her belly and said to Lin Luo, "Let's just forget it." Lin Luo thought of her dirty little female friends and immediately felt upset. "TSK, you don't even know how to seize the opportunity, you deserve to be single." Yu Xiaoya looked at Lin Luo with contempt. "I have something else to do this afternoon." Lin Luo had already taken down the ebony box containing the Fang Tianhua Ji. This ebony box has a carrying strap so it can be carried diagonally. "You're going to practice with this weapon?" "Teacher Yi told me that although this kind of weapon with a wide range of movements has great destructive power, the user needs to maintain a large amount of physical strength, so it is too difficult to use," Yu Xiaoya said to Lin Luo at this time. "Look at your small arms and legs. You'll probably be out of breath after just a few swings." Yu Xiaoya continued to attack. "You sound like you, someone can't even move." Lin Luo responded directly. "Okay, go wash the dishes. I'm going to go out first." As Lin Luo spoke, he put on the battle suit that he had won in the system lottery and left. "Damn Lin Luo!" Looking at Lin Luo leaving, Yu Xiaoya pouted. However, thinking that she would soon be able to skillfully control her source of power, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up. "I must catch up with you and become a true warrior before you." She waved her little fist to cheer herself up. By then, Lin Luo will definitely cry and ask me to teach him. Yu Xiaoya was completely immersed in fantasy. At the same time, Lin Luo walked out while carrying the big ebony box and some garbage. These garbage were left in the room and forgotten to be disposed of. This Fang Tianhua Ji is very heavy, but as Lin Luo's strength has increased, it is not a problem. As Lin Luo walked onto the street, many people cast curious glances at him. The person coming towards me was a middle-aged man. There was a scar at the corner of his eye, and he was wearing a baseball cap. He stared at Lin Luo, who was walking towards him for a few seconds. But soon, his gaze shifted away. An illusion. Lin Luo just walked past him and frowned immediately. He clearly felt that this middle-aged man seemed a little weird, but he couldn't tell what was weird about him. Without thinking too much, Lin Luo walked to the trash can in front and threw away all the garbage. Lin Luo! At the same time, Marquis Wu was already waving from the front. Lin Luo looked at the figure of Wu Ho, nodded slightly, and walked over. There is no good place to practice nearby. After all, a weapon like the Fang Tianhua Ji is too large and can easily cause damage to the surroundings. After Lin Luo left, the middle-aged man came back. Is this boy a warrior? He frowned. Just now he clearly felt the faint aura of source power emanating from Lin Luo's body. Although ordinary people cannot see it, he can clearly see that Lin Luo's skin seems to have been tempered. He glanced at the tall trash can next to him, which contained the garbage that Lin Luo had just thrown away. There was also a box with a crumpled-up Warrior Alliance logo on it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and combined with the scar at the corner of his eye, he looked like a poisonous snake. At the same time, under the leadership of Marquis Wu, Lin Luo came to the suburbs on the west side of the city. The two rode the shared bicycles for a long distance, and arrived at a dilapidated factory. The factory gate was rusty and the surrounding ground was overgrown with weeds. However, when Lin Luo saw the extremely vast ground inside, his eyes suddenly lit up. Great place. Chapter 48, Practicing Halberd Techniques. Brother Luo, how about it? The place I found is not bad, isn't it? Marquis Wu smiled at Lin Luo at this time. It's really good. Lin Luo nodded slightly. But are you sure no one will come here? Of course, this place is in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know how long it has been abandoned. No one has come here. Wu Ho continued to speak. Lin Luo walked in at this time. It is unknown how long this factory has been abandoned. Even some grass has grown out of the cracks in the concrete floor. However, the area in front is indeed very spacious and the ground is flat, which is suitable for practice. Luo Ge, is this your weapon? Marquis Wu looked at the rectangular ebony box that Lin Luo was carrying, with curiosity in his eyes. Lin Luo put down the ebony box and opened it. This is Fang Tianhua Ji. Looking at the weapons inside, Marquis Wu's eyes widened. Shock from Wu Ho points +10. Is this shocking too? Lin Luo looked at Lord Wu in front of him speechlessly. This guy seems to be very good at shocking people. Last time, he gave himself a super shock and got 100 extra points. That's right. Lin Luo squatted down at this time and assembled the Fang Tianhua Ji that had been split into two. I like this type of weapon the most. It has a wide range of movements and is extremely powerful. But it's heavy, isn't it? After being excited for a while, the Duke of Wu calmed down. This weapon has very high requirements for the user, and ordinary people cannot master it at all. It's not very heavy. Lin Luo shook his head. During this period of time, Lin Luo's arm strength has increased a lot, and he doesn't feel it is too strenuous to wield the Fang Tianhua Ji. You want to try it? As Lin Luo held the Fang Tianhua Ji and waved it a few times, he glanced at Lord Wu standing beside him and said, Really? There was excitement in the eyes of Marquis Wu. Lin Luo nodded slightly and subconsciously caught Lin Luo's Fang Tianhua Ji. But as soon as Lin Luo let go, his eyes widened when he grasped the halberd. His body was directly pressed down by the Fang Tianhua Ji and he staggered and fell to the ground. Super shock from Wu Ho, points +100. Really? Lin Luo's eyes lit up at this moment. This Lord Wu was too easily shocked. This helped him increase a lot of points. Are you okay? Fine. When Marquis Wu heard Lin Luo's words, he came back to his senses from his shock, brushed the dirt off his clothes, and then stood up. But this weapon is too heavy. Marquis Wu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Fang Tianhuaji lying on the ground, emitting a cold glow under the sunlight. Brother Luo, you lied to me and said it wasn't serious. Marquis Wu looked at Lin Luo with resentment at this time. Being stared at by him like this, Lin Luo suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Ahem, it's not that heavy for me, only about 100 pounds. Lin Luo spoke as he picked up the Fang Tianhuaji. Just 100 pounds? The Marquis of Wu was stunned. Super shock from Wu Ho, points plus 100. Looking at the system's prompt for gaining points, Lin Luo's eyes widened. Wow, this Lord Wu looks like he can increase a lot of points for himself. Now my total points have reached 14555. Let me practice the 5-step boxing first. Marquis Wu looked at Lin Luo as if he were a monster. Lin Luo was able to wield a weapon weighing 100 kilograms. He was too strong. Lin Luo held the Fang Tianhuaji in his hand, took a deep breath, and started dancing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the Fang Tianhuaji danced, there were sudden bursts of sounds of breaking through the air. Because Lin Luo has already mastered the basic halberd technique to the proficient stage, at this time, Lin Luo is also very skilled in wielding the Fang Tianhuaji. However, to use the Fang Tianhuaji, proficiency alone is not enough, you have to at least be proficient in it. Lin Luo subconsciously looked at his system interface. After basic halberd technique, there was already a plus. Huh! It didn't appear in the past few days, and it seems to have just appeared today. After clicking with his mind, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to upgrade to mastery? Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and decided to directly consume points to upgrade. If the foundation is not laid well, other powerful martial arts will be of little use even if you learn them. As basic halberd techniques was improved to proficiency, Lin Luo clearly felt that he seemed to have a better understanding of halberd weapons. Holding the Fang Tianhuaji in his hand, he continued to dance. Looking at the stone platform in front, Lin Luo swung the Fang Tianhuaji in his hand and chopped it down directly. Directly split the stone platform made of cement and steel bars into 2 halves. Super shock from Wu Ho, points plus 100. The Marquis of Wu was so shocked that his eyes widened. Isn't the power of this Fang Tianhuaji too great? No, I still don't have the strength or stamina to keep up. After practicing for a while, Lin Luo's face turned a little pale. His forehead was also covered with sweat. The Fang Tianhuaji is really too heavy. Without strong physical support, as long as the opponent defends against the initial attack, he can easily counterattack when he is exhausted. Moreover, after witnessing the horror of those creatures from another dimension, Lin Luo became even more eager to increase his own strength. 2 little kids. At the same time, on the roof of a delivery room in the abandoned factory, a middle-aged man stood there, staring at Lin Luo and Wu Ho, who were practicing not far away, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. If Lin Luo found this person, he would know that this person was the man with a scar at the corner of his eye whom he had just met on the other side of the street. Fang Tianhuaji, among the warriors, who would use this kind of weapon? As expected, a little kid is just a little kid. He watched Lin Luo practicing the Fang Tianhuaji with a sneer on his face. However, this Fang Tianhuaji did not seem to be made of ordinary metal, and thinking that Lin Luo seemed to have ordered some things from the Warrior Alliance Mall, murderous intent surged in his eyes. Lin Luo, who was dancing with the Fang Tianhuaji, seemed to sense something at this moment, and turned around abruptly to look behind. But after searching carefully, I still couldn't find any trace of the person. Luo, what's wrong? Wu Ho looked at Lin Luo's actions and spoke out curiously. Nothing. Lin Luo shook his head. Maybe I saw it wrong. At the same time, Lianqing Police Station. Director, any news? At this time, Wu Guiqiang was in the office, looking at Wang Xiwen, the director of Lianqing Police Station, and spoke. We are currently checking the surveillance cameras. Wang Xiwen was also anxiously looking back and forth at Zhou Dongjia at this time. A D-level wanted criminal, a quasi-second-level warrior nicknamed Scar, fled to Lianqing. Scar is already a first-level warrior, but breaking through to the second-level warrior requires too many elixirs, so he secretly accepts assassination missions and obtains huge sums of money to buy elixirs. Even for a first-level warrior, the destructive power generated is not comparable to that of an ordinary person, so the country must strictly control warriors. After all, once a warrior does evil, it will be a big trouble. A peak-level warrior must have fully tempered his skin and flesh, which poses a huge threat to ordinary people. Wu Guiqiang frowned at this time. When faced with a warrior of this level, he could capture him quickly, but the opponent was like a mouse in the dark, making it very difficult to find him. Continue to intensify the investigation and find his whereabouts as soon as possible. Chapter 49: The Battle Between Life and Death. Wait! Look at this surveillance! At the same time, watching the police officers checking the surveillance footage on various streets, Wu Guiqiang seemed to have discovered something and immediately spoke to one of the police officers. The young police officer nodded, then paused and rewound the surveillance video progress bar. Lin Luo? Looking at Lin Luo on the surveillance video, Wu Guiqiang frowned. As I continued to look, a man came towards Lin Luo. Although this man was wearing a baseball cap, which was deliberately pulled down, a closer look revealed that there was a high chance that he had a scar. Continue to pull up the video from the other camera here. Wu Guiqiang continued to speak. Next, it was clearly seen that Scar picked up the garbage thrown by Lin Luo, looked at it, and then followed the direction of Lin Luo. Wu Guiqiang's pupils shrank slightly at this moment. It seems that Lin Luo and the student with him have been targeted by Scar. Huff! After practicing Fang Tian Hua Ji for a while, Lin Luo finally felt tired. Sitting on the ground, I began to breathe a little. The Fang Tian Hua Ji weighing nearly 100 kilograms is indeed not easy to wield. Monkey, this is how you practice the 5-step fist. Lin Luo was sitting on the ground, watching Wu Ho practicing the 5-step boxing while giving instructions. Now that Lin Luo has mastered the 5-step fist completely, he has gained a lot of experience. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Wu Ho did as Lin Luo said and was immediately surprised. Many things that were difficult to practice before became completely smooth under Lin Luo's guidance. Almost. Scar held his breath at this time, and pulled out a dagger from his clothes behind his back. As he got closer to Lin Luo, he sprinted over and appeared behind Lin Luo in an instant. Lin Luo, who had a very strong sense of perception, seemed to have noticed something at this moment. He turned around suddenly and saw a dagger chopping towards his head. Whoosh! Lin Luo dodged by turning his body to the side. His sword strike hit nothing. Who is it? Wu Ho, who was originally practicing the 5-step fist, reacted instantly when he heard Lin Luo's shout. Looking at the middle-aged man holding a dagger and slashing towards Lin Luo, he was a little confused for a moment. Run! Lin Luo's body kept moving at this time, dodging Scar's attack. Scar's short knife was very sharp, and it cut a hole in Lin Luo's clothes. Battle uniform! At this moment, looking at his short knife, which cut open Lin Luo's clothes, revealing the underwear, Scar's eyes showed a hint of greed. Not only the elixirs, but also the warrior's weapons and combat uniforms are extremely valuable items. Great, I'll take them all! While Scar was speaking, he attacked Lin Luo frantically with the dagger in his hand. When Wu Ho ran to the back, he looked at the stone on the ground, picked it up, and then found the right opportunity to smash it towards Scar's head. Bang! The moment the stone hit, it exploded. And the Scar didn't seem to be hurt at all. Snort! Scar turned his gaze towards him at this moment, and immediately released the source of pressure. Puff! Marquis Wu felt an extreme pressure coming over him, as if his body was about to burst. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees on the ground. At this time, Lin Luo had already picked up the Fang Tian Hua Ji on the ground. Without waiting for Scar to attack again, he held the Fang Tian Hua Ji in both hands and slashed at him directly. Whoosh! Scar looked at this scene and the look in his eyes changed. Give up the original attack and retreat directly. At this time, Lin Luo took advantage of the victory and launched a counterattack with the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand. Lin Luo, who already had control over the source of power in his body, directly released the source power at this time, forming a thin energy film that covered his body. In this state, it can play a good defensive role. This kid. Scar's expression turned slightly ugly at this moment. His body kept moving backwards to dodge Lin Luo's attacks. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, especially with a weapon like the Fang Tianhua Ji. There is no way to resist it unless you get close. Boom! As Lin Luo chopped with the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand, a loud noise suddenly erupted on the ground where Scar had just been. The entire ground was shattered. Scar jumped to the back at this time and sneered. This kid is really strong when using the Fang Tianhua Ji. It is a weapon with great power, and if used by a strong warrior, it is very powerful. But this kid is at most just entering the level of a warrior. As long as I dodge carefully, he will soon be exhausted. At that time, these weapons and uniforms will belong to me. Just as Scar thought, Lin Luo was a little out of breath because of the practice just now and the continuous attacks with the Fang Tianhua Ji. Tired, too much physical energy has been consumed. Good opportunity. At this moment, Scar seemed to have seized the opportunity and rushed to Lin Luo in one leap. The look in Lin Luo's eyes changed drastically, and he wanted to hold the Fang Tianhua Ji to resist. When Scar snorted coldly, and the short knife in his hand directly collided with Lin Luo's halberd. Lin Luo felt numbness in the palms of his hands that were holding the halberd. Bang! At this moment, the dagger brushed past the halberd and stabbed Lin Luo's chest. The blade penetrated the flesh of the chest a little, but there was no way to penetrate directly. When Scar noticed this scene, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. His skin and flesh have really been tempered. Shock from Lai Ji, points +10. Lin Luo didn't have time to think so much at this time. He let go of the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand, pulled out a dagger from his waist in an instant, and slashed it towards Scar's neck. Being approached to this extent, the Fang Tianhua Ji could no longer exert its full power. And he probably didn't expect that I also had a dagger. Scar's face changed drastically at this moment. He really didn't expect that Lin Luo had a weapon like a dagger. His feet were hit by the Fang Tianhua Ji that Lin Luo released, and he felt an immediate pain. After all, this weapon weighs nearly 100 kilograms. Whoosh! The dagger slashed across Scar's neck, leaving a bloody mark. What a tough skin! Court death! Scar felt the pain in his neck and instantly pulled back his sword, slashing at Lin Luo's body. Martial arts dash, butterfly dance. Lin Luo reacted quickly and dodged at the same time, while continuing to stab out with the dagger in his hand. The dagger's attack was very gorgeous, like the dance of a butterfly. Chapter 50, Counterattack, Unparalleled Attack. Bang, bang, bang. The dagger kept slashing at Scar's body, tearing his clothes apart. And there were many bloodstains on his body. Court death! Scar was extremely furious at this time. He never expected that he would be made so embarrassed by a kid. At this moment, all his strength burst out, and he held the sword in his hand and slashed at Lin Luo madly. Scar is, after all, a top-level first-class warrior, and he has a lot of actual combat experience, so when he fights, he is very ferocious. Although Lin Luo's body reacted quickly, he still had many scars on his body. Blood slowly flowed out. Die! Seeing Scar continue to chop at him, Lin Luo gritted his teeth and directly used his shoulder to block it. Scar didn't expect that Lin Luo didn't dodge. At the same time as his sword was chopping Lin Luo's shoulder, the dagger in Lin Luo's hand stabbed directly at his neck. Bang! The dagger stabbed directly into his neck. But there was still no way to pierce his neck, only the tip of the dagger went in a little. Roll! Scar roared angrily and kicked Lin Luo in the abdomen, kicking Lin Luo out and falling heavily to the ground. Puff! Feeling the severe pain all over his body, Lin Luo spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a deep bloody scar on his shoulder from having just taken a blow from the scar. Even the bones can be seen. If nothing unexpected happens, the bone must be fractured. If it weren't for the tempering of his skin and flesh, and the protection of the release source power, his entire shoulder would probably have been chopped off. I almost capsized in the ditch. Scar felt a sharp pain in his neck at this time, and also a little scared. If Lin Luo's strength was a little stronger, the dagger might really have pierced his neck. There were already many wounds on his body, all caused by Lin Luo's dagger. Although it is not fatal, blood is constantly flowing out of the wound. If the bleeding is not stopped quickly, he will die. You have no more energy, right? Prepare to die. He took his sword and walked towards Lin Luo. He is so powerful at such a young age. If we really let him go and let him grow up, he will definitely be a terrifying existence. But there is no chance now. At this time, Lin Luo's body kept retreating backwards. From the corner of his eye, he had already seen his Fang Tianhuaji right behind him. The optimized cultivation technique absorbed source power very quickly, and in just a moment, it had allowed Lin Luo to recover a lot. But Scar seemed to think that Lin Luo's source of power had been exhausted. Without source power to form an energy film, even the tempered flesh and blood would be vulnerable. Lin Luo held the bloody dagger in his hand, looked at Scar who was coming over with a sword, and threw the dagger out. Whoosh! Looking at the flying dagger, the look in Scar's eyes changed slightly, and he subconsciously blocked it with his sword. When the flying dagger bounced back directly. Stop struggling! He roared angrily and was about to give Lin Luo a quick blow, but he found that Lin Luo had picked up the Fang Tianhuaji on the ground and slashed at him again. He still has strength. Scar was horrified when he saw the Fang Tianhuaji coming at him diagonally. But at this distance, he had no way of escaping. There was no way, he could only hold his dagger tightly with both hands, trying to block the attack directly. Because Lin Luo had obviously consumed a lot of strength just now, he was confident that he could block this attack. Unparalleled attack. Lin Luo roared in his heart. He gave up on defense, and at this moment, all the energy in his body was poured into his weapon. The entire body of the Fang Tianhuaji seemed to tremble slightly at this moment. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking air in the air. The Fang Tianhuaji emitted a faint light and directly knocked his short sword away. Bang! As a dull sound was heard, Scar opened his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe it, and he stood still. Huff! Lin Luo was panting at this time. He had really used up all his strength, including his source power. And in the next moment, Scar's body instantly split into two halves at an angle, and a large amount of blood flowed out. At this time, Lin Luo also lay directly on the ground. Tired, so tired. If I hadn't kept a trump card, I would have almost died. Lin Luo! At the same time, after an unknown amount of time had passed, a familiar voice was heard. Wu Guiqiang tracked this place through surveillance video. I suddenly discovered this scene. He looked at Scar who was cut in half, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes were full of shock. Lin Luo seems to have killed Scar. Captain Wu, I almost died. Lin Luo panted for a while, then slowly got up. Looking at Scar's body that was cut in half with his intestines spilling out, Lin Luo immediately turned around and retched. The body trembled slightly. Although Lin Luo's blood was boiling during the battle just now, he still felt uncomfortable when he saw the person he killed for the first time. By the way, Captain Wu, this is self-defense. After Lin Luo dry-heaved a few times, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly spoke to Captain Wu. A top-level warrior of the first rank was killed by you. Captain Wu looked at Lin Luo with a complicated look in his eyes. This kid is such a freak. His strength has improved so terribly in such a short period of time. Could it be true, as Old Tan said, that this kid has someone behind the scenes giving him advice? Shock from Wu Guiqiang, points plus 10. I almost died, Captain Wu, please send me to the hospital first. Lin Luo stood up for a while, then sat down on the ground again. The blood kept flowing out of his body, making Lin Luo feel a little dizzy. Captain Wu looked at Lin Luo, then looked at Wu Ho who had already fainted, and dialed 120 directly. By the way, don't tell my parents! Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shuddered. The next moment, the whole person felt dizzy. A D-class wanted criminal was killed by a senior high school student. At this time, when Governor Dong heard Captain Wu's report, his eyes suddenly widened. Some leaders around were also stunned. It is difficult for ordinary military and police to hunt down such wanted criminals. Knowing that he had fled to Lianqing, they were all very worried. They had not expected that the final result would be like this. Is our Lianqing finally going to produce a genius warrior? Governor Dong said a little excitedly at this time. Chapter 51 Worship. There must be an expert behind this kid. Wu Guiqiang nodded slightly at this time, and then spoke. Prefect Dong and others looked at Lin Luo's information and expressed their agreement. How much is the reward for killing a D-level wanted criminal? At this time, Magistrate Dong looked at one of the middle-aged men. I checked, it's 1.5 million. The middle-aged man answered quickly. Well, since he killed it, the reward should be given to him. Prefect Dong nodded slightly. When I have time, I'll go visit him again. The people around didn't look very shocked at this time. After all, these students who have become warriors in their senior year of high school will surely be admitted to a top-notch martial arts academy in the future. In a small place like Lianqing, it is enough for a prefect to visit. Ahem. At the same time, Lin Luo coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. A blinding light came in, causing Lin Luo to squint slightly. As his body moved, Lin Luo could feel a slight tingling sensation in his body. The shoulder was bandaged with gauze and looked like it had been sutured. The other wounds were also sutured. At this time, as Lin Luo moved slightly, he could still feel the pain. Luo Ge! Are you awake? At this time, a tall and thin boy walked in and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Monkey, are you okay? Lin Luo looked at Marquis Wu, who walked in, and smiled slightly. I'm fine. But you, Luo, have quite a lot of wounds. Wu Ho looked at Lin Luo's wound, which was really horrible to look at. It looks exaggerated, but they are just superficial injuries. To become a true warrior, this little bit of pain is nothing, Lin Luo said calmly. But I cursed in my heart, it really hurts. During the battle, I didn't feel anything due to the rise of adrenaline. Now the wound has probably been disinfected with alcohol and then sutured. The pain is so excruciating. It's Luo Ge indeed! Marquis Wu was shocked, and a look of great admiration appeared in his eyes. Super shock from Wu Ho, points plus 100. Worship from Wu Ho, points plus 200. Huh! Looking at the system prompt, Lin Luo's face was also filled with surprise. There are actually points added for worship? But it seems I have never encountered this before. Damn, I defeated so many people in a row, and these people were just shocked but didn't admire me. It seems that it is still unpopular. Who on earth is that guy? I don't know why I passed out at that time. Wu Ho was standing beside the bed at this time and spoke helplessly. At that time, he felt as if his whole body was covered by something. He felt very uncomfortable and his head hurt. He fainted. He is a warrior, Lin Luo said seriously. Warrior? There was also a look of surprise in Marquis Wu's eyes at this time. What happened next? What happened next? The Duke of Wu was unconscious at the time, and no one knew what happened to him in the end. When he woke up, he found himself in the hospital. By the way, in the end. Lin Luo, are you awake? Just as Wu Ho spoke, a voice came from the door. Captain Wu! Captain Wu! When Marquis Wu saw Wu Guiqiang coming in, his eyes suddenly widened and he was extremely excited. Although I often see Wu Guiqiang in the news, this is the first time I have seen him so close. Captain Wu nodded to Marquis Wu, then looked at Lin Luo. Just woke up. Lin Luo nodded slightly at this time. Nothing special, are you feeling uncomfortable? It's nothing, just superficial injuries. That's good. Wu Guiqiang looked at Wu Ho at this time. My classmate, if you have nothing else, go back first. It's evening now, and your family will be worried about you. Hearing Wu Guiqiang's words, Wu Ho also nodded, looked at Lin Luo and said, Brother Luo, I'll go back first. Well, see you tomorrow. Lin Luo grinned. Tomorrow? You should recuperate here for a few days. Wu Guiqiang looked at the wounds on Lin Luo's body and his mouth twitched. Although this kid was not fatally injured, he had many knife wounds on his body. That's fine, Captain Wu, please call my parents. Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something, and spoke with a smile. In this way, he could make his parents believe that he was really practicing martial arts with Captain Wu. Okay. Captain Wu didn't think much about it and helped Lin Luo call Xiao Yan, and made up an excuse to let Lin Luo undergo closed training. Mom, don't worry, I will practice well and won't cause any trouble for Captain Wu. Lin Luo took the phone handed over by Captain Wu and talked for a long time before hanging up. Your mother still cares about you. Wu Guiqiang had a smile on his face. Okay, old Wu, stop laughing at me. Lin Luo spread his hands helplessly at this time. Old Wu? Wu Guiqiang was very upset at this time. This kid was really sociable. Let's get down to business. This time, you killed a D-level wanted criminal. The reward is 1.5 million, and it has been transferred to your bank card. As soon as Wu Guiqiang finished speaking, Lin Luo subconsciously asked, 1.5 million. This is unexpected wealth. Yes, that's right. Add to that the 3 million you got last time, and you've got a little money now. Captain Wu smiled and continued. But for a warrior, several million is still too little. I know. Last time I bought a mid-grade tempering pill, it cost me 1 million. Lin Luo said helplessly. This warrior's stuff is really too expensive. Now is just the beginning. The higher the level of the warrior, the more things they will need. Wu Guiqiang said meaningfully. By the way, have you finished tempering your skin and flesh now? Lin Luo nodded slightly. You have just entered the first stage, and you have killed a warrior at the peak of the first stage, and he is a warrior with actual combat experience. Captain Wu was a little speechless at this time. This Lin Luo is too amazing. How much is the source power? I think I'm almost 40. Lin Luo said casually. After taking all those Jiyuan pills these days and applying cultivation techniques, the upper limit of source power has been raised to 39. Lin Luo feels that he can reach 40 points tonight. Captain Wu was completely dumbfounded. It had only been a few days. Super shock from Wu Guiqiang, points plus 100. By the way, is there any way to recover quickly? Lin Luo looked at the wounds on his body at this time and immediately spoke out. Chapter 52 about the different dimensional world. There are too many wounds on my body. If we continue to recover like this, I don't know when we will be able to recover. The Warrior Alliance store does have medicine for healing injuries. Captain Wu thought about it and then spoke. That's fine. Thinking of the Warrior Alliance store, Lin Luo felt a little annoyed. Although there are a lot of good things to sell here, the delivery time is really too long. Do you know how Scar targeted you this time? Captain Wu looked at Lin Luo. There was a package from the Warrior Alliance in the garbage you threw away. He was sure that you were a warrior, so he followed you and wanted to kill you and rob you of your things. Lin Luo was also slightly startled at this time, and only now did he react. It seems like I have to be more careful when throwing away garbage in the future. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. It's not that exaggerated. This kind of wanted criminal is still rare. You're so lucky, you can buy a lottery ticket. Wu Guiqiang joked at this time. Come on, old Wu, please stop teasing me. Lin Luo was a little helpless. This battle made him deeply aware of his own shortcomings. He had chosen the Fang Tianhua Ji in the first place because he liked this weapon, but now he understood that the requirements for a warrior to use the Fang Tianhua Ji were much higher than those for using other weapons. If I hadn't practiced with a dagger at the same time, I would have most likely died at the hands of that man. By the way, where's my weapon? Thinking of the Fang Tianhua Ji, Lin Luo looked around and immediately spoke to Wu Guiqiang. His Fang Tianhua Ji and dagger were not in this room. Oh, your weapon is in the next room. Captain Wu spoke up immediately. As if he had thought of something, he hesitated for a moment, but continued to ask. Did your master teach you how to use the halberd? When he rushed over there, he just happened to see Lin Luo using the Fang Tianhua Ji to kill Scar. Even he was surprised by the explosive power at that moment. Moreover, this kind of halberd-like weapon has too high physical requirements for the warrior. It is impossible for Lin Luo to practice to this level in a short period of time. When Lin Luo heard Wu Guiqiang's words at this time, he was immediately confused. The speed at which I cultivate is indeed too fast, and it has probably aroused suspicion. Ahem, yes, he is an expert with the halberd. Lin Luo took advantage of the situation and spoke in a pretentious manner. Wu Guiqiang nodded slightly. This made sense. Otherwise, this kid's progress would be too amazing. But even with the guidance of an expert, this progress is a bit exaggerated. Moreover, I have never heard of an expert who uses a halberd. Wu Guiqiang suddenly felt a little depressed. Okay, you should recover first, and I will make you food in the evening, Wu Guiqiang said to Lin Luo. Yeah, okay. As Wu Guiqiang closed the door, Lin Luo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You've been too high profile recently. I guess Captain Wu and the others must be feeling weird. Fortunately, it has been fooled now. But I can't keep a low profile, otherwise I won't be able to earn points. Lin Luo was a little helpless. There was no one in the room now. Looking at the injuries on his body, Lin Luo thought about it and saw the system panel in front of him. The score has reached 5,555. Looking closely at the direct prompts, in addition to the points brought by Wu Guiqiang, there seemed to be some unfamiliar names. Wait, these people are all the leaders of Lianqing. Lin Luo couldn't help but widen his eyes when he looked at the names of people who often appeared on the city radio station. From this point of view, the commotion caused by my killing of this warrior this time was quite big. After taking a deep breath, Lin Luo started to practice his cultivation technique directly. As the cultivation technique was practiced, the energy in the surrounding air began to be absorbed by Lin Luo. The optimized cultivation technique is so cool. The speed of absorbing energy is at least 1.5 times that of the general cultivation technique. And you don't need to sit cross-legged in a specific posture to practice. While absorbing the energy in the air and converting it into source force, it also controlled the source force to flow towards the wound. According to the books, source power can also promote wound healing. However, Lin Luo was not very clear about how great the effect would be. Soon as time passed, it was night in the blink of an eye. Lin Luo! Captain Wu packed a lunchbox and came over. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes widened slightly. Shock from Wu Guiqiang, points plus 10. Because he was looking at Lin Luo now, and he had already stood up. There were clearly many knife wounds on his body. Logically, he should have been lying in bed for 2 or 3 days. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo stood up right now. Old Wu, you're here? At this time, Lin Luo turned around, looked at Wu Guiqiang who walked in, smiled and said, How did you do that? When Wu Guiqiang took a closer look at this time, he clearly found that the wounds on Lin Luo's body seemed to have begun to heal a lot. Didn't the information you gave me say that if we send the source power to the injured area and use it to stimulate the injured flesh and blood, we can increase the healing speed? So I tried it this afternoon. Lin Luo spoke up. Following this method, Lin Luo actually found that his sutured wounds seemed to heal much faster. At least it doesn't hurt as much when I move. Otherwise, like today, I would have to lie in bed and not move, otherwise I would be in excruciating pain if I moved. Captain Wu was speechless when he heard Lin Luo's words. If it is really as he said, then this kid's comprehension ability is too strong. Just by looking at the information I gave him, he was able to use the source power in this way. Moreover, when he was in the other dimension before, Lin Luo also used source power to infuse the crossbow, making the power of the crossbow even stronger. The methods of using these source powers are not so easy to learn. But this kid, an expert, it must be because there is an expert behind him guiding him. Your wounds haven't healed completely yet, so you should rest well and don't practice martial arts recently. Captain Wu came back to his senses at this time and spoke. By the way, old Wu, can I go to the other dimension? Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. No. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, Captain Wu shook his head. Why? Although the gravity in the other dimensional world is twice as high as that on Earth, if you practice in such a place, your strength should increase faster. Moreover, the energy in the air there is much richer than on Earth. I know what you're thinking, but there are more dangers in the alternate dimension than we thought. Especially the 3 extra-dimensional cracks that appeared in our Lianqing, which have been classified as sea-level cracks. Chapter 53, Preparing to Take a Leave of Absence. What is a sea-level crack? Lin Luo was stunned. There were still many things he didn't understand about the dimensional rift. We have classified the space cracks into 5 levels, from high to low, S, A, B, C, and D. Sea level means there are rifts with 2nd to 3rd level monsters. They are more dangerous. At this point, Wu Guiqiang paused, then stared at Lin Luo and continued. You saw what happened last time. With my strength, there is no way I can guarantee that I can kill a 3rd level monster. What's the status of those space cracks now? Lin Luo nodded slightly, then spoke subconsciously. The military has already built an alloy barrier. Everything over there is blocked off. Even a 3rd level alien beast can't break through. Wu Guiqiang said seriously. How come so many space cracks suddenly appeared in our Lianqing? Lin Luo was also a little scared at this time. That night, in order to eliminate those strange beasts, many soldiers and police officers died, and they themselves almost died. When he was reborn into this world, Lin Luo wanted to become a warrior only because warriors were the most prestigious people in the world. But now, Lin Luo's purpose of becoming a warrior has changed. The world today is far from being as peaceful as it appears on the surface. It is very likely that a space crack will appear near your home in the next second. Only when you become strong enough can you protect your parents and relatives. We don't know this either, but don't worry. According to general rules, there won't be more than 3 space cracks in one place. Captain Wu smiled at this time and looked relieved. The strange beasts that appeared in these 3 space cracks are not strong, which means that there will be no powerful strange beasts in the space over there on Friday. And according to the results of people's research, the other dimensional world is countless times larger than the Earth, and the distance between one crack and another is unimaginable. That's good. Lin Luo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he still has deep feelings for the city of Lianqing. Do you really want to continue practicing halberd techniques? Wu Guiqiang seemed to have thought of something and continued to speak. Certainly. Lin Luo nodded seriously. Since you have chosen to practice the Fang Tianhua Ji, there is no reason to retreat. Then you have to work hard. I have never seen anyone use this weapon. Wu Guiqiang laughed. Well, I feel like being in school takes up too much time for practice. I want to take a leave of absence before the college entrance exam and then take the exam directly. Lin Luo thought about it and decided to speak out his thoughts. It's not impossible, but your academic performance. Wu Guiqiang was not surprised when he heard Lin Luo's words. The path of martial arts does require a lot of time to practice. My academic performance has always been at the top. Lin Luo is very confident about this. And now it seems that as my mental strength increases, I can learn that knowledge very quickly. The ability to understand is also very strong. That's fine. Wu Guiqiang nodded, but found that Lin Luo was staring at him with a sly look. Old Wu, please help me. Lin Luo now felt that Captain Wu was easy to get along with, so he started to become familiar with him. Help me to tell you to take me for special training and take a break from school for a while. You should talk to your parents about this. Wu Guiqiang's mouth twitched suddenly. I helped you kill the D-class wanted criminal. That's all I ask. And if I tell my parents, they will definitely not agree. Although Lin Luo's grades have always been good, it was still too long before the college entrance examination. My parents would definitely think that if I practiced martial arts, my academic performance would not be good enough and I would not be able to get into the martial arts academy. I will definitely not agree to that. You want to follow your master to practice martial arts? Captain Wu seemed to have thought of something. Behind Lin Luo, there is an expert guiding him. Forehead. That's right, I'm progressing too slowly, so my master needs to instruct me for a while. Lin Luo went along with it, and said seriously. What level of warrior? Captain Wu hesitated for a moment, and spoke in a low voice. I don't know. My master came from the capital and traveled all over China. Seeing that I have good aptitude, he taught me. Lin Luo also started making up stories at this time. When Captain Wu heard Lin Luo's nonsense, he was a little skeptical, but Lin Luo looked serious and spoke as if it were true. The capital is where the most powerful warriors gather. Wu Guiqiang muttered to himself. If what Lin Luo said was true, then his master must be an extremely powerful being. Captain Wu, please help me. You are an idol respected and admired by everyone in Lianqing. They only believe your words. Lin Luo continued to speak at this time. Captain Wu was a little bit amused and helpless at this moment. Lin Luo's flattery made him feel too corny. No, if anything happens to you, I can't take the responsibility. After thinking about it, Captain Wu shook his head. If you're worried, how about I go with you to train? Lin Luo continued. Anyway, after spending a few days in the martial arts class, he really couldn't stay there any longer. The courses there are to practice basic footwork and 5-step boxing every day, which is really of little use to Lin Luo now. Didn't you say you wanted to practice with your master? Captain Wu said suspiciously. Ahem, the master has only led you to the door, but it's up to you to practice. Besides, my cheap master will only guide me for a period of time and then leave here. Lin Luo spoke immediately, without even blushing or panting. So you're taking a leave of absence to find a place to practice on your own? Yeah, after all, the martial arts class at school is just practicing the basics with those little brats. Although Lin Luo is a high school student now, his mental age is that of an adult after all. After staying in school for a while, he began to feel a little overwhelmed. If you really want to improve yourself, I can recommend a good place. It's also relatively safe. After weighing the pros and cons, Captain Wu couldn't help but speak out. Lin Luo's talent is so great, he is like a piece of unpolished jade. Perhaps, a high-level warrior will appear in Lianqing. Although the country recommends that young people become martial artists only after adulthood for the sake of their health, after all, the path of martial arts is very dangerous. If minors practice martial arts too early, it is very likely to cause irreparable damage to their bodies. But that's all for ordinary people. Where? When Lin Luo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He really wanted to find a good place to practice systematically. Although the system could directly top up the learned martial arts with points, the strength of the body still needed to be honed. Especially my arm strength and physical strength are far from enough. Wu Guoqiang paused, then slowly said, Phew! Chapter 54, Enlightenment. Shaolin Temple! Hearing Captain Wu's words, Lin Luo suddenly widened his eyes and spoke subconsciously. As the saying goes, all martial arts in the world originated from Shaolin. In this world, there might really be masters in Shaolin Temple. No. Captain Wu shook his head at this time, then looked at Lin Luo and said, It's the children's palace. Yum! Palace? Lin Luo was very upset at this time. In my impression, the children's palace is a place where teenagers can take tutoring classes and learn about art and humanities. One of my former teachers opened a martial arts class at the children's palace in Yangqing. I can let him train you. Of course, the training is all about basic physical fitness and the like. For the rest, you already have your master teaching you. Captain Wu continued to speak. I thought you wanted me to go to Shaolin Temple. Lin Luo curled his lips at this time. Can we go to another dimension? Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, then continued speaking. He still wanted to go to another dimension. Only by practicing there could his speed be truly improved. No, that place is too dangerous. Captain Wu still shook his head. I am not afraid of danger. A warrior can only become stronger through actual combat. If you stay in this environment, even if you become a second-level or even third-level warrior, without actual combat, experienced warriors can easily kill you by crossing levels. Lin Luo said seriously. When Captain Wu heard Lin Luo's words, there was surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Luo would have such awareness. That's right. Most of today's students are like flowers in a greenhouse. Only after entering the Warrior Academy will they know what cruelty is. The country should also popularize those. Having said this, Captain Wu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shut up. Lin Luo also raised his eyebrows at this time, and vaguely guessed something. Although there seems to have been no major unrest due to the appearance of space cracks in recent years, Lin Luo still vaguely feels that something seems to have been suppressed. After all, if the dimensional rift caused heavy casualties, it would easily cause panic. There is nothing wrong with being prepared for danger in times of peace. Next month, I will go out to gain experience. If you really want to become stronger, you can go with me. Captain Wu looked at Lin Luo. As soon as he said it, he regretted it a little. Although the place he was going to was not very dangerous, that was relative to him. For Lin Luo, a warrior who had just entered the first level, there was still a great risk. Okay, it's settled then. Lin Luo didn't ask any more questions because he already knew that if he followed Captain Wu to gain experience, he would definitely enter that other dimensional world. I still have things to do. Eat first. Call me if you need anything. Wu Kuqiang looked at the time at this time and seemed to have something to deal with. Lin Luo nodded slightly. After Wu Kuqiang left, Lin Luo clenched his fists, seeming a little excited. The dimensional rift is a whole new world for Lin Luo. This world has many powerful creatures, but it is also full of wealth. Moreover, not only is the gravity there twice that of Earth, the energy concentration in the air is also 1.5 times that of Earth. After finishing his meal, Lin Luo sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice. As the cultivation technique was practiced, Lin Luo was madly absorbing the energy from the surrounding air. The source power value has now reached the upper limit of 40 points. And at this time, as Lin Luo practiced the cultivation technique, the source of energy in his body was quickly replenished. With a thought, Lin Luo continued to control the source of energy in his body and began to radiate it to the wounds all over his body. By using source power to stimulate the wound, the healing speed of the wound will be accelerated. During this process, my wounds felt a strong stinging sensation. Squeak. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Luo heard the sound of a door opening. Lin Luo, who was in a state of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, looked towards the door, and saw a young nurse walking in. This young nurse is pretty and cute, and her clothes are a little bulging on her chest. She walked in with a slightly red face, and looked at Lin Luo in front of her. Her eyes widened slightly, with a look of surprise in them. What's wrong? When Lin Luo saw her come in, he immediately spoke out of curiosity. You can move now? The young nurse said with a bit of disbelief. There were many knife wounds on Lin Luo's body. Although they were stitched up, the pain was so severe that it was impossible for him to get up. Certainly. Lin Luo smiled slightly, then looked at the pulsating bottle in her hand, and couldn't help but ask curiously. What are you doing with this bottle? The young nurse's face suddenly turned red. Today she heard that the boy seemed to be here because he was injured in a fight with a wanted criminal, and the head nurse asked her to come and see how Lin Luo was doing. Because it might be difficult for Lin Luo to get up, she was asked to hold the bottle so that Lin Luo could urinate. Nothing. If you need anything, just press the button behind you. As she spoke, she quickly closed the door and left. Her cheeks were as red as apples. Lin Luo looked at this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head, didn't think much about it, and continued practicing. When it was late at night, the attending doctor came over and took a look at the wound and was shocked. Because Lin Luo's wound seemed to have begun to heal and form a scab. But he didn't say much, because he knew that this was the person sent by Captain Wu. In the middle of the night, when everything became quiet, Lin Luo looked at the system interface. The points have increased to 6,050. Originally, because of the success of defeating Zhang Jiqiang and Dong Rui, the points would increase slowly every day. But now, there has been almost no growth. But it doesn't matter. After a while, we will fight with Fu Xiong. Thinking of this, Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. For anything, the foundation is the most important, especially the basic footwork. This lower body skill must be stable, super stable, standing like a stake, and motionless like a mountain. When I have more points, I'd better learn all of these first. Lin Luo talked to himself for a while, then used his points to draw the lottery. The draw is for a level of 5,000 points. Looking at the 5,000 points that were reduced in an instant, Lin Luo felt a little distressed. These points are totally insufficient. At this time, the familiar big turntable began to spin rapidly again. Stop! After spinning madly for more than 10 times, Lin Luo suddenly shouted in his heart. As the turntable slowly stopped, the pointer pointed to one of the grids. Bite! Chapter 55, Silver Body Skills, Mysterious. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver martial skill card. At this moment, as an electronic synthesized sound rang out, Lin Luo saw a palm-sized ebony box appear in his hand. Martial arts card. Looking at the box, Lin Luo was a little disappointed. What he needed now were various kinds of pills. Although he was disappointed, Lin Luo was still a little curious about what type of martial arts card this was. When I opened it, I saw a card emitting silver light. On the card, there were 2 characters written in a flamboyant style: mysterious. What kind of martial arts card is this? Lin Luo was a little surprised. He took it out and looked at it, but found that there was no indication on it what weapon-specific martial arts card it was. It doesn't look like boxing either. Could it be a martial arts technique involving physical movement? Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something and became a little excited at this moment. In the world of warriors, there are all kinds of martial arts, the most special of which is body movement. This martial arts card is extremely rare, and its price is dozens of times higher than that of an ordinary martial arts card. It seems to be a blessing rather than a curse. Lin Luo also had an uncontrollable look of joy on his face at this moment. And his physical skills are at the silver level. Lin Luo took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged and put the martial arts card on his forehead. Then used the source power to communicate with this martial arts card. Soon, the martial arts card emitted a dazzling white light. Puff. But in the next moment, Lin Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, and the silver martial arts card instantly fell to the ground. Can't I use a silver-level martial arts card? Lin Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke to himself. At that moment just now, he really felt like his head was about to explode. The energy carried by the silver martial arts card can only be fully endured by at least a second-level warrior. It's not strong enough. Lin Luo sighed helplessly, then put the mystery back into his wooden box. The wounds on my body now felt like they were about to burst because of the action just now. Lin Luo could only use his cultivation techniques honestly and continue to absorb the energy from the air. As the energy in the air is continuously absorbed, the upper limit of source power begins to increase slowly. Lin Luo spent 3 days in the hospital. At noon that day, Lin Luo came back to his senses from his practice, stretched himself, and saw that the scabs on the wound had begun to fall off. The whole body looked as if it had never been injured. Your injury is completely healed? The young nurse who had just brought lunch in saw Lin Luo holding up his upper body, and her eyes widened as she spoke in disbelief. At this time, Lin Luo's skin looked very smooth, as if he had never been injured. Isn't this recovery ability too terrifying? Moreover, due to Lin Luo's continuous exercise during this period, his chest muscles have become a little more obvious, and his abdomen has the outline of a vest. Seeing this scene, the young nurse blushed slightly. Does it look good? Lin Luo suddenly spoke up. Ah? The young nurse finally reacted at this moment, and glared at Lin Luo with a blushing face, then put the breakfast aside. Your breakfast! As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the door and ran away. Ready to go home. In the past few days here, besides practicing, I also teased this young nurse, which was quite interesting. However, after not being home for 3 days, Lin Luo still missed it a little. After changing his clothes, Lin Luo went to the office next door, picked up the Fang Tianhua Ji and dagger that were temporarily stored there, and prepared to go back. Should we tell Captain Wu? The attending physician looked at Lin Luo and spoke. No, he should be busy. Lin Luo shook his head. Go by. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luo carried the ebony box containing the Fang Tianhua Ji and left. Is this a warrior? The attending physician muttered to himself as he watched Lin Luo's disappearing figure. Such a powerful recovery ability is really terrifying. Damn Lin Luo, you made me eat takeout. As soon as he walked to the door, Lin Luo heard Yu Xiaoye's complaints. At this moment, Lin Luo could roughly remember her puffy cheeks. Don't think you can hear me. After Lin Luo opened the door, he smiled faintly and said, Lin Luo! Yu Xiaoye was poking a piece of chicken steak with chopsticks. When she looked up and saw Lin Luo, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. You're finally back! Yu Xiaoya put down her chopsticks at this time and trotted towards Lin Luo in surprise. Lin Luo looked at this scene and couldn't help but be slightly moved. This little girl still has some conscience, and knows how to think about herself. Just as Lin Luo stretched out his arms to welcome Yu Xiaoya's hug, Yu Xiaoya stood in front of Lin Luo and pinched Lin Luo's cheek. It really is Lin Luo. I thought you were gone. Lin Luo, who was originally very moved, suddenly twitched his mouth and frowned when he heard Yu Xiaoya's words. The next moment, he gave Yu Xiaoya a slap on the face. Stinky Lin Luo, stupid Lin Luo, foolish Lin Luo. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room, staring at Lin Luo not far away, muttering to himself. Warriors have very good hearing, Lin Luo said meaningfully at this time. Yu Xiaoya felt a little guilty and quickly shut her mouth. But in the next moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Luo. Brother, are you now a warrior? First level warrior. Lin Luo raised the corner of his mouth and smiled lightly. You lied to me, didn't you? Yu Xiaoya was completely confused. How long has Lin Luo been practicing? Just from a weakling to a warrior? Of course, I ranked first in this special training and was rewarded with a lot of elixirs. Plus, your brother has strong innate abilities, so it's only natural for me to be promoted to a warrior. Lin Luo made up stories and boasted about himself, which scared Yu Xiaoya. Super shock from Yu Xiaoya, points plus 100. Super envy from Yu Xiaoya, points plus 100. Huh! Even envy has a super level now? Seeing that the points had risen to 1250, Lin Luo still felt quite comfortable. A little bit adds up to a lot. By the way, why didn't you eat lunch at school? Why did you come back? Lin Luo said to Yu Xiaoya curiously at this time. I have to go to the martial arts hall for training at noon. Yu Xiaoya spoke at this time. You're making great progress. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoya felt like crying but had no tears. She originally thought that she was a little genius, but now she was hit so hard by Lin Luo that she felt like she had become a piece of trash. Try your best. Lin Luo rubbed Yu Xiaoya's head and looked at her like an elder. Lin Luo! You really think of yourself as an adult, don't you? Yu Xiaoya was like an angry little tiger at this moment, opening her mouth to bite Lin Luo. Help! A dog is biting someone! Lin Luo jumped up exaggeratedly and laughed. Chapter 56 Lin Shangtian. Lin Luo? Are you back? In the evening, when the parents returned home, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw Lin Luo. Well, the special training is over first, and it will officially start next month. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Let me see, I seem to have become a little thinner. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Luo carefully, and saw that he seemed to have lost some weight, and she felt a little distressed. Mom bought a lot of delicious food, I'll give you a good nourishment later. As she spoke, she walked towards the kitchen with a bag full of vegetables in her hand. We'll have something delicious tonight. When Yu Xiaoya saw this scene, her eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, you're home so early tonight? My father worked in a public institution in the town. He was busy, earned little money, and often had to deal with trivial matters in the town. Although my mother also works in the same place, she has less work to do and usually comes home earlier. Father Lindong laughed at this time. I have good news for you. Your mother and I have been transferred to work in a public institution in Lianqing. Real? Lin Luo couldn't help but be surprised when he heard his words. Of course, and we have been transferred back to Lianqing to work, so we don't have to take the bus back anymore. Besides, our unit doesn't have much to do and is relatively relaxed. Lin Dong's face was also radiant at this time, and he looked very happy. The treatment of public institutions in Lianqing is much better than that in towns and villages. Then we must celebrate. Lin Luo also laughed at this time. But it's really strange that we were transferred to Lianqing. Xiao Yan was washing vegetables at this time, talking to herself curiously. When Lin Luo heard Xiao Yan's words, he was a little confused, but he didn't think much about it. His parents are not young anymore, and Lin Luo feels bad for the teacher as he has to squeeze on the bus to come back. It's pretty good now in Lianqing. Delicious, delicious. Soon after the meal started, Yu Xiaoya spoke in an exaggerated voice. Be careful not to become as fat as a pig. Looking at Yu Xiaoya's appearance, Lin Luo couldn't help but speak out. Yu Xiaoya is obviously a foodie, but she doesn't gain weight. She really has a physique that others envy. Yu Xiaoya looked at Lin Luo with contempt, then looked at the delicious food in front of her and decided not to bother with Lin Luo. By the way, I have to continue my special training starting next month, so I'm going to take a leave of absence from school. Lin Luo had almost finished eating at this time. He looked at his parents and spoke. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, his parents fell silent, and even Yu Xiaoya stopped eating. 3 pairs of eyes suddenly stared at Lin Luo, making Lin Luo feel under great pressure. No! After a moment of silence, Xiaoyan spoke first. You're already in your 3rd year of high school. If you take a leave of absence, your grades won't be able to keep up. Captain Wu has already told you, I will train with them and strive to become a warrior. Next, I will be admitted to the best warrior academy. Mom, I have a chance to be admitted to the Capital Warrior Academy. Lin Luo spoke seriously at this time. Capital Warrior Academy. Hearing this, Mother Xiaoyan and Father Lin Dong were both surprised. This is the most advanced institution of learning in China. Without exception, those who are able to enter this academy are all geniuses from all over the place. Surprise from Xiaoyan, points +5. Surprise from Lin Dong, points +5. But your academic performance. Because Captain Wu had called before, Lin Luo's credibility increased a lot. However, to be admitted to a martial arts academy, you still need good academic performance, especially the capital city martial arts academy. Even if you have reached the source power requirement, your academic performance cannot be lowered. I have good academic performance. In the next few days, if I can get first place in the class and be in the top 10 in the grade during the monthly exam, I will be allowed to take a leave of absence from school and undergo special martial arts training. How do you think? Lin Luo looked at his parents and spoke. For such a big thing, it is useless to just let Wu Guiqiang call and tell his parents. He still needs to prove his ability in order to convince his parents. Although he has become a warrior, Lin Luo still plans to wait for some time before speaking, otherwise he will be too shocked. Yu Xiaoya curled her lips at this time. At noon tonight, he said that he was a first-level warrior. I must find his warrior certificate later. If you can really do it, Mom promises you. Xiaoyan nodded at this time. By the way, Dad, should we move to a new house? Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Although the house is high, the floor area of the first floor is less than 70 square meters, which is quite small. Why change the house? Wait until you finish your studies and make some money. Lin Dong spoke subconsciously. I have some money now. Lin Luo spoke weakly at this time. Where did you get the money? Xiaoyan was stunned, then spoke. I went to special training these days. I ranked first in the special training, and the government awarded me 500,000 yuan as reward money. Adding the money he got from killing Scar, there is still 3.5 million in his bank account. However, Lin Luo thought about it and decided not to say it out loud. After all, it was too shocking. Your parents may not be able to fully accept it yet. Shock from Xiaoyan, points +10. Shock from Lin Dong, points +10. Are you serious? Father Lin Dong was also stunned at this time. During this period of time, he seemed to be unable to understand his son. First, his source power value continued to increase, and he was also noticed by Captain Wu, who applied for the GUN pill for him. Now, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask Captain Wu. Lin Luo said seriously. No, save the money and use it for your studies. Besides, I heard that being a warrior costs a lot of money. We can talk about the house later. Xiaoyan shook her head at this time. Although the matters concerning warriors were not very detailed, they knew the prices of those medicinal pills. The GUN pills sold in the pharmacy costs 100,000 per pill. Yes, you are almost an adult, keep the prize money for yourself. If you need pills, ask Dad for more money if you don't have enough. As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, he suddenly felt that he was really old. As a father, I don't have that much savings, but my son's bonus alone is enough to cover all the savings I have from working for so many years. My son, you have made great progress. Oh. Lin Luo was a little helpless. Now that they have money, they want to improve their family's life first, but they simply cannot accept this way. And if you suddenly say that you have millions, that would be too exaggerated. Forget it, let's just wait until I come back from special training. Lin Luo, I want to see your warrior certificate. After dinner, Yu Xiaoya came to Lin Luo's room and peeked in. When she went to the martial arts hall to practice at noon, she heard from teacher Yi Jihan that all martial artists must be certified by the government, and will be issued a martial artist certificate. You want to see it? Call me brother. Lin Luo looked at Yu Xiaoya, and suddenly the corners of his mouth curled up. Yu Xiaoya widened her eyes, then gritted her teeth and said, Brother! This Lin Luo is about to go to heaven. From now on, just call him Lin Shangtian. By this time, Yu Xiaoya had already come up with a nickname for him. Good. Lin Luo laughed and rubbed her head. Just when Yu Xiaoya was about to lose her temper, Lin Luo threw a reddish-brown certificate into her arms. This is the Warrior Certificate. Chapter 57 Guidance and Tempering. Yu Xiaoya looked at the reddish-brown cover in her hand, on which the words, Warrior Certificate, were written in gold foil. Her eyes widened at this moment. His eyes were full of surprise. Yes, this is the Warrior Certificate. Lin Luo nodded slightly. This document looks similar to the cover of a passport, but is only the size of a palm. Yu Xiaoya opened her eyes wide at this moment, opened it, and saw Lin Luo's ID photo on the first page. Level, First Level Warrior. Looking at the levels of the warriors below and the seal, Yu Xiaoya now completely believed it. Lin Shangtian, you are riding a rocket. Yu Xiaoya muttered to herself at this time. It's only been a few days and Lin Luo has become a formal warrior. A first-level warrior. My teacher in the martial arts hall, Yi Jihan, is just a first-level warrior. Bang. As soon as Yu Xiaoya finished speaking, Lin Luo gave her a slap on the face. You said it was Lin Shangtian? Yu Xiaoya made a face at Lin Luo. I accidentally said the new name of the stupid Lin Luo. Okay, give it back to me. Seeing that Yu Xiaoya was still tossing and turning, Lin Luo pulled his book back. Stingy. Yu Xiaoya curled her lips. How is your cultivation going now? Lin Luo thought for a moment and spoke out. I can now fully control the source of power. Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yu Xiaoya immediately said excitedly. Oh? That's not bad. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Can you control the release? Try to use the source force pressure on me. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, all the energy in Yu Xiaoya's body burst out at this moment. All of this source power rushed directly towards Lin Luo. How come you're fine? Yu Xiaoya originally thought that Lin Luo would feel uncomfortable because he was caught off guard. Originally, he wanted to teach Lin Luo, who always bullied him, a lesson, but Lin Luo seemed to be really fine. Nonsense, I'm a first-level warrior. Lin Luo curled his lips. This little guy wants to trick me. Snort! Yu Xiaoya glared at Lin Luo with dissatisfaction. What's your current source power value? 33. I've been taking Jiyuan pills every day recently, but it seems like I haven't made any progress. Yu Xiaoya was a little depressed. Eat every day. Lin Luo's mouth twitched. This woman is really a little rich. The price of this Jiyuan pill through regular channels is 100,000 per pill. In other channels, the best price is around 80,000, it can't be any lower. She also eats it every day. Today, I will teach you how to become a first-level warrior. Brother! Are you telling the truth? Yu Xiaoya quickly spoke up at this time. Now you know to call me brother. Lin Luo's face was filled with black lines. His expression changed so quickly. Brother, please tell me quickly. I don't want to be a hindrance. Yu Xiaoya continued to shake Lin Luo's arm, as if she wanted to shake it apart. Okay, I'll tell you. You should enter the cultivation state first. Under Lin Luo's guidance, Yu Xiaoya began to control the source of power in her body, and then started to temper the flesh from the palms of her hands. What surprised Lin Luo was that Yu Xiaoya's endurance was really strong. She didn't make a sound when her skin and flesh were being tempered. You know, when I was tempering myself for the first time, I was grimacing in pain. Huff, huff, huff. I don't know how much time had passed, but Yu Xiaoya finally opened her eyes, panting. I just finished tempering a few fingers. She said, a little depressed that all the energy in her body had been used up and she had only been able to refine that little bit. It's okay. What Lin Luo said at this time was the truth. Because of his strong mental power, his perception and control abilities were stronger than those of ordinary people. In addition, due to the high upper limit of his source power value and the tempering pills he took, he was able to temper his whole body in a short period of time and successfully entered the realm of a first-level warrior. Next time you practice, you can take the refining pill to increase the refining speed. Since you gave me the Juyuan pill before, I can sponsor you 10. Lin Luo said at this time. Brother, are you serious? Yu Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Certainly. It seems like you have more than 500,000. Tell me, how much money do you have now? Yu Xiaoya rolled her eyes and said with great curiosity. The price of a tempering pill is the same as that of a Juyuan pill, both are 100,000. That's a man's secret. Lin Luo smiled mysteriously. TSK, your hair isn't even fully grown yet, and you're still a man. Yu Xiaoya said with contempt. Yu Xiaoya! I was wrong! Looking at the furious Lin Luo, Yu Xiaoya hugged her little head and quickly left. Looking at this scene, Lin Luo felt both amused and angry. He shook his head and continued to practice. The upper limit of the source power value of a first-level warrior can reach 60, and his own source power value upper limit can continue to increase. Besides, now that I have finished all the pills, it is time to order some from the Warrior Alliance Mall. It is far from enough to rely solely on system points extraction. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. Yu Xiaoya probably got up late last night because she was tempering her skin, while Lin Luo had already returned to the martial arts class early. Seeing Lin Luo's appearance, everyone in the class was surprised. Surprise from Wu Jimin, points +5. Surprise from Zhang Lin, points +5. From. At this time, Lin Luo looked at the system's prompts and couldn't help but smile. The points have increased by dozens of points, and now the points have reached 1350. It's still too little. Lin Luo doesn't want to use points for the lottery for the time being. He'd better master the basics to perfection first. No matter what you learn, the basics are the most important. Brother Luo! You're back! As soon as Wu Ho entered the classroom, he saw Lin Luo clearly and was immediately surprised. I wanted to go see you, but those people wouldn't let me. Wu Ho sat in the seat next to Lin Luo, put his school bag away, and said helplessly. He really wanted to visit Lin Luo these days, but the people over there wouldn't let him in. Fine. Lin Luo smiled slightly. Your injury. Wu Ho looked at Lin Luo at this time. Lin Luo had knife wounds on his cheek and back of his hand before, but now they seemed to have fully recovered. This is too fast. All is well. Super shock from Wu Ho, points +100. At this time, Wu Ho was indeed extremely shocked. The wound healed too quickly, and it was as if he had never been injured at all. Lin Luo, have you been doing secret training these days? The girl sitting at the front table was named Zhang Lin. She turned around and spoke to Lin Luo curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, several students around her pricked up their ears. After all, Lin Luo suddenly disappeared for a few days. The martial arts class teacher didn't say anything, and Wu Ho also seemed to be keeping silent, which made people very curious. Chapter 58, Really Fragrance. Something happened, so I went out for a while. Lin Luo didn't say much, just spoke casually. At this time, people in the class became more curious. Humph, just pretending. Zhang Li also snorted coldly at this time. Lin Luo ignored it. After all, he had lived 2 lives and his mentality had improved a lot. The third class was to practice the 5-step boxing in the small playground at the entrance. Lin Luo, how about you show everyone the 5-step boxing? Teacher Lin, who was in charge of teaching the 5-step boxing, smiled and said to Lin Luo. For some reason, Wu Ho looked at Teacher Lin and seemed to think that his attitude towards Lin Luo was very respectful. Lin Luo was slightly startled, then nodded. Okay, everyone, take a look at the 5-step boxing that Lin Luo practices, and see how it differs from yours. While the students around were still chattering and discussing and practicing, the teacher spoke in a serious tone. Suddenly the surroundings became quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to Lin Luo. When Zhongli saw this scene, he immediately sneered. He was still very angry with Lin Luo, and now he wanted to see what Lin Luo's 5-step boxing could do. Being watched by so many eyes, Lin Luo was still a little nervous. After all, in my previous life, I was just an ordinary person and had never received so much attention. Lin Luo took a deep breath at this time, and then started to perform the 5-step boxing. The 5-step boxing in this world has been improved and is not the complete routine boxing of the previous world. It really has the effect of killing enemies in actual combat. At this time, as Lin Luo performed the 5-step boxing with basic footwork, the students around him immediately stared at Lin Luo. Because Lin Luo's 5-step boxing looked so good. That's right, it was as if he had practiced it countless times. Every step was steady, every punch was powerful, and his footsteps were steady as if they were rooted in the ground. Bang, bang, bang. With every swing of Lin Luo's punch, it seemed as if one could hear a slight sound of air exploding. Even the teacher was filled with shock when he saw this scene. He had heard that the government's special police team was very optimistic about Lin Luo and had already helped apply for Lin Luo to undergo special training. I guess by the time I come back and take the college entrance exam, I might be able to become a formal warrior. Shock from Lian Chao, points plus 10. Shock from Sun Lian, points plus 10. As Lin Luo finished performing this set of 5-step boxing, he suddenly received a large number of system prompts. Earned 350 points, not bad. The total points have now accumulated to 18,000. Lin Luo, how long have you been learning the 5-step fist? Some students couldn't help but speak out at this time. Compared to Lin Luo's 5-step punch, what he and others did was simply shit. Some students who felt they had done well in their studies already had their faces slightly flushed. Oh, I only studied for about half a month. Lin Luo thought about it seriously, then spoke out. The people around were shocked again when they heard Lin Luo's words. After studying for more than half a month, I have become so strong. The points soared by 400 again. Even the teacher has studied for several years. A girl murmured to herself at this time, as if she was doubting her life. When Lian Chao heard her words, his face turned slightly red. He felt a little embarrassed. His student had only learned to fight for more than half a month, but he was already better than him. It's just that I have better talent. There's nothing to be proud of. Lin Luo smiled slightly at this time. Talent? The classmates in the class all showed envy in their eyes at this time. Super envy from Zhongli, points plus 100. At this moment, he glanced at Zhongli, and his eyes were indeed filled with incomparable envy. He got to know Lin Luo, who was a loser with a source power value of 5 before. It's really enviable that the improvement is so fast now. Ahem, Lin Luo, please check if everyone has any problems with the 5-step fist and give them some guidance. Even the teacher spoke up at this time. Good. Lin Luo nodded slightly, then helped to check if these students made any mistakes and gave them guidance. Lin Luo is now very proficient in the 5-step boxing. And also have their own insights. Humph, he just knows the 5-step boxing. Who needs his guidance? Zhongli saw this scene and couldn't help but complain while he and 2 other men were practicing on the other side. However, seeing that the few girls in the class were asking Lin Luo for guidance, Zhongli and the other 2 still showed envious looks. If you practice like this, you'll even cripple your hands. Can't you feel the pain in your hands every time you practice? Lin Luo accidentally glanced at Zhongli, who was practicing, and said in a low voice. He and Zhongli did not have any deep hatred. After all, they were classmates. Zhongli was stunned when he heard Lin Luo's words. Lin Luo was right. When he practiced the 5-step boxing, he did sometimes feel pain in his arms. Then, how do we practice? Zhongli spoke softly at this time. Lin Luo was not stingy and demonstrated it to him directly. I see. Zhongli waved his arms at this time, and indeed, according to Lin Luo's method, the pain disappeared. Thanks. Zhongli hesitated for a moment, but still spoke to Lin Luo seriously. This time, he was truly convinced by Lin Luo. Maka warning. When Wu Ho saw this scene, he couldn't help but curl his lips. The other two boys with Zhang Li also looked at each other at this time, gave up their hostility towards Lin Luo, and asked Lin Luo questions seriously. Worship from Zhang Li, points plus 200. Huh! When Lin Luo received the reminder from the system that he had earned points, he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Li with a bit of surprise. This is also okay. In the past few days, Lin Luo has been brought out by the teachers who teach basic steps, basic hand shapes, and 5-step boxing to teach students in the martial arts class. While they watched Lin Luo instructing his classmates, they also secretly learned from him. Because they found that Lin Luo seemed to be very experienced in these basics. It was as if he had practiced longer than them. After all, the martial arts class was established not long ago, and the teachers here are not real martial artists. Time passed quickly, and it was the day when I had agreed to fight with Fu Xiong. Although he accidentally passed the news to his classmates, even if he defeated Fu Xiong, the shock might not be enough to defeat Zhang Jiqiang. After all, Zhang Jiqiang is quite famous in the school. Lin Luo, do you really want to fight Fu Xiong later? That night, Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya lay on the sofa, watching TV while waiting for their mother Xiaoyan to call them for dinner. Of course. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Tonight was a good opportunity to earn a lot of points. Chapter 59, Battle against Fu Xiong. Fu Xiong is a first-level warrior. Yu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. I am also a first-level warrior, Lin Luo said calmly. There was a look of confidence in his words. At the beginning, Fu Xiong used the source of pressure on him twice, trying to harm him, and Lin Luo remembered it. He who does not seek revenge is not a gentleman. Come back early in the evening. After dinner, when Yu Xiaoya and Lin Luo went out, their mother Xiaoyan also gave them some instructions. After all, although the incident of the extra-dimensional rift was suppressed last time, they still knew that there were incidents of strange beasts injuring people in the west of the city. No. Lin Luo also said casually, and then went to the martial arts hall with Yu Xiaoya. As soon as they entered the martial arts hall, the staff at the front desk looked at Lin Xiao with a strange look in their eyes. After all, Lin Luo has been to this martial arts hall twice, and each time he competed with others. This time, it is said that Fu Xiong will challenge their martial arts hall. Are you Lin Luo? At the same time, as Yu Xiaoya and Lin Luo Bing walked into the venue, the figure of a slightly fat middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man was wearing a suit and a watch, and looked like a so-called successful person. Seeing Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya staring at him, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Let me introduce myself, Ma Dong, the person in charge of this martial arts gym. I heard that you are going to compete with Fu Xiong in our hall tonight? He stared at Lin Luo, and seemed to feel that Lin Luo was a little different from ordinary students. That's right, my brother wants to teach this arrogant Fu Xiong a lesson. Yu Xiaoya snorted coldly without giving any face. Fu Xiong is not a good person, and because he also teaches in the martial arts hall, Yijihan has also been harassed. Haha, it's good for young people to be energetic, but... Ma Dong smiled at this time, then shook his head and walked to the other side. In his opinion, how could a high school student possibly beat a formal warrior? It's just funny. Humph, you look down on people. Yu Xiaoya looked at Ma Dong's leading figure and immediately made a face. Let's go. Lin Luo didn't feel anything and walked straight in. Here it comes. That boy wants to duel with Teacher Fu. You are simply asking for your own death. Teacher Fu is a true warrior. As Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya walked in, bursts of whispers were heard around them. The students in the martial arts hall all stared at Lin Luo. Xiao Yu, you're here? At the same time, a tall and handsome boy walked over from the other side. Call me Yu Xiaoya. We are not that familiar with each other. Yu Xiaoya looked at the man and immediately curled her lips. The man smiled and looked at Lin Luo. You are Yu Xiaoya's brother, right? Lin Luo nodded slightly. How about I talk to Teacher Fu and forget about this competition? He said with a smile. No, it can't be counted. Lin Luo shook his head. He had come for this moment. Before going to special training, You must earn some points. Teacher Fu is a formal warrior. The boy was stunned. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to give both parties a way out, but he didn't expect that Lin Luo would refuse without hesitation. It's really a bit ungrateful. Okay, you talk too much nonsense. My brother wants to compete with Fu Xiong, not with you. Yu Xiaoya was also becoming a little impatient at this time. Now she has full confidence in Lin Luo, and wants to see Lin Luo beat Fu Xiong up. Lin Quanrei, come back! At the same time, a voice came from the other side. If you look closely, you can clearly see Fu Xiong walking towards you in a loose martial arts uniform. Fu Xiong was very tall and strong. As soon as he walked over, many students around him looked at him. Lin Quanrei hesitated for a moment, but still walked back over there. Boy, you really dare to come! Fu Xiong stared at Lin Luo and said in a cold voice. Why not? At this moment, Lin Luo raised the corner of his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Confrontation. There was a hint of viciousness in Fu Xiong's eyes, and the source of power in his body burst out at this moment, directly attacking Lin Luo. Lin Luo looked at this scene and snorted coldly. The body's source of power also burst out. The source force was not allowed to form a thin film covering the body, but was released directly. Bang! As the two sources of power collided, Lin Luo and Fu Xiong both took a step back. At this time, Fu Xiong's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Before, he used the source of power to pressure Lin Luo, which made Lin Luo unable to resist at all. But this time, Lin Luo was not only able to resist, but also pushed him back. This kid can practice magic. Super shock from Fu Xiong, points plus 100. Lin Xiao received the system's prompt, and immediately sneered. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Lin Luo! At the same time, Wu Ho and others came to the martial arts hall at some point in time. Lin Luo turned around and saw that everyone in the martial arts class was present. Someone from the martial arts class? Lin Quanrei and others looked at the people from the martial arts class coming over, and surprise appeared in their eyes. Who are you and how come you came into this martial arts hall? Some students behind Fu Xiong looked at the people from the martial arts class coming over and immediately spoke in a stern voice. My dad has shares in this martial arts hall, so why don't I come and take a look? At this time, Wu Ho heard what those people said and sneered. Ma Dong saw this scene not far away and sweat immediately started streaming down his forehead. Although he said he was the owner of the martial arts hall, in fact, he was only responsible for management, and the major shareholders had no role in the management. Among the martial arts class, the parents of several students are shareholders. The students were choked by Wu Ho's words and their necks turned red with anger, but they had no way to refute anything. Fu Xiong also frowned at this time. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Don't accuse me of bullying the weak. Fu Xiong stared at Lin Luo and said in a cold voice. Even if he had mastered the art of cultivation, there was no way he could be a match for a serious warrior like him. Stop talking so much nonsense, come on. Lin Luo stretched out his right hand at this time, looked at him, and said. At this time, the source of power in Lin Luo's body has begun to be released, forming an energy film that covers his entire body. The students from the martial arts class standing behind Lin Luo, and the students from the martial arts hall standing behind Fu Xiong, all stepped back at the same time to make room. Chapter 60. This is not an ordinary high school student. Xiao Yu, your brother is here again? At the same time, Yi Jihan and other teachers also came over. Looking at the current scene, she exclaimed in surprise. She had heard that Lin Luo would fight Fu Xiong today, but she never expected that Lin Luo would actually come. Now he is confronting Fu Xiong. Yi Jihan felt a little headache. Lin Luo had come here twice in total, and each time he had a fight here. Well, let me help you teach this Fu Xiong who always harasses you a lesson. Yu Xiaoya also spoke at this time. Yi Jihan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Fu Xiong, like himself, is a formal first-level warrior. What can Lin Luo do even if he is a student and has mastered the use of source power? The skin and flesh of a first-level warrior have been tempered and are much stronger than that of an ordinary person. The other teachers in the martial arts school all smiled at this time. It was like watching a tiger and a cat confronting each other. At this time, Lin Luo looked at Fu Xiong, who was opposite him, and took a fighting stance. Snort! Looking at Lin Luo's actions, Fu Xiong snorted coldly and took the lead in attacking Lin Luo. He was very fast, and the moment he got close to Lin Luo, he swung his fist towards him. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank slightly, and he dodged by turning his body to the side. And at the moment of dodging, he punched along his arm towards his body. Bang! Lin Luo's reaction speed was too fast, and this punch, without a doubt, hit Fu Xiong directly on the shoulder. Although he also released the source force, the power of Lin Luo's punch was not small at all. Fu Xiong's body took several steps back. When the people around saw this scene, they were suddenly shocked. Fu Xiong, who took the lead in attacking, not only failed to gain any advantage, but was instead knocked back by Lin Luo's punch. Ah! At this time, Fu Xiong became even angrier. Impossible! How could this kid possibly beat me? All the energy in Fu Xiong's body exploded and he attacked Lin Luo frantically. What a fast speed! As Fu Xiong burst out with all his strength, the look in Lin Luo's eyes couldn't help but change. After dodging Fu Xiong's right fist, his left fist came again. Lin Luo had no choice but to block it with his arms. Bang! Lin Luo felt a sharp pain when Fu Xiong's fist hit his arm. Fu Xiong's attack speed at this time was extremely fast, like a storm. But Lin Luo's blocking was so good that it took away most of the power of his punch. And at this moment, after Lin Luo continued to block Fu Xiong's attack, he swept over with a whip kick. Bang! Fu Xiong didn't have time to react at all, and was kicked in the side of the abdomen by the whip kick. He flew out instantly and fell heavily on the ground over there. Good opportunity! Lin Luo did not stop at all. He moved his body, exerted force with his legs, and rushed directly towards Fu Xiong, who was lying on the ground. Fu Xiong was a first-rank warrior after all, so he reacted quickly and jumped up. But the moment he stood up, he saw Lin Luo's fist coming towards him. Bang! Lin Luo's fist made direct and intimate contact with his mouth. Although the flesh of a first-level warrior has been tempered and is very strong, his teeth have not been tempered. As Lin Luo's punch came over, all his teeth were broken instantly. Blood also flowed from his mouth. You were told to use your source power to pressure me before. Lin Xiu started waving his fists wildly at this time. It would have been fine if it happened once, but this guy used the source of power to pressure me twice in a row, bullying me as if I were not even a warrior. At this time, Lin Xiu's fist kept attacking him, venting his anger. Bang! With the last punch, Fu Xiong was knocked out, and Lin Luo stopped his actions. Everyone around was stunned. Fu Xiong was only fierce at the beginning, but all his attacks were blocked by Lin Luo. But Lin Luo's counterattack was too fierce. Every punch hit Fu Xiong's flesh, and Fu Xiong couldn't fight back at all. There were many fist marks on Fu Xiong's body. His skin was torn and his teeth were scattered all over the ground. From now on, don't use your power to bully ordinary people secretly. Lin Luo looked at Fu Xiong, who was lying on the ground and seemed to have fainted, and spoke lightly. Although Fu Xiong looks miserable now, he is not seriously injured. It's just a tooth. I guess I need to get a dental implant. Dental implants seem to be quite expensive. Brother! You are awesome! Yu Xiaoye also reacted at this time and spoke excitedly. Originally, everyone around was in shock and had not yet come to their senses. When they heard Yu Xiaoye's words, they all looked towards Lin Luo with shock in their eyes. Worship from Yu Xiaoye, points plus 200. Super shock from Yijihan, points plus 100. Super shock from Lin Quanrui, points plus 100. From. At the same time, Lin Luo also received a lot of system prompts. There are 36 people in the martial arts class. There are more than 50 students here, plus a few teachers. There are almost 100 people in total. A total of nearly 10,000 points were contributed to Lin Luo. Adding the original points, Lin Luo's points have now reached 11,850. Lin Luo was very happy at first, but when he thought about improving the basic steps, basic hand shapes, and 5-step boxing to perfect mastery, he wanted to cry. The points required are far from enough. Just as the people in the martial arts class were cheering for Lin Luo subconsciously picked up the mobile phone that he had placed aside before the fight. It seemed as if he heard his cell phone vibrating. "Tomorrow, shall we gather at the government office?" Looking at the message Wu Guiqiang sent to him, Lin Luo talked to himself. "Starting tomorrow?" Lin Luo replied directly at this time. "Well, you pack your bags. This time, I won't be back so soon." Looking at the text messages that Captain Wu continued to reply to, Lin Luo was silent for a moment, then replied with a "hmm." "Everyone, it's a rare happy night tonight. I'll treat you to a midnight snack," Lin Luo said to everyone in the martial arts class. "I want to go too." Yu Xiaoya heard Lin Luo's words and quickly spoke up. As Lin Luo and others left, Yi Jihan and several other teachers here looked at each other. "Are today's students so strong?" One of the teachers couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Fu Xiong is the strongest and most capable martial artist in their martial arts hall. I didn't expect that I would lose to a high school student. Not that today's students are so strong. Because this is not an ordinary high school student." Yi Jihan also muttered to herself at this time. Chapter 61, Muscle Training. Lin Luo took everyone to a barbecue stall to eat barbecue. "Everyone, starting next Monday, I will no longer be in the martial arts class." Lin Luo looked at the people who were eating barbecue at this time and immediately spoke up. As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, at that moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Luo. "Brother Luo, are you leaving?" Hearing Lin Luo's words, Wu Ho also spoke subconsciously at this time. "Well, I have to go for training recently and will be on leave until the college entrance examination." Lin Luo nodded slightly. Although they didn't spend much time together, they were still grateful for Lin Luo's patient guidance over the past week. "Lin Luo, although I didn't believe you at first, I have to admit that you are really a genius. I admire you, Zhangli." Zhangli then picked up a can of beer and spoke to Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled and picked up a bottle of wine, clinking it with the can of beer in his hand. There wasn't much hatred between classmates. A touch at this moment can eliminate all the previous unpleasantness. "Brother Luo, I will practice hard, and when you come back, I will strive to become a quasi-warrior." Wu Ho also spoke seriously to Lin Luo at this time. "Haha, monkey, just keep bragging when even your basic steps are not stable." Some students laughed when they heard Wu Ho's words. "That's now, there's still so much time." Wu Ho also spoke with his eyes wide open. As everyone went back to their homes, Lin Luo and Yu Xiaoya also set off on their way home. "Lin Luo, are you going to training next Monday?" Yu Xiaoya suddenly said at this time. Can you take me with you?" Yu Xiaoya thought about it and then spoke. "Cannot." Lin Luo refused directly. Seeing Lin Luo's direct refusal, Yu Xiaoya's eyes widened immediately. "You're going to train, you think you're going to have fun, and you haven't even finished tempering your skin and flesh. Do you want to be beaten to a pulp like Fu Xiong?" Hearing Lin Luo's words, Yu Xiaoya immediately covered her mouth. Does training also require fighting? When Yu Xiaoya thought about the possibility that all her teeth might be broken by someone, she felt like covering her mouth. "My teeth are so neat and beautiful. If they were knocked out, I would be so ugly. I have a monthly exam tomorrow, so go back quickly and review." Lin Luo looked at the full moon in the sky and spoke to himself. Time passed quickly and it was Sunday night of this week. When parents saw the report card that Lin Luo brought back, their eyes widened. In the monthly exam results, Lin Luo ranked first in the class and 8th in the grade. The scores in each subject are close to full marks. If the composition score hadn't been a few points lower, I would probably have been first in the grade. "Lin Luo, did you eat the memory bread?" Yu Xiaoya became curious at this time. "What memory bread?" Lin Luo's face was full of black lines. "It's the kind that Doraemon takes out of his pocket. Print the bread on the book and eat it, and you can remember everything," Yu Xiaoya said exaggeratedly. "Otherwise, with your brain, how could you get such a high score?" Hearing Yu Xiaoya's muttering, Lin Luo wanted to give her a few slaps. "Mom and Dad, I didn't lie to you." Lin Luo spoke to his parents at this time. "My son has grown up." Lin Dong also spoke with relief at this time. Which parent doesn't want to see their children succeed? You're going tomorrow? Mother Xiaoyan also looked at Lin Luo and spoke at this time. Well, I'll follow you tomorrow. Lin Luo has just explained everything. Okay, Mom won't stop you, just be careful. Also, your dad and I will take you there tomorrow. Xiaoyan continued. Okay. Lin Luo nodded slightly. When he returned to his room at night, Lin Luo looked at his points and found that they had increased to 15,855. After all, the victorious Fu Xiong was not very famous, and the subsequent news did not bring Lin Luo too many points. Although the basics are important, I have already mastered them, so there is no need to rush. We still need a lottery. Lin Luo thought about it for a moment and decided to go for the lottery. With the previous 3 million, Lin Luo had already bought 3 mid-grade tempering pills. There were more than 400,000 left, so Lin Luo stayed. At this time, Lin Luo sat down cross-legged and swallowed 2 of the tempering pills directly. The difference between a second-level warrior and a first-level warrior is that a second-level warrior starts training his muscles. According to the books, blood vessels, tendons, and meridians are all present throughout the human body. Tendons nourish qi, qi nourishes blood, and blood nourishes tendons, which make tendons grow longer and stronger. There is also a legend that if the tendons grow 1 inch longer, one will live 10 years longer. These were the top priorities in traditional martial arts. The same is true for today's warriors. Some people may not have big muscles, but they are incredibly strong, because they have strong tendons. Moreover, as long as the tendons are tempered, one can officially enter the level of a second-level warrior. By then, one's own strength will be able to be enhanced again. As Lin Luo's mind moved, the source of energy in his body was mobilized frantically. The upper limit of the source power value has now reached 43. As Lin Luo mobilized the source energy in his body, it flowed into the blood vessels and tendons of his hands. Generally, people with weak bodies have weak tendons, which may even be soft. Lin Luo could also feel the tendons in his arms at this time. Although they were not soft, they were just average. Tempering tendons is not the same as tempering skin and flesh. If these tendons are tempered too much, they will break, and it will be a big trouble. Therefore, warriors first temper their skin and flesh, and only after they have mastered the technique do they begin to temper their tendons. When training the muscles, one must be extremely careful. Even after taking tempering pills, one dare not increase the speed too quickly. However, Lin Luo, whose mental power far exceeds that of ordinary people, not only has a strong perception ability, but also a very strong energy control ability. At this time, he controlled the source of power and began to madly temper the tendons in his arms. The pain of tempering tendons is more terrible than tempering skin and flesh. It was as if there were iron worms constantly drilling into his flesh and blood. Lin Luo gritted his teeth and continued to temper himself. After taking 2 tempering pills, Lin Luo felt as if his body was about to explode. It was so painful. At this time, Lin Luo felt a little regretful. He was too eager for haste and actually took 2 medium-grade tempering pills at once. There is so much energy in the body that it seems like it is about to explode. Calm. Lin Luo forced himself to calm down and controlled a large amount of source power, which continued to flow to every tendon in his arms and palms. Then, through the effect of the quenching pill, it was quenched madly and quickly. In this step, even the slightest mistake may cause the effect of segmenting the meridians. Very thrilling. Chapter 62, Intermediate Grade Soul Enriching Pill. The crazier the time became, the clearer Lin Luo felt his head was than ever. At this moment, with his mental power extremely concentrated, Lin Luo evenly distributed the source power to every tendon in his palms and arms. Through the effect of the quenching pill, the quenching was carried out at an extremely fast speed. After about 3 or 4 hours, Lin Luo finally opened his eyes. Phew, that's thrilling. Lin Luo heaved a sigh of relief at this moment, but his cheeks were already covered in sweat. Just now, if there had been even the slightest mistake, all his tendons would have been broken. The body's source of energy had been completely consumed at this time, and the power brought by the tempering pill also quickly disappeared. While the tempering pill increases the speed of tempering, it actually also has a certain protective effect. The tendons in my palms and arms have been tempered almost completely. Lin Luo rested for a while and then stood up. He clenched his hands tightly, then punched into the air. Bang! There seemed to be a slight sound in the air because of his punch. The strength has obviously increased a lot. At this time, Lin Luo looked at his hands in surprise. Now the tendons in my hands and arms have not been fully tempered yet. As long as they are fully tempered, my strength will be able to increase again. For a second-level warrior, when he trains his tendons, as long as his overall tendons are trained well, the strength of his body can be greatly enhanced. Next, let's draw the lottery. Lin Luo stretched his body, and with a thought, he saw the system interface appear in front of him. With 15,855 points, if you draw 500, there is a 50% chance that you will get garbage, and even if you get something good, it is only a bottle of GUN pill or something. If you bet in the 5,000 yuan range, you might even win a big prize. After just a little thought, Lin Luo decided to draw 3 times in a row at the 5,000 level. Soon, the familiar turntable appeared again. Bite! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-grade GUN pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-grade GUN pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mid-grade soul-nourishing pill. Looking at the 3 bottles of pills that appeared in his hand, Lin Luo's eyes were filled with surprise. The mid-grade GUN pill was nothing. What really made Lin Luo feel incredible was that there was actually a mid-grade Yunshin pill. The Soul Yunshin pill is not even available for sale in the Warrior Mall. Moreover, Lin Luo is still unclear about what the function of mental power is. All I know is that the higher the mental power, the stronger my control and perception abilities will be. It is definitely good for yourself. There are 2 bottles of medium-grade GUN pills, each containing 3 pills. These 2 bottles are equivalent to 6 million. Thinking of this, Lin Luo couldn't help but be secretly amazed, feeling like he had a huge sum of money. The Soul Yuning pill can probably be sold at a higher price. Lin Luo took a look and saw that there was only 1 Yunshin pill in the bottle. 1 mid-grade soul-enriching pill is probably equivalent to the effect of 10 ordinary soul-enriching pills. Thinking of this, Lin Luo took a GUN pill and a Yunshin pill at the same time, then sat down cross-legged and began to practice. The optimized cultivation technique is far better than the ordinary one. Not only does the absorption speed become faster, but it can also slowly increase the upper limit of the body's source power value. Not sure if it was the effect of the mid-grade soul-nourishing pill, but Lin Luo felt his head suddenly go cold. This cold feeling became more and more obvious, as if the whole head was lying in ice. It's such a weird feeling. Lin Luo took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued to absorb the medicinal effects of the pills. They are all of medium quality and very effective. Lin Luo doesn't want to waste it. Time quickly passed, and it was around 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Luo also opened his eyes at this time. A faint ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Lin Luo's body, making him feel warm all over. Comfortable. Lin Luo opened his eyes and stretched. I subconsciously looked at the system panel and found that the upper limit of my source power value had reached 45. And the mental strength has reached 20 points. This was beyond Lin Luo's expectations. The effect of this middle-grade soul-nourishing pill is really amazing. He had just washed up, and walked downstairs carrying a small leather suitcase and the long wooden box containing the Fang Tianhua Ji on his back. Starting today, I will follow Wu Guiqiang for special training. Thinking of this, Lin Luo felt excited but also a little reluctant. You guys so early? When walking down the hall, he suddenly found that his parents and Yusuya were already downstairs. I'll take you there. Yusuya curled her lips. Let's have breakfast first. Mom prepared your favorite noodles and added 2 extra eggs. Mother Xiao Yan had already prepared breakfast by this time. Looking at Lin Luo eating breakfast, Xiao Yan showed a hint of reluctance in her eyes. But my son is grown up now and he still needs to spread his wings on his own. As parents, we won't stop anything. Lin Luo, what are you carrying? Let me help you carry it. As he was about to go out, Lin Dong looked at the long wooden box that Lin Luo was carrying and couldn't help but speak out. Dad, no need, I can do it myself. Lin Luo spoke at this time. This thing weighs more than 100 pounds, it's incredibly heavy. And at this moment, Lin Luo felt his cell phone vibrate. When I took it out and looked at it, it was actually a text message from Wu Guiqiang. Captain Wu said he would drive over to pick me up. Lin Luo spoke to his parents. I didn't wait long at the door before a car drove over. The parents looked a little nervous as they looked at the SUV parked at the door. After all, Wu Guiqiang is known as the god of war of Lianqing, the most powerful warrior in Lianqing, and he often appears on TV. If ordinary people say they are not nervous when seeing this, they are lying. Yu Xiaoya opened her eyes wide, seeming very curious. For you. At the same time, Lin Luo handed a small box to Yu Xiaoya. What's this? Yu Xiaoya looked at the box that Lin Luo handed to her, on which was clearly visible the logo of the Warrior Alliance. Mid-grade tempering pill, Lin Luo said in a low voice. How did you get it? As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, Yu Xiaoya was extremely surprised. Ordinary pharmacies only sell ordinary tempering pills and source-gathering pills. She knew there were better quality ones, but she had no channels to buy them. When you become a warrior, you can buy it. Lin Luo smiled. Lin Luo. At this moment, Wu Guiqiang's figure also appeared in front of everyone. Today, Wu Guiqiang was wearing a camouflage uniform and looked very majestic. Hello, uncle and aunt. At this moment, he looked at Lin Luo's parents and smiled slightly. Chapter 63 Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Hello, hello? Lin Dong also reacted at this time and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wu Guiqiang. Captain Wu, are you a third-level warrior? Yu Xiaoya opened her eyes wide at this time, wanting to see what the difference was between this third-level warrior and ordinary warriors. Xiao Yu, why are you so rude? Xiao Yan pulled Yu Xiaoya back at this time. Yu Xiaoya's face turned slightly red at this time, and she seemed to realize that what she was doing was a bit inappropriate. I'm here to pick up Lin Luo. Wu Guiqiang still maintained a faint smile. Okay, I'll leave our good-for-nothing son in your care. Xiao Yan also spoke at this time. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Luo immediately curled his lips. What is a good-for-nothing son? Your son is now a first-level warrior. Put your things in the trunk. There's plenty of space. Wu Guiqiang said as he looked at the wooden box on Lin Luo's back and the small leather suitcase in his hand. Lin Luo nodded slightly and put everything away. Mom and Dad, take care of yourself and wait for me to come back. Lin Luo was looking at his parents at this moment, with reluctance in his eyes. Train well and call us when you get there. Good. Lin Luo also felt a little bit sad at this moment. Stupid Lin Luo, when you come back, I will become a warrior. Yu Xia looked at Lin Luo, and her eyes seemed to be slightly red. I'll wait. Lin Luo smiled, and at this time, he was already sitting in the passenger seat. Mom and Dad, Xia, wait for me to come back. As the car started, Lin Luo waved to his parents and Yu Xia. Watching his parents slowly disappear, Lin Luo took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Old Wu, shall we go to a city? Lin Luo spoke at this time. Shanghai City in Province G. Some of my old friends are over there, and there are 2 D-level space cracks over there, which are suitable for you to practice. Captain Wu said. Lin Luo nodded slightly, as if he had thought of something, and continued. By the way, if you're not here, what will happen to Lianqing? Although special space isolation fortresses have been built in the 3 space cracks in Lianqing to block those extra-dimensional cracks. However, if there are powerful alien beasts, they can still break through the blockades. Because of the appearance of the space crack, 3 third-level warriors have been sent to Lianqing to take charge. Otherwise, do you think I can leave Lianqing? Wu Guiqiang also smiled and said at this time. I see. Shanghai City is still several hundred kilometers away from Lianqing. Although Captain Wu drove very fast, it still took more than 4 hours. Compared with Lianqing, Shanghai City is indeed much larger. The car stopped in front of a martial arts hall. The name of this martial arts hall is Wuji Martial Arts Hall. The 5 large characters on the plaque are written in a vigorous and vivid manner. Arrive. Captain Wu also moved his neck at this time. Although the warrior has a good physique, His neck still feels a little uncomfortable after driving for so long. Old Wu! As Wu Guiqiang got off the car, several tall figures suddenly walked out of the Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Haven't seen you for a long time. Wu Guiqiang looked at these figures, smiled brightly, walked over and gave these people a hug. Old Wu, has your son grown up so much? At this time, a burly man looked at Lin Luo standing here and spoke in surprise. Shut up! He is my friend. Old Wu glared at the man, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Friend? This is a kid, right? Ha! The burly man approached Lin Luo, took a closer look, and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha! The others also laughed out loud. Lin Luo's face was full of black lines at this time, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Okay, Lin Luo, let me introduce you. This is Jianglong, this is Tianjin, this is Xiao Liang, and this is Peng Liang. At this time, Wu Guiqiang introduced them to Lin Luo one by one. Okay, we've finished the introductions, now it's time to introduce this kid. Where does he come from? Relatives of your leader? The burly man was Peng Liang, he said with a smile. His name is Lin Luo. He was the one who helped me kill the third-level monster last time. Wu Guiqiang spoke up. After hearing Wu Guiqiang's words, there was surprise in these people's eyes. Surprise from Peng Liang, points plus 5. Equal to Jianglong's surprise, points plus 5. I only got 20 points. Lin Luo curled his lips. It might not be easy to shock these people. Besides, he is now a first-level warrior. Wu Guiqiang added. Peng Liang and others became even more curious about Lin Luo at this time. This kid is good. How old are you? Tianjin looked at Lin Luo and said curiously. 17. There is nothing to hide. Wow, at the age of 17, he's already a first-level warrior. At this time, these people couldn't help but reveal expressions of admiration. Shocked, you guys shocked me? Lin Luo was a little speechless. Apart from the surprise just now, it seemed that his points did not increase much. These are my brothers, and they are also warriors of around the 3rd level. By the way, Peng Liang is preparing to advance to the 4th level. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask your master or Peng Liang. Wu Guiqiang continued. Good. Lin Luo also nodded slightly. Wu Guiqiang was indeed nice to her. Okay, let's go in first. As everyone walked in, Peng Liang put his arm around Wu Guiqiang's shoulder and whispered curiously. Who is this kid's master? Although he knew there were 17-year-old first-level warriors, the boy in front of him was from an ordinary city like Lianqing. I don't know either. Maybe his level is higher than yours. Wu Guiqiang shook his head. There was also a look of surprise in Peng Liang's eyes. However, it is not easy to train a first-level warrior at the age of 17. If we let him come, he will definitely not be able to train anyone. This martial arts gym covers a large area, but there is no one inside. This martial arts school is our internal martial arts school. We do not accept any students other than our own people. Jianglong looked at the puzzled look in Lin Luo's eyes and immediately explained. Internal martial arts hall? Does that mean that there are only 4 of them practicing in such a large training area? Hee, the bottom of this training ground is made of D-grade metal. It's very hard. Even if you practice martial arts casually, it won't be easily damaged. Xiao Liang also chuckled. These people were all very talkative, so Lin Luo didn't feel uncomfortable. By the way, kid, is that your weapon? Chapter 64 Fight. Peng Liang looked at the ebony box on Lin Luo's back and spoke out curiously. Lin Luo nodded slightly. A sword? And it's in this ebony box. Is it a big sword? Peng Liang continued to speak in an exaggerated voice. Big sword your head. When Wu Guiqiang heard what Peng Liang said, he was immediately upset. Lin Luo uses a halberd. Halberd? Hearing Wu Guiqiang's words, the others also came over. He looked at the ebony box that Lin Luo was carrying with great curiosity. Warriors using halberds are almost rarely seen. Can I take a look? Tianjin seemed to be very interested in this halberd-like weapon. Can. At this time, Lin Luo put down the long and wide ebony box. As the wooden box was opened, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. Fang Tianhua Ji! Looking at the Fang Tianhua Ji that was split into two and lying in the ebony box, the pupils of Peng Liang and others shrank slightly. This kind of weapon was used by fierce generals in ancient times. And few people do. This thing can be used in combat? Jianlong couldn't help but speak out at this time. Although the appearance of this Fang Tianhua Ji looks very domineering and unrivaled, it should not be very useful in actual combat, right? How many pounds? Peng Liang looked at Lin Luo. About 100 jin. Lin Luo replied. 100 pounds. Surprise from Peng Liang, points +5. Surprise from Jianlong, points +5. Surprise from Tianjin, points +5. Surprise from Xiaoliang, points +5. Can you use it? Tianjin asked curiously. Now the four of them became more and more curious about Lin Luo's use of this weapon. Only Wu Guoqiang knew that Lin Luo had used this Fang Tianhua Ji to kill a top-level first-level warrior. At that time, Lin Luo's strength was estimated to have just reached the standard of a first-level warrior. How about you try to fight with Lin Luo? You can't use your source power and suppress your strength to the standard of a first-level warrior. Wu Guoqiang looked at Peng Liang and the corners of his mouth curled up. Oh? Are you sure you want him to fight me? When Peng Liang heard what Wu Guoqiang said, he immediately chuckled. It was the first time he saw a warrior using this kind of weapon. If Lin Luo's strength was not so weak, he would have wanted to compete with him a long time ago. But now Wu Guoqiang's words suddenly made his eyes light up. Lin Luo, is this okay? Wu Guoqiang looked at Lin Luo. If you win, Uncle Peng Liang will give you a reward. Wu Guoqiang gave Lin Luo a look. This kind of suppressive force, purely through the use of weapons, is a comparison of the number of weapons. There is still a chance that Lin Luo will win. Of course, even if you lose, you can still gain combat experience. Then I want to refine the pill. Lin Luo's eyes lit up at this moment, and he spoke immediately. Ha ha ha, old Wu, this kid you brought is really interesting. Peng Liang also laughed out loud at this time. Very good, then I will fight you. If you can win, I will give you 10 middle-grade tempering pills, so what? Peng Liang is full of confidence. Even if he didn't use his source power and suppressed his strength to the same level as Lin Luo, what would it matter? Don't say I'm bullying you. I allow you to use your energy, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to swing this halberd. Okay. Lin Luo nodded immediately. This was obviously a letdown, and he still had to refuse it with dignity. Isn't this the behavior of a fool? Peng Liang and the others were slightly stunned. In their opinion, a genius like Lin Luo would definitely refuse. They did not expect that he would agree so quickly. Good boy, come on! Peng Liang also laughed at this time. He waved his right hand, and a sword placed on the knife rack on the other side instantly flew into his hand. When Lin Luo saw this scene, his eyes lit up slightly. Is this the power of a top-level third-level warrior? Without hesitation, Lin Luo quickly assembled the Fang Tianhua Ji. Looking at the exaggerated Fang Tianhua Ji in Lin Luo's hand, Tianjin and others also showed curiosity in their eyes. Can he really use it? Then here I come. Peng Liang looked at Lin Luo, and the moment he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lin Luo with the sword in his hand. Although his entire strength is suppressed to the first level, it is still top level. This cunning guy. Lin Luo's mouth twitched at this time. But at this time, all the source power in Lin Luo's body was released. As Lin Luo took control, all the focus was on his hands. The burst of source power, coupled with the effect of last night's muscle training, now the Fang Tianhua Ji weighing nearly 100 kilograms does not seem heavy at all in Lin Luo's hand. Holding the Fang Tianhua Ji in both hands, it collided with the sword that Peng Liang was chopping at. Bang! When the two men's weapons collided, sparks flew and a loud noise broke out. Good fellow! Peng Liang felt that his hand holding the sword was shaken, and he became more and more surprised. Lin Luo doesn't look strong, but unexpectedly, he is actually quite strong. At this time, Lin Luo, holding the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand, jumped back a step and slashed directly diagonally. Logically speaking, the speed at which such a huge weapon can be swung and attacked should not be too fast. But the speed of Lin Luo's diagonal slash was not slow at all. With this kind of powerful weapon, Ping Liang really wanted to fight Lin Luo head-on. His body kept moving, and he dodged Lin Luo's attacks several times in succession. The next moment, he suddenly exerted force with his legs and rushed directly in front of Lin Luo. He was about to use the sword in his hand to chop at Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo's pupil shrank slightly, and the next moment, he used the halberd to block Ping Liang's knife. The impact of this knife was so strong that Lin Luo felt his hands holding the Fang Tianhuaji were numb, and he took several steps back. Ping Liang refused to give in and wanted to continue attacking Lin Luo at close range. Lin Luo was having a headache at this time. The thing he feared the most when using this kind of long weapon was being approached by someone. But Ping Liang's footwork was extremely graceful and he easily got in front of Lin Luo. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous attacks seemed to leave Lin Luo with no chance to fight back. It seems that this Fang Tianhuaji is really just a decorative weapon. Tianjin couldn't help but shook his head at this time. Just now he was still thinking about what tricks Lin Luo could do with this Fang Tianhuaji. Wu Guiqiang stared at Lin Luo at this time, and always felt that there was something strange about him. Why do I always feel that this boy seems to be retaining his strength? It's over, Ping Liang said calmly. At this moment, the sword in his hand chopped again at an extremely fast speed. He was confident that this slash of sword could directly knock the Fang Tianhuaji in Lin Luo's hand away. Chapter 65, Bloody Prophet. It's finally here. Lin Luo looked at this scene and his pupils shrank slightly. The source of power in the body was directly gathered on the Fang Tianhuaji. Holding the halberd in both hands, he charged forward. Bang! The sword chopped the halberd, but did not knock down the Fang Tianhuaji held by Lin Luo as Ping Liang had imagined. Instead, he felt a powerful force that bounced back and shook his body back. This kid. Ping Liang seemed to sense something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Without waiting for him to make any move, Lin Luo, holding the Fang Tianhuaji, directly counterattacked. The Fang Tianhuaji in his hand seemed to become one with Lin Luo. As Lin Luo danced, he attacked Ping Liang madly. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it was Ping Liang's turn and he had no chance to fight back. He could only take Lin Luo's attack head-on. If a real fight came up, he could kill Lin Luo in a very short period of time. But now his strength has been suppressed to the level of a first-level warrior. And without using the source of power, there is no way to fight back effectively. To parry, you can only use your own weapons to parry and then find a way to counterattack. But Lin Luo, as if he had already seen through Ping Liang's swordsmanship, kept slashing diagonally, stabbing horizontally, and hacking back with the Fang Tianhuaji in his hand. He was extremely skilled in the use of various halberds. Ping Liang felt very aggrieved and had no way to fight back. At the same time, Lin Luo's entire body's strength had completely exploded. Use martial arts to attack directly with one move. Unparalleled strike. Because all the source power in the body was poured into the Fang Tianhuaji, at this moment, the entire halberd was filled with tremendous power. Coupled with the martial arts used by Lin Luo, the crescent blades on both sides of the Fang Tianhuaji seemed to have terrifying and powerful airflows bursting out. Not good. When Tianjin and others saw this scene, the look in their eyes changed slightly. The power of this martial art is too overbearing. A first-level warrior has no way to withstand it head-on. And because of Lin Luo's continuous attacks, Ping Liang had been blocking and had no chance to fight back. At this moment, Lin Luo used such a powerful martial art that the speed of the Fang Tianhuaji was even faster. Not to mention counterattacking, I can't even dodge. Ping Liang's pupils shrank slightly, and at this moment, his entire body suddenly burst out with an incomparably powerful force. Bang! Lin Luo's body was immediately pushed back. Puff! There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You lose! Wu Guiqiang looked at Ping Liang at this time and spoke lightly. Ping Liang fell silent. At that moment just now, he used his original strength. According to the rules, he indeed lost. Well, I lost. Peng Liang smiled bitterly at this time. Is everything alright? Wu Guiqiang looked at Lin Luo. Nothing serious. Lin Luo shook his head. It's just that the power of martial arts was not released, and it caused backlash. Just take a break. At the beginning, did you deliberately hold back your strength to resist my attack? Peng Liang looked at Lin Luo and said curiously. Well, I'm observing your knife skills. Lin Luo nodded slightly. At the beginning, he did retain a certain amount of strength and kept parrying and resisting his attacks, just to see how his swordsmanship worked. With his strong mental strength, Lin Luo's brain analyzed his swordsmanship more and more clearly, and he remembered it very clearly. The goal is to find an opportunity to counterattack, and then launch a series of attacks directly, leaving him with no chance to fight back. How long have you been practicing this Fang Tianhua Ji? Tianjin was a little disappointed at first, but later on, she was completely shocked. Because Lin Luo's subsequent attack, the use of Fang Tianhua Ji seemed so skillful. About a month. Lin Luo originally wanted to be modest, but then he changed his mind and felt that if he was modest, it would not shock them. Tianjin's eyes widened at this moment, his gaze filled with shock. Shock from Tianjin, points plus 10. From. Except for Wu Guiqiang, the other three people also had shock in their eyes. To use the halberd in such quantity and speed in just 1 month is simply a monster. It's yours, keep your word. At the same time, Peng Liang waved his right hand and threw a relatively large ceramic bottle directly towards Lin Luo. 10 medium-grade tempering pills. At this time, Peng Liang felt a little painful. I have to do a few more tasks before I can earn some money. Thanks. Lin Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and the corner of his mouth curled up. This time, it's a huge profit. You are welcome. At this time, Peng Liang revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Next, Peng Liang and others took Lin Luo and Wu Guiqiang to the back. This martial arts dojo is not very wide, but it is very long. There is a row of rooms at the back. Lin Luo stayed in one of the rooms. The room is not big, but it has wooden floors and the bed is also placed on the ground, which looks very simple. The door of the room is made of wood and can be opened by simply pulling it to the side. At this time, Wu Guiqiang walked in with some things. This is... Looking at the things Wu Guiqiang brought over, Lin Luo was slightly stunned. These are weighted wrist guards, weighted ankles, and weighted vests. Wu Guiqiang said to Lin Luo. You use the Fang Tianhua Ji, which requires more strength than us. These can also bring you certain effects. Lin Luo nodded slightly, and after taking the set of weight-bearing equipment, his expression changed slightly. If I wasn't careful, my hands would almost be pressed to the ground by these things. Oh, I forgot to tell you that the wrist guards and ankle guards weigh 100 kilograms each, and the vest weighs 300 kilograms. They are all made of special materials obtained from another dimension. They can be bent and have good mobility. Wu Guiqiang continued to speak at this time. This is too heavy. Lin Luo secretly complained. But after thinking about it for a while, he still put on the weight-bearing equipment. The Fang Tianhua Ji has very high requirements for its user, especially strength, which must be strong. After Lin Luo put on his clothes, he suddenly felt his whole body was very heavy, and it was not easy to move. It's okay once you get used to it. From now on, you have to wear it every day, even when you sleep. You can't take it off. Wu Guiqiang spoke at this time. Okay. Lin Luo nodded seriously. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and asked Wu Guiqiang curiously. When are we going to the other dimension? Can we change the update time to 9 p.m. every night? Chapter 66. Special training begins. The rich energy of the other dimension is indeed quite attractive. If I practiced there, the speed would probably be twice as fast as on Earth. Lin Luo, I know what you are thinking. Although the energy in the air in the other dimension is very rich, the gravity is twice that of the Earth, and there are many strange beasts. It is very dangerous. Wu Guiqiang's expression also turned serious at this time. You practice here for the first month. After the second month, I'll see how your results are and then decide whether to take you there. After all, it's too dangerous over there. Even if it's a D-level space crack, encountering a second-level monster can sometimes be dangerous. At this time, Lin Luo's strength was really too weak. Lin Luo did not refute anything. He also knew that his current strength was still too weak for Wu Guiqiang and others. By the way, old Wu, do you know anything about mental power? Lin Luo sat on the floor and hesitated for a moment before speaking to Wu Guiqiang. Spiritual power? When Wu Guiqiang heard these three words, the look in his eyes seemed to change slightly. This is something that only high-level warriors can come into contact with. I don't really understand it. Oh. Let me make a phone call first. Lin Luo nodded slightly, but his heart was still full of doubts. Do only high-level warriors know the role of mental power? From this point of view, this Yunshin pill does not seem to be an ordinary pill. After Lin Luo made a phone call to report his safety, he officially settled down in the Wuji Martial Arts Hall. He now has more than 400,000 yuan in savings. In the afternoon, when he went out to buy daily necessities with Wu Guiqiang and others, Lin Luo also bought a new laptop. There is an online store of the Warrior Alliance in Shanghai City. It is said that if you order things online, they will be delivered promptly. I need to buy a bigger backpack. I won the warrior vest and combat boots in a lottery. Now what I need is a backpack. After all, if you go to another dimension and kill those strange beasts, you need to pack up the corpses and bring them back. Lin Luo took a closer look and found that these things were being sold in the Warrior Alliance Mall, and they were made of materials from another dimension. These genuine animal skin backpacks can cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Lin Luo was secretly shocked by what he saw. This is almost it. Lin Luo saw a backpack made of the skin of a first-level exotic beast. The backpack was dark green in color, had a large space, and was said to be impervious to dust, blood, or anything else. Even if the place is soiled by the corpse of a strange animal, it can be cleaned by just rinsing it with water. 200,000. Lin Luo felt a little pain. But this thing is indeed necessary. Without giving it much thought, the transaction was successful by entering the password and undergoing facial recognition. It also shows below that the estimated delivery date is tomorrow. So fast. It's much faster than when I was in Lianqing. There was nothing to do tonight, so Lin Luo sat cross-legged in his room. Now there are only 935 points left. Very little. It's not so easy to earn points now. Now almost everyone in my school knows me, and they also know that I defeated Zhang Jiqiang and others, so the shock they feel is obviously much less. At this moment, Lin Luo was wondering if there were any other martial arts gyms nearby. Should he find one and kick the guy out? But Lin Luo quickly shook his head and rejected this idea. There are so many third-level warriors in the Wuji Martial Arts Hall. The other martial arts halls in Shanghai City should not be weaker, right? But now I have 10 mid-grade tempering pills, so there is no need to rush. There are 5 mid-grade GUN pills left. I took a medium-grade GUN pill last night, and now the upper limit of my body source power value has reached 48. The medicinal effect of a medium-grade GUN pill only increases the upper limit of the source power by 3 points. Lin Luo was a little depressed. The efficacy of this mid-grade GUN pill was at least comparable to that of 10 ordinary GUN pills. He didn't expect that it would only increase the upper limit of the source power value by such a little. He took out another medium-grade GUN pill and a medium-grade quenching pill from the ceramic bottle and swallowed them together. Last night, the tendons in my arms and hands were almost tempered. Tonight, I will temper the remaining fine tendons again, and the first part of the tempering will be completed. When Lin Luo thought of the pain of tempering his tendons, his body trembled slightly. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. Start practicing cultivation techniques directly, and then temper your tendons. When tempering the tendons, the mental power must be extremely concentrated and the tempering process must be done carefully, so the speed cannot be too fast. I was too risky when tempering yesterday. If I had accidentally broken a tendon, it would have been a big trouble. Lin Luo spent the entire night tempering himself, and didn't even know when he fell asleep. Soon, it was the next morning. Get up! Get up! Early in the morning, Lin Luo's door was pushed open. As Lin Luo woke up, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes to adapt to the light. The person who opened the door at this time was Peng Liang. So early. Lin Luo yawned and looked at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Nonsense, starting from today for a month, you will have to train under my guidance. Peng Liang stared at Lin Luo with a weird smile. Looking at Peng Liang's smile, Lin Luo's eyes were filled with suspicion, as if something was not right. Come on, cheer up! Peng Liang took a white strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. In the middle of the letter, in red letters, it was written, Come on! When Lin Luo saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. Do you want it? Peng Liang pointed at the cloth strip. No. Lin Luo shook his head like a rattle. Okay, let's go! After washing up quickly, Lin Luo put on his shoes and walked out the door. Because he was carrying those weight-bearing equipment, Lin Luo felt that everything was very heavy at this time. Run, run! Peng Liang ran in front, looked back at Lin Luo and waved. After all, he is a first-level warrior and has tempered some of his muscles, so he can still bear the weight. At this time of year, there was no one on this already deserted street. Running along the greenway to the other side, you will see the highest mountain in the area, Jifeng Mountain. Although there are stairs on this mountain, they are very steep and it is difficult to climb to the top. At this time, Peng Liang took a step and jumped up directly. For him, it was not difficult at all. Hurry up! Hearing Peng Liang's voice, Lin Luo also walked forward step by step, but at this time, there was no way for him to leap up like he did. The impact of the weight, running up such steep stairs, is simply life-threatening. Chapter 67 18 Soft Body Styles. At this time, Peng Liang was still on the stairs above, constantly urging Lin Luo. Lin Luo was already panting, with hot sweat breaking out not only on his forehead but also on his body. Weight training is really tiring. Come on, let's run faster! At the same time, a female teacher in sportswear, leading a group of boys and girls in martial arts uniforms, was running upwards. Their speed was not slow. Some people couldn't help but laugh as they watched Lin Luo running up with difficulty. They were all high school students, and seeing Lin Luo, who seemed to be also a high school student, struggling so hard, made them feel a little superior. Don't snicker! If you didn't work out every day, you would be like this too! The female teacher shouted loudly at this time, and the boys and girls immediately shut up and ran upstairs obediently. Watching this group of people disappear from his sight, Lin Luo's mouth twitched suddenly. I feel like I'm being despised? Students from the martial arts hall next door, did you see that? Others came up here, it was as easy as eating. Peng Liang also said with a smile at this time. Lin Luo was speechless. He asked them to put hundreds of kilograms of things on their bodies and try running again. But Lin Luo didn't complain and continued to run up. When they reached the halfway point of the mountain, the group of students who were running down the mountain under the leadership of the female teacher looked at Lin Luo, who was struggling to climb up at the speed of a turtle, and tried hard to suppress their laughter. Hi! Peng Liang looked at the female teacher and immediately waved his hand. Abnormal! The female teacher glanced at Peng Liang. Peng Liang's stubble was the first thing that caught her eye. Perverted pervert? Peng Liang's smile froze instantly. Just as he was about to say something, the female teacher took the students and ran downstairs. Go away, pervert! At the same time, Lin Luo had also run up. I'm not a pervert! Peng Liang said loudly. He just has a beard, so he's a pervert? Lin Luo gritted his teeth and kept running upwards. After a while, they finally reached the top of the mountain, and Lin Luo couldn't help but gasp for breath. Now start the 5-step punch sequence, Peng Liang said to Lin Luo. Practice 5-step boxing? Lin Luo was stunned. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to make a practice plan for you today, not to ask you questions. As if affected by what had just happened, Peng Liang also became serious at this time. Lin Luo curled his lips. This was just a personal vendetta. However, Lin Luo did not refute anything and directly started to perform the 5-step boxing. Under normal circumstances, performing the 5-step boxing would be a very simple matter, but at this time, Lin Luo felt it was too strenuous. Lin Luo was already very tired, and with the influence of the weight-bearing equipment, his hands and feet seemed to begin to tremble slightly. Don't stop! Peng Liang's voice came again. Lin Luo gritted his teeth. After completing this set of punches, he had difficulty standing. Your master, besides asking you to practice martial arts and halberd techniques, did he teach you the rest? Watching Lin Luo complete a set of 5-step boxing, Peng Liang continued to speak. There is none left. He said that he taught me these things, and for the rest, I have to make my own way. Lin Luo spoke it at this time as if it were true. Peng Liang didn't even have the slightest doubt. Well, today, I will teach you the 18 soft body movements. Physical body. 18 styles. Lin Luo widened his eyes. You kid, what are you thinking about? It's a soft body. The soft one. Peng Liang's face suddenly turned dark. Oh. Lin Luo also reacted at this time and smiled awkwardly. As a warrior, you need to develop the human body's physical strength to the extreme. A warrior's body must not only possess strong physical strength, but also have a certain degree of flexibility in order to be able to perform many tricky angle attacks. As Peng Liang spoke, he pulled his right leg with his right hand, stood on the ground with his left foot, and placed his right foot on his neck. He looks rough and muscular, but who could have imagined that the ligaments in his body could be stretched to this extent? Lin Luo nodded slightly, agreeing with Peng Liang's words. Not to mention today's martial artists, even traditional martial arts in the past required stretching of ligaments. The 18 flexibility exercises are 18 special movements that train your body's flexibility. Under Peng Liang's guidance, Lin Luo began to perform all kinds of strange movements. I thought that since I had stretched my ligament before, it would be easy to practice. But what he never expected was that the following actions almost made Lin Luo collapse. It hurts, it really hurts, not much less than the pain when tempering the skin, flesh and tendons. However, Lin Luo's instruction on the 18 soft body movements was useful to him. At this time, I gritted my teeth and persevered. Peng Liang originally thought that Lin Luo would scream in pain, but he didn't expect that Lin Luo would persist without making a sound. The way he looked at Lin Luo changed slightly. The whole morning was spent practicing the 18 flexible body movements. After finally returning to Wuji Martial Arts Hall, Lin Luo was about to pick up a cup to fill it with water when his hand holding the cup was suddenly pushed down. Oh my God! Lin Luo's eyes widened, and at this moment he finally couldn't help but swear. Because he discovered that this cup, which looked no different from an ordinary teacup, was actually extremely heavy. It weighs at least 50 kilograms. Can you imagine what would happen if you were exhausted and wanted to drink some water, but the cup weighed 50 kilograms? Oh, I forgot to mention that Wu Guiqiang asked me to help you develop an exercise plan. I thought about it and realized that for a genius like you, the normal level of training is not enough, so I strengthened it a little bit. I've replaced all your daily necessities with weight-bearing ones for you. Peng Liang grinned. In his heart, he also wanted to see Lin Luo's embarrassing look. After all, he was defeated by Lin Luo yesterday, which was really humiliating. No matter what the reason, defeat is defeat. Hee hee. Lin Luo sneered directly, all his emotions were contained in these two words. I can bear it. Not only cups, slippers, but even toothbrushes were replaced with special materials in a crazy way. Who can imagine that a toothbrush weighs 15 kilograms? After taking a nap at noon, Lin Luo practiced halberd techniques in the martial arts hall in the afternoon. Although I have reached proficiency now, I cannot stop working on the basics. Although your martial art, unparalleled attack, is powerful, it can only be used as a special move. Peng Liang spoke while looking at Lin Luo, who was practicing in the middle of the field. You should learn another big and powerful martial art. And it consumes less source energy. Chapter 68 Complete Adaptation. Do you have an introduction? Peng Liang said it well. Although the power of unparalleled strike is great, you cannot always use it. Because the source of energy consumed is too great. It can only be used as a martial art that kills with one strike. No. Peng Liang shook his head decisively, leaving Lin Luo with a frown on his face. Lin Luo decided to ignore him and continue practicing his halberd skills. Gears will rust if they don't turn for a long time. Martial arts also require constant practice. Ping Liang looked at Lin Luo wielding the Fang Tianhua Ji with a look of approval in his eyes. Generally speaking, this weapon is very difficult to use. Even if it were used, it would never be as graceful as a sword. But when Lin Luo danced with the Fang Tianhua Ji at this moment, there was a strange beauty in it. A domineering and unparalleled beauty. Who is this kid's master? Thinking of the old man Lin Luo mentioned, could he be a high-level warrior? At this time, Ping Liang became more and more curious, searching in his mind for any high-level warrior who used a halberd. But after thinking carefully for a while, he still couldn't think of anyone. In the evening, Lin Luo and Ping Liang went to a nearby shop to eat hot pot. The weather is too cold, it would be nice to have some hot pot. Aren't you curious about where old Wu and the others went? Lin Luo persisted through the whole day's torture, which really impressed Ping Liang. Another dimension? Lin Luo thought about it for a moment, then lowered his voice. Today, Wu Guiqiang and 3 other warriors in Wuji Martial Arts Hall are missing. That's right. At this time, Ping Liang looked around, and then continued in a low voice. A D-level crack in Shanghai City has a 3rd-level monster. Now they have accepted the mission and are helping. After this trip, I estimate that I can make a small profit of 10 or 20 million. Ping Liang said lightly. 1 or 2 million. Lin Luo's mouth twitched. It turned out that for these 3rd-level warriors, 10 or 20 million seemed to be not a lot of money. But you are right, the corpses of those high-level exotic beasts are quite useful. The skeleton of that blood-eyed mad wolf should have been able to sell for quite a bit of money. You will know later that 10 or 20 million is really nothing. Ping Liang took a sip of beer and sighed. A medium-grade elixir costs 1 million each, and a high-grade one costs 10 million. It is said that there are special products, but he has not seen those yet. Just train obediently for a month. When you feel that these things on your body are no longer heavy, I will take you to another dimension. Ping Liang's words made Lin Luo's eyes light up. Ever since the last time, Lin Luo still wanted to go to the other dimension again. Time passed day by day. Ping Liang trained Lin Luo for a week and then went to do the mission. Lin Luo was the only one left in the entire Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Lin Luo did not feel any discomfort. He got up at 6 o'clock every day to climb the mountain with weights, then practiced the 18 soft body movements, practiced the halberd technique in the afternoon, and tempered the tendons of other parts of the body in the evening. Lin Luo has already taken the medium-grade tempering pill and the medium-grade source gathering pill. During this period of time, because he was concentrating on practicing, Lin Luo did not gain many points. The current accumulated points are only 1,560 points. Still pitifully small. This morning, Lin Luo got up early as usual. After washing up, he ran straight to Jifeng Mountain. Look, that man is coming again. On this day, I happened to meet those high school students. These high school students who were training under the guidance of teachers from the martial arts hall just ran up the steep stone steps when they spotted Lin Luo approaching. Let's slow down a bit, and not leave others behind every time, a boy said with a smile at this time. Ha! The students around him also laughed when they heard his words. Here I come. As Lin Luo's figure reached the stairs, these students ran up while glancing at him out of the corner of their eyes. It seemed like he was ready to laugh at Lin Luo's joke. Whoosh! But in the next moment, Lin Luo raised his foot and took a leap forward. It was like a gust of wind passing by, and by the time they reacted, Lin Luo's figure had already appeared above. These students who originally wanted to laugh at Lin Luo suddenly widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Lin Luo was very slow some time ago, as slow as a turtle. But the current performance is too exaggerated. The stairs were extremely steep, and it was impossible for most people to walk fast. However, Lin Luo jumped up directly as if his feet were equipped with springs. What are you doing? Run! At the same time, the female teacher from before also ran up from below and spoke sternly. You are so lazy, do you still want to take the entrance exam to the Warrior Academy? I will punish you by making 2 extra trips today. As soon as the female teacher finished speaking, the students who had just come to their senses immediately looked bitter. Running up Jifeng Mountain is still very tiring. At the same time, Lin Luo, who had already run over there, immediately received a bunch of prompts for gaining points. Those 20-odd students contributed 250 points to Lin Luo. Adding the original points, the total points are 1,810. Now, I should have fully adapted to these weight-bearing equipment. Lin Luo looked at his wrists, and the two weighted wrist guards seemed to be non-existent. It's the wrist guards, ankles, and the vest. Now when they are worn, they are no different from ordinary things. When he reached the top of the mountain, Lin Luo continued to practice the 18 soft body movements as usual. After this period of training, Lin Luo's body flexibility has become extremely amazing. There were many exaggerated movements, and Lin Luo had not performed them standardly before, but now, he has gradually become more standard. Moreover, Lin Luo clearly felt that since practicing the 18 physical postures, the flow of his source power in his body seemed to become smoother. What on earth is he practicing? Those students who had run back and forth on Jifeng Mountain twice finally had a chance to rest. They looked at Lin Luo, who was constantly making exaggerated movements on the other side of the mountain top, with great curiosity. Let's go and take a look. Several of the little girls looked at each other and walked over there cautiously. Lin Luo is a bit handsome to begin with, and he has fair skin, so he looks pretty good. In this world, appearance is always king, which makes these little girls have a good impression of Lin Luo. Especially since Lin Luo was so amazing today and could run up the extremely steep stairs so fast, it made people even more curious. His flexibility is amazing. When getting closer, a little girl saw Lin Luo's feet bent to almost 200 degrees, and immediately covered her mouth. And at this time, they could see Lin Luo's mysterious bulge, which made their faces slightly red. Chapter 69, A Small Profit of Tens of Millions. Lin Luo, who was practicing and preparing for the next move, suddenly noticed that 4 little girls were looking at him not far in front of him. Hello? When these little girls saw Lin Luo discover them, they immediately spoke out a little nervously. Are you also a high school student? One of the braver girls spoke out curiously at this time. Yes, Lin Luo said casually. After all, it was an adult's mentality, so he didn't feel anything. We are students in the 2nd year of high school. We are preparing for the entrance exam to the Warrior Academy. We have teachers bringing us here for training every day. Seeing that Lin Luo seemed quite approachable, she also plucked up her courage. Yeah, I also see you guys coming here every day. Lin Luo smiled slightly. What grade are you in? Another girl also spoke up at this time. Senior year. Hello, senior. When they heard Lin Luo mention the 3rd year of high school, they also spoke politely. I just saw you stride straight up. That's amazing, you're improving so fast. Another girl with a ponytail couldn't help but speak up. Because Lin Luo also came to Jifeng Mountain to exercise early every morning, they had met Lin Luo many times. Before, Lin Luo was made fun of by their classmates, but now it seems that Lin Luo is completely different from before. It's okay. Lin Luo smiled slightly and didn't say much. But these little girls became more and more curious. It is said that this world is a world where appearance matters. With Lin Luo's looks, it is very easy for him to win the favor of little girls. In addition, Lin Luo's manners were decent, generous and natural, which made them chatter along with Lin Luo. Roylin, what are you doing? Just at this moment, a male teacher came over from the other side. Nothing, this senior is very capable, let's ask him for advice. The woman called Roylin quickly spoke up at this time. Just now they talked to Lin Luo about the continuous 5-step punch. Unexpectedly, Lin Luo seemed to be extremely familiar with the 5-step fist, and he explained some tricks that made them suddenly realize. The teachers in these martial arts halls will teach you. The male teacher spoke with a serious expression. He glanced at Lin Luo and said coldly, Don't be fooled by those who can only show off their skills. Not everyone can practice martial arts. After hearing what the male teacher said, the little girls felt a little uncomfortable and seemed to want to refute something. Because of the conversation with Lin Luo just now, it is obvious that Lin Luo is not that kind of person and he has real abilities. There are many martial arts halls in society that recruit a large number of people under the name of training students who can enter martial arts academies, but in fact they don't teach anything at all. Lin Luo also spoke indifferently at this time. Lin Luo's principle is that I won't offend others unless they offend me, but if someone offends me, hee. What do you mean? When the male teacher heard Lin Luo's words, the expression on his face turned ugly. Teacher Tang, what are you still doing over there? Take the team back quickly! At the same time, the female teacher from before was waving at him from a distance. Humph, if you have the guts, come to the strongest martial arts hall, and I'll show you what a warrior is. The male teacher waved his fists at this time, turned around and left with the little girls. These little girls looked at Lin Luo here, and seemed a little reluctant to follow the male teacher away. After all, it is still very interesting to talk to Lin Luo. He is just an ordinary first-level warrior. Lin Luo seemed to be talking to himself at this time. Then he shook his head, ignored the matter, and continued practicing the 18 soft body movements. When he just came back at noon, Lin Luo found that the door of Wuji Martial Arts Hall was open. Anyone? Lin Luo frowned. At this time, he walked in carefully. The entire martial arts hall was silent. According to Peng Liang, Wu Guiqiang and his team will not be back for at least a week. So who's coming in now? He remembered that he had locked the door before coming out. Just as Lin Luo walked in cautiously, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Lin Luo's pupils shrank slightly, and his body reacted quickly. He grabbed the hand that patted his shoulder and threw the person behind him over his shoulder. It's me! Just as Lin Luo was about to continue punching, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind. You! Looking at the man lying on the ground in front of him, Lin Luo was stunned. Because the man's body was wrapped with a lot of white gauze, even his cheeks were wrapped with some. But if you look closely, you can still tell that this man is Jianlong. I told you a long time ago, and you said you wanted to test Lin Luo's reaction speed. Wu Guiqiang's voice came from the other side. Lin Luo took a quick look and was stunned. Wu Guiqiang and others are back, but their current state is really a bit ridiculous. Because there was a lot of gauze on their bodies, and it looked like they had suffered serious injuries. Are you okay? At this time, Lin Luo quickly helped Jianlong up. I'm fine. Jianlong also stood up at this time, as if he was afraid of being looked down upon. He continued, It's only because I'm injured that you would have wanted to throw me over your shoulder just now. Okay, Lao Jian, just admit that your reaction was not fast enough. TSK, a third-level warrior was thrown over the shoulder by an underage high school student, ha 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 ha. Tianjin was laughing happily at this time, but in the next moment, it seemed that his wound was affected, and he immediately grimaced in pain. Shut up. Jianlong glared at Tianjin. How did you end up like this? Lin Luo looked at everyone at this time, feeling a little amused and helpless. How come they all look like mummies? These guys want to kill a fourth-level alien beast. At the same time, Peng Liang also walked over from the other side. Compared with Wu Guiqiang and the others, Peng Liang didn't seem to be injured. He just bandaged his arm with gauze. A fourth-level alien beast so powerful? Lin Luo was slightly surprised. For third-level warriors have no way to deal with a fourth-level monster? Then later, we still failed to kill this fourth-level monster. Peng Liang shook his head. There was a look of pity in their eyes. If you can kill a fourth-level alien beast, you can make a lot of money just by selling the materials from the beast. But it's not a loss. I made a small profit of tens of millions this time when I went to the sea-level rift. Jianlong said proudly at this time. His eyes especially looked towards Lin Luo. Several, tens of millions? Chapter 70, Give you a task. Lin Luo was completely shocked at this time. In just half a month, tens of millions were earned? Isn't this money too easy to make? And judging from what Jianlong said, it seemed that each of them earned that much. Danger and opportunity coexist. We killed quite a few third-level monsters. Wu Guiqiang patted Lin Luo on the shoulder and said. Lin Luo remembered that the last time Wu Guiqiang dealt with a third-level alien beast alone, although it was very difficult, he was not without the ability to fight. This time, the four of them went together, so there was no problem at all. I'm almost there. Can I go to the other dimension too? Lin Luo also spoke up at this time. It's not impossible to go to a D-level rift. Wu Guiqiang thought about it seriously, then nodded. You are still too weak now. If you encounter a stronger beast in that other dimension, you will simply seek death. At this time, Ping Liang curled his lips and spoke directly. This kid's progress is so fast that I didn't expect that in less than a month, he has already adapted to all the weight-bearing equipment. We have to strike back. Well, it is indeed still a bit dangerous. The others echoed. Lin Luo glared at Ping Liang. Why did he feel like he said that on purpose? Okay, Lin Luo, I'll give you a task. Once you complete it, I'll take you there. Ping Liang grinned at this time. What mission? Lin Luo curled his lips. I always feel that Ping Liang has bad intentions. There's a very powerful martial arts gym nearby. Go over there and beat up one of their teachers. Ping Liang spoke up at this time. Why? Lin Luo was stunned, then spoke subconsciously. Jiqiang Budokan? Why does it sound a bit familiar? Tianjin seemed to have thought of something and laughed at this time. When Wu Guiqiang and others heard Tianjin's words, they forced themselves to hold back their laughter. Tianjin, shut up! Ping Liang was also a little annoyed and angry at this time. Lin Luo also made a sighing expression at this time. What do you know? She's often harassed by that guy and has long been impatient. Ping Liang said with his eyes wide open. It's just that I'm stronger and not easy to bully. Ping Liang spoke with a righteous tone. What level of warrior is he? Lin Luo also spoke out curiously at this time. First level. With your current strength, it's an easy thing, Ping Liang said casually. Does that person have a short crew cut and look tall and thin? Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something at this time and spoke subconsciously. How do you know? Ping Liang was stunned, then stared at Lin Luo suspiciously. Don't worry, I have no interest in any female warrior, let alone inquiring about her suitors. Lin Luo curled his lips. At this time, Ping Liang's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. I'll go tonight. Can you take me to the other dimension tomorrow? Lin Luo said to Ping Liang. Of course, I keep my word. Ping Liang patted his chest. His strength is considered to be relatively strong among everyone, and it seems that he is about to enter the level of a 4th-level warrior. With free bodyguards, you are protected even in another dimension. We won't go out for dinner tonight. We'll have lots of evolutionary beast meat. Xiao Liang also laughed out loud at this time. Xiao Liang is considered short among the crowd, but his voice is powerful. Lin Luo, do you know why Xiao Liang is so short? At this time, Ping Liang patted Lin Luo on the shoulder and suddenly spoke. Why? Lin Luo was startled and spoke subconsciously. Because he started practicing martial arts when he was young, although he progressed faster than the average person, his height was also restricted, which is a pity. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Luo. I'm 5 feet 4 inches tall. I don't need to be taller. Lin Luo spoke subconsciously. When Ping Liang heard Lin Luo's words, he seemed to be choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Luo, stay away from this person. He must want to use that broken pill that claims to allow you to grow again to trick you. At this time, Tianjin turned around and looked at Ping Liang with contempt, then spoke. Tianjin, what do you mean? I spent 20 million to buy this pill. Ping Liang widened his eyes, looking very indignant. Lin Luo, I bought a pill that can promote regrowth from a senior before. It costs 20 million for 5 pills, a total of 1 course of treatment. If you want it, I'll give you 10 million. As Ping Liang spoke, he turned and looked at Lin Luo. Old Ping. Lin Luo patted his shoulder, then put his hand on his head, then on his nose, then shook his head, and followed Wu Guiqiang to the front, leaving Ping Liang with a confused look on his face. Ha ha ha, you only have a nose as high as others, and you still want people to buy the pills that you were deceived by. At this time, Tianjin covered his stomach and laughed wildly. I didn't expect you to adapt to these weight-bearing equipment so quickly. When he and Wu Guiqiang walked to the backyard accommodation area, Wu Guiqiang sighed. Surprise from Wu Guiqiang, points +5. By the way, have you tempered your muscles yet? It has been tempered. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Lin Luo, it's very difficult to practice tendons for the first time. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. It took me 3 days to find the trick to practice tendons. Jianlong's head was wrapped in circles of white gauze, which looked very funny. Well, Jianlong is quite good at training the tendons. If you don't understand anything, you can ask him. Wu Qiqiang also nodded slightly. I have already trained the tendons in my hands and feet, but the torso seems to be more difficult. Lin Luo also asked Jianlong. Torso. Wait, you said you tempered the tendons in your hands and feet? Jianlong was about to say something, but when he heard Lin Luo's words, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with shock. Shock from Jianlong, points plus 10. Yes. How long have you been tempering? About a month. Lin Luo was a little distressed. The speed of training his tendons was very slow, much slower than tempering his skin and flesh. Even after taking mid-grade tempering pills, it took another month to completely temper the tendons in his legs and feet. 1 month. I have tempered the tendons in my arms and legs. The corners of Wu Qiqiang's mouth twitched at this time. I feel like I can no longer understand this world. You know, about 2 months ago, Lin Luo was still an ordinary person with a source power value of more than 10 points. Super shock from Wu Qiqiang, points plus 100. Chapter 71, Making Trouble. This old Wu contributed 100 points. Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly. He's really a genius. Jianlong couldn't help but speak out at this time. The speed of tempering his tendons is even faster than when he was young. He even thought that he had extraordinary insights in tempering tendons and wanted to know about Lin Luo. Once the whole body's tendons and veins have been tempered and the source power value has reached over 60, I will officially become a second-level warrior. Wu Qiqiang also talked to himself at this time. According to Lin Luo's speed, he should be able to reach the level of a second-level warrior soon. There is hope of reaching the third-level warrior level within this year. And he is just a senior high school student. It's just so depressing. Because I used to take more tempering pills every day, now without them, my speed has slowed down. Lin Luo said a little helplessly. If you temper your energy without taking the tempering pill, the speed of tempering will be too slow. What do you think? Those powerful warriors have used countless medicinal pills to become powerful. At this time Tianjin also spoke. When he arrived at the backyard, Lin Luo clearly saw a lot of exotic animal meat piled on the table in front. The meat of these exotic animals has been processed. There is no fur, just meat. We'll make soup tonight. These third-level beast meats are very nutritious. When Xiao Liang thought about eating meat, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Our hands are not convenient, so we will leave it to Ping Liang and Lin Luo to handle it from now on. Wu Qiqiang and others said. No problem. When he was working in his previous life, Lin Luo lived alone and learned various cooking skills. You kid, maybe you don't know how to cook. Ping Liang originally wanted to show off his skills. But soon, he was stunned the next moment. Lin Luo was seen holding a kitchen knife and starting to process the evolved beast meat very skillfully. Lin Luo already had some experience, and as his control ability became stronger, his knife skills also became very impressive. It looks like a professional. You can take the exam to become a chef. Peng Liang stood there in a daze at this moment. I feel like I don't even have a chance to help out. After Lin Luo had eaten his fill in the evening, he couldn't help but pat his stomach with satisfaction. Comfortable. The meat of these exotic beasts is rich in protein and trace elements, and also contains special powers. Eating a piece of it is like eating a GUN pill. And it must be GUN pill, and it must be easy to absorb. This meal of beast meat will cost several million, Lin Luo. Uncle Peng is treating you tonight. At this time, Peng Liang was eating and smacking his lips. He just did Lin Luo a favor. Hee hee. Lin Luo was very upset at this time. He finally realized that Peng Liang was a miser. Last time, he lost 10 mid-grade GUN pills to him, which caused him to bleed heavily. He is still feeling resentful about it. But thinking about tomorrow, he will be a free thug and take himself to another dimension. Peng Liang always felt that there was something strange in the way he looked at Lin Luo. This kid seems to want to trick me. The strongest martial arts hall is nearby. Lin Luo looked at Peng Liang and said, "That's right, go and help me teach that kid a lesson." Peng Liang quickly spoke up at this time. "Peng Liang, you always encourage Lin Luo to go. Are you afraid of making a fool of yourself in front of that female warrior?" When Tianjin heard their words, he couldn't help but speak out. "None of your business!" Peng Liang glared at Tianjin. After all, teaching the people in the martial arts gym a lesson for no reason might make others feel confused, and even other martial arts friends might think you are bullying the weak if they find out. Peng Liang attaches great importance to his reputation. "Alas, I want to temper my tendons tonight. After all, the tempering pills are gone and the progress of tempering is too slow." At this time, Lin Luo covered his head and seemed to have a headache. Hee. Looking at this scene, Peng Liang's mouth twitched. "This kid is trying to blackmail me?" "Yes, Lin Luo, don't go to the strongest martial arts hall. It's a waste of time. Someone can do it easily, but you are still required to do it." Xiao Liang also echoed. "Yes, it will waste time for tempering, and time is life, so it is a waste of life." Lin Luo also nodded. "A mid-grade tempering pill." Peng Liang glared at Xiao Liang fiercely, then looked at Lin Luo. "Make a deal!" Lin Luo's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect that I could get a tempering pill this way." Soon, under the leadership of Peng Liang, Lin Luo arrived in front of the strongest martial arts hall. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, Lin Luo could clearly see that they seemed to be doing some kind of activity. There are many parents who are seeking consultation there. After all, in this world, people are proud of entering a warrior academy. Some wealthy families send their children to martial arts halls to start some basic training. Just like the students Lin Luo met before who did physical training early in the morning every day. Although physical training is not very useful for admission to the warrior academy. Because in the warrior academy, the most important thing is to meet the source power requirements and be familiar with the history of warriors. As for academic performance, it will definitely not be too low if one wants to be admitted to a martial arts academy. "See? Go challenge him and beat him up for me." At this time, Lin Luo looked at the short-haired man standing over there. "There are no high-level warriors in this martial arts hall, right?" Lin Luo glanced at Peng Liang. He was afraid that some high-level warriors would attack him, and instead of challenging the master, he would get beaten up. "Don't worry, I guarantee it." Peng Liang patted his chest. His eyes seemed to see something, and at this moment his brows slightly frowned. "Did you see it?" At this time, the short-haired male warrior was smiling and saying to the female warrior beside him, "Lin Shui, I know there's a good restaurant that's just opened nearby. You haven't eaten yet, shall we go there after we're done?" "No." The female teacher called Lin Shui shook her head at this time. "I have other things to do." As he spoke, Lin Shui walked into the martial arts hall again. "Is that so? Let's make an appointment next time." The man with the flat head smiled and spoke to Lin Shui's back, but he felt unhappy in his heart. "Bitch, why are you pretending? Sooner or later, I will find a chance to kill you." Just as he cursed in his heart, he saw Lin Luo walking towards him. "Why? You want to come to our martial arts hall to study?" The short-haired man remembered Lin Luo. When he saw Lin Luo's figure, he immediately sneered. "The special training class for high school students at our martial arts hall costs 300,000 a month. It's best to ask your parents to bring you here." "Oh yeah, some rubbish. I don't want to teach it even if I have money." There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Lin Shui's rejection just now made him very unhappy, so all his negative emotions suddenly poured onto Lin Luo. "Money is not a problem. I just think, do you have the ability to teach students well?" Lin Luo said to the man with an innocent look on his face. Chapter 72, Start to Show Off. Hearing Lin Luo's words, the sneering man with a flat head seemed to freeze his expression suddenly. Many parents who came for consultation looked at the short-haired man after hearing Lin Luo's words. "What do you mean?" The short-haired man also came back to his senses and stared at Lin Luo with a fierce look in his eyes. "I am a nationally certified first-level warrior. I am proficient in all basic skills and will soon become a second-level warrior. You doubt my ability?" As he spoke, he took out a warrior certificate from his pocket and shook it. "Warrior, he is a real warrior!" Some parents around were holding the brochures distributed by the strongest martial arts hall and looking at the guy with the flat head with expressions of great shock in their eyes. For ordinary people, former warriors are a very distant existence. Yes, I also have experience in taking the entrance exam for a martial arts academy. If you come to our strongest martial arts hall, I will definitely teach you everything I know. The man with the flat head took this opportunity to promote himself. But it seems that there are also fake martial arts certificates. I saw on the central news that some martial arts halls are making money by pretending to have martial arts teachers. Lin Luo spoke intentionally or unintentionally in a voice that everyone could hear, as if he was talking to himself. His words immediately brought everyone back to their senses. Yes, we heard that too. The staff at the work desks at the door all looked to the side. Because some parents who were signing the contract seemed to have heard Lin Luo's words and began to hesitate. After all, it is not cheap to pay 300,000 yuan a month for a training course. The face of the short-haired man turned completely dark. Our martial arts gym is certified by the government, and the owner is a third-level martial artist. Luo Xian, do you think Luo Xian would cheat people for such a small amount of money? Luo Xian seemed to be somewhat famous in Shanghai City. Hearing this, many people nodded secretly. And you mean to question the strength of our strongest martial arts hall? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that martial artists don't attack ordinary people, you would be like this now, haha. As he said this, he secretly mobilized the source of energy in his body. He wanted to let Lin Luo see that provoking him was simply seeking death. I am also preparing to enter the Warrior Academy, and I have also watched some videos and practiced some boxing techniques. How about we spar with each other? Lin Luo showed a simple and honest smile, looking innocent. Are you serious? The man with the flat head was just trying to find a way to teach Lin Luo a lesson, but at this time Lin Luo just bumped into the door, which was exactly what he wanted. Yang Wei, don't bother with a child so much. At this time, a tall warrior walked out and spoke to the man with the flat head. Snort. The short-haired man glared at Lin Luo fiercely, and then calmed down. After all, if Lin Luo was really beaten up here, it would have a bad impact. Everyone, come over here and take a look. This is a detailed introduction to our martial arts hall. Later I can take you into the hall to see the students who are practicing. This tall warrior was very good at talking, and after listening to him, Lin Luo wanted to go and take a look. You're not scared, are you? This is really boring. Lin Luo muttered. Everyone! I will go into the gym to compete with this kid now. You can also see our strength. The short-haired man completely exploded at this time and said in a low voice. Yan Wei. The tall warrior also frowned at this time. Zhang Shu, this kid has provoked me many times. He really doesn't know what a warrior is. I will let him see it now. Yan Wei said in a low voice. There was also a fierce look in his eyes. But when the competition begins, he must leave invisible injuries on Lin Luo and torture him. I really want to see how strong the strongest martial arts hall is. Lin Luo still spoke with a smile, still looking very innocent. Is this kid mentally ill? If you fight a warrior, isn't it inevitable that you will lose? It will be fun to see you get beaten to a pulp later. Some parents who were hesitating whether to enroll their children in classes couldn't help but shake their heads. To them, warriors are extremely powerful beings. Yang Wei just showed his warrior certificate to prove his identity. And Lin Luo just looks like a high school student. But they really want to see what the warrior's strength is. Come in. Yang Wei said coldly to Lin Luo. Lin Luo was not afraid at all and walked straight in. It's true, this Jiqiang martial arts hall is quite large and is also very well decorated. As Lin Luo walked inside, he could see a venue covering a large area. Inside, there were some martial arts teachers, teaching some martial artists how to do horse stance, and some were even practicing the 5-step boxing. A teacher teaches more than 60 people, and each person earns 300,000 yuan a month, so that's almost 20 million yuan. Lin Luo couldn't help but mutter to himself at this time. Excluding the commission from the martial arts hall, we should have made more than 10 million that month. It's considered quite profitable. After all, a first-level warrior would be just cannon fodder even if he entered another dimension. It really is worthy of being a martial arts hall. Some parents couldn't help but be secretly surprised when they saw the scenes inside. Yang Wei was extremely proud at this time. He even glanced at Lin Luo on purpose. When he saw Lin Luo looking around curiously, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The bumpkin must have taught himself some fancy moves by watching videos, and he really thinks he has some abilities. Come on, right here. When he reached the open space in front, Yang Wei stopped. Oh. Lin Luo nodded slightly, and then saluted. This is a common etiquette used by modern warriors in combat. This boy really does it in a very good way. Some parents gathered around and laughed at Lin Luo's actions. There was a hint of mockery in Yang Wei's eyes, and he was arrogant and did not make any moves. And Lin Luo has already assumed an attacking posture. I'll let you have 3 moves, so what? Yang Wei found Lin Luo's actions even more ridiculous. Later, he would let Lin Luo know why the flowers were so red. Well, here I come. Lin Luo also grinned. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luo's legs suddenly burst out with powerful strength. Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Luo's body rushed forward like an arrow. The right fist hit him directly in the face. Yang Wei was stunned. He had never expected that Lin Luo's speed would be so fast. He was completely unprepared and came into direct contact with Lin Luo's fist. Do you know why the flowers are so red? Chapter 73. I'm really a high school student. Blood suddenly spurted out of Yang Wei's nose. The whole person, at this moment, was moving backwards. This is impossible. He opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. A high school student punched him, a first-level warrior, and made him bleed from the nose. Super shock from Yang Wei, points plus 100. Am I seeing right? Some parents who were watching the scene had their eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their heads. Yang Wei is a real warrior. In their eyes, Lin Luo was just an ordinary high school student. Shock from Lai Mao, points plus 10. From. At this moment, Lin Luo also received many prompts for earning points. The shock of more than 20 parents directly increased the score by more than 200 points. The points at this time have just reached 2,000. Very good. Next, I should be able to gain another wave of points. I'm sorry, did I go too far? At this time, Lin Luo looked at Yang Wei in front of him and said with a silly smile. Yang Wei also reacted instantly. He was punched in the nose by a high school student, and it made him bleed. As he growled, he attacked Lin Luo. And at this moment, all the source power in his body was suddenly released, forming a source power pressure, impacting Lin Luo. Madness. Feeling all this, Lin Luo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Using source power to coerce is risky. Because you need to release the source of power in your body directly, and attack your opponent. At this moment, the source force is unable to form an energy film to defend one's body. Once attacked, they will be severely damaged. At this moment, Yang Wei also raised his right hand and smashed it towards Lin Luo's cheek. He wanted to smash Lin Luo to pieces. Bang! But the next moment, he felt his wrist being grabbed. A powerful force, like a strong iron clamp, held his wrist tightly, making him unable to move at all. He looked up at Lin Luo, who was smiling innocently, his eyes filled with shock that he could not conceal. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could the pressure from my own source of power have no effect on him? The imagined scene of Lin Luo's pain did not appear at all. Instead, his wrist was grabbed so hard that it hurt. You! Only now did Yang Wei realize that the high school student in front of him who was smiling foolishly at him was most likely, no, definitely a warrior. Play the pig and eat the tiger. Bang! Yang Wei wanted to say something, but before he could get his words out, Lin Luo punched him back. You don't even know the 5-step punch? Just rush over with your fists. This isn't a fight between hooligans. Lin Luo shook his head helplessly. The parents around were shocked again. He looked at Lin Luo, his eyes full of disbelief. This high school student doesn't seem to be an ordinary high school student. You, who are you? Yang Wei stared at Lin Luo intently, covered his aching chest, and growled. He had indeed made a mistake. Just an ordinary high school student. Lin Luo smiled slightly. At this time, Yang Wei's whole body tensed up. At this time, he had already treated Lin Luo as a real opponent. And assumed an offensive posture. That's what makes it fun. Lin Luo took a deep breath and also assumed an offensive posture. Drink! Yang Wei shouted loudly, and used his legs and hands to attack Lin Luo. His left palm just waved in front of Lin Luo, and while Lin Luo subconsciously blocked it, his right fist attacked Lin Luo. But Lin Luo's reaction was too fast. He dodged by turning his body to the side. However, Yang Wei seemed to have anticipated this, and kicked Lin Luo's calf with his right whip kick, trying to kick Lin Luo directly. Bang! But when he kicked Lin Luo's calf, he felt as if he had kicked steel bars, and his right leg was directly bounced away. Lin Luo's legs were still rooted to the ground, without any shaking at all. This plate is too strong. That's not how you do the 5-step punch. As Lin Luo spoke, he moved closer to Yang Wei with his legs and steps, and suddenly punched him. Hurry up! While punching, kick out with your leg directly at his leg. Punch and kick at the same time. As Lin Luo spoke, a swift attack broke out. Yang Wei kept backing away and now felt like he was about to cry. Lin Luo's attack was so terrifying, just like a violent storm, there was no way to resist at all. And most importantly, you must find the enemy's weakness and strike directly, fiercely and violently. This time, as soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, he kicked him in the crotch. Yang Wei's body flew out directly. The intense pain made him open his eyes wide, and the next moment, he fell to the ground, his body twitched, and he fainted. Isn't it possible that I will become impotent at this moment? Lin Luo felt a little embarrassed at this time. High school student, is this really a high school student? Impossible, this is too amazing. Wonderful, so wonderful. The parents who were watching around were so excited that their necks turned red. Super shock from Li Qinggang, points plus 100. Super shock from Sume, points plus 100. From. Now these parents are truly shocked. The 5-step boxing and footwork that Lin Luo just performed were simply perfect. It not only looks powerful, but also pleasing to the eye. Damn, the points are over 4,000. Lin Luo was ecstatic at this moment, as he looked at his rapidly increasing points. Teacher Yang was knocked down! No way, how could Teacher Yang be defeated? At this time, some students who were practicing in the martial arts hall saw Yang Wei lying on the ground from afar, their eyes full of surprise. This impotence was beaten? You deserve it! Some little girls couldn't help but whisper when they saw the scene not far away. This Yang Wei, the teacher is taking advantage of him during practice intentionally or unintentionally. Before, a girl couldn't help but remind Yang Wei not to take advantage of the opportunity, but he scolded the girl and directly banned her from practicing in the martial arts hall. Yilin, look at him, is he that senior? A girl also saw Lin Luo's figure clearly at this time, and her eyes were full of surprise. Classmate, where did you study? Can you tell me? My son is also preparing to enter the warrior academy. At this time, the parents also rushed towards Lin Luo and began to ask him questions. Lin Luo was surrounded by everyone and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He just came to teach Yang Wei a lesson, not to steal these customers. At this moment, other teachers in the martial arts hall also came over. Chapter 74. You are the one. Get out of here. Sorry everyone, there is something going on in the museum today, so we are going to close it. At this time, some teachers in the martial arts hall smiled and said to the parents, Wait, let me ask him where he learned this. He's so amazing. Even your teacher is no match for him. Some parents were still persistent in asking Lin Luo at this time, which made the faces of the people in the martial arts hall change slightly. Teacher Yang Wei was not feeling well today and his condition declined. We were just sparring casually just now. You can come back tomorrow. Something urgent has happened in the museum. At this time, the parents who came in to visit were also guided to leave. Senior! At the same time, the little girls who had been there before also ran to Lin Luo's side. It's you guys. Lin Luo heard the voices next to him and turned around. It was the little girls from this morning. Did you knock Yang Wei down? One of the girls said excitedly at this time. Yeah, he wanted to spar with me, and accidentally hit me a little too hard. Lin Luo looked helpless. Humph, well done. This guy usually looks righteous, but he's actually quite despicable. One of the girls waved her fist at this time. Obviously she was also very dissatisfied with Yang Wei. But senior, how did you defeat him? That's amazing! There are stars in the eyes of these girls. After all, Yang Wei is a first-level warrior. And now Yang Wei seems to have been beaten unconscious. Well, attack his vital points. Lin Luo thought about it for a moment, then spoke. I guess my kick didn't break his balls. At this moment, Lin Luo received another prompt from the system. Worship from Luo Yilin, points plus 200. Worship from Ishioya, points plus 200. From Lin Luo's eyes widened as he looked at these little girls who were full of admiration for him. Is this okay? The points increased by 1,000 instantly. Luo Yilin! You guys come over here, we're going to train in another gym! At the same time, Lin Shui, the female warrior from the martial arts hall, had already led other students to gather there. Looking at Luo Yilin's figure, she immediately waved her hand. Here it comes! These girls responded and said to Lin Luo a little worriedly, Senior, you should leave quickly. It seems like the teachers are all coming. Of course they knew that Lin Luo was no longer a student here. Although Yang Wei was quite hateful, Lin Luo was in big trouble after beating him up like that. Yeah, it's okay. Lin Luo smiled. After pretending to be tough, he could have left, but now Lin Luo found that several teachers from the martial arts hall were surrounding him. Who the hell are you? The tall man named Zhang Shu was now looking at Lin Luo with a gloomy expression. Just now, Yang Wei wanted to compete with him. The reason why he did not stop him was that he knew that Yang Wei would definitely win in an overwhelming manner. But what he didn't expect was that Yang Wei was knocked unconscious. Just an ordinary high school student. Lin Luo felt a little helpless. Why did everyone ask this question? Zhang Shu, I think he was sent by other martial arts halls to cause trouble. Another martial arts teacher also said in a cold voice at this time. Especially the parents who came to visit just now, after seeing Lin Luo defeat Yang Wei, they came to ask where Lin Luo practiced, which made them certain that this kid was here to steal people. At this moment, Lin Luo secretly cursed Ping Lian in his heart. It was true what this guy said about there being no high-level warriors, but there were some at the peak of the first level. Moreover, there are several first-level warriors here now. If a real fight breaks out, Lin Luo really can't guarantee that he can take on 5 or 6 of them alone. Don't say that we are bullying you because we have more people. Today, if you can beat me, you can leave. Zhang Shu stared at Lin Luo and said coldly. Real? Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Yes. When Zhang Shu saw Lin Luo's expression, his face became even uglier. This kid really thinks too highly of himself. He thinks he can defeat himself by teaching Yang Wei a lesson? It's a joke. Come on, then. Lin Luo stretched his muscles and smiled slightly. To be honest, the battle with Yang Wei just now was not enjoyable at all. But this Zhang Shu looks a little different from other warriors. If my guess is correct, he is most likely a top-level warrior of the first rank. Zhang Shu. Some warriors saw this scene and seemed to want to say something. It's okay, just a young boy. Zhang Shu shook his head. At this moment, all the energy in his body was mobilized. As the source power burst out, Lin Luo could clearly feel his powerful strength. A bit strong. Lin Luo no longer had the playful look he had before, and his expression turned serious. At this time, he also assumed a fighting posture. Bring it on! As soon as Zhang Shu finished speaking, he attacked Lin Luo directly. His speed was extremely fast. The moment he got close to Lin Luo, he opened his fists to the left and right at the same time and attacked Lin Luo. Lin Luo frowned slightly, his legs firmly planted on the ground, and his fists began to move constantly. While parrying Zhang Shu's attack, he began to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. Both of them are very proficient in the 5-step boxing and their lower body skills are also very stable. It is impossible to be kicked down by the opponent. Damn it! Jiang Shu's expression became even uglier at this time. He found that Lin Luo's 5-step boxing was very skillful, and his lower body skills were very stable. It is impossible to kick Lin Luo down. Bronze martial arts, barbarian tiger fist. At this moment, Jiang Shu shouted in his heart, and the source of power in his body suddenly became stronger. Lin Luo clearly felt that Jiang Shu at this time was like a ferocious tiger. And his boxing style has also obviously changed. The boxing martial arts technique, barbarian tiger fist, is based on the 5-step fist, and its attack is extremely fast. Even when Lin Luo was blocking, he could still feel the pain in his arm from being hit by his fist. Moreover, the power of each of his punches became stronger and stronger. With the accumulation of force, Lin Luo's body was shaken and flew backwards. "Get out of here!" At this time, Jiang Shu moved his legs quickly, and his right fist continued to hit Lin Luo. He pounced towards Lin Luo like a tiger, and his fist was as sharp as a tiger's claws. "You are! Get out of here!" At this moment, Lin Luo's adrenaline also rose, and all the energy in his body was directly gathered into his fist at this moment. Chapter 75: A Terrifying Punch. In this state, other parts of the body are not covered by the source force at all. Being attacked will cause serious damage. But the advantage is that the power that can be unleashed by a fist filled with concentrated source power is also the strongest. It was just like when Lin Luo used all his source power to pour into the crossbow to help Captain Wu shoot the 3rd-level alien beast, the blood-eyed mad wolf. At this moment, Lin Luo's fist had already swung out instantly. It directly collided with Jiang Shu's fist. Boom! At this moment, an extremely loud noise suddenly erupted. At this moment, Jiang Shu's body flew out directly, and his entire body hit the wall in the distance. "Jiang Shu!" When the warriors around saw this scene, they immediately ran over there. At this time, Jiang Shu had already fallen from the wall to the ground. His fist was torn and blood was flowing out. The whole arm seemed a little twisted. Bones broken. "This is impossible." The faces of these martial arts teachers changed drastically at this moment. Super shock from Yuan Ming, points plus 100. From. At this moment, Lin Luo also gained 400 points again. The points reached 5006. Jiang Shu was half sitting on the ground at this time, as if he had forgotten the pain in his arm, his eyes a little dull. Even when he used martial arts, it was still no match for Lin Luo's punch. Could it be that he is a 2nd-level warrior? No, that's impossible. He clearly looks like a high school student. Super shock from Jiang Shu, points plus 100. Lin Luo also felt a sharp pain in his fist at this time. It really hurts. Jiang Shu's strength in that punch just now was actually quite strong. Now Lin Luo's skin is even worn off. At this time, Lin Luo walked forward. When those people saw Lin Luo, they stood up nervously and took defensive measures. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have a personal grudge with your teacher Yang Wei." Lin Luo looked at their defensive expressions and spread his hands helplessly. "And it seems that many people have complained about Yang Wei from your martial arts hall, right? I suggest that you investigate thoroughly. People with questionable character cannot be teachers." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Luo walked straight towards the door. "Wave your sleeves and not a cloud is taken away." "Master, master." Looking at Lin Luo's tall figure who left without even looking back, a martial arts teacher muttered to himself. "Run away!" As soon as Lin Luo walked out, he was about to leave here. "Now I have consumed a lot of my energy. If I continue fighting, I will be courting death. Moreover, it is said that there are 3rd-level warriors in this strongest martial arts hall. If this guy comes over, there will be no fun at all." He looked around, but Peng Liang, who had come with him, was nowhere to be seen. "Senior!" Just when Lin Luo was about to leave, he saw the figures of those few thousand girls. One of them was quite pretty. Her name seemed to be Luo Yilin. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" The faces of these little girls are a little red, and I don't know if it's because they are hot from running or what. "Certainly." Lin Luo smiled slightly. "Even though my fist hurts now, I can't show it on my face." If you want to show off, you have to show off to the end. Sharp. The eyes of these 5 little girls were also filled with surprise at this time. Gained another 50 points. After what happened just now, Lin Luo was able to walk out safely and soundly. He must have defeated the teacher in the hall again. By the way, do you know the contact information of the teacher who just took you to the other side? Lin Luo seemed to have thought of something and spoke at this time. You want to seduce our teacher? As soon as Lin Luo finished speaking, these girls looked at him with strange eyes. What are you thinking about? I have a warrior friend who wants to meet your teacher. He doesn't dare to come by himself, so he insisted that I come. Lin Luo was a little amused and confused. Little girls nowadays are really precocious. But this Ping Liang is really a coward. For some reason, these girls breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, then their faces turned slightly red, and they quickly told Lin Luo the information they knew. After learning the name and contact information of the female warrior, Lin Luo's mouth curled up immediately. Achoo! Ping Liang, who had already returned to Wuji Martial Arts Hall, suddenly sneezed. Cold? Impossible. He began to talk to himself. By the way, senior, are you still going to training tomorrow? As Lin Luo was about to leave, Luo Yilin mustered up the courage to speak to Lin Luo. I probably won't go. Bye now. Looking inside the Jiqiang Martial Arts Hall, it seemed that someone was about to come out. Lin Luo waved his hand and disappeared from their sight. Yilin, you are so bold that you even asked him if he would go tomorrow. One of the girls looked at Lin Luo's back as she left, and couldn't help but tease her. But he seems to be unable to go. At this moment, Lin Luo didn't think too much. That night, the points had risen to 5,750. Not bad, not bad. Lin Luo felt a little happy. And today I also obtained a medium-grade tempering pill, which can be used to temper the tendons in my torso. Lin Luo, are you back? As soon as Lin Luo returned to Wuji Martial Arts Hall, he saw Ping Liang. You almost tricked me to death. The owner of this strongest martial arts gym is a 3rd-level warrior, and you told me that there are no high-level warriors. Lin Luo looked at Ping Liang and suddenly laughed. That Luo Xian won't be here often, so why be afraid? Ping Liang just laughed it off and ignored it. I helped you beat the guy. Yeah, I saw it, not bad. Ping Liang nodded with satisfaction. By the way, do you know the name of that female warrior? Lin Luo suddenly spoke up. This kid didn't even know the other person's name, and now he wants Lin Luo to help him teach his love rival a lesson. Tianjin walked out at this time. Tianjin, shut up! Ping Liang was a little angry and embarrassed. Alas, I just found out her name in WeChat. Lin Luo spoke to himself. Are you serious? Ping Liang's eyes lit up at this time, and he looked at Lin Luo, seeming a little excited. Of course. Tell me now. Ping Liang quickly continued. Alas, there have been a few tempering pills recently, and there are not many GUN pills either. My cultivation is too slow. At this time, Lin Luo covered his forehead and sighed. The corners of Ping Liang's mouth twitched. He was the only one who saw people being cheated, but no one had ever cheated him. Obviously, Lin Luo was the first one. How much do you want? Chapter 76 Heading to D-Level Rift. Just give me a few bottles. You wish. Ping Liang glared at Lin Luo, then took out 2 bottles of pills and gave them to Lin Luo with great pain. 1 bottle of refining pills, 1 bottle of GUN pills. After Lin Luo received it, he quickly put the 2 bottles of pills into his pocket. Her name is Zhang Shui, and her WeChat is... After hearing Lin Luo's words, Ping Liang immediately got rid of his previous discomfort, and picked up his phone to start typing. Get up early tomorrow morning and I'll take you to the D-Class Rift. As Ping Liang walked inside, he seemed to have thought of something and then spoke to Lin Luo. A weird smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which made Lin Luo feel cold. You're screwed. If you take something from a miser like Ping Liang, he will definitely find a way to get it back. Jianlong also came out at this time and said meaningfully. Lin Luo subconsciously touched the 2 bottles of pills in his pocket. Never mind, just use it first. After talking to his family on the phone as usual tonight, Lin Luo took a tempering pill and a source-gathering pill and began to practice. The ceramic bottles given by Ping Liang contained 3 GUN pills in one bottle and 3 quenching pills in another, both of which are medium grade. It's enough for my own practice. Looking at the system display, my source power value has reached 50. Because I haven't taken any medicinal pills for some time, my cultivation speed has slowed down significantly. As expected, it is true that powerful warriors are made of money. With the current points, Lin Luo doesn't want to participate in the lottery, so he decided to stay for now. The optimized cultivation technique is indeed very good. As my strength increases, the speed of absorbing energy from the air and converting it into source power is getting faster and faster. At this time, Lin Luo's internal energy had recovered by half. In particular, after taking a GUN pill, a lot of his source power was restored. It's just that the upper limit of source power is too difficult to increase now. Lin Luo spent the entire night tempering the tendons in his torso. Only when all the tendons in the body are tempered can the maximum effect be achieved. Time passed minute by minute, and when Lin Luo opened his eyes again, it was around 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Luo, who had a good biological clock habit, also opened his eyes at this time. Take the cup, which is extremely heavy for most people, and the toothbrush, and go brush your teeth. After brushing his teeth, he put on the backpack he had bought at the warrior shop, and then put on the ebony box. Oh, that's pretty fast. At the same time, Ping Liang's figure also appeared at the door. He was holding a sword and was wiping it with a piece of animal skin. Leaving now? Lin Luo was fully prepared. The source of energy in his body was extremely abundant, and his entire body was adjusted to the best condition. All the previous training was to prepare for going to another dimension. Right. Lin Luo was extremely determined. But let me ask you again, do you really want to go? Over there, it's nothing like here. Even I can't always look after you. Ping Liang paused, his expression suddenly becoming extremely serious. Yes, there is a possibility of death. Go! Lin Luo clenched his hands into fists. The flowers in the greenhouse can never withstand the cruel environment outside. Only by truly surviving in that kind of place can you grow. Moreover, after hanging out in the Warrior Alliance forum for some time, Lin Luo has already vaguely learned some news. Hidden beneath the current stable world is the danger of world destruction. When the danger completely sweeps the earth, what you need to do is to become stronger quickly. Otherwise, not to mention protecting your parents and relatives, you won't even be able to survive. Lin Luo, be careful. It's quite dangerous over there in the space crack recently. Just as Lin Luo and Ping Liang were about to walk out of the entrance of the martial arts hall, Wu Guiqiang appeared. Although warriors recover from their injuries faster than ordinary people, their injuries are obviously not light. At this time, Wu Guiqiang's body is still bandaged. Yes, I will. Lin Luo nodded seriously. Let's go. Ping Liang was carrying the sword on his back at this time, looking extremely conspicuous. If it wasn't early in the morning, the two of them would definitely attract a lot of attention if they walked on the road. Old Wu is very nice to you. Ping Liang sighed as he walked out. It's a pity. If old Wu hadn't been injured, he would probably have become a high-level warrior now. Is old Wu injured? Lin Luo spoke out with a bit of curiosity at this time. Ahem, let's not talk about this, or he won't let me go. Ping Liang seemed to have thought of something at this time, and immediately laughed it off, brushing the matter aside. Has old Wu been injured? Lin Luo seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, under the leadership of Ping Liang, Lin Luo arrived at an abandoned building in the suburbs. There is just a new gate over there, blocking the surroundings. At the door, Lin Luo could clearly see several soldiers standing guard with guns in hand. Hello, this is my warrior certificate. Ping Liang took out his warrior certificate and walked over. Lin Luo also took out his warrior certificate at this time. Come in. As the two men walked in, a middle-aged man in camouflage clothes suddenly walked out. Ping Liang! Old Ma! Ping Liang looked at the soldier and immediately smiled. After the two hugged each other, the middle-aged man he called Lao Ma immediately smiled and said, Why do you have time to come over here? No, I brought a kid here to get some experience. Ping Liang glanced towards Lin Luo. Hello, I'm Lin Luo. Hello, my name is Ma Guang, just call me Uncle Ma. Ma Guang smiled at Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Hello, Uncle Ma. Good. Ma Guang seemed very happy. This kid is pretending to be young again. Peng Liang's mouth twitched involuntarily at this moment. Lin Luo looked like a high school student, but he always felt that Lin Luo's actions were like those of an adult. After getting along with each other, he began to treat Lin Luo as a peer. Did anything like that happen here? Peng Liang's face turned serious at this time, and he lowered his voice. At the moment, no, but the situation is a bit grim. Ma Guang shook his head and his expression became calm. Well, let's go in and take a look first. Peng Liang nodded slightly, then said to Lin Luo, Let's go. Under the guidance of Peng Liang and Ma Guang, they walked to the first floor of the abandoned building in front, and could clearly see the smooth metal walls. These metal walls are a light golden color, and look very high-end. And in the middle, there is a metal door. Chapter 77. No, I'm excited. Level 4 metal, even ordinary evolved beasts cannot destroy it. Peng Liang explained at this time. Ma Guang took out the key and opened the metal door directly. Drink! As he placed his hands on the bolt and burst out with all his strength, the metal door slowly began to open. A slightly dazzling light suddenly reflected in Lin Luo's eyes. Soon, Lin Luo could clearly see that behind the door was a huge space crack. There were flashes of electricity inside the crack of this extra-dimensional space, and there was a white light inside, which looked extremely strange. This is a level 4 crack, safer than the one you and old Wu went to in Lianqing before. Peng Liang glanced at Lin Luo at this time, and then spoke lightly. But you only entered for a short while that time, and we will be gone for a month this time. 1 month! Hearing Peng Liang's words, Lin Luo was also stunned. When we set out, we didn't say we would stay this long. Come in! Just as Lin Luo was stunned, Peng Liang pushed Lin Luo, and Lin Luo went directly into the space crack. 1 month from now, I will come out again. Peng Liang smiled and went directly into the space crack. Lin Luo, who had just entered, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Call! Lin Luo clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength to keep his balance. The gravity in the other dimension is twice that of the Earth. The physical discomfort was so severe that Lin Luo even had trouble breathing. Especially the Fang Tianhua Ji on his back seemed to have become even heavier, as if it was about to crush him. However, this strong feeling of discomfort only lasted for a moment. Lin Luo quickly mobilized the source of power in his body to calm his heart, and soon began to adapt. After all, I am a first-level warrior. Lin Luo, the gravity here is different from that on Earth. At the same time, Peng Liang also walked in. As soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes widened with surprise in his eyes. Surprise from Peng Liang, points +5. Because the current Lin Luo did not look as embarrassed as he had imagined. It seems like I've begun to adapt to the gravity here. This is too exaggerated. The gravity is twice that of Earth, so it's a bit uncomfortable. Lin Luo also nodded slightly. But this kind of discomfort was something he could endure. What a monster. Peng Liang was also secretly shocked at this time, because he knew that Lin Luo was still wearing weight-bearing equipment on his body. Under the influence of gravity, the weight he has to bear is even more terrifying. Where are we going now? Lin Luo spoke up. Looking around, you can see that this is a plain. There are a lot of green grasses growing around. These grasses look similar to ordinary grasses on Earth, but their toughness is extraordinary. Roar. Not long after the two of them walked forward, they heard a faint sound. It seemed to be the roar of a wild beast. The sound was some distance away, but the two people with good hearing heard it. If I guess correctly, it's a first-level white-haired wolf. Get ready. This is your first fight. I will leave you alone unless you want to die. Peng Liang's expression also turned serious. Lin Luo nodded slightly, put the ebony box on the ground, opened it quickly, and assembled the Fang Tianhua Ji inside. Click! After the weapons were assembled, Lin Luo walked forward with Peng Liang. Unlike the first time he entered the space rift, this time he faced the strange beast head-on. After walking forward for a distance, The sharp-eyed Lin Luo could clearly see 5 wolves covered with white hair not far away. This creature looks like a wolf, but it is much stronger than a wolf. Moreover, these 5 white-haired wolves were gnawing on the corpse of a strange beast on the ground. The blood dyed their mouths red. Lin Luo looked at this scene and felt that his adrenaline seemed to rise. He clenched the Fang Tian Huaji tightly in both hands. I only have one, Lin Luo muttered to himself at this time. Why, are you scared? Peng Liang crossed his arms over his chest, looking like he was enjoying a good show. No, I'm excited. Lin Luo raised the corner of his mouth, and the next moment, he rushed straight forward. Under the influence of gravity that is twice as high as that of the Earth, although Lin Luo's speed is affected, his speed at this time is not slow at all. Those white-haired wolves seemed to have noticed Lin Luo rushing over, and their eyes with orange-yellow vertical pupils all looked towards Lin Luo. Roar! The roar of the white-haired wolves was extremely harsh. At this time, as they roared, they rushed directly towards Lin Luo. Kill! Lin Luo was not afraid at all. As one of the white-haired wolves pounced towards him, he swung the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand. In an instant, the white wolf's body was cut into 2 halves. Pour all your energy into your weapon! Peng Liang, who was watching this scene not far away, had a look in his eyes that changed slightly. This kind of technique is usually only used by warriors who are at least level 3 or above. Because if you don't use the source force to form an energy film to cover your body, but directly infuse it into the weapon, although it will increase your attack, you will lose your defensive ability. Only when a 3rd-level warrior has tempered his bones and his body has become stronger, will it be less dangerous to do this. At this moment, if Lin Luo was not careful, he would be ripped open by the white wolf's sharp claws. Damn it! With one strike, one white-haired wolf was killed, but the next 4 white-haired wolves pounced on him from 4 directions at the same time. Lin Luo didn't even have a chance to dodge. Lin Luo cursed inwardly, but reacted quickly and waved the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand. Lin Luo, who was already proficient in the basic halberd techniques, has become more familiar with his current weapon after practicing for some time. As the Fang Tian Hua Ji danced wildly, the white-haired wolves that wanted to pounce and bite smartly dodged and retreated. But they had no intention of escaping. His eyes were fixed on Lin Luo, as if he was preparing for the next attack. Here we come! At this time, Lin Luo, who was holding the Fang Tian Hua Ji in both hands, seemed to feel something, and his pupils shrank slightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 4 first-level white-haired wolves pounced forward one after another. Bang! Lin Luo swung the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand, and the white-haired wolf that pounced on him first was knocked away. However, one of the white wolves bit the mouth of the halberd, and there was no way to split it in half directly. The other ungrateful wolf pounced directly and knocked Lin Luo to the ground. Oh no! The look in Peng Liang's eyes changed drastically at this moment. Chapter 78. An inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. The white-haired wolf that had knocked Lin Luo to the ground opened its bloody mouth. There was blood and meat between its upper and lower rows of sharp teeth, which looked extremely terrifying. He bit Lin Luo's neck directly. Bang! But at this critical moment, a dagger suddenly appeared on its head. The dagger pierced through his head directly, and blood spurted out immediately. The other white-haired wolf that was biting the Fang Tian Hua Ji wanted to attack, but was kicked away by Lin Luo. At this time, after Lin Luo pulled out the dagger that was inserted into the white-haired wolf's head, he quickly attacked the white-haired wolf that he had kicked away. The white-haired wolf that flew out just turned over and stood up, and saw Lin Luo rushing towards him with a dagger in his hand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dagger in his hand drew graceful arcs like a dancing butterfly. Martial arts dash, butterfly dance. The next moment, a lot of bloodstains appeared on the white-haired wolf's body. As the throat was broken, more blood spurted out. The other 2 white-haired wolves that were knocked away continued to pounce and bite Lin Luo regardless of their physical injuries. Lin Luo leaped forward, and rolled in front of the Fang Tian Hua Ji. Looking at the 2 white-haired wolves that pounced on him again, he picked up the Fang Tian Hua Ji and chopped them directly. Unparalleled attack. At this moment, the Fang Tianhuaji seemed to feel an extremely strong force and began to tremble slightly. Boom! The two white-haired wolves attacked head-on again, but were smashed into a pile of minced meat by Lin Luo's Fang Tianhuaji. Bang! The Fang Tianhuaji in his hand was now inserted upright into the ground. Whoosh! Lin Luo was already out of breath. Under a gravity that was twice that of the Earth, killing these 5 first-level white-haired wolves in a row really consumed a lot of his physical strength. Super shock from Peng Liang, points plus 100. Huh! Receiving the system's prompt at this time, Lin Luo looked towards Peng Liang curiously. Now Peng Liang was staring at him in amazement. He seemed very shocked that he had killed these white-haired wolves. You can use a dagger? Peng Liang came back to his senses at this time, and spoke as he walked towards Lin Luo. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger, and an inch shorter means an inch more dangerous. Lin Luo's weapon has wide opening and closing capabilities, which is suitable for fighting at a distance, but when dealing with these agile white-haired wolves, if he cannot kill them with one strike, it will be very dangerous to be knocked down at close range. This is the disadvantage of long weapons, they cannot be used at close range. But Lin Luo can use a dagger, and he is extremely skilled at it. This shortcoming is more than compensated for. Of course. Lin Luo smiled slightly, swung the dagger in his hand vigorously, and all the blood on it spilled out. Then put the dagger back into the dagger sheath at your waist. Peng Liang was speechless at this time. Originally, I wanted to let Lin Luo experience the cruelty of fighting with strange beasts, but I never expected that Lin Luo could face 5 first-level strange beasts alone. This is something that even a peak first-level warrior may not be able to do, and besides, Lin Luo has not suffered any injuries. This white-haired wolf can only break your skin. Peng Liang looked at the scratches on Lin Luo's arm and was immediately surprised. Surprise from Peng Liang, points plus 5. Oh, I use the source of energy to protect my body, Lin Luo said casually. Hasn't all of your source power been poured into the weapon? Peng Liang became even more confused. Won't you take it back? Lin Luo looked at Peng Liang as if he was a mentally retarded person. At the beginning, in order to maximize the attack power of Fang Tianhuaji, Lin Luo almost poured all his energy into the weapon. But later when those white-haired wolves pounced on him, he quickly controlled the source of power, pulled it back from the Fang Tianhuaji, and then formed an energy film that covered his body. Is it so easy to pull it back? Peng Liang muttered to himself at this time. I feel like I'm a bit confused. But at this time Lin Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged. The battle just now was a bit thrilling. Moreover, his weapon is the Fang Tianhuaji. Only as his strength grows, the destructive power it generates will become more powerful. At this time, Lin Luo began to practice his cultivation technique. As the cultivation technique was practiced, Lin Luo could clearly feel the surrounding energy, which was very abundant. The energy of the Otherworld is indeed 1.5 times that of the Earth. Moreover, there is another special kind of energy in the air. Lin Luo, who has a strong sense of perception, can clearly feel that this energy is very strong, as if it is more refined than the source of power, but he has no way to absorb it. Watching Lin Luo practicing, Peng Liang also began to experiment with what Lin Luo had just said. Draw back the source power that was infused into the weapon and then cover the entire body again. Although this is feasible, Peng Liang feels that he is a bit slow in doing it. Being able to use it so quickly in an ever-changing battle is simply too difficult. Is this boy a monster? Peng Liang looked at Lin Luo, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing beside him, and couldn't help but think secretly. With the optimized training technique and such rich energy, Lin Luo's recovery speed is also very fast. About an hour later, Lin Luo opened his eyes again. Comfortable. The source of strength has been fully restored, so Lin Luo couldn't help but stretch. Now I have begun to slowly adapt to the double gravity of this strange world. Have you recovered your power? Peng Liang was still trying the exercise he had just done. When he saw Lin Luo standing up, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Certainly. Lin Luo smiled. The body's energy value has been fully restored. Although his physical strength has not yet fully recovered, it is almost there. Is the fur of this white wolf valuable? Lin Luo looked at the body of the white wolf on the ground and couldn't help but speak out. Of course, the fur of a white wolf of this size should be worth 200,000, and its fangs should be worth 100,000. Peng Liang seemed to be very familiar with the material prices of these exotic beasts. In that case, I have made a small profit of over 1 million from this battle. Looking at the corpses of the 5 white-haired wolves, Lin Luo muttered to himself. Without any further hesitation, Lin Luo took out his dagger and began to remove the skin and fangs of the white-haired wolves. Come on, let's eat wolf meat tonight. At this time, Peng Liang took out a pot from his backpack. Looking at the white-haired wolf meat, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Chapter 79, Second Order Unicorn. What's this? Lin Luo was extremely curious as he watched Peng Liang not only take out a pot, but also a ball of white substance that looked like wax. I don't know either. Anyway, it is a product of this world. The things in this world have a high ignition point, except for this thing. As Peng Liang spoke, he gathered some gravel and formed a circle. He put the thing in the middle, took out a box of matches, and instantly lit it up. Boom! The thing caught fire and was instantly filled with flames. These matches are specially made. A box costs 100 yuan. Peng Liang waved the matchbox in his hand, then quickly put it away, as if he was afraid that Lin Luo would take his. Lin Luo's mouth twitched at this moment. As expected, they were right. Peng Liang was a miser. In this world, it seems that lighters cannot be used. One can only use this special match to make fire, and the amount of fire is still insufficient. Soon, Lin Luo saw Peng Liang take out a large can of mineral water from his backpack. Is your backpack filled with mineral water? Lin Luo looked at Peng Liang's actions and was suddenly speechless. Peng Liang was carrying a very large bag. I thought it contained some weapons and equipment, but I didn't expect that in addition to a large amount of mineral water, it only contained these cooking supplies. What do you know? This D-level space crack is not dangerous to me. I am just here to train with you. Peng Liang curled his lips. As he spoke, he poured mineral water into the pot. Then he took a small knife and cut the white wolf meat into the pot. That ball of white wax-like substance not only burns with a raging flame, but also melts very slowly, as if it can burn for a very long time. This is a good thing. Lin Luo, do you want mineral water? While the exotic beast meat was being cooked, Peng Liang's eyes rolled around and he smiled at Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded slightly. After the battle just now, he was indeed a little thirsty. 10,000. 10,000 per bottle. Peng Liang quickly spoke up. Hee. Lin Luo knew that this stingy man had bad intentions. Okay, get me a few bottles. Lin Luo smiled. Soon, the meat was almost cooked and gave off a fragrant aroma. Just when Peng Liang couldn't help but pick it up and eat it, Lin Luo immediately said, 20,000 for one bite. Peng Liang's eyes widened. Since you've made a profit, I'm giving you a bargain. Lin Luo grinned. Ahem, it's not good to be so fussy. Drink some water, drink some water. Peng Liang spoke a little awkwardly, then handed a bottle of mineral water to Lin Luo. Lin Luo curled his lips and said, You little bastard, you still want to cheat me. Lin Luo now has a very good appetite and eats a lot of meat. What a pity! If we could take them all away, the meat would be worth a lot of money. Peng Liang looked at the animal meat and couldn't help but say secretly. Even though the two of them ate a lot, it was impossible for them to finish it all. After eating and drinking, the two continued to move forward. From time to time, some skeletons appeared on the road. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were not the skeletons of some strange beasts, but those of human beings. So many corpses. Lin Luo was also shocked when he saw this scene. They are all the corpses of the warriors who came here. Peng Liang also spoke indifferently at this time. Don't think that hunting exotic animals is easy to make money, but the dangers involved are extremely high. Besides, our human aura is different from other creatures in the other world, so it is easy to attract other monsters. Although D-level cracks usually only produce low-level exotic beasts, there is no guarantee that there will be other creatures. As soon as Peng Liang finished speaking, the entire ground began to shake slightly. Something is coming. Looking up, Lin Luo saw an extremely huge monster in front of him. This strange beast has a huge horn, long legs, and its entire body looks very strong. Level 2 Unicorn. Peng Liang looked at this scene and said coldly, "You are no match for someone at this level, but you can give it a try. Don't worry, I will save you before you die." As soon as Peng Liang finished speaking, Lin Luo was not afraid at all. He rushed out holding the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand. Roar! The unicorn looked at Lin Luo rushing towards him and suddenly became furious, letting out a huge roar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, Lin Luo felt that his head was extremely painful and his ears were buzzing. At this moment, the unicorn rushed towards Lin Luo. The sharp horns seemed to be about to pierce Lin Luo. What a fast speed! Lin Luo had just come back to his senses from the shock and pain when he saw the unicorn rushing towards him. At this time, Lin Luo had no choice but to hold the Fang Tianhua Ji to block in front of himself. Bang! As the unicorn horn hit the Fang Tianhua Ji, a loud noise suddenly erupted. Lin Luo was also blown away by the impact. It hit the ground behind heavily. Puff! The moment Lin Luo turned over, he spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful! Can you do it? Peng Liang held a piece of grass in his mouth and looked at Lin Luo over there. Certainly. Lin Luo said this at this time, and then continued to rush forward with the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand. The unicorn saw that Lin Luo did not seem to be dead and dared to rush towards it, so it suddenly became furious and let out loud roars. But now Lin Luo has obviously adapted to it, and it doesn't have much impact on him. The moment he approached the unicorn, Lin Luo's body jumped up. The Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand was swung directly at the unicorn's head. The Fang Tianhua Ji slashed across its head, causing sparks to burst out immediately. It only scratched its flesh a little, but was unable to directly split its head. The hardness of this second-level monster has actually reached this level? The moment Lin Luo's body hit the ground, the unicorn's front hooves were about to step towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo's body moved suddenly, and just as he dodged, the unicorn leaned over and opened its mouth to bite him. Whoosh! At this critical moment, Peng Liang rushed over, grabbed Lin Luo's body, and jumped to the other side. The unicorn bit into nothingness. How is it? This is the strength of a second-level alien beast. Your current strength is not enough. Peng Liang then let go of Lin Luo's body and spoke in a calm voice. Although your strength is good now, you have too little experience in facing strange beasts. The head and body of this unicorn are the hardest parts. Attack its weak point. Chapter 80 Extremely Shocked, Third Update. Weakness? At this moment, Lin Luo looked over there, and saw the unicorn making huge roars, looking for his figure, and his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. I'll try again. At this time, Lin Luo took off all the weight-bearing equipment on his body. Seeing this scene, Peng Liang's pupil shrank slightly. Only now did he realize that Lin Luo was wearing weight-bearing equipment on his body. The wrist guards and anklets weigh 100 kilograms each, and the vest weighs 300 kilograms. The total weight is 700 kilograms. And with the influence of gravity. This kid. Watching Lin Luo take off his weight-bearing equipment and walk forward holding the Fang Tianhua Ji, his eyes were filled with extreme shock. In other words, when he was dealing with those white-haired wolves just now, he was also doing it under a weight-bearing state. Comfortable. After taking off his weight-bearing equipment, Lin Luo could clearly feel that his body was much more relaxed. It was as if my whole body was about to fly. The Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand no longer had that sense of weight. At this time, the second-level unicorn was rushing towards Lin Luo frantically. It was moving very fast, and its sharp horn was about to hit Lin Luo's body. But at this moment, Lin Luo's body jumped up directly. Jumped directly onto the unicorn's head. This time, Lin Luo did not use the Fang Tianhua Ji to attack its head directly, but stabbed it in its eyes. Look for weaknesses. The surface of this unicorn's skin seems to be covered with a layer of armor. If you attack it like this alone, there is no way to break its skin. The only and most direct weakness that can be seen now is the eyes. This downward stab in the air was extremely fast. Bang! With a dull sound, the unicorn's right eye was directly pierced out. Ah! And as Lin Luo growled, he used all his strength and continued to stab into the eyes. All the energy in his body was poured into the Fang Tianhuaji at this moment. The unicorn's front paws were about to grab Lin Luo's body, but in the next moment, the Fang Tianhuaji pierced directly into his eyes and then went through his head. A large amount of blue blood mixed with some white substance flowed out. Boom! The unicorn was killed by Lin Luo. And it's a one-hit kill. Super shock from Peng Liang, points plus 100. Extreme shock from Peng Liang, points plus 1000. Only then did Lin Luo notice the system prompt. This is extremely shocking, the points increased by 1000? Turning around and looking back, Lin Luo clearly saw Peng Liang's eyes wide open, and he was so shocked that he stood there stupidly. This is extremely shocking. I wonder if he has been shocked into stupor. Lin Luo muttered to himself. You're a pervert, aren't you? Peng Liang finally reacted at this time and couldn't help but speak out. It was the first time he saw someone poke out the eyes of a strange beast and then pierce through its eyes to its head. Didn't you say that we should attack the weak points? Lin Luo spread his hands helplessly. I don't know about his other weaknesses, but this eye is definitely one of them. Moreover, if the eyes are poked out, the flesh and blood inside the eyeball will definitely not be as hard as the skin. It should be able to continue penetrating and pierce its head. Sure enough, in the end, it turned out to be just as I thought. I said attack the weak point. I didn't say like you. Peng Liang was speechless. Lin Luo doesn't play by the rules at all. This strange beast, are those materials useful? Lin Luo took out the dagger at this time, looked at the unicorn corpse in front of him, and couldn't help but speak. Its horns, fur, and bones are nice, but it's too big to take back. How much can these materials be sold for? While dealing with the corpse of the strange beast, Lin Luo spoke. Guaranteed minimum of 5 million. Peng Liang stretched out 5 fingers. Money! It's all money! At this moment, Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Let's go! Let's continue looking for strange beasts. Peng Liang was completely speechless when he saw this scene. Most people who come into another dimension are afraid of death, but Lin Luo seems to treat this other dimension as an ATM? Time passed quickly and about a month passed. Over the past month, Lin Luo and Peng Liang have been active within a radius of 100 miles. Although he had experience in killing the second-level unicorn monster before, Lin Luo still suffered a lot from some strange monsters that followed. I have also faced life and death crises. But in the end, Lin Luo survived and grew a lot. There's another one at 10 o'clock. On this day, Peng Liang was not far behind Lin Luo, watching Lin Luo holding a Fang Tianhuaji and facing the attack of several strange beasts that looked like giant birds. As soon as Peng Liang finished speaking, a giant bird beast rushed over from the 10 o'clock direction. At this moment, the Fang Tianhuaji in Lin Luo's hand directly chopped 360 degrees horizontally. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of these strange beasts and giant birds were all split in half in an instant. Done! Lin Luo looked at the corpses of these strange beasts and giant birds and immediately smiled. Lin Luo was not afraid at all when facing so many of these top-level first-class giant birds and strange beasts at the same time. This Fang Tianhuaji. Peng Liang couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw this scene. I have to say that the power of the Fang Tianhuaji when it is actually used is really too great, and it is like an AoE range attack, just slashing it across can kill a large number of people instantly. If this kid really becomes a high-level warrior, there are still those who can kill the strange beasts. As if he thought of something, Peng Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. The efficiency must be extremely fast. You are not afraid of top-level first-level monsters now that there are more of them than you can handle. You can also handle second-level monsters alone. This journey ends for now. Peng Liang spoke up after watching Lin Luo process the materials of the exotic beasts and put them into his backpack. Lin Luo did not object either. Now the package is completely filled with exotic animal furs and other materials. Not only was the backpack stuffed full, Lin Luo also made a hide bag and filled it up as well. According to your current strength, you are already able to take on missions. Ping Liang and Lin Luo suddenly spoke as they walked forward. Task? Lin Luo was stunned. You'll know when you get out. Ping Liang gave a weird smile. Just as the two were about to walk back to the space crack, the ground around them began to vibrate slightly. What happened? Feeling the vibration, Ping Liang frowned immediately. At this moment, something seemed to be breaking out of the ground in front. Chapter 81 Black Cat in the Eggshell. Soon, one black oval head after another appeared. What's this? When Lin Luo saw this scene, the look in his eyes changed slightly. Because he could clearly feel that these things were different from ordinary beasts. It looks like a huge worm. And at this time, more and more of these large worms broke out of the ground around them. The bodies of these worms are like covered with a layer of black armor, with many densely packed spikes on them, which looks extremely terrifying. A large number of worms instantly surrounded Lin Luo and Ping Liang. Follow me, run! Ping Liang's expression turned extremely ugly at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew out the sword from his back and slashed it directly in the air in front of him. Whoosh! As he swung his sword, a terrifying sword energy burst out, and the bodies of the monsters in front that looked like large worms were directly cut in half. At this moment, Ping Liang ran straight forward. Lin Luo didn't hesitate at all and rushed forward. But the giant worms behind them were still rushing towards them madly. There are a lot of these ghost things, and they keep popping out from the ground. Their mouths are round and filled with sharp teeth. It just looks so creepy. Damn it! As Lin Luo was running, he discovered that a huge worm appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth wide, which made people's scalps numb, and was about to bite Lin Luo's body. Ping Liang seemed to have noticed this as well. Without waiting for Lin Luo to make any move, he swung his sword and split the monster in half. Roar! At the same time, there seemed to be a strange beast on the side being attacked by those large worms, and it let out a huge roar. The large worms that were originally chasing Lin Luo and Ping Liang were attracted by the strange beast at this time. What on earth are these? After running for a long distance, Lin Luo said a little breathlessly. In his left hand he was carrying a large bag of materials he had collected over the past few days, and in his right hand he was holding a Fan Tianhua Ji, and he looked a little tired. Ping Liang's face also became extremely ugly. Although the alien beasts are powerful, they usually stay in their own territories. Not many of them actively enter the Earth through space cracks. So we humans have been able to develop smoothly over the years. But, speaking of this, Ping Liang's expression became even more serious. In recent years, an even more terrifying creature has appeared. It's the Zerg. Lin Luo was startled, then he subconsciously asked, Zerg? Well, this kind of creature also lives somewhere in another world, and is extremely aggressive. There are even intelligent creatures among them. When he said this, Lin Luo's expression changed. Are there any intelligent creatures among these Zerg? Originally, you should have learned these after you went to college, but now with your strength, you are almost able to get in touch with them. Be prepared. The world won't be so peaceful in the future. Ping Liang patted Lin Luo on the shoulder. The next moment, a huge roar was heard. Ping Liang and Lin Luo immediately turned their heads to look over there, and could clearly see the huge alien beast, which was being torn apart by the worms after killing a number of those large worms. Soon, its huge body turned into a skeleton. Lin Luo watched this scene from afar, and suddenly his scalp went numb. Go! Ping Liang also quickly spoke up at this time. The two of them ran towards the space crack without stopping. Along the way, Lin Luo saw the bones of many strange beasts. Obviously, they were all eaten by those terrifying giant worms. How strong were those worms just now? Lin Luo said as he ran. It's equivalent to the second level. There are many types of Zerg, and I haven't faced many of them, so I don't know them very well. But you just need to know that these things are terrifying. Right now, the top warriors on Earth are mainly dealing with Zerg. The two continued running forward for about an hour, and Lin Luo was already sweating profusely and even panting. Seeing the space crack not far away, Lin Luo's face showed a hint of joy when he heard a slight whimper. What sound? Lin Luo was startled and looked around. It seemed that the sound came from the grass in front. What's wrong? Peng Liang looked at Lin Luo, who suddenly stopped, and immediately spoke out curiously. I thought I heard a sound. As Lin Luo spoke, he placed his Fang Tianhuaji on the ground, put down the animal skin bag, pulled out his dagger, and walked carefully to the front. The grass on the ground was as high as the knees. After Lin Luo walked carefully to the front, he saw a black figure. The faint whimpering sounds seemed to come from here. It looks like a small strange beast. Peng Liang also came over. After Lin Luo pulled away and cut the surrounding grass, he could clearly see a black creature the size of a palm. A cat? Lin Luo looked at this scene and couldn't help but be surprised. Indeed, this creature looks just like an ordinary cat. The whole body is pitch black and furry. There is also a big eggshell around it. A cat crawling out of an eggshell? Lin Luo widened his eyes. Anything that can survive in the alien beast is different from that on Earth. Kill it. Peng Liang spoke directly. When facing creatures from another world, you must not show mercy. Moreover, there were warriors who wanted to raise creatures from other worlds, but they all failed without exception. Even though they look like cats and dogs on Earth, they are not as warm as those cats and dogs. Lin Luo obviously understood this principle, and he clenched the dagger in his hand. But the whimpering sound of the kitten-like creature still made Lin Luo hesitate. Never mind. Lin Luo smiled bitterly, then slowly placed his body in the big eggshell, and then stood up holding the eggshell. You don't want to take it back to raise it? Peng Liang was stunned when he saw Lin Luo's actions. Let's give it a try. Anyway, this beast is only level 1 at most. It can't pose any threat to me. Lin Luo said. Whatever you want. Peng Liang didn't say much. This strange beast was obviously a very common one at first glance. If there is any threat, just kill it. Soon, the two of them walked to the other side of the space crack. Finally, it's time to go back.